After the school celebration ended, summer vacation began. Although the students returned home, the campus forum was buzzing with activity. Everyone was talking about the celebration activities, sharing stories about the embarrassing moments of teacher Rue's sisters, and discussing the group of friends that Jungkook was hanging out with. As the center of the discussion, everyone was sharing many bad things that this group had done. They were extremely self-centered and only cared about their own happiness, which was quite annoying. The classmates who usually preferred to avoid trouble had kept quiet before. This time, however, those people had upset Jongin, and everyone couldn't help but criticize them. A bunch of spoiled kids. I don't understand why they want to present themselves as elites. Do they even have the brains for that? I've seen cheating on exams more than once. The pit at the West Gate that made the director fall was made by their group. Zhang Miao took a break from school not because he was sick, but because his idea was stolen. He wanted to report it but had no evidence, which made him so upset he got sick. We all know who is responsible. There's a saying, if you want to keep something secret, don't do it. That group thought they were clever, but their actions were already noticed by their classmates. It was just that no one had spoken up. Now, with the opportunity, everyone started to complain. And then they faced consequences. It wasn't the students who spoke out that got in trouble. The school acknowledged the feedback from the forum and asked students to send the details of the events to an email address for investigation. The email could be sent anonymously, so students didn't have to worry about getting into trouble later. With the school finally taking action, they naturally reported. Everyone knew that this group was in for bad luck. And they understood who was behind it. In the past, there were complaints on the campus forum, but who cared? Those two younger students were thrilled and felt relieved, then shared the post link with Jongin. They didn't know that Jongin was already aware of the situation before anyone else. He had anticipated the school's attitude, the students' reactions, and the consequences for Li Shuyang's group. His warning to Zhu Fu and the others that day wasn't just a scare tactic. The punishment they saw was only the surface. The foolish things they did during the celebration would have lasting effects, and they would see that in the future. One thing is certain. All participants in that group would deeply regret their actions later. Jiang En's previous indifference towards them had nothing to do with being magnanimous. He simply didn't think they were worth his attention. He wasn't a generous person. After waking up from his nap, Jiang En intended to discuss school matters with Lin He. When he learned from the housekeeper that his mother had gone out, he thought for a moment and decided to go out as well. Since there was nothing urgent, Jiang En decided to report to the Jiang group a few days earlier than planned. Upon returning to the Jiang group, he first went to the HR department. He wanted to see what arrangements his father had made for him. According to the plan, he was supposed to report in 5 days, so he was unsure if there were any instructions for him now. Jiang En knew that his identity in the company could not be hidden. The school celebration was grand, and many outstanding graduates had returned to participate. As one of the top universities in the country, there were many students from B University in the Jiang group. It would be very easy for people to recognize his father, then him, and learn about their relationship. His identity had already spread widely on the campus forum, so it was not a secret. Clearly, the HR manager was aware of this. Previously, the manager had been very formal and even a bit arrogant, ignoring the interns. Now, there was a hint of flattery and respect in their smile. When Jiangmin learned about his father's arrangements, his expression darkened immediately. Leaving the HR department, he hurried to the president's office. At that moment, Zhang Qiao was watching surveillance footage. He had obtained the monitoring from B University, observing Lin He from the moment she entered the school, trying to understand what had made her upset. Zhang Qiao didn't care about others' minor issues, but when it came to Lin He wanted to clarify any problems, no matter how small. He didn't want her to misunderstand him in any way. The employees on the president's floor were now aware that Jiang En was the son of President Jiang. So when Jiang En burst in, the secretary and assistant only made a token effort to stop him and did not call security. They would be crazy to let security chase away the air. Jiang En reached the president's office without knocking and rushed in, with the secretary and assistant closely following him. President Jiang, I'm sorry, we couldn't stop him. Jiang Qiao waved his hand, signaling the secretary and assistant to leave. They exited the office and kindly closed the door behind them. Glancing at Jiang En, Jiang Qiao turned off the surveillance screen, but Jiang En still noticed. Hearing the school anthem playing in the background, Jiang En immediately realized what was happening. He smirked and said, "You're watching the surveillance from our school celebration." Jiang En knew his father wasn't interested in the celebration, so he must be watching something related to his mother. "Would Mom dislike you for this controlling behavior?" Jiang En asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Father is being so pretentious. Ever since Mother came back, he has hidden his true self completely, not revealing anything. But his true nature can't be suppressed, and today he got caught. He knew that Father is still the same. Mom can't treat Father like the person he was 15 years ago. "Do you know how your mother went missing and then reappeared?" Jiang Qiao's words made Jiang En freeze like a statue. This is the deep fear hidden in their hearts. Will a person suddenly appear and then disappear again? The answer is hard to find. Jiang En doesn't know, and he believes Father doesn't know either. "You can say whatever you want." Jiang Qiao's tone was calm, showing no sign of being threatened by his son's words. Jiang En clenched his fists. Perhaps it's good that Father pays close attention to Mother's every move. He doesn't want her to suddenly disappear again. Shaking his head, Jiang En felt his thoughts were selfish. Mother has the right to know. He thought about it, but he still couldn't say anything, still held back by his worries. Father's image in Mother's heart is too perfect. Just checking the surveillance could have 1,000 explanations, and in the end, it might even improve his image. Change takes time. Father will eventually show his true self to Mother. Right now, there's another problem to solve. Jiang En took a deep breath and said, "Why did you transfer me to the Northwest branch?" The Northwest branch has been developing well in recent years. New employees can achieve a lot there, and returning to headquarters would be impressive. But one thing is clear, it's too far away. Jiang En suspects that Father thinks he's a burden and did this on purpose. Listening to Jiang Qiao's grand explanations about doing it for his own good and building character, Jiang En didn't believe a word. In the past, he could ignore Father's decisions, but he couldn't change them. Now, things are different. Under Jiang Qiao's watchful gaze, Jiang En took out his phone and called Mother. Jiang Qiao's face darkened. Was he complaining in front of him? But he had to admit, this tactic was effective. Jiang Qiao said, "I've already discussed my plans with your mother." Jiang En smirked. "Did you tell her you were transferring me to the farthest Northwest branch?" Jiang Qiao fell silent. He didn't say anything. He was afraid she wouldn't agree. He wanted to act first and explain later, saying the child wanted to gain experience, but he didn't expect Jiang En to come to the office early. No one knew how anxious Jiang Qiao was beneath his cold exterior about Lin He arriving at the company. Even Jiang En didn't notice. Jiang Qiao, scared. After reporting the situation, Jiang En sat comfortably on the sofa. In contrast, Jiang Qiao was lost in thought, his hands hesitating over the documents. The real reason for sending Jiang En to the Northwest branch was simple: to remove an obstacle. Jiang Qiao had to admit that his eldest son was quite difficult to handle. Not only was he not easy to control, but he also had strong opinions and was highly valued by He. He had considered what to do if Jiang En refused to go. He was already prepared to say that his son would be sent there on a business trip, and he would find a way to make him stay longer. Moreover, the experience there would indeed help Jiang En grow quickly. He never expected his son to come to the company early and go straight to the HR department, quickly calling He without giving him a chance to react. Thinking of Lin He, Jiang Qiao sighed heavily. He took a sip of coffee and casually flipped through the documents, saying, "If you don't want to go to the Northwest branch, no one will force you." Jiang En's eyes showed surprise. Was he softening up? After Lin He went missing, in the 15 years Jiang En spent with his father, the latter had always been someone who kept his word, treating him, Chu Yi, and Shiwu the same way. Just like with the arrangement to send him to the Northwest branch, he could resist, but once he joined Zhang's group, he had to follow his father's orders. Now, it was just a phone call, and his mother hadn't even arrived yet his father changed his tone. Wait a minute, Jiang and suddenly realized the key point. The reason for the change in attitude was that his mother hadn't arrived. His father wasn't concerned about his feelings. He was making excuses for himself in anticipation of his mother's arrival. Jiang and raised an eyebrow. Was he really that afraid of his mother? After that remark, the father and son fell silent, each focusing on their own tasks, both thinking the same thing. Where is he/mom? In fact, Lin he had already arrived but hadn't approached them because she ran into an acquaintance. The last time Lin he visited Zhang's group, her information had already been entered into the system, allowing her to pass through the gate with recognition and take the exclusive elevator for the president. The regular employees used the elevator on the left, while the president's elevator required walking around a corner. As Lin he walked that way, a tall man called out to her. Standing against the light, she couldn't see his face clearly at first, but as he approached, she recognized him.
Zhou Bai.
A senior from her year. He hadn't changed much in the 15 years since, sporting a simple crew cut and gold-rimmed glasses, with a well-proportioned face and a warm demeanor. Years ago, Lin he jokingly teased Hu Dai, saying that Zhou Bai was suited for taking civil service exams because he seemed very upright. Hello. Lin he was cold and acted as if she didn't recognize him. Her behavior stemmed from the fact that during her absence, Zhou Bai had married Hu Dai. Although they divorced 3 years later, Lin he felt it was better not to acknowledge him, as he was once close to Hu Dai. Xiao He, how have you been all these years? I thought you were. Zhou Bai paused, scratching his head. I can't be dreaming, can I? He pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. It's not a dream. You've mistaken me. We just look alike. I'm absolutely sure. It's not just about looks. Lin he was curious. Hu Dai had met her more than once, and as close friends, she hadn't recognized her. How could Zhou Bai be so certain? Everyone has a different aura, and every soul is unique. I can feel it, you are Lin. Lin he. 15 years had passed, and Zhou Bai still spoke in this artistic style. Hu Dai didn't recognize you, did she? Looking at Lin he's youthful face, Zhou Bai seemed unfazed. Lin he continued to deny it. If I were the Lin you mentioned, would I look this young? I said back in college that you have a timeless beauty, while Hu Dai doesn't age as well. Now I can prove I was right. Unexpectedly, 15 years later, Hu Dai was still being compared unfavorably. Back then, Hu Dai thought Zhou Bai's comment meant she looked old, which upset her for several days. You must know about my marriage, right? Zhou Bai hesitated but continued. Hu Dai and I are not meant for each other, and we ended up divorced. We are now 2 independent individuals and don't keep in touch much. I saw the trending news about you, and Hu Dai. Well, we are schoolmates and hometown friends, and I've always considered you a good friend. Zhou Bai spoke hesitantly, and Lin he understood his meaning. Knowing her true identity and seeing the trending news about her falling out with Hu Dai made things clear. Zhou Bai clearly wanted to maintain their friendship and not let Hu Dai's presence affect their relationship. In college, Zhou Bai had taken great care of Lin he, and she was very grateful to him. Now that the topic of identity had come up, Lin he decided not to hide it any longer. Zhou Bai, it's been a long time since we last met. I knew I wouldn't mistake you. Zhou Bai smiled and then took out his phone, saying, Shall we add each other as friends? My WeChat was stolen a while ago, and I changed my number. I'm still using the same number, Lin he replied, pulling out her phone. By the way, how did you end up working at Zhang's? Zhou Bai graduated a year earlier than Lin he and made quite a bit of money in his 6 months of starting a business. He even treated everyone to a meal back at school. Lin he only knew that Zhou Bai had married and divorced Hu Dai, and she was surprised to learn he was working at Zhang Group. Looking at his name tag, he was already a mid-level manager, so he must have been with the company for a while. Zhou Bai sighed and mentioned how unpredictable life is, but didn't elaborate, so Lin he didn't ask further. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Bai kindly said, You probably have things to do? Go ahead and take care of them. We can catch up over meals sometime. I won't tell anyone about running into you, Zhou Bai said, making a gesture as if zipping his lips. Lin He wanted to say something but decided against it, nodding instead and saying, okay. She waved goodbye and entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, the smile on Lin He's face vanished. Zhou Bai was always a kind and easygoing person in school, taking good care of her, but 15 years had passed. Who knows how he's changed? As for his promise to keep her secret, Lin He was already prepared for the possibility that he might share it when she acknowledged her identity. Even if she told Hu Dai, she wouldn't be surprised. Checking the time, Lin He thought the father and son must be getting anxious. From her eldest son's tone during the call, she sensed that the situation wasn't urgent. She decided to let the father and son communicate first before she went over. Talking to Zhou Bai was also a way to give them some time. Lin He felt that what Jiang Qiao and Jiang En needed most was communication. Upon arriving at the office and seeing the father and son, Lin He thought, this communication isn't going well at all. Hey, have you had lunch yet? Jiang Qiao immediately stood up from his desk when he saw her, took Lin He's hand, and frowned. Why haven't you eaten? Lin He had a peculiar condition. If she didn't eat her 3 meals on time, her hands would feel a bit cold, but they would warm up once she was full. I just finished up some matters over at 15 and rushed over. She had planned to go back to the villa for lunch, but it seemed the father and son were also a handful. I'll have my secretary bring lunch over. With that, Jiang Qiao picked up the internal phone to ask the secretary to bring food from the company cafeteria. Seeing Lin He looking at him gently, Jiang Qiao added, get 3 servings. He is a good father and won't hold grudges against his son. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. She was worried that Jiang Qiao would get upset with their son and give him the cold shoulder, making their already distant father-son relationship even worse. While Jiang Qiao went to make a phone call, Lin He finally had a moment to check on her son, who had been pulled aside since they entered the house. Looking at her son, who was sitting with his back to her, Lin He intended to pat his shoulder but saw him look up at her with red eyes, trying not to cry, just like when he was little and felt wronged. In an instant, she forgot about the good father Jiang Qiao had been. And then what's wrong?
Talk to mommy.
Lin He sat beside her son, gently comforting and asking. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiao quickly walked over to see his son's face. What a surprise! Jiang Qiao swore that just a minute before Lin He arrived, his son didn't have that expression. He had been looking at his phone, and even laughed. Mom, can you tell Dad not to send me to the Northwest branch? I want to stay with you. I haven't seen you in so long, and I don't want to go. This wasn't a plea for help. It felt like a threat. Facing Lin He's intense gaze, Jiang Qiao hurriedly explained, I didn't force him. He doesn't have to go. While saying this, Jiang Qiao even raised his hands, showing he was innocent. If I hadn't reported to the company early, maybe I would have gone to the Northwest and found out my father wanted me to stay there. Jiang En added with a hint of sadness. Lin He, I will definitely discuss any issues with you. Our son misunderstood. Since nothing had happened, he insisted it was a misunderstanding. Mom, please don't be mad at Dad because of me. That Aunt Jifen Fang's company also grew in the Northwest thanks to the help from Dad, and now it's doing really well. Dad wants me to go to the Northwest for my own good. After I talked to you, I realized that it's my fault for not wanting to go so far. Adding fuel to the fire, Jiang Qiao clearly noticed that Lin He's eyes sparked with even more anger when Jiang En mentioned Jifen Fang. Jiang Qiao understood now. Lin He's earlier anger was related to Jifen Fang. He had already seen part of the surveillance video in the auditorium, and Lin He was upset because of something Jiang En said. This kid's tendency to exaggerate must have gotten him into trouble. And that expression looked just like Jifen Fang's. Jiang Qiao, who can read lips, has been wondering who Jiang En mentioned in the video. Now it seems that the name Ji Fenfang fits. He believes that being upright means not fearing shadows, and he can explain that. Unfortunately, Lin, he doesn't give him a chance to speak. She gently smooths her son's messy hair and says, it's okay. If we're going to the Northwest, then we'll go. Mom will go with you, and it's perfect since your younger siblings are on summer break too.
We can all go.
At this moment, Ji Fenfang's matter can wait. They need to tackle the first big problem. Going to the Northwest branch is just an idea. If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to. Staying at the headquarters is fine too. Vice Presidents Zhang and Dong can take care of him. In a few days, managers Zhang and Song will be back, and they are also great candidates. They are excellent talents within the company. Jiang Qiao quickly adds, fearing that if he waits too long, the whole family will go to the Northwest and leave him behind in B City. At that point, it wouldn't be about sending the eldest son away. It would feel like he was being abandoned. So, the headquarters has so many excellent people, huh? Then why was I assigned to the Northwest branch? Jiang and didn't say the last part, but Lin He and Jiang Qiao understood his meaning. Seeing their eldest son's disappointed expression made Lin He even angrier at Jiang Qiao. Is this how you make it up to our son? Come on, let's go. Lin He pulled Jiang An's arm and left the office. Jiang An obediently followed, looking downcast, which made Lin He feel even more heartbroken. He's such a big person. What kind of bullying is this? Lin He angrily said, whatever you want to do, Mom will arrange it for you. This broken group, whoever wants to come can come. Lin He's voice wasn't loud, but the president's office was too quiet, and the employees were all listening closely, so they heard her words clearly. Each employee had gone through many interviews and challenges to join the company, and hearing the phrase broken group made their expressions quite complex. There's no workplace without complaints. Zhang's group offers good salaries and benefits, but it can't escape criticism like broken group, broken company, or broken boss, which everyone has thought at some point. But no one had the courage to say it in front of President Jiang. The key was that President Jiang didn't get angry. He was following behind, trying to calm her down. It's not like that. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't be upset. Let me explain. Oh my, who has ever seen President Jiang so humble and trying to appease someone? Today's revelations are overwhelming. From previous events, everyone knows that President Jiang's new girlfriend has a good relationship with the heir, and not all step-parent relationships are bad these days. But who would have thought that Miss Lin would dare to call herself mom in front of the prince? It's one thing not to know her identity, but once they do, it feels surreal. Shouldn't a young girlfriend be gentle with Mr. Jiang and try to please her stepson to secure her place in the family? However, what they saw was Mr. Jiang smiling awkwardly. The reason for their argument, as mentioned by Miss Lin, was the child's education, and their prince, a 21-year-old young man, had an attitude of I listened to my mom. If one didn't know better, they might think Mr. Jiang was the stepfather. Stop. In front of the elevator, Lin He finally looked at Jiang Qiao. Let's talk when we get home. You're not allowed to follow us. Jiang, an understanding, said, Dad, listen to Mom. Don't make her angry. Okay, I'll explain when we get home tonight. Jiang Qiao's voice was hoarse and frustrated. Lin He didn't say anything, while Jiang An waved goodbye to his father in the elevator. Jiang Qiao was so angry, he could grind his teeth. Ungrateful child. Facing his father's angry glare, Jiang An felt no guilt at all. When he heard his mother mention several company names and ask which one he was interested in, Jiang An said, Mom, I still want to work at Dad's company. How else could he observe his father's every move and report back to his mom? Lin He affectionately patted her son's head. Unlike his father, who was stubborn, and was much more sensible, this child must be worried about their arguments. But no matter what, it's better for her son to be in the family business. As for Jiang Qiao, that confused man, she would talk to him properly later. If he misbehaved again, she would handle it. Your dad can be a bit childish sometimes. He can be frustrating, but he means no harm. Don't take it to heart, okay? I'll teach him a lesson for you. Lin He guessed why Jiang Qiao wanted their son to go to the Northwest. That guy sometimes got jealous without realizing the situation, which was quite troublesome. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, if anyone or anything received more of her attention than he did, that stubborn man would find a way to get rid of it. Of course, Lin He didn't think she was much better. She was quite taken by Jiang Qiao. Her view on relationships was that a partner should value her as much as family. Jiang Qiao clearly surpassed her in that regard. This situation wasn't without a solution. Lin He could handle it well. She just needed to soothe the man. But right now, Lin He didn't plan to soothe him. Today was about her son feeling wronged. Moreover, it reminded her of a person named Jifanfang, which made Lin He unhappy. Lin He had a strong sense of possessiveness. The thought that Jiang Qiao might have been close to another woman for the past 15 years made her very jealous. Of course, knowing Jiang Qiao as she did, she believed he wouldn't be close to other women, but the idea that he had a special connection with someone else still upset her. In the past, if Lin He had known about this, it would have caused a huge scene, making Jiang Qiao's life chaotic. Now, she only felt frustrated, simply because the fact that she had disappeared for 15 years was too much to handle. It wasn't that she wanted to disappear, but the truth was that her husband and children had suffered from the separation for 15 years, which was very painful. "Mom, I'm not angry. Please don't be sad, okay?" Lin He sighed. "If only I hadn't disappeared for 15 years. Then her children would have grown up happily, and Jiang Qiao would have learned to be a good father over those years, instead of the way it was now, as if their bond had been cut off since she went missing." "Mom, that doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that you're back now. You didn't want to disappear for 15 years, so don't blame yourself. I only miss you, and don't hold any resentment." In Jiang An's heart, his mother had left due to an accident, not because she abandoned him, so how could he hate her? Lin He was touched by her son's words, and had always been so understanding. Such a good child, and Jiang Qiao was still like that. And was right. Her disappearance wasn't her choice, and everything had changed after 15 years. She felt wronged too. What understanding? What did she understand? She just wanted to be herself. "I'm not coming home tonight. I have something to do, and I'll talk about it tomorrow." Lin He sent a message to Jiang Qiao. At his desk, the manager noticed Jiang Qiao's suddenly dark expression and felt anxious, wondering if there was something wrong with his report. As Jiang Qiao browsed through electronic documents, he saw the WeChat icon flashing on his computer. His dark expression was due to reading Lin He's message. Lin He understood the art of communication with Jiang Qiao. If she hadn't included the second part of her message, he would have exploded. But knowing she was only not coming home tonight and would return tomorrow calmed him down. He really wanted to ask where she was going, but he wouldn't say. For deeper conversations and explanations, they needed to talk in person. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Qiao finally replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Then he started typing away on the keyboard. "If you need anything, just call. I'm always here for you." The manager thought Mr. Jiang was reviewing documents, but little did he know, Mr. Jiang was pursuing love instead. "The third and fourth points cannot be changed. The rest can be discussed," Mr. Jiang said, then dismissed the manager. Once outside the office, the manager sighed in relief. Was it really that simple? He had prepared himself for a scolding. As Mr. Jiang expected, Lin He did not reply. He frowned in thought for a moment before sending a message to Jifanfang. "When will you return to the country?" Even with a time difference, Jifanfang quickly replied, "I'll probably be abroad for about 6 months. Is there something you need, Mr. Jiang? Feel free to ask." After sending this message, a video call request popped up from Mr. Jiang, and he answered. On the phone screen, Jifanfang was wearing a black lace camisole, looking quite attractive. The other party was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my," before hurriedly ending the call. Mr. Jiang frowned, thinking that perhaps the delay in messaging led to the video call. He intended to communicate quickly, but what did he just see? The rumors about Mr. Jiang being clueless about romance were not unfounded. In the video, Jifanfang looked alluring and exuded the beauty of a mature woman, but to Mr. Jiang, it was just confusing. "Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. It's the middle of the night here, and I was about to go to sleep when I accidentally opened the video." Jifanfang hurriedly explained in a voice message. "Please return as soon as possible. I need you to handle something," Mr. Jiang replied curtly. Jifanfang always expressed her gratitude during their meetings and showed a willingness to help, but Mr. Jiang's request was not unreasonable. He just needed her to come back once. Having a witness would help him explain things clearly to Lin He. If it were Lin He, Mr. Jiang would explain why she needed to return and what he needed her to do, laying everything out clearly. Outside of work, Mr. Jiang had little patience, and most of it was reserved for Lin He. Not even his 3 children received much of his patience. It's my honor to help you, Mr. Jiang. I'll go to the office tomorrow to handle my current tasks and see how soon I can return. Are you in a hurry? Jifin Fong sent another voice message, sounding quite concerned. Mr. Jiang simply replied, as soon as possible. Jifin Fong wanted to chat more, but Mr. Jiang felt there was nothing left to discuss after addressing the main issue, so he didn't reply. Thinking Mr. Jiang was busy since she received no response, Jifin Fong stopped messaging. Across the ocean, her heart raced, and it took a long time for it to calm down. This is the first time Mr. Jiang has actively contacted her. Jiang Qiao didn't realize that his message sparked endless imagination in others. He wondered where Lin He would go tonight if she didn't come home. Then he saw the post that Chui shared. So happy, so happy, so happy. The 3 happy emojis in the caption didn't catch Jiang Qiao's attention at first. He almost scrolled past it, but when he saw the video thumbnail, he couldn't stay calm.
Noti?
Even though only a third of her profile was visible on the left side of the screen, Jiang Qiao recognized that it was his hihi. As soon as he opened the video, strong rhythmic music filled his ears and the phone shook with the beat, making it hard to see the background, which seemed to be a villa in the mountains. The camera quickly panned around, showing many people at the scene, including Chu Yi and Sherwu. He was talking to a woman with her hair wrapped up. Noti, holding a wine glass, made a funny face and raised his glass as if to toast to Chu Yi's camera. The video ended. Jiang Qiao took out another phone from his drawer, expressionless as he turned it on and opened the app to see the red, indicating a location, Emerald Mountain. After leaving Jiang Group, Lin He received a call from Noti. He said he was back in the country and asked when Lin He was free to meet and discuss porcelain. Lin He looked at Jiang En, who nodded in agreement. I'm free right now, Lin He replied. They arranged a meeting place, and Noti quickly organized a gathering, inviting some artists and collectors to the party. The location was Noti's villa in the mountains, the same place marked on the map, Emerald Mountain. The woman, Ms. Ma, who was chatting with Lin He in Chu Yi's video, was a collector and a well-known writer. Lin He had read her essay collection and admired her carefree attitude towards life. Chu Yi was coming because she saw that a fashion designer she really liked would be there. She had been watching this designer's fashion shows at home for days. After getting Noti's approval, she messaged Chu Yi to ask if she wanted to come. Excited, Chu Yi said yes and took a taxi to the villa after saying goodbye to Zhao Qing. Lin He thought about how her younger son had just experienced a betrayal from a friend and decided it might be good to invite him to relax. Sherwu initially didn't want to go. He wasn't interested in adult parties, but he couldn't resist when he heard his sister's laughter. She sounded so happy. Is Chu Yi going too? Yes, your brother is there as well. Send me the address. I'll head over right away. 15. Don't think about forming a small group to isolate him. So Lin He took 3 kids to Noti's party. Chu Yi not only met her favorite designer but also got an autograph, and the best part was that the designer said she would get tickets for the next show. Chu Yi was so happy that she posted about it online, which made Jiang Qiao quite upset. When Noti met Lin He, after expressing how much he missed her, he started talking badly about Jiang Qiao. Originally, Jiang Qiao was supposed to attend an event at an An's school, but due to some paperwork issues with a previously scheduled auction, he had to handle it in person. At first, Noti thought it was just a coincidence, but later he realized that Jiang Qiao was behind it. Although he had no solid evidence, his long-standing intuition as a rival made him feel certain that he had been set up. Dear Miss Lin, be careful of that bad man, your husband. Without evidence, Noti couldn't say much, so he made a vague comment. Lin He was used to their rivalry and understood where Noti's frustration was coming from. She smiled and changed the subject to talk about the porcelain. Noti was quite reliable and had already finalized the porcelain deal. Once the porcelain arrived, Lin He could announce the new comic series. The party was lively. At first, 15 didn't want to come, but he ended up having a great time. There was an insect room at the back of the villa filled with various specimens, which fascinated 15. An entomologist attending the party was there to share knowledge with everyone. Before coming, 15 thought it would be another boring adult party filled with discussions about business deals, just like the time he followed his father to a celebration. Adult conversations are so dull. He never expected this party to be so interesting. The villa was divided into several areas, one with loud music for dancing and another with the insect room for open discussions. When he entered, he even saw Jiang playing chess with some older gentlemen. In a room on the left side of the first floor, a few people were playing basketball. 15 planned to listen to Professor Kang's story about Amazon butterflies before heading over to play some basketball. As for the sadness he felt earlier due to Feng's show, it was long forgotten. When Jiang Qiao returned home from work that evening, he found that not only was his wife not back, but the 3 kids were also missing. The butler reported that the 3 kids were with their mother and wouldn't be coming home tonight. Jiang Qiao's expression tightened. All right, this is just great. This time, Nodi planned to stay in his home country for half a month. However, the next morning, he received a call from his secretary saying that a project that had been stalled suddenly got approved. There were many details with the auction house that needed his attention, and regarding the meeting. In simple terms, boss, you need to come back. Nodi remembered this project. It had been stuck for a long time, so long that he had told his subordinates to set it aside. Although it was a big opportunity, it wasn't worth the effort if it couldn't be pursued. Something he had given up on was suddenly back on the table. Nodi was skeptical and asked his secretary to investigate what was going on. Half an hour later, the secretary called back, saying that the Jiang Group had conducted an evaluation and development, and their collaboration would benefit many areas. They were just riding on the coattails of that. Nodi. Should he thank Jiang Qiao? No, it was only now that Nodi realized that the project's past issues were also related to the other party. There was nothing he could do. His auction house simply couldn't compare in scale to the Jiang Group. Back then, they could choose another location for development, and now they could return to this one, while he could only passively accept it, unable to compete. Nodi felt a mix of emotions. Even knowing that this opportunity was handed to him by Jiang Qiao, he still had to take it because moving forward with this project would greatly benefit his company. The next day, before leaving, Nodi felt guilty as he spoke to Lin He. Miss Lin, I have to bow to the demands of the situation. I wanted to stay longer this time, but... Nodi didn't even want to mention Jiang Qiao's name, let alone complain. What could he complain about? The other party was just doing their job, and in the end, it was his own inability to resist the lure of profit. While talking to Lin He, the secretary called twice more, urging him urgently. Nodi hesitated, looking back multiple times as he left, feeling reluctant to part from Lin He. Jiang shook his head, thinking he would have a strong ally, but instead, he was easily outmaneuvered. Without a doubt, Nodi's reluctance to leave was due to his father's influence. Lin He guessed this as well. Around 8 p.m. last night, the party ended. Some people left that night, while others stayed in the empty guest rooms of the villa to leave the next day. After the party, Lin He needed to conduct an online transaction with a collector selling porcelain alongside Nodi, so the porcelain could be shipped back home. That's why Lin He stayed, and the 3 children did not leave either. After finishing her important tasks, Lin He returned to her room at 10 o'clock, finally having time to pick up her phone. There were 20 unread messages. She only saw 3, while the remaining 17 were marked with a small blue note indicating they had been retracted. Yes, all 3 messages were just her name. The sender had been messaging at a rate of 1 every half hour, possibly retracting messages they felt were inappropriate, or maybe thinking that since they had retracted so many, even if she didn't want to respond, she might at least reply with a question mark. Lin He decided to ignore Jiang Qiao's intentions and pretended not to see the messages, going to wash up and rest instead. Late at night, in the dark room, the faint light from the phone illuminated Jiang Qiao's face. Seeing that there were no new messages in the chat with Lin He tossed his phone aside and turned over in frustration. He couldn't sleep. Lin He could go a day without coming home, and then 2 days, and if it continued, she might not come back for nights. This was too scary. It absolutely couldn't be allowed to continue. Jiang Qiao firmly believed this and got up to go to the study to push for work to be done urgently. On the other side of the ocean, employees felt a sense of urgency upon receiving the boss's email. There was a time difference. Usually, commands from the boss at night could be completed the next day, but now that the boss was personally urging them, they had to act quickly. Thus, Nodi received a call early the next morning. Even though the project wasn't fully confirmed yet, it was essential to prepare in advance. Waiting until everything was certain would be too late. After a sleepless night, when Jiang Qiao received news that Nodi was flying abroad, he finally started to feel a bit sleepy. The annoying guy was gone. On this day off, Jiang Qiao planned to catch up on sleep while waiting for Lin He to return. Little did he know, while he was sleeping, things were buzzing online. Lin He was trending. After leaving the villa halfway up the mountain, Lin He didn't rush home. She took the 3 kids to watch a movie. A new comedy had just been released, and Lin He suggested they go see it. The 3 kids agreed without hesitation and went to the theater. The 3 of them, Chu Yi, Shiwu, and Jiang, were a bit surprised. They thought someone would oppose the idea of watching a movie, but no one said anything. They didn't usually enjoy movies, especially since recent films had become less interesting, so they expected someone to refuse. Once Lin He made the decision, it was too late to say they didn't want to go. After nearly 2 hours of the movie, the 3 of them surprisingly felt a bit unsatisfied when they came out. This is a comedy film with a hint of mystery, where many scenes can be interpreted in different ways by different people. Chi views it from a girl's emotional perspective, while Shiwu analyzes it from a simple point of view. Jiang focuses on the details and foreshadowing in various parts. In short, each child has a unique take on the film, and Lin He occasionally agrees, sometimes questions, and at other times explains. The atmosphere is very harmonious. After the movie, the 4 of them felt hungry and found a nearby restaurant to eat. The dishes they ordered arrived, and their discussion continued. Chuyi, Shiwu, and Jiang had more conversation today than in the past year combined. No, even 2 years. Most importantly, the 3 siblings discussed everything calmly without any arguments or sarcasm. That was truly remarkable. When the food arrived, Chuyi picked up her phone to take a picture for her social media. After taking the photo, before she could post it, she received a message from Zhao Qing, followed by 8 exclamation marks and the word urgent. Such a message usually indicates something serious between them. Chuyi quickly opened the link and noticed the video title, Internet Celebrity Cherry Blossom Queen's Son Bullied at School. Threats exposed. What is this about? If it weren't for Zhao Qing's urgent message, she might have closed the link immediately. As she watched the video, Chuyi noticed a woman with her face blurred, wearing the same outfit Lin He wore yesterday. Looking closer, she realized that the boy on the right was her silly brother. Both of them were blurred, but Chuyi could still recognize them. The blur was not very thick. Even Zhao Qing recognized it. The sound from the phone caught Lin He's attention. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Chuyi tugged at Shiwu's sleeve and handed him her phone. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Shiwu took a big bite and didn't understand why Chuyi was giving him her phone. When he looked down, his eyes narrowed. After watching it a second time, Lin He confirmed that it was indeed her voice, and Jiang also looked over. I'm going to confront them. Shiwu finished watching, slammed the phone on the table, and stood up angrily. What is this? He didn't pursue Feng Shou, and now they are using underhanded tactics against him. Shiwu's anger was off the charts. At that moment, his anger even surpassed the moment he found out about Feng Shou's betrayal. If there's an issue, confront him directly. Why involve innocent people? 15 could see the malice in the video's title, all directed at Lin He. Calm down and don't act impulsively. First, tell me what happened. Lin He quickly grabbed 15's arm. Knowing his temper, when he's angry, he listens to no one but his father and would likely shake off Lin He and leave without a care. But now he couldn't lift his hand. After all, the other party was affected by him. Not only did he not shake off Lin He, but he also calmed down a bit because of her words. Returning to his seat, 15 placed Chuyi's phone in front of Lin He, Fuming, Foam Show's mom is an internet celebrity, and her online name is Sakura Queen. This video was clearly recorded in the office that day. She posted it. She deliberately edited the content to make us look bad and misled everyone online. Many marketing accounts have shared it. The more 15 spoke, the angrier he became. Foam Show's mom was trying to manipulate the situation. She wanted to use her celebrity status to force them to apologize and then ride the wave of attention. 15 noticed the ID had a string of words at the end. Live stream sales on the 8th. With about a week left, this was all about creating buzz. 15's mind was sharper than ever. He saw through Foam Show's mom's scheme clearly. Chui handed the phone to his brother to ask about the details, but he exploded instead. Listening to 15, although Chui didn't know the specifics, he pieced together the situation after watching the video. She's so malicious. Using this to boost her sales and gain popularity, while letting you guys be attacked and insulted online. Jiang remained silent with a cold expression, but he was searching for who the Sakura Queen was on his phone. It's my fault for getting you involved. 15 was gloomy. He truly believed Foam Show's mom recorded the video to document things and prevent disputes. Since there was no argument or conflict during the conversation, the video would naturally be deleted. At that moment, he realized why Teacher Fan insisted on having the parents come. If he hadn't been there, and if he had acted impulsively or said something in the heat of the moment, the other party could have edited it to make him look terrible. In their conversation, he thought he hadn't said anything out of line, yet it was edited to make her seem domineering. They even altered her tone maliciously. 15's eyes turned red with anger. He felt frustrated. He glanced at her younger son, understanding that this lesson would be very profound. Human malice could be worse than one could imagine. The ending you think is not the real conclusion. As long as there are loopholes, they can be used against you, leading to endless troubles. I had anticipated this matter. Shua was surprised and looked up. You thought of it long ago? Without thinking, he asked, then are you still willing to help me? The trouble caused by Foam Show's mother was quite significant, and people online had already started digging into identities. There were many people at the tutoring class who knew about it, and it would eventually be exposed. Shua wasn't afraid of this, but he might not handle it well. Not to mention, given her young age marrying that older man, she would surely face harsh criticism online. Is there a conflict between these two? Shua was momentarily speechless. Chui glared at her brother, really clueless. She was there to help you. She isn't afraid of those people at the base. Why would she fear this internet celebrity? She is He. Seeing He like this, Chui felt more confident. She knew He was smart enough to deal with their father, so how could she be outsmarted by a female internet celebrity? Han Ing became famous online 8 years ago with a disguise video, gaining over 10 million followers. Jiang shared the information he found online, concluding her internet fame relies entirely on hype. So, the other party would definitely not miss this opportunity for publicity. He briefly explained what happened at the tutoring class while encouraging the 3 kids to eat, chatting as they went. With others bullying them, how could they have the mood to eat? None of the 3 moved, so he quickened her pace, wanting to clarify things and reassure the kids. Otherwise, they'd all be hungry. There is one important person in this whole situation. He paused and Chui quickly answered, Teacher Fan. She is a witness. Shua countered, no, it's Han Ing. As the person involved, she must be important. He looked at Jiang, who tapped the table twice and said slowly, Foam Show. Chui and Shua turned to Jiang, and Foam Show would definitely listen to his parents. Although he started this, he had become a minor character in the current situation. How could he still be important? That's right. He's affirmation puzzled Chui and Shua. Foam Show was able to play you for so long, proving he is very good at acting. What was his reaction when you went to find him? Hearing the word played, Shua raised his hand to cover his heart, feeling struck. That guy is unrepentant. One might think he was set up. And in that situation, he still wants to create misunderstandings among his classmates about me. Lin pointed out he can set you up, but he can also set up his mother. On the way to the tutoring class, Lin looked at Feng Shou's information, which included details about his family. Hanning often complains online that her child doesn't understand her. From some video clips, it seems that Feng Shou and his mother are not close at all. 15 years of friendship can't warm Feng Shou's heart. Abandoning his mother will only make him hate more. When Lin entered Teacher Fan's office, she saw an assistant taking pictures with a phone, and she realized that Feng Shou hadn't told his mother about 15's background. She felt somewhat relieved that Feng Shou's true nature was revealed early. Even though he is cunning, he is still just a teenager and somewhat naive. If he had continued to hide, his future schemes against 15 would have been even more frightening. During her conversation with Hanning, the other person kept glancing at the camera, changing expressions frequently, and Lin understood what was happening. The only purpose of recording the video was to post it online. I'll go back and admit my mistake to my father and ask him to take down the video. 15 hung his head, feeling very low. He thought he had dragged Lin into Feng Shou's trap. He had previously felt proud thinking he solved the problem, only to realize he had fallen for Feng Shou's trick like a fool. Now he could only take down the video quickly while his identity was still hidden. Otherwise, if it escalated, their family would suffer even more. 15 finally understood the importance of being cautious. Chi, with her arms crossed, was angrily following along. She had never liked Feng Shou, and it turned out he was not a good person. After hearing Lin Jiang En's emotions gradually calmed down. He knew everything was under his mother's control, so he felt relieved. Don't you want to get back at him? Not only did 15's eyes light up at this question, but Chi's did too. They both felt that asking their father for help would make them feel embarrassed. I want to. Of course he wants to. 15 and Chi were so excited they almost stood up. Seeing the two of them ready to follow orders, Lin smiled. Teasing kids is so much fun. A quick smile flashed in Jiang En's eyes, just like when he was younger, carefree and unhappy. Jiang Qiao slept deeply and woke up after 2 in the afternoon. The first thing he did was check his phone to see if Lin had replied. Then he went to the living room to ask the housekeeper if anyone had returned. After receiving a negative answer, Jiang Qiao took out his phone to search for the route to Jade Mountain. He went to sleep. However, Jiang Qiao's rest was not very good. His dreams were filled with Nodi's sly laughter. Sir, have you heard about what's happening online? When the butler asked this, Jiang Qiao immediately thought it was related to Lin so he opened Weibo. At that moment, the internet became even more lively. Han Ying's video quickly made it to the trending list, not because she had enough influence, but because she paid for the spot. The upcoming sales event in a week was crucial for her business value, and she wanted to promote herself well to increase her popularity so that businesses would pay her more. However, managing public opinion is not easy. Under the trending topic Sakura Queen's son faces bullying, another topic unexpectedly surged up. Sakura Queen's downfall compared to the bullying topic, netizens were more interested in this one. Han Ying had been on the trending list twice before, and many netizens praised her theory about independent and aware women. Others thought the Sakura Queen was just pretending. Where there is controversy, there is attention, and everyone couldn't help but click to see what happened. This trending topic was also a response that Lin taught to 15. Feng Shou only plotted against 15, but there were more victims. During training at the base, 2 other classmates were also targeted because they were with 15 and faced severe bullying. After Lin took 15 away from the base, those 2 students' parents went to the base and caused quite a scene. In response to Han Ying's video, an explanation from the person involved would not be convincing. The public would trust a third party more. 15, with a foggy mind, listened to Lin's analysis and suddenly realized. He immediately contacted those 2 classmates. At this point, 15 certainly would not help Feng Shou explain. He bluntly said that their suffering at the base was because Feng Shou disliked the 3 of them. 15 played a little trick, and after that statement, the lines were clearly drawn. Those 2 classmates usually got along well with 15, and did not think highly of the timid Feng Shou. So, when Feng Shou communicated with that intermediary, he showed an attitude that not only made things difficult for 15, but also intended to deal with those two as well. Once the chat records were shared, the two classmates were furious, realizing that the suffering they endured was caused by that scoundrel Feng Shou. Then, 15 mentioned how he confronted Feng Shou, but ended up being tricked by his mother, resulting in online harassment. Two classmates immediately patted their chests and said they were witnesses, and they would speak out online against that person later. Of course, we need to fight back, but for this matter, my Shua glanced at Lin He, who was drinking soup, and quickly said, "My parents need to talk to your parents first." Fortunately, the classmate on the other end of the phone didn't make Shua repeat himself. Otherwise, the heat on his face would have been enough to steam buns. After that, Shua created a group chat for 3 people. Once the other 2 classmates brought their parents in, they held a voice call in the group. It was a weekend, so the parents of the 2 classmates were at home and not at work. Lin He shared his thoughts, and the parents of the 2 classmates were very supportive. They were still upset. Every child is precious to their parents. Seeing the injuries on their children, it was impossible for them to let it go. The base over there thought they could just pay money and apologize without sincerity, but after their uproar, the base wouldn't have a good summer this year, and that training organization was completely finished. Even so, they still didn't feel satisfied. Hearing that there were still behind-the-scenes people who hadn't faced consequences, and that the other side was still biting back, the parents of the 2 classmates became even angrier. Not admitting to wrongdoing? If they could blame Jiang Suiwang today, they could easily blame their sons tomorrow. Without Lin He needing to say much, both sets of parents were already angrily discussing several ways to ensure that the bad child's mother couldn't slander them freely. This led to the official report by Lin Qishao and Huo. Of course, this official report should be in quotes because the faces of the 2 children in the recorded video were blurred. "My name is Lin Qi, and my name is Hua. We are officially accusing the son of the internet celebrity, Sakura Queen, of personal harm against us." The video features Shiwu and the 2 classmates recounting how they were tricked into the base and then bullied. During the recounting, they rolled up their sleeves and lifted their shirts to show their injuries. Lin He felt heartbroken seeing Shiwu's not-so-serious injuries, and the 2 kids looked even worse than Shiwu. After so many days, the bruises had become even more frightening, making a strong visual impact. It's not that we were unlucky to encounter a scammer, but that we fell victim to a carefully planned scheme. The person behind it is the son of the internet celebrity, Sakura Queen, who is in the same grade as us. The boy accused in the video is our classmate C, who is also trapped in the training organization. We managed to escape with his help. This video not only included their verbal account but also presented solid evidence. In order to avoid affecting our lives, we will hide our appearances, but we can take responsibility for everything we say. There are relevant organizations to investigate, and we welcome any evidence that can be presented. Classmate C went to question the son of the Cherry Blossom Queen and was recorded on video, which was maliciously edited. This is truly unfair. To protect their identities, the 2 referred to Classmate C as Classmate C. The video clearly shows the evidence, and viewers can understand why they chose not to show their faces. They are still students, and revealing their identities would only bring harm without any benefit. The video sparked many people to come forward as witnesses. When viewers clicked to watch, they found students from the Cherry Blossom Queen Sun School, all supporting the 2 classmates. Viewers felt a mix of emotions after watching. The classmates made valid points, while the Cherry Blossom Queen seemed less credible. Most importantly, the video of the Cherry Blossom Queen showed clear signs of editing. The audience's focus shifted from angrily trying to uncover the identities of the arrogant mother and son to scrutinizing the mother and son, Han-ing and her son. First, did her seemingly good son really do something harmful to his classmates? At such a young age, could he be showing signs of antisocial behavior? Second, the credibility of the Cherry Blossom Queen is questionable. She has previously done many outrageous things just for attention. To prove Lin He's arrogance, she left behind the line, "Did I ask you to record?" This became something viewers found strange, In this day and age, anyone with common sense knows not to speak carelessly in front of a camera. How could someone act that way knowing they were being recorded? To make the young woman seem problematic, the edited video included many text explanations of Han Ying's thoughts. This guided viewers to interpret the video based on her written words. While the young woman said some excessive things, she remained calm, unlike the cherry blossom queen's description. Overall, it felt very off. Something is definitely wrong. Viewers began digging into Han Ying's past. The internet has a memory. They were shocked by what they found. The cherry blossom queen has a lot of dark history that had not gained attention before, so most people were unaware. Now, due to this incident, it all came to light. Han Ying wanted to shift negative public opinion onto Lin He while gaining popularity for herself, but just like the trending topic, it backfired. Now, the public opinion is all directed at her. Lin He's plan was very successful. She led the 15 children to hide, and then, with the help of the two parents, they put on a show. The perfect plan during the call could finally come to an end. Then it was Lin He's turn to shine. Seeing the situation online, Jiang Qiao felt a bit uneasy. While he was facing difficulties, he was actually sleeping. How could he be sleeping at a time like this? At that moment, Lin He returned with the children. Lin He was happily leading 3 children, filled with laughter. The 1st and 15th children watched how public opinion online shifted, and every step matched Lin He's plan perfectly. The thrill of a comeback made the 15th child feel incredibly satisfied. He had only felt this good when playing sports and sweating. It was a refreshing feeling inside and out. He suddenly understood the charm of strategy. On the way back, he excitedly reported the online situation like a little horn. The siblings took turns reading comments in different tones, acting out the doubts from netizens about Han Ying. Even Jiang and occasionally chimed in. The atmosphere was joyful. The 15th child was the happiest, as it proved that Feng Shou was not well liked. After Lin Qixiao's video was released, many of his classmates responded online, speaking up for him. During a tutoring session, he had argued with Feng Shou, and all the classmates had sided with Feng Shou, who had provoked him by saying he didn't deserve true friends, which made everyone dislike him. The 15th child had been harsh because Feng Shou kept provoking him. Jiang Sui Wang, you're really pitiful. No one truly loves you. That was the last straw for the 15th child. All the schemes aimed at me have bounced back to Feng Shou. Let's see how he handles it. He felt relieved, his spirits lifted, and he spoke animatedly, completely different from his previous gloomy self. From the middle of the yard to the door, and even inside the house, he was bouncing with energy. Ah! What goes around comes around. Huh. His laughter stopped abruptly when he met Jiang Qiao's expressionless face. Following behind was the first child, whose smile faded under their father's serious gaze. Jiang ignored them, bypassing his younger siblings to call out to their father before heading upstairs. Although he had played the father yesterday, he felt no guilt. After all, his support was too strong. Finally, Lin He, the support, came in. Jiang Qiao forced a gentle smile and said, "You all had a lot of fun yesterday." He originally wanted to start a conversation and then talk about things online. After seeing Lin He's expression, he realized his words sounded a bit sarcastic. Speaking of yesterday, Jiang Qiao's jealousy was evident, and his tone was unavoidably sour. At that moment, the siblings envied Jiang and's courage to leave at a moment's notice. Just as they were about to sneak back to their rooms, they were caught by Jiang Qiao. He couldn't say anything wrong and make He angry. Jiang Qiao picked an easy target. 15. I saw what happened online. What's going on with your classmate? 15 thought to himself, if you're capable, don't ask me. That's what he thought, but he had to honestly explain the situation with Feng Shou, including how Lin He supported him in the office. As soon as 15 started speaking, Lin He went upstairs to her room. While she was downstairs, her mind was already upstairs. After her son finished speaking, Jiang Qiao nodded and quickly went upstairs to find Lin He. Watching his father disappear at the top of the stairs, 15 sighed. Dad really has no ambition. Chui huffed, if you had ambition, you wouldn't need Lin He's help. With that, she tossed her ponytail and went upstairs to her room. 15. Why is she angry? I didn't say anything bad about that woman. As expected, crazy fans are often unreasonable. 15 realized that after this, his sister's admiration for him had increased. In the room, Lin He, who had just returned and gone to take a shower, came out in a bathrobe and saw Jiang Qiao standing tall by the window, looking outside. Lin He didn't want to confront his little thoughts. She had just come home in gray loungewear and had quickly changed into a white shirt. The president of Jiang Group, making mistakes and trying to use charm and good looks. How cliché. Lin He thought to herself. Jiang Qiao wasn't posing. He truly had noticed Lin He had come out. He was deeply reflecting on himself. He had planned to show a fatherly side in front of He, but he messed it up again. The younger daughter and son were easier to handle, but the main issue lay with the eldest son, Jiang, and was someone who followed through on his words. From He's reaction, it was clear that the eldest son hadn't talked to her about the past 15 years. Sometimes he couldn't understand what Jiang was thinking, but the eldest son's attitude was clear. Just like yesterday, he seemed to want to be a child from a single-parent family. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiao couldn't help but sigh. Lin He deliberately walked heavily. Jiang Qiao quickly turned around upon hearing the noise and saw Lin He sitting at the vanity table doing her skincare. He moved over and sat on the small sofa behind her. The position allowed them to see each other's faces through the mirror. I didn't consider Jiang An's situation carefully. The Northwest Division was only developed a few years ago, and there are many things that are not fully understood there. Jiang An won't have the Jiang family's support when he goes, and he will face even more challenges. This was the truth, and it was also what Jiang Qiao had prepared to say when he planned to send him so far away. Lin He softened her tone. I'm not against you training our child, but we have other options. The child needs experience, but he can learn things at headquarters too, right? On a personal level, we were separated for 15 years before reuniting. Considering that, once he focuses entirely on his career, we can discuss his thoughts with him. Wouldn't that be a better balance? Lin He was upset for two reasons. First, Jiang Qiao hadn't mentioned this before. They had talked about Jiang An's work issues, and Jiang Qiao hadn't hinted at anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so shocked to hear about going to the Northwest. Second, Lin He was aware of Jiang Qiao's intentions. Training their son was one thing. He seemed to think their son was a burden. He wasn't just a business competitor. He was their son. This made Lin He wonder if Jiang Qiao treated their son the same way when she wasn't around. During that time, without anyone to support him, would their son have to endure silently? Others saw Jiang Qiao as stable and mature, but Lin He knew he could be quite stubborn at times. When she had previously spent time alone with Jiang An, she had tried to ask about his past, including his daily interactions with Jiang Qiao. But he remained silent and just shook his head, finally saying, "Mom, I don't want to talk about it." Seeing her son's downcast expression, Lin He couldn't bear to press further, but it was clear that their son and Jiang Qiao had not gotten along well in the past. When she saw Jiang Qiao wanting to send their son to the Northwest, Lin He's anger flared up. Yes, I was short-sighted. I know I was wrong. Seeing Jiang Qiao's pleading look, as if he were about to wag his tail, Lin He rolled her eyes and said, "You must not bully An anymore." Yes, with you as his mother, I definitely wouldn't dare. Lin He wanted to glare at Jiang Qiao again. If she weren't around, would he revert to his old ways? Seeing that the conversation was getting tense, Jiang Qiao quickly changed the subject. Hey, can you meet someone with me the day after tomorrow? Someone? Who? You'll find out then. Seeing Jiang Qiao being mysterious, Lin He raised an eyebrow and agreed without asking more questions. Hopefully, that person is worth meeting. Then Lin He stopped worrying about who it was and started telling Jiang Qiao about the situation with Shiwishi. In short, it was about a jealous boy who did something foolish. Feng Shou knows your son's identity, so he's doing this to make sure his family doesn't care about him. That's why he's targeting Shiwishi so harshly. After saying this, Lin He gave Jiang Qiao a meaningful look, making him feel a shiver inside. He would make up for the losses from their eldest son with the youngest. That's too much. Hee, don't worry, I will definitely stand up for our son. Jiang Qiao was very angry about his son being bullied. Lin He, tired of his late anger, gently said, "Now it's time for you to take action as the pillar of this family." Han Ning was very anxious. The situation online was far from what she expected, and she started to go crazy over her son. Why is there still trouble from the Haiqing base? I pay for your education, and this is how you repay me? Why didn't you tell me the situation from the start? They are not just bullying you. You were the one who started it. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't be in such a passive position now. You just bow your head when things get tough, saying nothing, just like your useless father. I really owe the Feng family. Han Ying's hair was a mess as she kept scolding. She was unfazed by the online criticism. After being an internet celebrity for so many years, she had learned to ignore it. What truly upset her was the upcoming live stream. 6 companies had already called to say they would withdraw their products due to her online image issues. In just a few hours, 6 manufacturers had pulled out. Han Ning realized that if she didn't resolve the situation, her planned 4-hour live stream might end in just 1 hour because there would be nothing to sell. She started to lose it, and her main outlet for frustration was her son, Feng Shou. Feng Shou didn't care about his mother's scolding. He stared at his phone screen with red eyes, unable to believe that people were supporting Shiwishi. Even if he saw the evidence, it only proved that he had tricked someone into going to the training base, intending for them to teach him a lesson. Many people had done much worse things than he had. Moreover, his actions did not harm them at all, so why were they so angry? Feng Shou's hand trembled as he held his phone. The hostility from classmates, the complaints from family, the harsh words from online users. These should have been things Jiang Sui experienced. Why were they happening to him? He wanted Jiang Sui to know he was an unloved person, a failure, but in the end, that conclusion fell on himself. What did that mean? If 15 were here, they would surely help Feng Shou understand. What was this? It felt like karma. Han Ning, still angry, started throwing things. The online persona of her was someone who acted with style and had principles, but in reality, she was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest inconvenience. Being around someone like that was exhausting, which is why Han Ning went through assistance quickly. Most people couldn't handle it. If it weren't for the high salary, her current assistant would have left long ago. At that moment, the assistant came over with a phone. "Jie, there's a call for you." The caller claims to be Ms. Jiang. 5 minutes ago, the Cherry Blossom Queen posted a status with just one sentence. "Under someone's roof, one must bow their head."
"I'm scared."
Jiang Qiao said, "I haven't done anything yet." He thought He was showing him the status to say he acted without telling her, so he quickly explained that he only learned about it a few minutes before they returned and didn't have time to inform her. At this point, Jiang Qiao looked dejected. I'm sorry. While you were being attacked online, I was sleeping." Seeing Jiang Qiao's guilty expression, He felt a sudden wave of guilt that left her unsure of what to do. "I'm not blaming you." This was true. Sometimes He found Jiang Qiao a bit dramatic and demanding, fitting the saying, "Those who are favored can be fearless." But she hadn't reached the point of blaming him in this situation. You really are the best." "You treat me the best." Jiang Qiao couldn't help but pull her into a hug, looking touched. The thought process of someone in love is really hard to understand. She needed to get back to the point. Right now, everyone's focus should be on Han Ning. My and 15's identities, if they match what Han Ning wrote in the title, are worth investigating. But now the situation has changed. Our identities have made the online users less excited. Lin Qi and the others' real name exposure video filled the gap in our roles in this incident, making us less important. Smart people who understand each other don't need to say everything. At this point, Jiang Qiao already understood He's meaning. "So, the ones holding on to you now know your and Sherwoo's identities and are deliberately targeting you." He nodded. Without guidance from someone knowledgeable, Han Ning wouldn't have posted such a message. Next, there will be news online revealing Mai and Sherwoo's identities. He's words felt like a prophecy. 10 minutes later, people online began to expose the identities of the two in Han Ying's video, claiming that Han Ying's post was about provoking the wrong people. What was meant to be a straightforward rebuttal was quickly labeled as a tactic of capitalist manipulation, with voices urging netizens not to follow the crowd, becoming pawns of the capitalists. Jiang Qiao understood that Lin He wanted him to cooperate. He would definitely listen to her. Whatever she said, he would do. Do you have Weibo? Lin He remembered that Jiang Qiao didn't use Weibo, but she wasn't sure if he had registered in recent years. Yes, I do. 10 years ago, Jiang Group held an online event and I registered and verified my identity on Weibo. Since she and Sherwu were part of Jiang Qiao's family matters, using the group's Weibo seemed unnecessary for Han Ying's situation, so Jiang Qiao's personal verified Weibo was just right. Go claim it. After claiming his eldest son at school, Jiang Qiao began to claim his youngest son online. How mysterious is Mr. Jiang? Not only the netizens, but even some partners were unaware of how many children he had or any family matters. In keeping his public and private life separate, Jiang Qiao was quite successful. When Jiang Qiao appeared, it caught everyone off guard. Not only was Han Ying stunned, but the netizens were also confused. Wait, who? Han Ying's ambiguous post didn't convince the netizens. The bullying situation had turned around, and evidence had been presented. Han Ying's fans were loud, but the video didn't prove much, as the editing was too obvious. Han Ying had too many loopholes and lies, completely ruining her image as the cherry blossom queen. While some fans supported her, others mocked her. This post sparked speculation about Lin He and Sherwu's identities, which wasn't entirely spontaneous. Part of it was just for fun, but more came from information released by Zhang Muhua. Upon seeing the video online, Zhang Muhua immediately recognized Lin He and Sherwu and then contacted Han Ying. Zhang Muhua introduced himself to Han Ying first, and they had a video call, which helped Han Ying lower her guards significantly. The editor-in-chief of the fashion magazine holds a high status. Although she is temporarily suspended, Han Ying still admires her. Meeting someone like her is a dream come true for Han Ying. Through a few casual words, Zhang Muhua understood the situation and realized that Han Ying still didn't know about the identity of the person involved. She started to think that she could use Han Ying to her advantage. The post was something Zhang Muhua had Han Ying share to tarnish Lin He's reputation, making it easier to guide public opinion when the time came. Han Ying listened to Zhang Muhua very well. During their conversation, Zhang Muhua mentioned that she had been following Han Ying's alternate account for a long time and really liked her, believing she wasn't the kind of person people said online. She offered to help, and Han Ying had no doubts. It was normal for a fan who liked her to help. Many of her acquaintances would even treat her to meals. Having been an internet celebrity for too long, Han Ying felt that Zhang Muhua's offer of help was only natural. I told Ms. Jiang that the evidence presented by the other party is problematic. Many things are not your fault. You've been wrongly blamed. We need to have a unified response, understand? That Ms. Jiang is a fan of Mom's. She is the editor-in-chief of a world-class fashion magazine, and even big stars in the entertainment industry have to show her respect. Mom has turned this misfortune into a blessing. Watching her pleased mother, Feng Shou felt a sense of irony. He didn't believe that Ms. Jiang was a good person. Jie, something's wrong. You need to check Weibo. The assistant called with an urgent tone. The assistant's voice was raised, indicating it was serious. Feng Shou quickly opened Weibo. He was stunned. Jiang Qiaovi, Sakura Queen's son faces bullying the boy in the trending video is my son. He has never bullied his classmates, and I will clarify this matter. The internet is not a lawless place. People need to take responsibility for their words. From the moment he registered, Zhang Qiao had set his Weibo account to not allow comments or shares. If it weren't for the verified account, people would have thought this post was from a fake account trying to ride the wave of popularity. People speculated that the boy in the video must come from a good background, likely wealthy, but they didn't expect his father to be such a big deal. His father is Mr. Jiang from the Jiang Group? Oh my, that's the Jiang Group. Since registering on Weibo, Mr. Jiang had only shared one post related to the company and hadn't logged in again. Previously, someone had mentioned the boy's identity, but no one believed it. Who would have thought it was true? Mr. Jiang must really love his son. He clearly doesn't need to respond. Jiang posted on Weibo to protect his child from being bullied. That Sakura Queen used her influencer status to incite her fans to attack others. This time, she met her match. The president of the Jiang group seemed like a lonely figure at the top, but now he feels more relatable as he shares a common identity with the public. He's a dad. Netizens are envious of Shiwa's good fortune. Foam Show felt confused. He didn't understand how everything changed overnight and was no longer as he thought. Shiwa should be a pitiful person without love. Foam Show wanted to prove that he was better than Shiwu, who he saw as a failure. Thinking about his classmates' attitudes, Lin He defending Shiwu in the office, and Jiang Qiao supporting him online, it became clear that Shiwu was loved by many. No way. No way. I can't believe this. Haning screamed, covering her head in disbelief. She picked up her phone to call Jiang Manhwa, torn between two emotions. Haning wanted to ask Jiang Manhwa what to do next, but she also felt resentment. If it weren't for Jiang Manhwa, she wouldn't have posted that seemingly provocative Weibo. Did the other person already know her identity? Was she being played? Unfortunately, Haning received no answer and didn't know how to face the situation, as she couldn't get through. After hearing the busy signal for the third time, it dawned on her. Had she been blocked? Jiang Manhwa indeed blocked Haning after she posted that Weibo as instructed. She was surprised by Jiang Qiao's response to the situation, but thought if it was because of Lin He, it made more sense. Jiang Manhwa had to admit that Lin He always had the most influence over Jiang Qiao. Refreshing the live feed, she saw Han Ying's latest updates, and it seemed like Haning was in a panic. I was tricked. Jiang Manhwa made me do it. I can't reach her now. I thought she was really helping me. These statements were made by Haning in a fan group and were quickly screenshot and shared. Netizens discussed it eagerly, recalling Jiang Manhwa's earlier cryptic Weibo and gossiping about her relationship with the Jiang family. Some rational netizens doubted Han Ying's claims and asked her to provide proof. Haning then realized she had no evidence. The only time she video called Jiang Manhwa, the other person showed her face and left, and she hadn't recorded it. Adding a WeChat account for contact looks like a newly registered account, and there's no way to prove that the other person is Jiang Manhwa. Even without evidence, Haning insists that Jiang Manhwa directed her actions. Due to her account being banned, Jiang Manhwa cannot speak up, causing netizens to focus on her again. This is exactly what Jiang Manhwa wanted. Haning is very anxious. Her comments in the fan group were meant to shift responsibility. She intentionally mentioned Jiang Manhwa's name to avoid trouble from Mr. Jiang. Unfortunately, it's no longer just about whether Mr. Jiang will cause her trouble. What goes around comes around. Han Ying has no limits when it comes to publicity. Apart from this bullying incident, she has previously engaged in online harassment, exploited agents with her brand, and sold counterfeit goods. Her reckless actions caught up with her during a cleanup campaign, and Haning became one of the first influencers on the blacklist, with a ban lasting 5 years. Although there is a time limit, everyone knows that these influencers won't return after 5 years. Han Ying has the most fans among the first batch of blacklisted influencers. Some say this is a tactic by the Jiang group, but that was quickly denied. The blacklist had been prepared long before this incident, and Haning had already been reported by many for her unethical publicity stunts. The blacklist was announced at 8 a.m., and by 8:30, 15 had posted on Weibo. Yesterday, netizens saw Mr. Jiang's Weibo post about explaining the situation and didn't take it seriously. They thought it would be a standard announcement, nothing special. They never expected such a sincere and down-to-earth explanation. First, I want to apologize. This situation has involved many people, and my impulsive actions have led to this outcome. I admit I hit Foam Show, and that was wrong. I went to the police station yesterday to turn myself in and paid a fine for my actions. In Han Ying's edited video, 15 appears to be a very arrogant boy. As Mr. Jiang's son, it's normal for him to be a bit proud, but it turns out he's quite the entertainer. Turning himself in, paying a fine, and writing a reflection. How is that? Last month, a celebrity's child apologized during an interview for drunk driving, but his attitude was clearly reluctant, sounding like he was reading a script, which felt insincere. Netizens believe 15 will be even more excessive. Most people understand the context. In a moment of youthful passion, he threw a punch, which many believe Feng Shou deserved. As a result, Mr. Zhang's son not only apologized for the incident, but also went to the police station to confess. His attitude was incredibly sincere. You could feel from the video that he genuinely realized it was wrong to act out. Punishing wrongdoers should be done in a reasonable way. Otherwise, like me, you might end up in a situation where your reasoning gets twisted. Hearing this, netizens burst into laughter. Mr. Zhang's son seemed a bit charming. I know Feng Shou from middle school, and what Lin Qi said is true. I won't say much about Feng Shou, but I absolutely did not bully him. In fact, over the years, I treated him as a friend and made sure no one bullied him. My classmates can all testify to this. In the video, the young man seemed to be chatting casually with the viewers, sharing his unfortunate experiences and his struggles with understanding people. My father said I wasted public resources and that the situation arose because of me, so I have a duty to clarify. My relationship with Feng Shou is just like this. If you are upright, you don't fear shadows. I have nothing to feel guilty about. As Haning was banned, the heat of the situation began to fade. Regarding the discussions about Mr. Zhang's son, Zhang Qiao spent money to prevent it from trending. In the video, the young man's face was blurred, so while his appearance was unclear, his bright and cheerful voice was pleasant to hear, attracting a lot of admiration. His follower count skyrocketed from 0 to hundreds of thousands, with the only video on his account captioned, "Delete 24 hours after posting." The video's purpose was to provide an explanation. Once the news spread and everyone understood the situation, the video became less important. Netizens were surprised that not only did he delete the video, but he also deactivated the account, showing he had no attachment to it. Those who followed the story from start to finish summarized it in 2 words: a farce. With Han Ying's account banned and Jiang Muhua also silenced, the heat of the situation completely died down with the conclusion of the young man's video. During this time, some people tried to uncover Lin He's identity, curious about the woman who referred to him as our child. In the end, no one figured it out. Netizens assumed she was Mr. Zhang's mother, but the woman's voice sounded quite young, making it hard to tell. However, this discussion didn't gain much traction, and few people were interested. Then everyone noticed that mentions of Mr. Zhang or Mr. Zhang's son wouldn't trend. Realizing that the heat was bought, they wanted to keep things low-key. Han Ying's account being banned was like going back to square one overnight. She completely broke down and was taken away by the police around noon. Police? Lin He was confused. Breaking down isn't a crime. Did Han Ying do something wrong again? She wrongly blamed Feng Shou, causing her son to be hospitalized. The neighbors saw Feng Shou lying on the ground with blood and thought he was dead, so they called the police. Feng Shou has woken up in the hospital and is not seriously hurt. Previously, the agents she deceived sued her, and she has a history of fraud. The court has already started the asset freezing process. Haning faces a situation where she has lost everything. Her money-making account has been banned, and she can no longer make a living as an influencer. She cannot keep her property either. The carefree days she had in the past will be replaced by hardship. Feng Shou will also be affected. His father is an ordinary worker, and Haning has been supporting their expenses. Reality will make Feng Shou realize how pretentious he was in the past. When he worries about 100 yuan, regret will wash over him like a tide, drowning him. There is no need for Zhang Qiao to do anything. This is the cruelest outcome. Lin He couldn't help but sigh. This is a typical case of someone ruining their own good life. Then Lin He relayed this to Shiwu, who felt no sympathy and thought it served her right. Lin He was satisfied. The 3 kids have different personalities, but they share one trait. They do not easily feel sympathy. With this, the matter was completely resolved. Not quite. There was still one person left.
Manhwa.
Yesterday, the fashion gala was held as scheduled. The deputy editor managed the event successfully. even when it seemed like it might fall through. The deputy editor communicated with each guest one by one. In the end, they managed to bring all the guests back. This segment was even made into a promotional video, mainly showing how the stars worked and how the deputy editor's efforts allowed them to find time to participate again. In the end, the previously announced guests arrived on time, and the gala shone brightly once more. Bringing back the missing stars was a huge slap in the face for Manhwa, and fans are already spreading rumors that the stars didn't attend the gala because of her. The fact that so many stars resisted her shows her poor character. This can be seen through the Sakura Queen incident. Although Haning couldn't provide evidence, many fans of the stars believe that Jang Moo-hwa's character is questionable and that she was indeed involved. Due to the success of the gala, Jang Moo-hwa completely stepped down from her position as YUM editor. She knows how to save face and voluntarily resigned before the company could issue a dismissal. At that time, Jang Moo-hwa still couldn't post on Weibo. There were only a few days left in her month-long ban. After the bullying incident, Jang Moo-hwa felt uneasy. She was prepared for revenge from Jang Qiao and Lin He and had thought of many ways to respond, but the other party showed no signs of action. This left her with a vague, unsettling feeling. Of course, Jang Qiao and Lin He had not forgotten about Jang Moo-hwa. They were not in a hurry to deal with her, as they had other important matters to attend to. Today, Lin He was meeting the person Jang Qiao had mentioned. When she opened the private room and saw who it was, Lin He was both angry and amused. It was Jai Fang. She couldn't believe she was meeting Jai Fang. Squeezing in time is always possible. Jai Fang, who had no plans to return for 6 months after going abroad, managed to find a day to meet because of Jiang Qiao's words. She rested on the plane, and upon landing, she went straight to the hotel room they had booked. Before coming, she took an extra 30 minutes for her assistant to do her makeup to cover her dark circles and look better. Even though she knew Jiang Qiao had a girlfriend, she still wanted to show her best side when meeting someone she liked. At first, she felt disappointed when she learned Jiang Qiao had a girlfriend, but then she thought it didn't matter. Even if he were single, they wouldn't be together. She didn't have high hopes for this relationship. Many of the executives she knew had young girlfriends, but none of those relationships lasted. In a way, Jai Fang felt like some fans do about their idols. She knew it was impossible, but she hoped he was single. During this trip back home, Jiang Qiao didn't explain why he had set aside a day, and when she responded that it was enough, Jai Fang was even more confused about what he wanted to do. When she saw Lin He walk in, her mind went blank. Hee, this is Jai Fang, and Jai Fang, this is my partner Lin He. Hello, Jai Fang. I've heard so much about you, Lin He said, extending her hand with a warm smile. Jai Fang was momentarily taken aback before shaking her hand and replying, "Hello, Miss Lin." Lin He playfully tapped Jiang Qiao on the shoulder and said, "You should have told me we were meeting Jai Fang. I came dressed so casually." Wearing a white t-shirt with tight blue jeans and comfortable white sneakers, Lin He had no makeup on, and her hair simply in a bun. Youth is the best beauty, and Lin He's natural look, still incredibly beautiful, made Jai Fang's gaze a bit more complicated. I have to say, even she couldn't help but take a second look at the girl's lively spirit. What about the men? Lin He playfully acted cute, but her grip was not gentle at all. She twisted the flesh at Jiang Qiao's waist painfully. This morning, Lin He felt the air was especially fresh, so she wanted to take a walk in the park before returning for lunch. Jiang Qiao accompanied her for 2 laps and then offered to take her out to eat. After arriving at the restaurant, he mentioned he wanted to meet someone briefly, saying it was just a casual breakfast meeting. Lin He thought that was fine. She assumed she would meet one of Jiang Qiao's friends. Instead, she saw Ji Fang. For Lin He, this was not just a simple meal. It felt like going into battle. She couldn't lose face. But Ji Fang was perfectly made up, while Lin He had just washed her face and hadn't even put on lipstick. "That's my fault. I forgot to mention it." Jiang Qiao smiled at Lin He. "Did it hurt?" Yes, it definitely did, but Jiang Qiao didn't dare to show it. He genuinely believed that meeting Ji Fang would show Lin He that there was nothing between them, and that would be enough. It was supposed to be a casual meeting without any need for formality. But seeing Lin He's perfect smile, Jiang Qiao realized he had underestimated things. Every time Lin He smiled so brightly, it meant he was in trouble. This restaurant's soup dumplings are great. Hee hee, they have your favorite mushroom and pork filling. Jiang Qiao handed the menu to Lin He for her to choose other dishes, then picked up a vinegar pot, poured some into a small dish, and placed it in front of Lin He, while also arranging the chopsticks neatly. His movements were smooth and practiced, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Lin He didn't react much. It felt like a very ordinary thing. Ji Finfang couldn't stay calm. She had known Mr. Jiang for 8 years and had never seen this more casual side of him. In formal meetings, Mr. Jiang always sat with an air of elegance, his every move exuding grace, making people admire and respect him. But now, he seemed approachable, different from the extraordinary aura he usually had. Ji Finfang realized the distance between them was much greater than she had thought. Ji, what would you like to order? Ji Finfang had a menu beside her but didn't touch it. She looked down at the table, lost in thought. Lin He noticed and handed her menu over. Then she turned to Jiang Qiao and asked, "Is today's meeting with Ji for work? Am I interrupting you too?" Lin He smiled sweetly, but in Jiang Qiao's eyes, it meant only one thing. If you dare to say it, you're in big trouble. Of course not. Jiang Qiao nearly swore an oath. You mentioned wanting to collect stories from women at work, right? Ms. Ji has a lot of experience, and this is a great opportunity to introduce you. Jiang Qiao didn't dare admit that he had seen a video of his son playing with a cricket and that he was trying to clear his name. Knowing how serious Lin He's feelings about purity were, Jiang Qiao felt he had to remove this hidden danger. Lin He's new comic series features personified porcelain, with different characters representing various traits, hardworking women and passionate men. The storyline spans from ancient times to the present, reflecting societal changes. She wanted to gather stories about the challenges women face at work, how they overcome them, and their thoughts, to create more three-dimensional porcelain characters. Lin He had shared her ideas with Jiang Qiao before, and to her surprise, he actually remembered. Her mood improved slightly, but just a little. There are many outstanding women in the Jiang group, yet Jiang Qiao immediately thought of Ji Finfang. Jiang Qiao certainly had his own plans. Lin He wanted examples, and he could find plenty of excellent female employees in his group. But that wasn't his main goal. He intended to use Ji Finfang's past stories to explain their relationship. In Jiang Qiao's mind, he had no special connection with Ji Finfang. She was merely a small investment in his plan for the Northwest region, seemingly helping a small business survive, but it was just a strategic move for the Jiang group. Yet, she always acted as if she owed him a great favor. Jiang Qiao disliked being in debt to others and didn't want anyone to owe him either. Bringing Ji Finfang back to the country was also a way to give her an exit, so she wouldn't mention any debts of gratitude. They could settle things once and for all. Although Ji Finfang didn't understand why, she went along with him and shared her past stories. After Jiang Qiao interrupted her for the 3rd time, she began to figure out what was happening. He had specifically brought her back to clarify that there was nothing between them. How careful was he with Miss Lin? To explain, he had to go around in circles, and Ji Finfang realized Jiang Qiao's importance. It turned out that when Sister Zhao said Jiang Qiao's girlfriend was not simple and could likely become the mistress of the Jiang family, she wasn't joking. Jiang Qiao believed that Ji Finfang understood his intentions, so he made an excuse to step out and take a call, leaving space for the two of them. He felt no need to inform Ji Finfang beforehand. It wasn't that Jiang Qiao couldn't say things like "my girlfriend is jealous, can you help me explain," but he didn't want to share his private matters with someone he wasn't close to. Also, discussing such things would imply a close relationship with Ji Finfang, which Jiang Qiao was unwilling to do. To succeed in business, one must be perceptive and clever. Jiang Qiao trusted that Ji Finfang could read the situation and act accordingly. There's a saying, "Don't underestimate women." Logically, Ji Finfang should have cooperated well with Jiang Qiao, but even a calm female executive can have emotional moments. After Jiang Qiao left, Ji Finfang's first words were, "Miss Lin, You have mistaken your rival. In Ji Feng's heart, Jiang Qiao was like the moon hanging in the sky, her pure and flawless white moonlight. Seeing Jiang Qiao act this way towards Lin He today was a huge shock for her. She returned to prove to Lin He that she and Jiang Qiao were impossible, which was painful for anyone. Ji Feng claimed she never intended to be with Jiang Qiao, but it's hard not to have some fantasies. Today, her dreams were harshly shattered. A crush is a solitary experience, and it's unfair to blame anyone, but Ji Feng couldn't help but feel resentment towards Jiang Qiao for being so heartless. She felt wronged, as she had never dared to express her admiration for Jiang Qiao, yet it was used against her. There were clearly others who were more excessive than her. She was willing to follow Jiang Qiao's wishes, letting Miss Lin know that her presence was not a threat, but she wanted to do more than that. I noticed that Miss Lin has a hostile attitude towards me. No, I should say she is cautiously observing me. Lin He was a bit surprised. As a strong entrepreneur, Ji Feng had exceptional insight, and Lin He thought she was hiding well. In truth, Lin He had hidden herself well, but her clumsy ally was a hindrance. It was Jiang Qiao's attitude that led Ji Feng to say this. Ji Feng's impression of Lin He was that, although she seemed a bit spoiled, she was well-mannered and likely had been pampered since childhood. Throughout, Ji Feng had not sensed any malice or petty jealousy from Lin He. Her statement was based on Jiang Qiao's behavior. What does President Ji mean by saying there is another rival? Lin He did not deny it. To be honest, the other person's response was genuine, which made Ji Feng feel more favorable towards her. Remembering Sister Zhao's praise, Ji Feng thought that Miss Lin was indeed a likable girl. Secretary Gu Lily, when I met General Manager Jiang, she had already been his secretary for 2 years. In both work and life, she is an ambitious person. 3 years ago, she left Jiang's side to work at a branch office, and this year she is likely to return to the headquarters. Gu Lily noticed Ji Feng's admiration for Jiang Qiao and bluntly said she wasn't a good match. She chose to go to the branch office to improve herself, and then return to stand by General Manager Jiang's side. Over the years, she has gained his trust. It wasn't that Ji Feng was being naive. She was stating facts. That person was indeed hard to deal with. Gu Lily. Lin He slowly pronounced the name and smiled, saying, I don't think she's very smart. Ji Feng glanced sideways and heard Lin He say, if Jiang Qiao doesn't like her, no matter how much she improves herself, taking 99 steps out of 100 won't matter. Seeing that Lin He was relaxed and still joking, Ji Feng realized she had underestimated this young girl. From Jiang's careful attitude towards her, it was clear she was strong-willed. Indeed, Ji Feng felt she couldn't confront Gu Lily, but Lin He seemed confident. Suddenly, she looked forward to the meeting between Gu Lily and Lin He, recalling how Gu Lily used to look down on others when she was with Jiang. If Lin He could handle her, it would be very satisfying. Even if she was busy, she would make time to come and watch. After settling the bill and visiting the restroom, Jiang Qiao, who had wandered the corridor for a bit, felt it was about time. Upon returning and seeing the two of them happily chatting, he felt relieved. This must mean everything was clear. He hoped He wouldn't be upset anymore. Nodding at Jiang Qiao's gesture, Ji Feng regained her composure but suddenly felt a bit guilty and quickly adjusted her expression to hide any signs of trouble. Fortunately, the other party suggested leaving. After sending the two out of the private room, she immediately booked a flight abroad. Time to slip away. I heard there's a meteor shower tonight, let's go. Before Jiang Qiao could finish his sentence, Lin He coldly interrupted, not interested.
Hehe, I'm sorry.
I should have told you earlier. I actually had my own reasons for this meeting. Jiang Qiao didn't intend to hide anything from Lin He. I don't know who spread the rumor that I have a relationship with Ji Feng. When he mentioned that guy, Jiang Qiao felt like he could crush his teeth. At home, while organizing computer files and preparing for work the next day, Jiang let out a loud sneeze. I'm worried that this matter might reach your ears and cause misunderstandings. I thought it would be good to meet in person when the other party returns home. Hearing things can be misleading, but seeing with your own eyes will show you how ridiculous the rumors are, and you won't be affected. My heart only has room for you, you know that. Jiang Qiao looked at her with affection. He truly believed he was doing the right thing today. If there was a problem, he would explain it. This was his secret to winning in love. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand women. I never doubted your love for me. Lin, he started, then continued. I just suddenly had some realizations. What realizations? Jiang Qiao asked, sensing that this realization might not be friendly to him. My 15 years have been too empty. I should fill them up. Jiang Qiao looked confused. What did she mean by fill up? Lin, he replied matter-of-factly, I should make more friends. There are many opportunities in 15 years. I should keep up with you. Jiang Qiao thought Lin he was referring to Jifanfang, and he explained himself, but she was still upset. This was unexpected for him. Seeing Jiang Qiao's innocent expression, Lin he scoffed internally. Who knows how many women he might have attracted over the past 15 years. Even if it was unintentional, she was still unhappy. If Jifanfang could say that, it showed that Gu Lily often acted with false authority. Jiang Qiao's acceptance of this situation, whether by choice or negligence, was still his problem. The pain Jiang Qiao felt from being alone, his neglect of their child, and the jealousy from women around him. All these emotions gathered in Lin He's heart, ultimately summarizing into one word: trouble. If she was worried that her return was just an illusion, then she would make her presence known. Feeling sympathy for him was the start of her troubles. She should first set him straight. With her determined attitude, Lin He made Jiang Qiao quiet down, and then he thought cheerfully making friends was fine. He would make friends with He too. As it turned out, Jiang Qiao was thinking too optimistically. Lin He's idea of making friends was not the same as what he thought. Lin He's new comic series featuring Porcelain as the main character has been published. Her pen name is Emu, and her fans call her Muda. How mysterious is Muda in the community? Fans don't even know if she is male or female. Emu has a unique personality, updating her work as she pleases. If she's in a good mood, she updates more. If not, she doesn't update at all. She doesn't care about making money. It's all about her passion. Fans were very careful when urging updates. They didn't dare to joke about sending threats if there were no updates, fearing the creator might stop working altogether. Eventually, their worst fears came true. After finishing the third unit of the story, just when everyone was eagerly waiting for the new story to begin, the comic went on an indefinite hiatus. It lasted for 15 years. Whenever discussions about domestic comics appeared on certain forums, Emu's Country of 1,000 Miles would be mentioned. When Emu's Weibo account posted that they would continue the comic, everyone reacted as if Emu had been hacked. It wasn't until a publishing platform that had previously collaborated with Emu shared the post, and their editor commented with tearful emojis, that everyone finally realized it was real. Why was Lin He's return so highly anticipated? Because the work is excellent and a classic that will last forever. Even during the long hiatus, the work continued to be recommended, and new fans kept discovering her comics. Merchandise like keychains and dolls featuring her cute characters remained very popular. Many people who hadn't read the comic still recognized the little cartoon character. Lin He's assistant recruitment had no gender or age restrictions. She valued skill above all. Coincidentally, all 5 applicants were young men, and each one was very handsome, with bright eyes full of admiration for Emu. During the interviews, Lin He conducted them online from home. She didn't need to show her face, but the applicants were required to appear on camera and draw according to her instructions. After the interview, 3 candidates were left for the assistant position. When Lin He discussed the terms with them, the 3 were a bit surprised. The salary was so good. The key point was that the big boss mentioned the assistant role was just a temporary position, and they would later be trained to work independently. The 3 hung up the video call feeling confused, then celebrated by getting up from their chairs and spinning around the room. While some were happy, others were worried. In the office, Jiang Qiao couldn't smile as he watched the 3 video clips sent by the butler. 3 candidates were accepted. This sentence was followed by 3 short videos, each about a minute long, showing the 3 accepted candidates talking to Lin He. Jiang Qiao could clearly see the faces of the 3 young men on the computer screen. They were all young, handsome, and exactly the type Lin He liked: fair-skinned, good-looking, and cheerful. A strong sense of crisis made Jiang Qiao restless. He got up and went to the window to call the butler. "What's going on? Why are all the candidates for the assistant position male, and all of them are Lin He's type? Who is targeting Lin He and plotting against me?" As Jiang Qiao's jealousy surged, he began to theorize. "Sir, everything is normal. There were a total of 5 applicants." The butler moved to a spot where Lin He couldn't hear and explained the situation carefully. Jiang Qiao had already instructed the butler to keep a close watch on the recruitment process to prevent anyone with ill intentions from entering the Jiang family, just like that undercover maid. Having already dealt with a maid who dared to sell employer information, the butler felt deeply ashamed for letting someone slip through the cracks. If it weren't for the maid being useful, the butler would have been the first to volunteer to take her to the police station to make up for his mistake. So, when it came to Jiang Qiao's instructions, the butler was very diligent. While screening resumes for Lin He discreetly conducted background checks. The butler could confidently say that 80% of the applicants who received replies were safe. Jiang Qiao rubbed his nose, feeling a slight pain in his temples. He didn't say much more to the butler and hung up the phone. After having a cup of coffee to clear his mind, Jiang Qiao called Lin He again. "Lin He, I arranged for an end to work with Director Zhang for the next few days to get some experience outside." Jiang Qiao started the conversation with Jiang En, and Lin He listened patiently. "By the way, Lin He, how is the recruitment process going?" Jiang Qiao subtly shifted the topic to ask about what he was concerned about. "The interview went very well, and I found 3 good employees. I plan to start them as my assistants and then slowly train them to become talented individuals. Just like you and Mr. Ji, I also want to be a talent scout for exceptional people." Jiang Qiao suddenly understood what Lin He meant by making friends. But he and Ji Finfang were not at all like what others said. His help to Finfang Dairy was beneficial for him. It was just that outsiders didn't see the truth and thought he was being kind-hearted, and even Ji Finfang believed that. Jiang Qiao certainly wouldn't explain his plans to outsiders. He didn't care about their misunderstandings. But now, looking back, had he also been misled? What talent scout? That was nonsense. Let's not talk about that for now. I need to figure out how to arrange work for the 3 of them. They said they are huge fans of Emu, and as their idol, I can't let them down. Lin He said playfully, giving Jiang Qiao a kiss before hanging up. Jiang Qiao, who received the kiss, wasn't very happy. He felt more frustrated. Before hanging up, Lin He clearly sensed that Jiang Qiao's breathing had become heavier because of her words. Just as Jiang Qiao had told her not to care about Ji Finfang, she could use the same words to tell Jiang Qiao not to worry about the handsome assistant she hired. When it came to managing Jiang Qiao, Lin He had plenty of tricks. She hadn't forgotten about Gu Lily. From Ji Finfang's attitude, it was clear that Gu Lily had caused Ji Finfang a lot of trouble. Lin He believed that with Jiang Qiao's influence, whether he knew it or not, he would have to bear the blame. What did it matter if the beautiful secretary had subordinates? She also had handsome assistants. If Jiang Qiao made her unhappy, she would make sure he felt the same way. Only by making him feel the same emotions would he learn his lesson. In truth, Lin He felt a bit insecure. She wasn't worried about her feelings with Jiang Qiao, but rather about the 15 years of emptiness. When Gu Lily returned and talked about what happened while she was away, if she played it smart, appearing composed while also pricking Jiang Qiao's heart. According to the examples Ji Finfang gave, Gu Lily was just that kind of person. Lin He could certainly complain to Jiang Qiao, but she thought that was too low. Jealousy could sometimes be fun, but being forced into jealousy was unpleasant. What was the point of competing with Gu Lily? It would only lower her status. Jiang Qiao should notice the problem himself and solve it. Gu Lily shouldn't be her worry, but his. Whenever Gu Lily does something that bothers her, she makes Jiang Qiao feel her feelings. Ji Finfang says Gu Lily is good at playing tricks in open schemes, and Lin He thinks she'll show Gu Lily that the open part of the scheme is much more interesting. Of course, Lin He hired 3 assistants mainly because of work needs. The rest is just a bonus. Jiang Qiao, who is feeling jealous, doesn't know Lin He's thoughts. After hanging up the phone, he thinks for about 10 minutes before calling Chewy. Where are you? I'm at South Beach. What's up, Dad? To celebrate Yimu's return, Zhao Qing organized a gathering with many fans. Chu Yi likes Yimu's comics, but isn't as passionate as Zhao Qing. She came just to join the fun. There's a flower and bird market at South Beach. Go buy a cactus and put in my study when you get home. Listening to her father's request, Chu Yi doesn't quite understand why he wants her to buy a cactus, but she agrees. After hanging up, Jiang Qiao rhythmically taps his fingers on the armrest of the chair, deep in thought. When Chu Yi brings the cactus to the study, she will see the sketches on the desk drawn by He and the signed books on the shelf, realizing that He is Yimu's alter ego. Curious, Chu Yi will definitely pull along Zhao's younger daughter to follow He, and this excitement will last at least a week. With Chu Yi around, the 3 assistants won't dare to have any other ideas. If Chu Yi loses interest in a week and doesn't go, that's fine. By then, he will have figured out those 3. Jiang Qiao feels much lighter as his chaotic thoughts settle. He realizes he needs to solve the problem at its root. He doesn't need to be a talent scout. It was because he was soft-hearted that he got involved with her. It's completely normal for those who receive her help to develop feelings for her. Jiang Qiao thinks he absolutely won't allow anyone to walk the path he has successfully taken. As it turns out, Lin He's trap is set, and she doesn't even need to cover it with grass to hide it. Jiang Qiao will naturally jump in and even dig deeper to help. The most shocked person about Yimu's return is undoubtedly Hu Dai. As Lin He's roommate and close friend, she knows the true identity behind Yimu's alter ego. At first, Hu Dai shared the same thoughts as some others, believing that a bold person was impersonating Yimu to profit from the big IP of World of Nations. No one knows better than her that the cartoonist Yimu cannot come back and will never return. Seeing the link for the new anime update online again, Butterfly clicked on it out of boredom. The popular art style really resembled Lin He's, but wait. Butterfly suddenly sat up, her face pale and her pupils shaking as she noticed a little heart next to a balloon in the comic. This was Lin He's habit. Butterfly only learned after graduating from college that Lin He was a comic author. When she saw the unpublished drafts, she pointed at the balloon and said, "That heart is so cute. That's my habit. I always draw a heart next to the balloon, kind of like a watermark. Fans still haven't noticed my little trick." Lin He's words echoed in her mind as Butterfly tightly gripped her phone and opened the comments section to see what fans were saying. There were all kinds of comments, and many people expressed their excitement. Aha! It's still that art style. It's timeless after 15 years. Muda is amazing. I'm crying. I can't believe it's really Muda. I've been a fan since the first season of the comic. I can't believe I'm finally seeing Muda return in my lifetime. As Butterfly read the fans' comments, her face grew paler. If the comic artist Muda had returned, it meant that. Butterfly couldn't wait any longer. She immediately called Lin He. If it was really Lin He who had come back, then the substitute at the Jiang family would definitely be kicked out. As she listened to the ringing on the other end, her heart raced with every beep. She fervently prayed, "Please, please don't let that person come back." When the call connected, Butterfly didn't want to waste time on small talk. She asked directly, "Is she back? Butterfly? Did you get it wrong?" "Who?" Lin He didn't call her sister Butterfly like last time, and her tone was much colder. Butterfly noticed. "Is Chewy's mom back?" "No, how could that be?" Lin He immediately denied it, but then hesitated and said, "But it's not impossible." Butterfly's nerves tensed up as she pressed for more information. "What do you mean?" Jiang Manhwa is acting so confidently, probably because she thinks her cousin will return. Hearing this reason, Butterfly's mouth twitched. "Come on, don't joke with me. The last time you told me about Jiang Manhwa, it caused a fight between me and my dear sister Butterfly. You and Jiang Manhwa are in this together, right?" Hu Chan was stunned by Lin He's conclusion. How is that possible? My relationship with him is terrible. This was true. In the past, Huchan had followed Lin He, naturally opposing Jiang Muhua. Their personalities clashed, leading to many conflicts both openly and secretly. There's a manga artist named Imu, and their true identity is Lin He. They recently released new work, and I thought Lin He was back. I actually have some insider information about Imu. I don't know if you want to hear it, but it's related to your former friend. Huchan definitely wanted to listen, but nothing comes for free. Huchan, you need to do something to earn my trust before I share, Lin He said. For example, deal with Jiang Muhua to prove you're not on the same side. Huchan agreed, without hesitation. She wanted to bully Jiang Muhua, who had fallen from grace. Without the editor position, who would give Jiang Muhua any respect. In the past few years, Jiang Muhua had caused her trouble using connections. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge and to collect a favor. Okay, once you handle that, come find me, and I'll tell you the secret. Lin He smirked. The drama between them was about to unfold. Jiang Muhua was now a typical person who had nothing to lose. Her situation was special. She wasn't part of the entertainment industry, yet all the fans recognized her, making her more popular than many small stars. Now, without her position as editor, Jiang Muhua was like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone who crossed her path. Anyone who engaged with her would find her making a scene, as any publicity would benefit her. Jiang Muhua wasn't afraid of being criticized, otherwise, she wouldn't have crazily tagged various celebrities before. In her nothing-to-lose situation, negative comments from netizens couldn't pressure her further. Lin He understood this and wouldn't engage in a public feud with her. At this moment, Huchan's appearance was very useful. Face-to-face showdown. Huchan angrily criticizes Jiang Muhua's character. Is there feud because of her? Seeing the eye-catching headline, Lin He raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly Huchan acted. She had already started working on it the day before. Huchan posted on Weibo directly confronting Jiang Muhua. Has the dragon-slaying youth become the evil dragon? A girl from a small town tries to present herself as simple and seeks sympathy, but she misuses her power to trouble others. Last May, the spokesperson for Beijing Cosmetics was maliciously blocked from the cover. The first part angrily criticizes Jiang Muhua for her poor character and selfishness, while the latter part directly confronts her previous Weibo post. What does your latest Weibo post mean? Is it wrong for your aunt to support you? Does everyone have to cater to your sensitive feelings? You portray yourself as a victim, yet you end up benefiting the most. Although Jiang Muhua's name isn't mentioned, every you in the post points directly at her. Hudy also has a bad reputation online due to product failures and conflicts with partners, but compared to Jiang Muhua, people seem to prefer Hudy. Especially some celebrity fans who are eager to criticize Jiang Muhua, pushing public opinion in favor of Hudy. Netizens are unaware that Hudy's partner is actually Jiang Muhua's cousin, so they see the situation as a personal feud between the two. Jiang Muhua feels frustrated. She wants to respond, but her account is blocked. She tries to use a secondary account, but it gets little attention. After buying promotion, she is accused of trying to gain fame. When she posts a selfie to prove her identity, her account gets reported. Those annoying fans. Jiang Muhua is furious. Ordinary users wouldn't report her, but celebrity fans would. Once they share her profile link in their fan group, countless fans report her. Once the reports reach a certain number, her account gets shut down. In the end, Jiang Muhua posts on WeChat, and her content gets screenshotted and shared online, finally allowing her to respond. But it's not as convenient as Weibo. Hudy can quickly post again and shift the narrative, while Jiang Muhua's WeChat replies are too slow. Jiang Muhua thinks of a way to share her Weibo ID in her WeChat post, hoping to address the issue there. But now both the public and celebrity fans can see it, and they continue to report her. The whole situation becomes quite ridiculous. Before Jiang Muhua can confront Lin He, she is already being attacked by Hudy. Sorry, Xiaohe, I'm late. A gentle voice sounds in the cafe, and Lin He puts away her phone, having seen enough. Senior, you're not late. I arrived early. Aside from family, only Zhou Bai knows that Lin He is the comic artist Imu. This meeting was suggested by Zhou Bai, partly to catch up and partly to get Lin He's autograph. Zhou Bai mentioned that his niece and nephew are huge fans of Mu and dream of getting his autograph. He wanted to make the kids happy, so he came to ask for it. Lin He asked for the children's names and began to write the autograph in a comic book. She focused intently, writing each letter carefully, and added flowers and little hearts after finishing. Zhou Bai sat across from Lin He, watching her with a soft gaze. A gentle breeze from the window brushed her hair against her cheek, and he clenched his fist on his lap, then slowly relaxed it. All done. Lin He handed the signed comic book to Zhou Bai. Senior brother, didn't you start a business after graduating from university? Why are you at Zhong's now? My company faced issues when a partner withdrew their investment. Zhou Bai began to share his experiences over the years without lamenting the unpredictability of life this time. In the president's office of Jiang Group, Jiang An was reporting to Jiang Qiao while holding a folder. Did I have continued to follow up? That's all. Normally, Jiang An shouldn't be the one reporting, but due to his status, Director Zhang specifically requested him to come. Jiang Qiao nodded, but after 10 seconds, he looked up in confusion, wondering why Jiang An hadn't left. Usually, after Jiang An finished his report and received a response from Jiang Qiao without further instructions, he would turn and leave, keeping things formal. But today, Jiang An stayed. Didn't Mom come to find you? Jiang Qiao set down his pen and clasped his hands, looking at Jiang An curiously. Nothing much, just heard Mom mention she had an appointment at the cafe across from Jiang Group. I thought it was with you, but it seems not. Jiang An shrugged, leaving with a smirk. He left without taking anything with him, but he left Jiang Qiao with a lot to think about, making his head spin. Jiang Qiao picked up his phone and called Lin He, but after several rings, no one answered. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Lin He's phone, accidentally set to silent, lit up on the table while she was focused on her dessert, not noticing. Zhou Bai glanced at Lin He's phone but continued talking without mentioning it. Jiang Qiao called her 3 times in a row. 5 minutes later, while Jiang An was in the break room making coffee, he saw his father rush out in a hurry. He raised an eyebrow and hummed a tune. Life has its ups and downs. It's rare to find someone like you who can take things lightly and has a good attitude. So, I'm great, right? Zhou Bai asked with a smile, pretending to be proud. Lin He smiled back, her eyes sparkling, and generously agreed, of course. The sight of the two sharing a smile deeply hurt Jiang Qiao, who was standing nearby, watching them. He rushed into the cafe, his frustration almost palpable. With a gloomy expression, he made passers-by instinctively step aside, keeping their distance. Xiao He, enough about me. How have you been these years? Zhou Bai hesitated, then finally asked with concern, you're not wearing a wedding ring. Did you divorce, Mr. Jiang? Lin He followed Zhou Bai's gaze to her left hand. She rarely wore her wedding ring unless it was a formal occasion. Another reason was that she drew comics and while working, she preferred not to wear anything on her hands. She had worn it during a school celebration for an N, but with her recent heavy workload, she had put it away. As a result, Zhou Bai mistakenly thought it was a sign of a broken marriage. Before Lin He could explain, she heard Jiang Qiao's angry voice from nearby. What? Do you want our marriage to fail? Honey, what are you doing here? Aren't you busy with work?
Come sit down.
Lin He patted the chair beside her, her smile bright and her tone cheerful, showing no signs of worry. Jiang Qiao's expression softened a bit as he sat down next to Lin He. Zhou Bai's expression stiffened slightly when he heard Lin He call him honey, but he managed to maintain his composure. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I apologize if my earlier question seemed ambiguous. I didn't mean any harm. Zhou Bai openly admitted his mistake and extended his hand for a handshake. When Lin He and Jiang Qiao had their wedding, Zhou Bai was abroad for work and couldn't attend. They had tried to introduce each other several times, but things always went wrong. Later, when Lin He was in a plane accident, Hu Dai had some contact with the Jiang family, but it wasn't close enough for family-level interactions. During Zhou Bai and Hu Dai's marriage, it was also the time when Jiang Qiao was desperately searching for Lin He, leaving him no time to care for his own child, let alone worry about who Dai was marrying. So over the years, Jiang Qiao and Zhou Bai remained complete strangers. Jiao Jiao is good to me. It's inconvenient to wear my wedding ring while drawing comics, so I took it off and put it safely in a box. After explaining to Zhou Bai, Lin He turned and linked her arm with Jiang Jiao's, swaying a bit as she said, "You know, I used to store my rings like this too." Senior brother misunderstood, so don't be upset. Everyone has their limits. Just like Jiang Jiao, he dislikes when others curse his marriage. If anyone says he and Lin He won't last or that their marriage is unhappy, he easily gets upset. It was like that back then, and seeing Jiang Jiao's expression now, Lin He knew he hadn't changed. To avoid making the atmosphere awkward, Lin He quickly comforted him. Sure enough, when Lin He acted cute, Jiang Jiao smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Okay, I'm not upset." Zhou Bai lowered his eyes and picked up his coffee, hiding the coldness in his gaze. "Jiao Jiao, isn't it a coincidence? Senior brother works at Zhang's group. I happened to run into him last time I visited the company." Zhou Bai looked up, still appearing apologetic.
I'm really sorry.
"I heard that Mr. Jiang brought his girlfriend, so I thought you two were." He paused, scratching the back of his head, and sincerely apologized again. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." "Senior brother, don't worry about it. Jiao Jiao isn't the type to hold grudges. By the way, the rumor was about me too." Jiang Jiao's sharp gaze was fixed on Zhou Bai. Seeing him smile foolishly at Lin He made Jiang Jiao's heart cold. He thought he was just pretending. It seemed like everything was fine, but Lin He could clearly feel Jiang Jiao's tension after Zhou Bai arrived. It was like running into a teacher while hanging out with friends. Zhou Bai probably felt that way too. Sure enough, after a few exchanges, Zhou Bai stood up, saying he had other matters to attend to, and left without excuse. Only the two of them were left at the table. Lin He rubbed Jiang Jiao's cheek and asked with a smile, "How did you know I was here?" "And told me," Jiang Jiao said without hesitation, throwing their son under the bus. Then he added, "He, Zhou Bai is acting strange." Lin He didn't trust Zhou Bai, nor did she fully agree with Jiang Jiao. She tilted her head, waiting for him to continue. "He just brought up the girlfriend rumor on purpose. He's clearly trying to provoke me." Jiang Jiao saw through his intentions. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, not realizing that the rumored girlfriend was he. When we were in school, Zhou Bai was very upright. Maybe that's why he said it. Lin He defended Zhou Bai a bit, while Jiang Jiao remained silent, just stirring his coffee with a spoon. People say that Mr. Jiang keeps his emotions hidden in business, always calm and composed like a true leader. But I don't see much depth in you after 15 years. Lin He rested her arm on Jiang Qiao's shoulder, playfully touching his chin like she was teasing a puppy. Jiang Qiao grabbed Lin He's wandering fingers, holding her hand tightly, his gaze intense as he asked, "Do you like it?" Lin He tried to pull her hand away, but Jiang Qiao held on too firmly, leaving her still. "Will you behave?" Lin He asked. Jiang Qiao's throat moved slightly, his voice a bit hoarse as he replied, "I will behave." Lin He smiled brightly. "Behave and we won't ask." Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Seeing his confused and slightly hurt expression, Lin He lifted her left hand to pinch Jiang Qiao's face, her smile growing wider. "Of course I like you, who wouldn't like such a handsome husband?" Jiang Qiao held both of Lin He's hands in his palms, his eyes expressing his feelings. "Indeed, you still like my face the most." Lin He's words eased Jiang Qiao's worries. That guy Zhou Bai was good-looking but not overly handsome. Lin He wouldn't mistake a common stone for a precious gem and give up a big watermelon for a small sesame seed. Sometimes a man's intuition is quite accurate. When they entered the cafe and made eye contact with Zhou Bai, or rather, when Jiang Qiao saw Zhou Bai's smiling face through the glass window, he was sure that Zhou Bai had ill intentions towards Lin He. "So you should be happier. Being angry will only make you age." Lin He cheerfully summarized, completely unaware that she had almost made Jiang Qiao lose his temper in the middle of the street. Jiang Qiao was still jealous, but he didn't dare to say anything. Past experiences made him hesitant to interfere with Lin He's friendships. Fearing that his jealousy might lead to saying the wrong thing, Jiang Qiao stopped mentioning Zhou Bai, and Lin He didn't continue either. There was really nothing to say. Zhou Bai was just an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. She planned to hear about Hu Dai's experiences from him. She wanted to see if she could learn something about the kids, as she hadn't forgotten about the unresolved conflicts among them. However, before they could even talk about Hu Dai, Jiang Qiao interrupted. So there wasn't much to say about Zhou Bai. Jiang Qiao's jealousy was unnecessary since there was no competition at all. Zhou Bai was definitely not her type. Meeting with my senior here is also to catch up and to take you and home after work. Did you come over because you finished your work? Jiang Qiao felt uneasy and avoided eye contact. He had a lot of work to do, and when he left, his secretary was still calling out that there was a meeting in half an hour. That meeting isn't important. I don't have to attend, Jiang Qiao weakly argued. Lin He looked at the clock and pointed to the door, saying, "There are 10 minutes left. You can make it back in time for the meeting." He didn't finish his sentence about not wanting to return for the meeting, as Lin He gave him a look that made him swallow his words. Lin He liked serious men. "I'll go back to the meeting now." "Lin He, wait for me after work." Jiang Qiao remembered Lin He saying she would pick him up after work, and he chose to ignore the words within it. As Jiang Qiao left the cafe and disappeared through the door, Lin He received a message from an mom. "A woman came to see Dad and is waiting in the meeting room. I heard her call him honey." She called Dad honey. This time, Jiang was not exaggerating. He was being very straightforward. Who was that person just now? Watching the secretary lead someone into the meeting room and then come out to get water, Jiang asked bluntly. The secretary was startled by Jiang's sudden appearance. After glancing toward the meeting room, she lowered her voice and said, "She's a friend of Mr. Jiang, just returned from abroad." The secretary shared what she knew and then went back inside with the water. "It's a woman Dad met abroad." Jiang sent another message, which was straightforward, but whether it would lead to misunderstandings was beyond his control. Instead of returning to his desk, Jiang stayed in the break room, where he could see the door to the meeting room and watch everything that happened between his father and that woman. He didn't wait long. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiao returned, striding quickly, eager to finish the meeting and go home with Lin He. The secretary was about to report Miss Ting Ting's visit when a pink figure dashed past her.
"Honey."
Seeing Jiang Qiao, Miss Ting Ting rushed over to hug him. Jiang reacted with lightning speed, pulling out his phone and opening the chat with Lin He to start recording a video. If Dad hugs this woman, it will be a disaster. With that thought, Jiang stared intently at the phone screen, only to see that the woman flew away. That's right, she flew away. The phone screen showed a blonde woman in a pink dress, landing gracefully on her side. The person who kicked her was Jiang Qiao. Jiang. He knew the rumors that his father was not interested in women, but this was the first time Jiang had seen it in such a clear way.
So,
not interested at all. What made Jiang feel even more surreal was that the alluring blonde woman spoke, her voice sounding rough. "Jiang Qiao, you're so ruthless. Heartless." At that moment, Jiang realized something was off. When the woman had called him honey, her voice was high-pitched, like a. It was rude to describe someone that way, but it really fit. Hearing her current tone, it sounded purely masculine. Jiang scanned the woman. Her features were delicate, but which woman had such a noticeable Adam's apple? "Fu Ding, if you really want to be a woman, I can help you?" A chilling remark, clearly threatening. The blonde woman crossed her arms and stepped back, saying, "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously." Jiang Qiao glanced at him without responding and instructed his secretary, "Bring the documents from the office and notify everyone for a meeting in 3 minutes." As Jiang Qiao left briskly, the blonde woman playfully shook her fist and pulled off her blonde wig, revealing short black hair. In the break room, Jiang observed the man's actions. When the man returned to the meeting room, he tucked his phone into his pocket and walked over. Jiang didn't notice that the video he had just recorded had been mistakenly sent out. Lin He received the video of Jiang Qiao kicking the blonde beauty. The meeting room door was open, and Jong-un pretended to pass by, seeing the man removing his makeup. The man noticed Jong-un and waved, saying, "Hey, handsome, can you help me get a bowl of water?" "No," Jong-un refused. "I'm a valued guest of your Mr. Jong." The man insisted. Jong-un replied bluntly, "A kicked-out guest?" The man felt awkward, realizing he had been seen. He decided to go to the restroom, but as he brushed past Jong-un, he paused and returned, studying Jong-un's face thoughtfully. "Are you Jong Chiao's son?" "Who are you?" Jong-un asked. The man seemed interested and cheerfully said, "Let's chat after I finish removing my makeup." During this time, Lin He arrived. She had planned to wander nearby until her husband and child finished work, but after seeing her son's video, a big question mark appeared in her mind, prompting her to check the company first. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw her son staring at a green plant, lost in thought. Lin He approached and patted Jong-un's shoulder, saying, "What happened with the video?" At the same time, a man came out of the bathroom. Upon seeing Lin He behind the plant, he looked terrified and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. He shakily said to Jong-un, "Help me up. We need to get outside. There's a ghost here. You might not see her, but she's right next to you. Let's go." The man clutched his cross necklace tightly, his face pale. Lin He recognized him as the man from the video, and she instantly understood Jong Chiao's reaction. Feeling playful, Lin He moved slightly aside, and a gust of wind blew through the stairwell, causing her hair to dance as she raised her voice dramatically. "There's a debt to be paid." Seeing the man's nervousness and that he clearly recognized her, Lin He decided to have a little fun, especially since the meeting room was empty, making it easier for her to act. "I'm so sorry. I was just playing around and didn't think it would really bring you here. I was following what my ancestors taught me. At first, I just wanted to make some money, but Jong Chiao figured it out. The rest was just what my ancestors taught me. I wasn't trying to fool anyone." The man spoke in a jumbled manner, his eyes darting around, avoiding Lin He's gaze. He remembered reading that if you make eye contact with a ghost, your energy could be drained, and he felt he was close to danger. Being of mixed heritage, the man had beliefs that blended both Eastern and Western cultures. He believed in God, and also thought stepping on a manhole cover could bring bad luck, so he always had to have someone else tap it 3 times to ward off misfortune. He had seen Lin He's photo too many times during his rituals to not recognize her. It seemed that ghosts were stronger in their home country. He hadn't encountered any trouble abroad, but as soon as he returned home, it all started. Sitting on the ground, he alternated between clasping his hands in prayer and making gestures like he was praying to Jesus. Lin He exchanged a glance with Jong-un, who nodded in understanding. She pointed toward the meeting room, and they worked together to help the man up. "Thank you. Thank you." The man thought Jong-un was taking him away from the building to a place with more positive energy. With his eyes tightly shut, he was gently placed down, thinking they had made it outside. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin He across from him, and the chair tipped back, causing him to fall to the ground. "Don't be nervous. I'm not a good person." After speaking, seeing the other person's even more terrified face, Lin He spat and realized she had misspoken. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a ghost." Only then did the man notice the sunlight streaming through the conference room window, shining down on the other person. She wasn't afraid of the sunlight. "Let's talk about you and Jong Chiao." Lin He smiled kindly, her tone gentle, but the man shivered. It was too similar. Usually, when Jong Chiao looked like this, it meant he was about to get beaten. The man wanted to run, but seeing Jong-un, who had just lifted him like a bucket of water, sitting at the door, he gave up that thought. "Are you the person Jong Chiao is looking for?" The man studied Lin He for a long time, confirming she looked exactly like the person in the photo. "But how could that be? Resurrected?" Lin He smiled with her eyes squinting and said slowly, "We're the ones asking questions." Once he was sure Lin He wasn't a ghost, the man relaxed, crossed his legs, and said, "What will happen if I don't cooperate?" Jong-un looked at Lin He, curious about what his mother would do. "Do you know what this is?" Lin He pulled out a black card from her pocket, holding it between her fingers. A black card, so what? The man still had a dismissive attitude and scoffed at Lin He's black card, thinking that having money doesn't mean one can do whatever they want. Lin He put the card back in her bag, casually admiring her newly done nails, and said, "In foreign countries, this could buy your life." The man gasped. With that statement, money could indeed allow one to do whatever they wanted. A threat. A blatant threat. Quickly sitting up straight, the man placed his hands in front of him, smiled, and said politely, "My name is Fu Ding. I'm 32 years old. My main job is a wizard, and my side job is a cosplayer. This outfit is from a comic convention." Lin He smiled, thinking cooperation would be good. Actually, she was just saying that because of Fu Ding's frightened reaction earlier. She guessed he probably lived in a chaotic place abroad. Compared to Huaxia, some dark alleys in foreign countries were much worse, so she deliberately made her words sound a bit streetwise, and it worked to scare the man. To think he mistook a living person for a ghost and begged for mercy showed he wasn't too bright. Then, Fu Ding recounted how he met Jiang Qiao on a cruise ship abroad. Everyone knew a particularly wealthy gentleman was staying in the #1 suite, and he was looking for someone. Fu Ding went with a spirit book left by his great-grandmother, claiming he was good at finding people, as long as he was paid enough. In Fu Ding's mind, rich people were often foolish and had plenty of money. He thought he could just give a vague direction and then take the money and run. With this thought in mind, Fu Ding rushed over. Things went quite smoothly. After introducing himself inside the house, the other party surprisingly let him start looking for someone. Pretending to be serious, Fu Ding said he needed a photo as a medium, as this was his first time seeing Lin He's appearance. West, the last place she disappeared, was to the west. "Please don't give up searching. She is waiting for you." With that, Fu Ding left with a sum of money. The next day, that gentleman came to ask him again. Fu Ding was reluctant to go, but the two tall bodyguards looked intimidating and who would turn down money. That wealthy businessman seemed easy to deceive. Today, she experienced an accident but got through it safely. Her direction has shifted slightly south. Then, without saying another word, he took another sum of money and left. It happened twice, and the other party hadn't spoken a word. Fu Ding suspected the person might be mute. This continued for 10 days, and every day he left with money. Each morning, he was awakened by knocking at the door from the businessman's bodyguards. As the 10-day boat trip was coming to an end, Fu Ding decided to wrap up the fortune-telling matter. Fate scattered like the Big Dipper. As of this morning, the person is gone. Please accept my condolences. He left himself an escape route, adding, "It's possible she is truly gone, but she might also be seriously injured and in danger. It looks hopeless now, but if Miss Lin holds on, a miracle could happen. This is possible, but the chances are slim. I can't see her being alive right now. It might be over." As soon as he said this, he was punched to the ground. Two bodyguards held him down tightly, and one pulled out a book from behind. Fu Ding recognized it as the one passed down from his great-grandmother. Finally, he heard the wealthy gentleman speak for the first time. "Calculate until you get a hexagram." The bodyguard was no simple person. He directly flipped to the page for summoning spirits and provided Fu Ding with the materials listed there. The book was quite comprehensive, detailing not only how to hold the ceremony, but also how to interpret the responses once the tools were assembled. Red background plus number 7. Reverse, unfavorable, no gains, deadlock. Blue background plus number 2. Overwhelming, trials, searching up and down, no life. At the end of each ceremony, the feedback from the tools indicated that Lin He was in poor condition. As long as the results were bad, he had to recalculate. So, Fu Ding spent the entire night operating, and it was truly strange. Not once did he get a good result. Seeing the crew member pass by the door, Fu Ding couldn't take it anymore and shouted for help. The crew member heard the noise and came to knock on the door, while the bodyguard calmly went to open it. The crew member saw Fu Ding kneeling on the ground with a pleading look. He looked away, remembering the first day he saw this guy taking cash from room 1. He knew he was in trouble. "Sir, do you need help?" Jiang Qiao waved his hand on the table without saying a word, and the crew member left, still acting respectfully. Fu Ding felt hopeless as he looked at the man sitting on the sofa, staring at him intently, with cold sweat running down his forehead. How could he think of this person as just a simple-minded rich businessman? Just look at that indifferent gaze. He seemed like someone who could kill 10 or 8 people without flinching. Fu Ding was scared. I calculated for a full 18 hours before I was allowed to leave. After kneeling for 18 hours, Fu Ding's knees were bruised and swollen, and his stomach hurt from hunger, leading to a high fever when he returned home. However, Zhang Qiao did not show any mercy for his injuries. The same bodyguard knocked on the door again, and when they reached room 1, Fu Ding had to use his tools to seek Lin He, and it had to be accurate predictions. At this point, Fu Ding realized just how wealthy the gentleman in room 1 was. The 10-day cruise was supposed to dock, but because the wealthy man in room 1 said to extend it for 2 more days, they continued into the deep sea after letting off those who were in a hurry to leave. The large ship felt empty, and Fu Ding became even more cautious. If he angered this person, the bodyguard could throw him into the sea, and no one would care if he died. Fu Ding finally understood fear. He also discovered a trick. As long as the tools showed good results, he could suffer less. He had been too naive. Other people's money was not so easy to take. Later on, Fu Ding paused. The black card could indeed buy his life, but if he leaked anything about Zhang Qiao, they could take his life directly. He shared the less important details but hesitated on the more sensitive ones. Later, I often helped him with calculations, and over the years, I received quite a bit of compensation. Gradually, we became friends. Upon hearing Fu Ding's last statement, the mother and son both thought the same thing. Nonsense. Can friends kick each other like that? Besides, Zhang Qiao's father wasn't the kind of person who could easily become friends just by getting familiar. However, the earlier parts seemed more truthful. Lin He understood Zhang Qiao's character. He definitely saw from day one that Fu Ding was just a quack. In the later part, there are definitely many things left unsaid between the two people. Before Lin He could continue to ask, Fu Ding's eyes lit up as he looked towards the door. Zhang Qiao, you're here. Help me. How hard is Mr. Zhang willing to work to get home early? In the meeting, he, who usually speaks briefly, said quite a bit today. Originally, it was supposed to be a report from the employees, but it ended up with Zhang Qiao assigning tasks and discussing how long the cooperation project would take to achieve results, focusing on several key points. In the end, the entire meeting wrapped up in half an hour. When they came out, everyone was a bit confused. What was up with Mr. Zhang today? 2 vice presidents let out a long sigh of relief. They hadn't done their work well this month, and if they had to report, they would surely face criticism. But today, Mr. Zhang skipped the reporting part, allowing them to avoid trouble. They needed to work hard next month to make up for this month's shortcomings. Mr. Zhang must be giving them a chance. Regardless of their thoughts, the main points of the meeting were clearly communicated, and the management quickly returned to their offices to get to work. Zhang Qiao planned to go back to his office to grab his coat, then find Lin He to go home. As the boss, he could leave early, but Zhang En, being new to the company, definitely couldn't leave early, so it was fine for him and He to leave together. With the thought of leaving his son behind and wanting to enjoy some time alone with Lin He, Zhang Qiao looked cheerful. As he walked towards the office, his gaze swept to the end of the corridor where the meeting room was. Why was there a leg sticking out from the door? Yes, it was Zhang En sitting at the door, that long leg awkwardly positioned. To prevent Fu Ding from escaping, Zhang En had blocked the door tightly, and his leg was just in the right spot for Zhang Qiao to see. Has Fu Ding left? He shouldn't have left. Miss Ting Ting said she had something to discuss with you when she arrived. Fu Ding had come to Zhang's group 3 times, always dressed as a woman. Miss Ting Ting was the name Fu Ding had his secretary call him, emphasizing a courteous approach. Each time, he was addressed as Miss Ting Ting. Also, the secretary only realized Fu Ding was a man after seeing him get kicked away. Otherwise, she would have told Zhang En about it earlier. Zhang Qiao headed towards the meeting room, and Fu Ding, who was about to under pressure, immediately noticed him and called for help. Zhang En silently pulled back his leg, feeling regretful that the meeting ended so quickly. He was just about to hear something important from Fu Ding. At that moment, Jiang Qiao appeared to Fu Ding like a shining light. He approached with a gentle tone and asked, "He didn't scare you, did he?" "Yes." Jiang Qiao asked this of Lin He, without giving Fu Ding a second glance. Fu Ding twitched his mouth. He was the victim here. Was he really such a timid person that someone would try to buy his life with a black card? "Why does he call you honey?" Lin He asked, pointing at Fu Ding with a look of disdain. "I'm questioning him about his relationship with you," Lin He said, emphasizing her words and pretending to be fierce. Facing Lin He's calmness, Fu Ding suddenly felt like he was on the first level while she was on the fifth. The way she spoke made it seem like a casual curiosity, almost cute. If he felt that way, Jiang Qiao would definitely be more charmed by it. Sure enough, the usually cold Jiang Qiao smiled more gently than melting spring water. "Are you jealous?"
No.
Lin He crossed her arms. Did she really need to be jealous of a man? His mind is a bit off. He calls me different names every time. Last time, he called me boss. After saying that, Jiang Qiao gently took Lin He's hands off her waist and held them, saying, "Let's not get upset with someone so frivolous. There won't be a next time. Don't pay attention to him, he. If you want to know anything, you can ask me." Fu Ding wanted to argue back after being labeled frivolous, but as he raised his chin to speak, he met Jiang Qiao's gaze. The warm look Jiang Qiao had for Miss Lin a moment ago turned icy when it landed on him, like being on a snowy mountain. Fu Ding fell silent. "Okay, first tell me how you met." "I want to see if he's lying," Lin He said, leaning back and slapping the table, taking on a serious demeanor. Jiang Qiao's eyes were filled with affection as he cooperated with Lin He's questioning. "We met on a cruise. He approached me pretending to read fortunes to scam money. I could tell he was a fraud right away, but he said, 'As long as you're alive, I want to listen.' So I let him read for me every day. Over the years, I occasionally let him read for me. Regardless of whether it's true, hearing someone say you would come back made me happy." A hint of sadness crossed Lin He's eyes as she looked at Jiang Qiao with concern. Searching for someone missing for a year is possible. 2 years is still manageable. 5 years is tough. But 15 years? How could one keep searching without firm belief? "Qiao, you've worked hard all these years." Jiang Qiao didn't mention his own struggles. He smiled brightly and said, "It's nothing. As long as you're back, that's enough." Holding Lin He's hand, Jiang Qiao gave her a gentle kiss, and then looked at Fu Ding. "He's here this time because he's out of money and is trying to take advantage." Realizing the warning in Jiang Qiao's words, Fu Ding felt a shiver inside. Could he really deny it? "I found a sports car I want to buy." Fu Ding directly stated his reason for needing money. Lin He didn't ask further. She turned to Jiang Qiao and asked, "Are you done with the meeting? Do you have more work?" "No, we can go home now, and it has to wait until his shift ends. Even though he is my son, it's better not to give him special treatment since he's new at the company." Lin He agreed with this. When she was pressuring Fu Ding, she made sure her son had no work before asking for help. "Let's go home, but first, let's stop by the supermarket to buy some ribs. I'll cook for you, okay?" Jiang Qiao's gaze softened as he replied, "Okay." As they left, Lin He comforted her son, who was still working, saying, "Mom will save some ribs for you to eat when you get home." Jiang watched his parents leave, then turned his cold gaze toward Fu Ding. He didn't trust his father like his mother did. The relationship between Fu Ding and his father was definitely more complicated. Jiang suddenly smiled. "How about I lend you some money to buy that sports car you want?" Fu Ding looked wary. Was he trying to threaten him again or tempt him? Fu Ding thought it was best to leave quickly. He cupped his hands in a traditional manner and said, "I'll take my leave." Jiang didn't stop him. After Fu Ding disappeared, he picked up his phone and made a call. "Saint, can you do me a favor? Look up someone named Fu Ding. He should be staying at the International Way Hotel." Jiang's friend was quite reliable. He called in the afternoon and sent back the information by evening. Fu Ding's details were not hard to find. While he wasn't well known in the country, he was a popular blogger abroad. A few years ago, He participated in a foreign spiritual show and gained a dedicated fan base that admired him greatly. He was very active online, with personal accounts on Instagram and Facebook, making it easy to investigate him. Looking at the information his friends sent, Jong-un noticed something unusual. Fu-ding was referred to by many names online: wizard, magician, spiritualist, etc., all related to the mystical. His persona was that he discovered books left by his great-grandmother as an adult and fully immersed himself in that world. Fu-ding's online posts mostly featured his daily life, with occasional pictures that seemed to show him performing rituals, giving off a rather impressive vibe. Someone like him wouldn't be short on money. Even though he is a compulsive gambler, he could easily get money from other sources. Just look at the number of fans Fu-ding has online. Making money is relatively easy for him. There was no need for him to take an international flight to China and risk going to the Jiang group for a dangerous deal. Fu-ding doesn't seem like someone who is very brave. Jong-un suspects that Fu-ding was actually called by his father and is not here to scam money. Why would his father hide this? It must be related to his mother. Jong-un, who had no work today, suddenly received a task and had to work overtime until after 11 at night. He seriously suspects that his father is trying to make things difficult for him. When he returned home, he was already resting, and Jiang Qiao was sitting in the living room, looking at his phone. There are ribs made by your mom on the dining table. The chef just heated them up, Jiang Qiao said. Jong-un, who was heading upstairs, turned and went to the dining table. He hadn't planned to eat, but if it was his mom's ribs, he wanted some. As he sat at the table, Jiang Qiao brought over a cup of coffee and sat down. Without any small talk, he got straight to the point. Don't get involved in unnecessary matters. Jong-un, who was nibbling on the ribs, paused and looked up coldly. What do you mean by unnecessary matters? Don't worry about Fu-ding. What are you feeling guilty about? Jong-un stood his ground. How despicable his father is. During the day, he said those things to make his mother feel emotional and guilty, so she wouldn't ask about Fu-ding anymore. How could someone who manipulates emotions so well deserve his mother's love? Seeing the anger in his son's eyes, Jiang Qiao sighed inwardly. His son hates him, but their apparent peace these days is only because of he's presence. Do as you wish, Jiang Qiao said, standing up and looking down at Jong-un. Before you do anything, think about whether it will hurt your mother. After saying that, he went upstairs without waiting for Jong-un's response. Staring at his father's back, Jong-un gripped his chopsticks so tightly that they broke in half. He thought, the one who will hurt mom is not me. It's you. In a corner that neither father nor son noticed, the hem of a pink nightgown appeared at the staircase and then quietly disappeared. Chu-yi, hiding in the second-floor bathroom, waited until she heard Jong-un's footsteps before sneaking back to her room. Even after hearing the conversation, she was still confused about who Fu-ding was. With this question in her mind, the next day, Chu-yi talked to Lin-hee about it. Last night ended on a sour note, but the next day at the dining table, the father and son acted as if nothing had happened. Chu-yi glanced around, shrinking back in her chair. The person in the family who resembled her father the most was Jong-un. You could never tell what he was feeling just by looking at his face. As she stuffed a big bite of bun into her mouth, Chu-yi thought to herself that it wasn't her conflict with her father that made her uneasy. It was just hearing their conversation. She decided she needed to change. One sign of Chu-yi's growth was that she had learned to reflect on herself. After Jong-un and Jiang Qiao left for work, Chu-yi told Lin-hee about what she had overheard yesterday and asked about her confusion. Who was Fu-ding? It was surprising that he could cause an argument between Jong-un and her father. Do you have plans today? No, I got all A's in my exchange program, so I have no homework. She had nothing to do all summer. How about I take you to meet Fu-ding? Sure, I don't have anything else to do today. Actually, Chu-yi wasn't very curious about Fu-ding. She just had a question. If she could get an answer, she would listen, but if not, it was fine. She just saw Lin-hee finish her meal and get dressed beautifully to go out, and she wanted to follow her. It was definitely not because of any feelings, it was because being around Lin-hee meant she could learn something. That was it. Chu-yi kept reminding herself of that. Lin He's feelings from yesterday were genuine, and she believed Jiang Qiao's words about how they first met Fu Ding. But she had doubts about what came next. If Jiang had noticed the problem, how could Lin He not? After all, only those with the surname Jiang in this family were hopeless romantics. No matter how deeply Lin He fell in love, there was always a part of her that remained clear-headed. Regarding Fu Ding, Lin He had already figured things out before going to bed. She acted as if she had lost interest in Fu Ding, but in reality, she had already planned to find him the next day. Thinking about how her daughter could be fooled by love, Lin He realized it was also possible for her to be misled by superstitions in the future. Fu Ding was mixed race. Although he was in his 30s, he didn't look old. He was quite handsome and the kind of guy who was popular with young girls. Lin He planned to take her daughter to see the world. Besides Han Sun, a handsome man who spoke of destiny and mystical truths was best avoided. Chui's straightforward nature made her an easy target for such men. Chui was unaware of Lin He's concerns as she gossiped with her. Did you know Jiang Manhwa and Hu Dai are at odds? The two of them have been exposing each other's secrets online fiercely. It turns out that Jiang Manhwa has done things like stealing money and framing others. And then there's Hudi. Jiang Manhwa said there are problems with Hudi's paper. The ants who used to be kind and friendly to Chui have now changed completely. Chui is handling this well. There's nothing she can do. The incident with Han Sun has already affected her greatly. With people like Jiang Manhwa and Hudi, her first reaction is to analyze their motives. The naive and sweet version of herself would have never believed this before and would have found many reasons to explain the goodness of human nature. Now, she holds a more cautious view of everything, which is beneficial because it prevents her from being used by others. In the past, friends and classmates would easily push her to take risks, and while she noticed it, she thought that problems needed solutions and that stepping forward wasn't a big deal. Looking back now, it's clear that it is a big deal. The one who stands out often gets shot down. You can keep an eye on this. It will get even more exciting later, Lin He said, thinking that the experiences of those around Chui would provide her with better insights and examples. Okay, Chui replied eagerly, planning to open her Weibo for news updates as soon as she could. As they talked, they arrived at the Weiya International Hotel. Entering the lobby, Chui hesitated behind Lin He. After holding back for a while, she finally couldn't resist saying, "Are we really just going in like this? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if they get kicked out by the hotel staff? How embarrassing would that be?" Chui considered whether she should put on the mask she had in her pocket. Maintaining one's dignity is important. Then, to Chui's shock, Lin He calmly scanned her fingerprint to enter a room marked authorized personnel only. "It's fine. I have access," Lin He said, turning to her.
Chui, de, her.
Weiya International Hotel is one of the earliest five-star hotels in B City. Even today, many foreign dignitaries choose it when they visit. Chui knows this well because she once used Weiya International Hotel as an example during a debate competition. Yours? Chui was extremely shocked. From her perspective, Lin He seemed like an ordinary girl from a somewhat comfortable family, but nothing compared to the Jiang family. It wasn't the kind of wealth that could be squandered. In terms of finances, Chui's father was always very generous, so the money Lin He spent must have come from her father. But now Lin He claims that Weiya International Hotel is hers? During the first-year debate competition, I came across information about the Weiya International Hotel. In the 1990s, a hotel group wanted to acquire it and offered over 100 million. Now, with the addition of the resorts, the overall value is immeasurable. Is Lin He the owner? I thought Lin He was joking, and before I could voice my doubts, I heard a knock on the door. A man in a suit entered after being invited in. "Mr. Lin, you're here. Do you have any instructions?" I was taken aback. I recognized him. He was the general manager of Weiya International Hotel. I had seen videos about the hotel, so I recognized him immediately. His name is Lin He. It's true. Weiya International Hotel really belongs to Lin He. Lin He said it was fine for me to look around and told the manager not to worry about me and to focus on his work. After he left, it was just the two of us. "So, The money you used to buy the jade pendant for Jiang and was your own? Lin He was puzzled by the child's thought process, bringing up such a random topic at that moment. Usually, he carries several cards in his bag and uses whichever one he grabs, so he never insisted on using his own money instead of Jiang Qiao's. But when he bought a gift for Jiang'an, he specifically used his own card.
Yes.
Seeing his daughter pout, Lin He added, "Did you see the painting in the bedroom?"
Yes.
When I went in to talk to Lin He, the painting was hanging there and looked quite nice. And gave it to me. I responded with an "oh" and fell silent, thinking about another question. Is Lin He so close to Jiang'an because she was the first one in the family to accept him? Since Lin He helped me solve my problems before, should I also give her a gift? Noticing that I was lost in thought, Lin He understood that I was absorbing the lesson about relationships, which require observation, learning, and personal insight. Without interrupting me, Lin He sat at the desk and opened his computer. He saw that Puding was checked into a room and took out his phone to call the room's landline. I didn't call for room service. As soon as the call connected, Puding's very angry voice came through. After what happened yesterday, he hadn't slept well and had finally managed to doze off, only to be woken up by the phone. Puding was furious. He had silenced his own phone, yet the hotel's landline rang, and he hadn't requested a wake-up service. "Miss Ting Ting, why are you so upset this early?" A familiar teasing voice made Puding wake up suddenly, his eyes wide open. "Miss Lin?" In an instant, Puding recognized the owner of the voice. In the short time he had slept, he had dreamt 5 times of being chased by her. When she mentioned buying his life yesterday, he felt anxious but not too scared. However, after falling asleep, he dreamed of being chased, which terrified him. "Is there something I can help you with?" Puding swallowed hard, feeling uneasy about the call. Lin He cheerfully replied, "Not much, just wanted to chat with you." Puding wanted to refuse, but could he?
No.
She had called him at his hotel, meaning she knew his whereabouts since arriving in China. A woman who casually talks about buying lives must be ruthless. Plus, since she was Mr. Zhang's woman, she was likely quite fierce. In Puding's mind, Lin He was a dangerous person. After hanging up, he thought about messaging Jiang Qiao to inform him about Lin He wanting to meet. But then he remembered her attitude in the meeting room. It seemed pointless to do so. When Mr. Jiang arrived, Lin He could easily charm him and complain, and Mr. Jiang would surely take action against him. After thinking it over, he decided it was safer to go see Mr. Jiang himself. So, Puding went to the presidential suite on the top floor and rang the doorbell at the room number Lin He had given him. "This room is reserved for me year-round. Next time you run away from home, you can come here." Lin He sat on the sofa, speaking sincerely, leaving Chu-yi unsure if she was serious or mocking her. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Chu-yi went to open the door. Chu-yi was not known for her good temper, but surprisingly, her attitude towards Lin He had softened. Sometimes, even when Lin He lectured her, she didn't feel like arguing back. She used to dislike this kind of behavior the most. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she opened the door and was taken aback to see Puding, who was quite handsome. Is he the Puding her father and Jiang'an mentioned? She nodded and smiled at him as a greeting. Puding walked into the living room, saw Lin He sitting there, removed his hat and slightly bowed, saying, "Good afternoon, Miss Lin." Dressed in a blue suit, Puding appeared gentlemanly and cultured, showing none of the flamboyance he had as a young lady. "Please have a seat, Mr. Fu." Puding sat on the sofa opposite Lin He, while Chu-yi sat beside Lin He, observing Puding. She noticed that although this person had the typical appearance of a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, his features were not as sharp and deep, making him look more like someone with the gentle lines typical of East Asians. If Zhao Qing were here, she would definitely be smitten. She liked men who looked like they stepped out of a comic book. Of course, Chu-yi also wanted to take a few more glances, because he was good-looking. "Can you tell me more about how you met Jiang Qiao?" Lin He picked up her teacup and took a sip, then poured a cup of tea for Puding. Puding was quite wary of Lin He. Faced with such a request, he didn't refuse as he had the day before, but instead began to share his story earnestly. He didn't dare to dodge the question. Mr. Jiang believes I have a talent for calculations, and he invited me over for several days, which led to a deep friendship between us. This time, Fu Ding spoke in more detail, explaining the methods he used for his calculations, including the spells and chants. After a pause, he lifted his teacup, his throat feeling scratchy from talking so much. During this moment, Chu Yi furrowed her brows. Lin He glanced at her daughter and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think there's a problem?" Chu Yi nodded. Meeting Lin He's encouraging gaze, she felt she could express her thoughts. She said, "Father never forms deep friendships with people he just meets." Hearing Fu Ding talk about those mystical topics was interesting, but it felt more like listening to a story. Even she wasn't fooled, let alone her father. Is he just trying to make himself look good? Her words were blunt and a bit hurtful, but it was Chu Yi's reasonable guess. She concluded, he's bragging and twisting the truth. A series of coughs escaped Fu Ding, and the last sip of tea made him choke, bringing tears to his eyes. Whose child is this? So straightforward. So perceptive. Remembering that the little girl called Jiang Qiao father, Fu Ding suddenly felt he couldn't retort. The child of a great demon, a little demon king. Lin He didn't comment on whether Chu Yi was right or wrong. She handed Fu Ding a tissue and said, "Children can be naive. Please continue, Mr. Fu." Fu Ding's expression showed some resentment. He felt that Lin He wasn't apologizing but rather threatening him. "That's just a child. If you argue with her, it means you don't understand." Chu Yi wanted to say she wasn't a child anymore, but seeing Fu Ding's frustrated expression made her feel that Lin He was backing her up. Well, let him think of her as a child. Feeling outmatched, Fu Ding continued his story. Since he had already shared it in the meeting room, repeating it with a bit of embellishment would be fine. Later, the cruise ship docked, and we exchanged contact information before parting ways. At that time, I thought it was just a chance encounter, but unexpectedly, Mr. Jiang contacted me later, asking for my help with some calculations. It had been 5 months since our last contact. Each time, Mr. Jiang would offer a generous payment. This time I didn't have enough money, so I thought of approaching Mr. Jiang to see if I could get a bit more. I guess I was being greedy. As he spoke, Fu Ding noticed the little girl frowning again, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Without Lin He asking, Chu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're lying again. The necklace he wore is a luxury item, a classic model, worth at least 10 times its price. Selling it would bring in a significant income. He came to the country to find his father mainly for money." Chu Yi was analyzing the inconsistencies in Fu Ding's story. With each point she made, Fu Ding felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He hadn't realized how many holes there were in his words. Fu Ding's expression was complicated as he glanced at Lin He and then at Chu Yi, recalling Jiang'an from yesterday. None of this family was easy to deal with. He definitely didn't come just for money. He went straight to the company to find his father for another reason. Lin He's 3 children, while having their flaws, were all commendable in their studies. Chu Yi's exchange student qualification wasn't arranged by Jiang Qiao. She earned it through her excellent grades selected by the school. Chu Yi, who is highly intelligent, has average emotional intelligence. It's not her nature, it's how her environment shaped her. Since childhood, the people around her have always been accommodating, so she never needed to think hard. Whatever outcome she wanted, those around her would find ways to make it happen. If there was a hole in the road and a child fell into it, ordinary families would teach their children to step over it or avoid it altogether. But Chu Yi was taught that if she fell into a hole, the caregiver would immediately call someone to fill it in. Such situations were common, which is why many found Chu Yi's way of thinking too naive and idealistic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by Han Sun and Jiang Muhua. Jiang Muhua understood Chu Yi's character well enough to dare to act that way. What Lin He needed to do was to transfer her daughter's high-level thinking from academics to everyday life. Just like how Chu Yi analyzed Fu Ding's words step by step, Lin He knew her approach was working. Seeing Fu Ding's unpleasant expression, she realized Chu Yi had hit a nerve. "Mr. Fu, you're not being honest again." Lin He's slow words made the cold sweat on Fu Ding's forehead drip to the ground. He finally understood why a little girl was present today. Miss Lin had intentionally brought Mr. Zhang's daughter to expose him. Every time he spoke, the girl would interrupt him. To show off the mysterious side of his identity as a medium, Fu Ding had said many vague things. Such talk could be appealing abroad, especially to teenagers. Sometimes, when he posted something on Instagram, he would receive a flood of admiring comments. But now it wasn't working. When he spoke the first sentence, the little girl covered her cheek, looking like she had a toothache. By the second sentence, she held her stomach, as if she felt nauseous. By the third sentence, her disdain was clear as she rolled her eyes at him. Fu Ding felt a bit defeated. Were his words really that bad? Losing his train of thought, he decided to be honest. Miss Lin, you're fighting with Mr. Jiang, and I'm caught in the middle. I'm scared of you, but I'm also afraid of Mr. Jiang. Can you spare me? Fu Ding felt he had revealed a lot. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was that Mr. Jiang wouldn't let him. He felt that if he spoke, he would be thrown to the sharks. I'll ask you questions, and you just need to answer yes or no. Lin, he kindly offered a compromise. Fu Ding slumped his shoulders and nodded. Did he have a choice?
No.
Did Mr. Jiang ask you to come back this time?
Yes.
Is your meeting related to me?
Yes.
With confirmed answers, Lin He narrowed her eyes. Ever since she returned, she felt something was off about Jiang Qiao. She thought it was normal to feel different after being apart for 15 years. She told herself not to be paranoid. Looking back now, it was clear that he was hiding something from her. She recalled how, during the meeting, Jiang Qiao had redirected the conversation. Otherwise she and Enan would have continued to dig deeper. Did you come voluntarily? Fu Ding shook his head, then nodded vigorously halfway through. At first, he wasn't willing. Except for the first few times, he had been forced to participate every day afterward. But later, he had chosen to go along with it. He could only say that Mr. Jiang was quite generous with money. Miss Lin, I really don't have much to say. I've said everything I can. Lin He sought out Fu Ding because she knew Jiang Qiao wouldn't speak. And is somewhat like Jiang Qiao in certain ways, such as being stubborn. Previously, she asked her son how he got along with his father, but he didn't say a word. The same goes for Jiang Qiao. If he doesn't want to talk, he either jokes around or admits to something else, but he won't share the truth. So, Lin He went to find Fu Ding. It turned out her suspicions were correct. Jiang Qiao was doing something behind her back. I have a plan. While Lin He was lost in thought, Chu Yi suddenly spoke up. Lin He looked at her daughter, who raised her right hand and said, I have a way to find out what Dad is doing. He's a kidnapper. Chu Yi pointed at Fu Ding and then gestured between herself and Lin He, saying, We are the victims. Fu Ding's eyes widened. This was truly a terrible idea. He quickly begged, saying he wouldn't dare to kidnap President Zhang's family, even if it was just pretend. Miss, please don't involve me. He moved to the window and pointed at the opposite rooftop, saying, If you send a message, I won't even need to talk. There will be on the other building ready to take me out. Fu Ding understood Chu Yi's idea, to use the pretense of a kidnapping to get information from President Jiang. It might work in a TV drama, but reality is different. President Jiang would ensure his family's safety immediately. The moment he showed himself, he'd be gone. There would be no communication at all. The fear from the cruise ship incident with Jiang Qiao still lingered. He was not someone who would show mercy. Her plan was good. Using Fu Ding as a point of conflict would surely reveal any secrets between the two. She turned to Lin He, hoping for support. People should live openly. What could her father possibly be hiding? This time, she was helping reason over family ties. Lin He shook her head. Her daughter was growing up quickly, but her thinking wasn't fully developed yet. Fu Ding's concerns were valid, and this method might work on outsiders, but it would hurt family members too much. Chu Yi hadn't considered that. Besides, she didn't see her father as weak at all. Never mind, it doesn't matter to me anyway, Chu Yi mumbled, feeling a bit upset that no one appreciated her clever idea. Fu Ding let out a long sigh of relief. He felt like he had just escaped a near-death experience, and he was sweating. This relaxed feeling lasted for less than a minute before Lin He's call made his mind buzz again. Come to the International Hotel, Suite 222. After a pause, Lin He glanced at Fu Ding and slightly turned to him, saying, Mr. Fu has told me everything. I think we need to meet and discuss this properly. With that, Lin He hung up the phone. Fu Ding. So shaking my head didn't mean I was let go, but rather that I was in serious trouble? Miss Lin. Fu Ding's voice trembled. He hoped she wouldn't put him in a tough spot. Mr. Fu, you can go to the next room and rest. Don't worry, you don't have to be involved. As she spoke, Lin He opened the door. Outside stood 4 security guards and a housekeeper, all smiling professionally and bowing to show the way, saying, Hello, Mr. Fu. This way, please. The 4 men in security uniforms looked about 6 feet tall and were very imposing. Fu Ding realized he couldn't escape or send a warning. Indeed, this Miss Lin seemed gentle, but she was quite ruthless. Fortunately, she left him a way out, not forcing him to act, which gave him an excuse later with Mr. Jiang. Thinking of this, Fu Ding felt a bit grateful. Wait, why was he feeling grateful? Oh no, this Miss Lin was as scary as Mr. Jiang. She was very persuasive. He was unknowingly influenced. Even though she was making things difficult for him, he felt thankful. How absurd. Watching Fu Ding leave in a hurry like he was being chased by wolves, Chui clicked her tongue in disdain, saying, Is this guy a master of metaphysics abroad? He seems a bit off. He's an internet celebrity abroad. You can look him up. This would give her a clear idea of what a persona is. Online, Fu Ding seemed noble and mysterious, but in reality, he was timid and talkative. The contrast would make Chui see through the facade of internet celebrities. After a few more instructions, Lin He went to Suite 222. Her room wasn't listed for outside bookings and had no room number. Chui wanted to eavesdrop, but the hallway was filled with security guards called by Lin He. If she stepped out, she would be caught. Since she couldn't listen in, she decided to check how popular Fu Ding was abroad and investigate how the International Hotel became Lin He's property. It was quite surprising. When Lin He called, Zhang Qiao appeared calm, but his expression had already changed. The message on his phone showed that Fu Ding had not left the hotel at all. Lin He took the employee passage that leads to the first-year students, so she could only see them enter. The hotel also has a resort attached, and it is quite large, so she wasn't sure where they went. It seems they went to find Fu Ding. Yes, the Vea International Hotel is owned by He, so going there feels like returning home. Since Lin He went missing, all her business matters have been handled by professional managers. Dividends and other financial matters are directly deposited into her account, and Zhang Qiao has organized everything to avoid chaos when she returns. The Vea International Hotel was invested in by Lin He's grandmother. Initially, it was a partnership, but later it was passed to Lin He's mother, and the other partners gradually withdrew. Lin He's mother took full ownership and then passed it on to Lin He. In short, the Vea International Hotel is entirely under Lin He's control. On the way, Zhang Qiao closed his eyes in the back seat, thinking about the current situation. Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to reveal everything, so Lin He's words were either a trick or she had received some information from elsewhere. The first person Zhang Qiao suspected was Jiang En, his dutiful eldest son. It must be said that Zhang Qiao's suspicion was not unfounded. After Lin He finished her call and waited alone in room 222, she received a message from Jiang and things seemed to be taking a strange turn. Lin He had no idea what Zhang Qiao and Fu Ding were hiding from her. Seeing what her son sent, she suddenly felt that even if she had some ideas, she wouldn't have thought of this. Fu Ding's recent updates on Instagram mentioned he needed materials to make ritual tools like rhino horn, the eyes of a 20-year-old ram, and frames woven from red willow wood. When Fu Ding participated in a program, he showed books left by his great-grandmother. Although he flipped through the pages quickly, screenshots still revealed some details. One page contained a summoning ritual, listing the materials and offerings needed, which matched the items he was collecting in the comments. Jiang En thought this was related to their father, and he felt that their mother and father seemed to be losing their minds. In his last message, he expressed his concern. This was the information he gathered in a short time. Jiang believed his father was a bit delusional, thinking he could summon their mother's spirit. Uncertain of the reasons, Jiang concluded that his father was going crazy, and he thought it might be wise for their mother to be aware of his father's odd behavior to potentially uncover any issues. What can I say? He truly is a dutiful son. It's okay, I understand. Mom will talk to Dad first. You focus on your work. I put some snacks in your bag this morning. Eat something if you get hungry. I'll take care of everything else. Lin, he sent a hugging emoji back. Jiangmin stared at the message for a long time, thinking that only his mom still treated him like a child. In the end, Lin he did not wait for Jiang Qiao in the presidential suite because he had been in a car accident. While driving normally, a pink Maserati suddenly sped up and crashed into him and then hit him again. Fortunately, the driver was experienced and avoided a second collision. The unusual accident made the driver very alert. He didn't stop and pressed the gas pedal to get off the overpass quickly. Even though the first crash didn't endanger his life, falling off the overpass could be fatal. Jiang Qiao remained calm, watching the car behind him through the rearview mirror. He recognized it as Jiang Manhwa's car. She often drove this car to find Chu Yi. Don't stop. Don't let her get away. Jiang Qiao sent a voice message, and he saw two black cars change lanes behind him, while two white cars slowed down in front, effectively trapping the Maserati in the middle. Whenever Jiang Qiao went out, 4 cars followed him for protection. When the Maserati got closer, the bodyguards noticed it. Jiang Qiao instructed them to hold back. Otherwise, their cars would crash into the Maserati as it was about to rear-end him. Once off the overpass, Jiang Qiao glanced back at the trapped Maserati and sent a message. Crash. Jiang Manhwa kept honking the horn, but the surrounding cars wouldn't let her through. Just when she thought she could catch up with Jiang Qiao by taking a different route, she could only watch as his car drove further away. She wanted to crash into the car in front out of frustration, but seeing the shiny hooks on its rear, she realized that crashing would not end well for her, so she gave up the idea. While looking for a way to escape, Jiang Manhwa suddenly felt dizzy and flipped her car. She didn't dare to crash into others, but they dared to crash into her. The pink Maserati hit the side barrier and stopped. Before Jiang Manhwa could breathe a sigh of relief, that car came crashing into her again. Her car wouldn't start. As the car approached, it felt like slow motion, and for the first time, Jiang Manhwa felt death was so close. With a loud crash, her perspective spun again, and the Maserati rolled over twice before finally getting stuck against the roadside barrier. The car's engine was smoking and on fire. Jiang Manhwa felt dizzy and had no strength to unbuckle her seatbelt and escape. Suddenly, the door was yanked open, and she was roughly pulled out. After being thrown a few meters away, she landed on the ground just as her car exploded, engulfed in flames. If she hadn't escaped in time, she would have surely died. At that moment, Jiang Manhwa didn't mind the rough treatment. Without this person, she might not be alive. Before she could express her gratitude, her rescuer spoke first. Mr. Jiang said next time, you'll stay in the car. Jiang Manhwa looked at the tall man who turned and walked away, her lips trembling. There was no savior, only a warning. It dawned on her that the 2 collisions she experienced were caused by Jiang Qiao. The car surrounding her was also ordered by him. Today's rear-end collision was intentional. She wanted to escape her current predicament. Her argument with Hudi had turned into a battle of pride, with each of them exchanging insults like a real-life hair-pulling fight. By the time Jiang Manhwa realized the issue, she had become a laughingstock online. Although her reputation wasn't great, she still had some credibility in her words. However, because of the incident with Hudi, people were starting to distrust her. Even if she eventually won against Hudi, what good would it do her? Moreover, this incident would make any future discussions about Lin he less credible. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Hudi's goal wasn't just to argue but to provoke her into a fight. She had fallen into a trap. To escape this predicament, Jiang Manhwa decided to escalate the situation. She waited at the entrance of the Jiang Group's underground parking garage, looking for Jiang Qiao's car. Due to their past relationship, She recognized his vehicle and planned to act when he deviated from his usual route. The route from the Jiang residence to the company was often congested with traffic lights, making it difficult to speed up, especially during peak hours. Finally, today, she caught a break. Jiang Qiao had changed his route. But now, she was the one who got hit, and her car was ruined. Her plan was to create a buzz by having her car rear-end Jiang Qiao's, which would trend online, allowing her to explain her relationship with Lin He and Jiang Qiao. Jiang Muhua's plan was solid and halfway complete, but it was ineffective because the latter half was the most crucial part. Did Jiang Muhua's car accident trend online? Yes, it did. But it has nothing to do with Jiang Qiao. He didn't show up at all. The driver came to cooperate with the police investigation later, and he came as a victim. The real conflict in this car accident is that the big man in the white vest collided with her car, but no matter how you twist it, it can't be blamed on Jiang Qiao. Deserved it. Karma has come. Even heaven can't stand it. Hyudi posted on Weibo, criticizing Jiang Muhua, saying her driving skills are terrible and that she should improve. If she wants to put herself in danger, she shouldn't endanger others' lives on the road.
Ha ha, that's so satisfying.
Seeing the overwhelming negative opinions online, Jiang Muhua was furious and pale. Her plan had quietly failed. Actually, it wasn't a complete failure. She still helped Jiang Qiao a bit. In the hotel, Lin He received a call from the driver. Mr. Jiang is in the hospital. He's not seriously hurt, but he wants to see you. Can you come over?
À quel accident?
Hearing this news, Lin He hurried to the hospital without thinking about anything else. Mr. Jiang, the lady said she will be here soon. The driver reported to Jiang Qiao, quietly averting his gaze from the heavily bandaged arm. When did Mr. Jiang become so dramatic? During the first impact, Mr. Jiang's arm was scratched by the table corner and bled a little, but it wasn't serious. Having driven for Mr. Jiang for many years, the driver knew his character well. He wouldn't care about small bumps. But now, it was all so exaggerated. The bandaging was too obvious. Then, thinking of the phone call, the driver understood. Clearly, this injury was meant to show to the lady. The driver underestimated someone's shamelessness. His injury was intentionally caused by himself hitting the table. He had already received news from the bodyguard that the Maserati behind had issues. How could a cautious Mr. Jiang let himself get hurt? He just had an idea in the split second of the collision between the two cars. No matter what happened with the Fu Ding matter, if he became a patient, would he be a bit more lenient? The thought was fleeting, and before he decided whether to go through with it, his sneaky hand had already reached out. When Lin He arrived at the hospital, Jiang Qiao was working, looking serious as he instructed his subordinates on the computer. Seeing Lin He at the door, he quickly ended the video call and stood up to greet her. Aside from the white bandage on his wrist, he showed no signs of distress. He didn't even mess up his hairstyle. Lin He felt relieved. What happened in the car accident? Where else are you hurt? My wrist has a little scrape. The doctor is overreacting. It's nothing. Jiang Qiao shook his arm while speaking, signaling Lin He not to worry. He wanted the benefits of being a patient, but didn't want Lin He to be too anxious. The driver silently complained, thinking it was clearly Jiang Zong who insisted the doctor wrap the bandage more tightly. When treating the wound, I had the driver call you to say he would be late, but somehow he messed up the message and brought you here. I might as well wait here for you. The driver grimaced. Great. Now the doctor was blaming him for this. He had called Miss Lin based on Jiang Zong's instructions. He was worried that if he said the wrong thing, Miss Lin might not come. Right now, Jiang Zong was brushing everything off with just a few words, and for the first time, the driver felt Jiang Zong was a bit petty. Unable to listen any longer, the driver quietly left the hospital room. Since Miss Lin was coming, he didn't need to stay. Jiang Zong would call him if needed. Only the two of them were left in the room. It was Jiang Muhua who hit me with the car. Jiang Qiao started to complain, recounting the thrilling situation. Luckily, the bodyguard intervened. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous on the overpass. Others might not see it, but Lin He, who knew Jiang Qiao well, understood he was just being affectionate by saying so much. If the driver hadn't left, Jiang Zong's strong image in his mind would have crumbled even more, with such a big man leaning on Lin He, burying his head on her shoulder, curling up against her. It looked quite out of place. But Jiang Zong liked it, and Lin He went along with it. He, why don't you let me handle Jiang Manhwa? If she can attack me today, she could hurt you and the kids tomorrow. I really can't be at ease with her reckless driving. If Jiang Manhwa heard Jiang Qiao say this, she would definitely shout that it was unfair. No matter how fierce she wasn't as ruthless as Jiang Qiao. The new Maserati was completely destroyed. If she had been even a moment late or had resisted when that person pulled her out, she could have been gone with the car. With Jiang Qiao's personality, he couldn't have failed to foresee this. The other person's attitude likely meant that if she didn't get saved, it would be her end. So ruthless. So cold-hearted. At that moment, Jiang Manhwa was sitting by the roadside, trembling as she gave her statement to the police, remembering the harsh words from the person who saved her. She couldn't help but feel scared. Was Jiang Qiao trying to kill her? Was he really trying to kill her? Terrified, Jiang Manhwa had no idea that Jiang Qiao was in the hospital describing her as a villain who needed to be dealt with. Overall, in the hospital, Mr. Jiang is quite skilled at shifting blame. I'll meet her again. Lin He said this. Jiang Qiao thought it was fine. After this meeting, the other party would likely calm down for a while, so there was no rush in the next few days. When relaying this to Lin He, Jiang Qiao intentionally left out the part about the collision. If Lin He knew about such bullying behavior, she wouldn't be able to act pitiful, and he wouldn't make such a silly mistake. All right, as you wish. Jiang Qiao looked agreeable. Now, let's talk about Fu Ding. Lin He didn't forget the important matter. Jiang Qiao stiffened a bit. He thought Lin He would drop it. If Jiang Qiao was really hurt, Lin He would definitely take care of the patient, but she was sharp enough to realize he was pretending. From a common perspective, someone like Jiang Qiao would say he was fine, but with his wrist wrapped in bandages, it was clear he was injured. Lin He thought she would ask the doctor about Jiang Qiao's condition later, to hear it from a professional. But before she could ask, he exposed himself. To stay close to her, he used his bandaged hand to support himself while shifting, which didn't look like someone who was injured. Jiang Qiao didn't even notice this instinctive action, and Lin He didn't call him out on it. He was quite clever, constantly claiming his injury wasn't serious, while using facts to lie. Because she noticed Jiang Qiao was particularly unwilling to discuss this topic, Lin He felt even more compelled to dig deeper. Why don't you admit you called Fu Ding? Her analysis during their time in the presidential suite matched Lin He's thoughts. Fu Ding coming over was definitely not just because he was short on cash. Jiang Qiao must have sent for him. I hid this because I was afraid you'd look down on me. Look down on him? Where did that come from? Lin He signaled Jiang Qiao to continue. Today, they needed to get to the bottom of this. After your incident, when I couldn't find you despite using all my resources, faith became my last line of defense. I tried praying, hoping you would return. As long as it could bring you back, I would do anything. Jiang Qiao was an atheist, but during the time Lin He was missing, he burned incense, recited prayers, did charity work. He tried everything that might bring Lin He back. Fu Ding was one of those efforts. Every time he called to say he finished a ritual, I felt there was a chance I could dream of you. Jiang Qiao knew that this might not have anything to do with Fu Ding, but his feelings told him to believe it, because only then would the thought of he returning not fade away. Just consider me self-deceiving. For a long time, this motivation supported me, making Fu Ding use various methods from ancient texts to search for you, like dreams, spirit summoning, and possession. I asked him to come. What happened to you is very strange, and I can't share it with others. That's why I had Fu Ding bring the ancient texts to see if there are any related records. You used to hate ghosts and spirits. I don't want you to dislike me. After saying this, Jiang Qiao dared not look into Lin He's eyes. There were many things he did during her 15 years of absence that she would not approve of. Jiang Qiao's words matched the message Jiang and sent to Lin He. Jiang and probably thought their father was acting crazy, praying and bowing to gods. However, This was Jiang Qiao's emotional support. How could I dislike you? Lin He turned Jiang Qiao's head to face her and said firmly, I haven't experienced those 15 years, so I can't truly empathize, but I can understand. There is no disdain, only heartache, Qiao Qiao. Lin He cupped Jiang Qiao's face and kissed his forehead. Jiang Qiao held her tightly and asked in a muffled voice, if I made a mistake, would you forgive me? Lin He thought for a moment and realized that his embrace was getting tighter because she took too long to respond. If it's not a fundamental mistake, I can give you a chance. Lin He raised her hand along Jiang Qiao's back. Whether this question was playful or if there was something he was hiding, that was her answer. Jiang Qiao didn't say anything and held Lin He even closer. He loved him. That was wonderful. Lost in a sweet, pink bubble, Jiang Qiao had no idea that the debt collector at home had already dug up the mistake. That's right. It's me. Chui stood on the sofa with her hands on her hips, while Jiang En and Shiwu looked on with blank expressions. Did she give you an allowance increase? Shiwu's voice was full of accusation, wondering why he didn't get a raise. Mentioning the allowance made Chui frown. Why bring up such an unpleasant topic? Since their allowance was cut, the siblings had truly realized the importance of money. Before, they just needed to sign the credit card bill, but now they had to plan carefully or else they would really run out of money. What allowance? I'm talking about this room. I can come and go freely in the future, Lin He said. In Chui's mind, the other person was someone who kept their word. As for the topic of running away from home, she completely ignored it when telling Shiwu. Is it an annual package? How much does it cost? Shiwu scratched his head and mumbled, You said my allowance wouldn't increase. Chui felt a headache coming on and wanted to kick her silly brother down the stairs. Jiang En didn't want to watch the siblings fool around. He crossed his arms and asked, So why did you call me? If they had arranged to meet somewhere else, Jiang En would have suspected they were playing a trick on him and would have refused to come. But since it was at the Vienna International Hotel, specifically in the presidential suite on the 22nd floor without a room number, he had to come. He remembered that room from when his mother took him to see the night view as a child. Chui said, Come to the presidential suite at the Vienna International Hotel that doesn't have a room number. Then, without giving Jiang En a chance to respond, Chui hung up the phone. When Jiang En tried to call back, it showed that they were still on the line. Chui continued to call Shiwu, using the same words. Shiwu didn't even ask why, and agreed to come over right away. Thinking there was something serious going on, the two arrived to hear Chui talking about how she could stay in that room in the future, not knowing what she was bragging about. Chui noticed Jiang En's lips pressed together in annoyance, which made her happy. Was he jealous? All those jade pendants were just objects. The right to use that room was far more meaningful. After enough bragging, Chui answered Jiang En's question. You've met Fu Ding, right? Jiang En nodded. Seeing that both of them seemed to know Fu Ding, Shiwu asked, Who is Fu Ding? I don't know him. I suspect Fu Ding is F. Shiwu, who had been asking who Fu Ding was, suddenly went quiet, dropping his carefree demeanor. His expression turned serious, and the usually cheerful Shiwu looked troubled. Jiang En's calm face showed no surprise at all. Chui stared at him and asked, Did you already know? So what if I did? Jiang En's response seemed to imply he had known all along, and it also felt like he was replying to Chui's claim that Fu Ding was F. Or perhaps he was answering both questions with the same reply. Chui scoffed and sarcastically said, Right, I almost forgot you're such a cold-hearted person, cold to others and indifferent to yourself. Come on, let's go.
We won't worry about him.
Chui shot Jiang En a fierce look, grabbed Shiwu's arm, and walked out, planning to head to the room where Fu Ding was. As they walked down the hallway, Shiwu whispered, Why is he acting like that again? I thought that after going through the incident with Feng Shou, our relationship would improve. Chui was also upset and called Jiang En over, partly to deal with Feng Shou's mother together. This time, he brought Jiang En along, but he didn't deserve a warm welcome. Since Lin, he only instructed not to let Fu Ding run around. The security did not stop Chui and Shiwu from entering the house, as long as Fu Ding stayed inside. The loud bang of the door was Chu-yi expressing his dissatisfaction towards Jong-un. Jong-un smiled. His father hid things too well and acted too convincingly. Trying to expose his true self using current events was nearly impossible.
So he thought about the past.
He had promised his father not to speak out, but what Chu-yi and Sherwoo said had nothing to do with him. Plus, after getting upset just now, knowing their personalities, Chu-yi and Sherwoo would definitely make a big deal out of it. Stretching and yawning, Jong-un left the hotel and returned to the company. He still had work to do. Chu-yi knew about Jiang Qiao's car accident and heard the driver's voice on the phone while sitting next to Lin He. From the driver's calmness and description, she was sure her father was fine and felt no worry at all. Not just her. Jong-un and Sherwoo also knew about their father's accident, and they showed little reaction. Jiang Qiao was indeed a failing father. None of his 3 children truly cared for him. As for the parent-child relationship, if Jiang Qiao had neglected his children's care, it shouldn't have been this strained. There were other reasons. This F was one of the triggers. In the adjacent presidential suite, Chu-yi found paper and pen and threw them in front of Fu Ding, saying, "Write your name in French, English, and Chinese." Chu-yi was sharp-minded now. To confirm if Fu Ding was F, she deliberately asked him to write his name in multiple languages to avoid raising suspicion by directly asking about the letter F. Sherwoo silently gave her a thumbs up. It was clever. This way, they could see if he wrote F without alarming him. It was similar to their fake moves when playing basketball. "Your mind is working pretty quickly," Sherwoo whispered in Chu-yi's ear, praising her. In the past, Chu-yi never bothered with these social nuances. Aside from studying, she only focused on the surface and didn't think deeply. But now, she was playing these little tricks so smoothly, it hadn't been long at all. While Sherwoo was marveling, Fu Ding said, "I'm done writing." Although I don't know what these 2 little troublemakers are up to, their ability to come in shows that this unfamiliar boy is not ordinary. It's best to let him do whatever he wants. Chu-yi felt a bit nervous as she shook the crumpled paper. After reading the words on it, her pupils suddenly shrank. That's right. Fu Ding is F. It looks exactly like the fancy English F in the handwritten letter he sent to her father. It's him. Chu-yi thought she might understand what her father was hiding from Lin He. No matter what Fu Ding is like, the 2 hurried away. Pulling Shuishi back to the presidential suite, they found that Jiang-un was no longer there. Chu-yi rolled her eyes. If he left, it would be quieter. It's confirmed, Fu Ding and F are the same person. Shuishi looked down, a bit silent. Chu-yi suddenly didn't know what to say. They hadn't expected their father to have any connection with F. Suddenly, Chu-yi stood up and said, "I need to tell Lin He. This has nothing to do with her. What's the point? You don't think she would choose us over our father, do you?" Shuishi fell back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. "I'm not asking her to choose." Chu-yi lay down on the sofa like Shuishi and continued, "Since she came to our house, she has the right to know. What if our father—" Chu-yi didn't finish her sentence, but Shuishi understood. He quickly sat up and said, "Then let's tell her. No one wants to be kept in the dark. It's just returning the favor for the help she gave me before." After the siblings agreed, they decided to tell her tonight. Of course, they had to avoid their father. Jiang Qiao, who was cuddling with Lin He, suddenly felt a bit of an itch in his nose. After sneezing twice, he weakly leaned back against Lin He again, continuing to cuddle. After dinner, Jiang Qiao was working in the study while Lin He was in the living room checking the sketches sent by her assistants on her iPad, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. The 2 assistants were talented and hardworking, and importantly, they understood the essence of the country of 1,000 miles, allowing them to work quickly and save Lin He a lot of trouble. After reviewing the sketches, Lin He prepared to get a glass of water. When she looked up, she saw the siblings standing straight on one side of the sofa, looking at her eagerly. "Do you 2 need something?" These 2 troublemakers weren't in their own rooms, but were huddled together. Something unusual must be going on. "Come with us." On the first day, Chu-yi spoke seriously, and Sherwoo also had a serious expression. Lin He smiled. Although she didn't know what the two little friends were hinting at, she obediently followed them. When they reached the attic and opened the skylight, they climbed up the ladder to the roof, where there was a platform on the left that was just right for sitting. He had no idea there was such a secret base in the old house. The conversation we are about to have is very important for your future. I hope you can listen carefully and make a calm and serious decision. No matter what your feelings were while helping me and my brother these days, we have benefited from it. What we are about to say is like returning a favor to you. These words were carefully crafted by Chu-yi and Sherwoo after nearly an hour of discussion, and they felt it was flawless. He pretended to listen seriously, but inside, she was amused by Chu-yi and Sherwoo. One sister had a baby-faced look, while the brother appeared aloof but was actually nervous, fidgeting with his hands. The serious expressions on their faces were just too cute. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of affection for them. Seeing he take their words so seriously, the siblings were pleased with their introduction. Our father has a friend abroad, and they occasionally correspond. The envelopes from that friend have fancy English letters with an F on them. We don't care about our father's friendships, but we learned about the F because those letters gradually became related to us. Our father would ask for our hair or lost teeth, things connected to us. Later, we found out that he believes we are linked to our mother by blood, and that using things with our scent could bring back her soul. At this point, Chu-yi couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her left fist and hit her right palm, saying angrily, "Do you think our father has a problem? Even a child like me wouldn't fall for that, yet he believes it." The serious atmosphere they tried to create and the mysterious smiles they wore were completely forgotten by Chu-yi. Seeing his sister not following the script they had agreed on, Sherwoo quickly tugged at her sleeve to remind her, but she pushed him away, annoyed. Once, twice, 3 times later, Sherwoo gave up. Then he joined in. "I even think our father has been brainwashed. The F is definitely not a good thing. It's just a trick." Yes, Sherwoo joined his sister in speaking ill of the F. He blinked, wondering how she went from being a sad and pitiful child to someone who could make such loud noises. If it weren't for the venue restrictions, she felt like she could have shouted angrily. "Are you feeling sad?" Not at all. They had long wanted to give F a piece of their mind. So, what did this F do that was so terrible? A scammer is just someone who tricks people for money. The two kids, who had never cared much about money, couldn't be that angry about being scammed. The scammer said that a child's emotions could affect their mother. "He made us shout, Mom," an empty room for an entire afternoon until our voices were hoarse. And he made us sit in that empty room drawing patterns on the floor all night without letting us sleep. There were so many ridiculous demands. Did Jiang Qiao really force you to do that? The smile in He's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold expression. The teasing from the first child stopped, and the second child put away their angry expression, scratching the back of their head. They both said in unison, "Not really." These ideas came from Jiang Qiao and the kids discussing together. How could the two children not be curious about their mother? When their father suggested trying to summon her, they wanted to see if it would work. Why did they feel a bit guilty? Even though it felt good to complain, at first they were just curious about the wonders of the world, thinking it might actually be useful. But later, they felt more and more deceived. It was all a scam and was completely useless. When we told our father we didn't want to do it anymore, he didn't say anything and never mentioned it again. After that, we didn't see any more letters from F and thought our father had exposed the scammer. But then, the second child left a cliffhanger, looking at the first child, as if to say, "You discovered it. You reveal the answer." The first child continued, "The result is, Fu Ding is that wicked F. It turns out our father has been in contact with him all these years. Oh my, I can't imagine how brainwashed our father must be. Have you thought about whether you want to live with him? Before, I heard Jiang Muhua say that you and my mom are quite alike, even with the same name. I wonder if our father would try something strange like borrowing a body. We've said what we needed to say, so you should be careful." The first child felt they had done enough. F was definitely a scammer. If he treated he like he used to treat them, How many lives could she have with her small arms and legs? No wonder their father treated Lin He so well. It was all for a reason. After saying all this, the siblings seemed to release a heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Then, the twins' understanding led them to say in unison, "You absolutely cannot tell father about this." Just as they finished speaking, a soft voice floated in. "I already know." The platform next to the attic was considered the most secret place in the house by the siblings. They forgot that while sight can be blocked, sound can travel, and this platform was directly above Jiang Qiao's study. Jiang Qiao was surprised to overhear their conversation, and his temples began to throb. One Jiang and was enough to give him a headache. He didn't expect the two younger ones to cause trouble too. When Jiang Qiao heard Lin He ask if he was the one pressuring them, his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Fortunately, the younger ones weren't as harsh as the older one, and their honesty saved him. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how furious Lin He would be. To prevent the twins from continuing, Jiang Qiao quickly interjected, saying they should stop there. Any more discussion would lead to real trouble. The twins were terrified. They even thought about the possibility of Lin He accidentally revealing something to their father, not realizing that their own chatter was being overheard. Seeing the pale faces of the siblings, Lin He raised her voice. "Since you heard, what do you think?" At that moment, Jiang Qiao felt even more nervous than the twins. This was a question where a wrong answer could lead to serious consequences. "Chui and Shi, you're right, F is Fu Ding." The situation back then was complicated, not as you think, and it can't be explained in just a few sentences. Regardless, your intentions are good. Let's let this go this time, but you can't speak carelessly again. Seeing their father's gentle approach, Chui and Shi visibly relaxed. Their father was always true to his word. If he said he wouldn't pursue it, he really wouldn't. Jiang Qiao hadn't finished speaking. He first responded to his children, then turned to Lin He to answer her question. "Hee, I will be a good father from now on." Chui and Shi exchanged glances, realizing that their father's forgiveness was due to Lin He's influence. They thought so. With their father's character, how could he take their bold words lightly? The siblings were now a bit confused. Lin He's reaction seemed to show indifference towards F.
Why?
Did she think they were exaggerating? Clearly, it wasn't the right time to talk. "It's late. Let's go back to our rooms and rest." After Chui finished speaking, 15 got up, thinking about their father listening downstairs, and the two couldn't sit still. "Let's go." Lin He followed Chui, brushing off the dust from her shoulder and neatly adjusting her collar. This action was so natural. Chui had seen Aunt Zhao care for Zhao Qing, and these small details made one feel the warmth of a mother-daughter bond. At that time, she didn't feel envy. She just thought it looked beautiful. For some reason, when Lin He treated her this way, Chui suddenly recalled that moment, feeling a mix of emotions that left her a bit flustered. Instinctively, Chui wanted to pull away from Lin He's hand on her shoulder and say, "Don't touch me." The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. With a click, 15 turned on the light, brightening the attic. Lin He, worried that Chui might trip, released her grip. "Chui, cease. Are you daydreaming? Let's go, you're blocking the way." The window in the west attic was small, so when Chui stood there, Lin He couldn't come down. Seeing Chui lost in thought, 15 called out. Chui responded with a soft "oh" and walked ahead. As twins, siblings have a bit of a connection, and 15 could clearly sense that Chui seemed off. Just a minute ago, she wasn't like this. Indeed, girls' feelings are hard to understand. Let's go back inside. "Thank you for reminding Chui, you're a good kid." Lin He's eyes showed genuine pride and appreciation. She knew her 3 children were all kind-hearted. Like durian, the outside, but soft on the inside. Those who dislike it think it smells bad, but those who love it can smell the sweet fruit. Lin He didn't care what others thought. She liked durian. 15 was taken aback. A good kid? And she looked so proud of him. Suddenly at a loss for words, 15 stammered, "And no problem. I'm going back to my room." Seeing her shy son hurry away, Lin He smiled warmly. Her children were all wonderful. Meanwhile, the other wonderful child was not looking too happy. Jiang En's bedroom was next to Jiang Qiao's study, separated by a corridor window, allowing him to hear the conversation from above. Those two fools couldn't find a better place. Why did they choose there? And their father noticed just in time, making the situation awkwardly coincidental. According to his plan, after Chuyi and 15 mentioned something related to F, they would inevitably talk about other childhood topics. On the 1st and 15th of the month, discussing matters might not seem significant, but Mom can definitely spot problems in them. When the time comes, she can gently reveal what Dad has been trying to hide. Jiang looked at the dark sky outside, his gaze deep. Just a little more. Jiang Qiao felt that his answer should be acceptable, otherwise, he wouldn't have come back smiling. He knew that the main reason he wasn't angry was due to the children's explanation, which wasn't forced. I'm going on a business trip to the port city for 2 days tomorrow. That old pastry shop you love has launched many new products, and the new Cheongsam catalog from Lanting Pavilion can be customized. Don't you really like their clothing? Also, Jiang Qiao helped dry Lin He's half-wet long hair with a towel, while leaning in to whisper temptingly in her ear. His intention was clear. He wanted to take Lin He with him to the port city. Lin He wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiao's waist and playfully whispered in his ear, "Honey, the night is short." Jiang Qiao's eyes darkened, his thoughts restless, but he still asked seriously, "Do you want to come with me to the port city?" "No, I won't go," Lin He murmured in response. Jiang Qiao wanted to say more but was silenced by a kiss. The long night was filled with romance. As dawn broke, Lin He, pretending to sleep, opened her eyes and slowly got out of bed, feeling the soreness in her body. Looking at the numerous kiss marks on her skin, Lin He felt a rush of heat on her face. That guy. He said he wanted to make up for the separation, but he just kept being clingy. It's only a 2-day business trip. Also, his hands were indeed fine. Thanks to his antics, he was now sleeping soundly. Lin He silently yawned. She was extremely tired but couldn't sleep, so she decided to take this time to check something. She tiptoed to the study. In the back of the bookshelf, there was a hidden compartment. Lin He pulled it open and, as she expected, found letters from F inside. She quickly opened the letters and scanned through them, finding the key points among the 20 or so envelopes. After finishing, she carefully put them back in order and tiptoed back to the bedroom, settling back into bed. Jiang Qiao was still sleeping soundly. Lin He closed her eyes and tried to recall the letters she had seen but quickly gave up. No, she needed to sleep first. Jiang Qiao had been too energetic last night. That guy was unbelievable. After silently cursing him, Lin He quickly fell into a deep sleep, so deep that she didn't even notice when Jiang Qiao left in the morning. Upon waking up, Lin He immediately went to the study to check the hidden drawer. The letters were indeed gone. Jiang Qiao had taken them. If the letters exchanged with F contained details on how to bring her back, based on Lin He's understanding of Jiang Qiao, he would have kept those letters safe. The hidden drawer in the study was something Lin He had specially made after seeing it online, jokingly telling Jiang Qiao that it could be used to hide secrets. Her intuition and the understanding she shared with Jiang Qiao led her to believe the letter would be there, and upon opening it, she found it. Why did she check at night? After mentioning the letters on the first day of the month and letting Jiang Qiao hear it, Lin He knew he would take the letters away. The last letter had a deadline from a year ago. Jiang Qiao told part of the truth, but only half of it. He was following the methods outlined by Fu Ding, but unlike what the first day thought, F was not the one brainwashing Jiang Qiao. He was just a worker. "Boss, I've only come up with 2 methods in the past 6 months, and I've tried them myself. I can't guarantee that other untested methods won't harm me. Boss, can I find new methods after the new year?" The last Ice Realm's soul-sifting array failed, and I was sick for half a month. Clearly, it's not suitable for you. In the initial letters, Fu Ding was diligent, but as time went on, he seemed to reach his limit and decided to be honest. "Sir, I lied. I'm sorry. I don't really grasp the content in the books. Each attempt has been a learning experience for me, but it has also been quite painful." This letter was a resignation. Jiang Qiao paid well, but the work Fu Ding had to do could only be done by him. It was clear he couldn't take it anymore, so he confessed and sought forgiveness. Lin He didn't know what Jiang Qiao replied, but in the new letters 3 months later, Fu Ding had returned to being the worker searching for various metaphysical methods. The salutation in each letter changed, indicating that the term honey from the Jiang group was just something he made up. The later letters became increasingly brief, hinting at F's growing numbness. Jiang Qiao said he was looking for her using Fu Ding's methods, which sounded like a desperate person who encountered someone like Fu Ding, relying on the other's beliefs for solace.
He was the passive party.
Even on the 1st and 15th days, they believed their father had been misled. In the end, it was Fu Ding who wanted to escape, but found himself trapped. Lin He was thinking about how their family should look to the future and make the most of each day ahead. After reading the letter, she suddenly felt a strong desire to know what this family had experienced during the 15 years she was gone. She had previously thought about her disappearance too simply. With all 3 kids out, Lin He, who woke up late to have brunch, was a bit distracted by these thoughts. At that moment, she received a message from Hu Dai. Is my sincerity enough? After a month, Jiang Muhua's account was finally unlocked, but she was hesitant to post on Weibo because Hu Dai had disrupted her plans. Recently, Hu Dai had been very aggressive, attacking Jiang Muhua fiercely. According to Jiang Muhua's plan, she had laid the groundwork for her image and gained sympathy from netizens. She intended to reveal the true identities of her malicious cousin and her bullying cousin's husband. However, Hu Dai's interference made it impossible to proceed. Hu Dai could dig up any negative news related to Jiang Muhua and bring it back to the forefront, sharing details as an insider. Hu Dai thought, want to gain public support without effort? No way. To address this, Jiang Muhua even sent a lawyer's letter to Hu Dai. But even if a court summons arrived, Hu Dai wouldn't be intimidated. She was willing to fight a defamation lawsuit, knowing it could take a long time to resolve, and even if she lost, she would just have to pay a fine. She needed to take this opportunity to vent her frustration. Part of her motivation was to show Lin He, but mainly, Hu Dai genuinely hated Jiang Muhua. Seeing her fall from her editor position, Hu Dai felt the need to kick her while she was down. Noticing that Jiang Muhua hadn't posted anything since yesterday, Hu Dai thought she had given up. Feeling victorious, Hu Dai wanted to share her success with Lin He. She thought that after all this, they should be considered allies. Lin He replied with a thumbs-up cat emoji, and Hu Dai waited for more, but after 10 minutes, there was no further response. After doing so much, she only received an emoji in return. Finally, just as Hu Dai's eyes were starting to blur from staring at her phone, Lin He sent a new message. I have something to take care of, let's talk later. That dry message left Hu Dai with many interpretations, and no matter how she looked at it, it seemed full of arrogance. Did this young girl think she had to rely on her? Hu Ji felt a long-lost sense of frustration. She remembered when Lin He was around, excelling in every way, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match up. The jealousy made her feel crazy inside, while she had to pretend to be happy for the other person. Today, she felt that frustration again. Hu Ji cursed silently, her face twisted in anger, but she typed, "Okay, you go ahead, I'll wait for you." It wasn't time to confront anyone yet, but she needed to prepare for anything. Hu Ji's expression darkened. Jiang Muhua was losing her mind. She felt like everyone around her wanted to harm her. She had always believed that her family ties were her safety net, as her aunt had told her to take care of each other before passing away. But when she saw her Maserati completely burned, she suddenly realized she wasn't without anything. She still had her life. Jiang Qiao wanted her dead. When the police took her statement, Jiang Muhua reported that someone was trying to harm her and requested an investigation into the accident. That night, the results came out, making her even more frightened. The road surveillance showed that Jiang Muhua's car lost control first and hit the black business vehicle ahead. Other cars may have acted improperly, but there was no intent to harm. The Maserati crash was an accident. The white car on the left was blinded by the light, and the driver's conversation on the dash cam confirmed this. The driver did not flee the scene but stayed to cooperate with the investigation. The whole incident started with Jiang Muhua crashing into the vehicle ahead, causing other drivers to lose focus, leading to a series of problems. So when Jiang Muhua claimed others were trying to harm her, it sounded more like nonsense. Her heart sank further. Jiang Qiao had been prepared. She couldn't match the other person's cunning. At that moment, she had no energy to confront Huji. She felt overwhelmed, haunted by the accident on the overpass in her dreams. In her nightmare, she wasn't rescued but burned alive. Jiang Muhua suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air, her pajamas soaked with sweat. The terror from the dream still made her hair stand on end. The doorbell rang. Jiang Muhua dragged her tired body to the door, thinking it was her lunch delivery from the day before. Her head was heavy, and she didn't think to check the video doorbell. When she opened the door and saw Lin He, her already pale face lost even more color. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Muhua tried to ask angrily, but her body felt too weak. Jiang Muhua felt extremely angry as Lin He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin He was dressed so beautifully that it made Jiang feel even more awkward. If we're talking about anger, this was just the beginning. Lin He pulled out a square plastic piece from her small handbag and took out a mask, putting it on her face. Jiang Muhua coughed in frustration. She only had a fever due to a weak immune system, not an infectious disease. While Jiang bent over to cough, Lin He confidently walked in. Jiang wanted to kick her out but held back her words. To avoid paparazzi who constantly took pictures of her, she had moved to this old house. This house was lent to her by her aunt when she was studying. She only held the key, but the house didn't truly belong to her. She tried hard to please her aunt and avoided doing anything her aunt disliked, thinking of herself as a daughter. But in the end, after her aunt passed away, she received nothing, not even this house where she had lived for years. Her aunt was wealthy. What harm would it do to share a little with her? Her aunt always said she needed to be grounded, but why didn't Lin He have to? These were Jiang Muhua's true feelings, perfectly illustrating the saying about being ungrateful. "What are you here for? To laugh at me?" She glared at Lin He, suddenly feeling clear-headed. "To be blunt, you're not even a joke right now," Lin He replied, her words sharp. Jiang Muhua remained silent, her face dark. Lin He continued, "Do you think I have no temper? You dare to use such underhanded tactics against my daughter?" The incident with Han Sun was orchestrated by Jiang Muhua, and she even used it to threaten others online afterward, which was foolish. Now that you've lost your editor position, you're anxious and scared of retaliation, jumping around online like a clown. Lin He sat there calmly, her tone flat and her expression unchanged, but Jiang could see the arrogance in her eyes, as if she were nothing to Lin He. "Jiang Muhua, you said you would surpass me. Yet I've stood still for 15 years waiting for you." Lin He knew how to stab where it hurt. The more Jiang cared about something, the more Lin would highlight it. "How have you spent these years? You were in the editor position for 10 years, and when you were taken down, it happened just like that. Your personal value couldn't even match a celebration? Jiang Muhua, your life is a failure." The word failure struck heavily at Jiang Muhua's heart, reddening her eyes. "What right do you have to judge me? Do you know how I've lived these years? Do you think you're a winner in life?"
Huffed.
"I'm in a terrible situation now, but you're worse off than me. You think Jiang Qiao treats you well? He's just a madman. Your proud family isn't that great either. Am I to blame for guiding Chui down the wrong path? Ridiculous. Even without Han Sun, there are still Zhang Sun and Li Sun. Chui has been raised to only know how to spend money. The world isn't just black and white. Only Chui would divide everyone and everything into right and wrong. With her personality, if Han Sun weren't around, she would have been led astray by others long ago." Jiang Muhua sought excuses for her actions, starting to argue irrationally. "That kid 15 is even more foolish. He jumps in to help others and will eventually harm himself. If it weren't for the Jiang family's wealth, his fighting nature would have landed him in a juvenile detention center long ago. Jiang Qiao can't control him forever. Your eldest son is just like you, but he also resembles Jiang Qiao, a truly selfish person." As she continued to shout, Jiang Muhua's voice became fiery. She grabbed the teapot on the coffee table and poured herself a full cup of water. Before she could drink, Lin He quickly snatched it away and splashed it on her head. My husband is the best person in the world, and my children are wonderful. How dare you say such things about them? Lin He's face showed anger, and seeing this made Jiang Muhua feel pleased. She thought she had hit a nerve, wiped her face and laughed. Do you think Jiang Qiao is a good person? After you went missing, he didn't care for your children. Qi and 15 were bullied by the nanny, and he didn't even look. And Jiang, your eldest son whom you spoiled, almost developed autism in the second year after you disappeared. Huh. What am I afraid of? If you're a ghost, and you can't even protect your own children, you're not that impressive. As Jiang Muhua noticed Lin He's face growing darker, she spoke even more. As Lin He suspected, Jiang Muhua had her own motives over the years, always watching the Jiang family. The children were unwilling to talk about the past, and Jiang Qiao would change the subject, leaving her in the dark. Jiang Muhua was one of the gaps. Being an outsider within the situation, she could see things more clearly. Once Lin He put on her mask, she began her performance, intentionally mocking Jiang Muhua, feigning panic, and guiding her to reveal more information she didn't know. If she had asked these questions directly, Jiang Muhua would never have told her. As Lin He showed pain on her face, Jiang Muhua became more self-satisfied and talked even more. Of course, she mainly focused on Chu Yi, since she had the most contact with her. Chu Yi seems fine, but her feelings are very twisted. She doesn't even love her father. Do you think she will love you as her mother? All the children you gave birth to are cold-hearted. Chu Yi and Sherwu don't know why they fell out with Jiang'an, and they've been at odds for years. They say they are family, but I see them more as enemies. From Jiang Muhua's tone, she might know some insider information, but she was unaware of the conflicts among the children. The more Jiang Muhua spoke, the more excited she became, her expression almost frenzied. This was her first time being able to mock Lin He like this. Before she could enjoy it fully, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. Lin He had slapped her twice. Putting away her acting, Lin He smirked and said, "You don't really think I believe your words, do you?" Lin He knew that Jiang Muhua's words had some basis, but she wouldn't believe them completely. The other party must have exaggerated. She would check the real details herself, just wanting to understand the general situation from Jiang Muhua. At the same time, she confirmed that Jiang Qiao and the children maintained a peaceful facade. So much had been hidden over the past 15 years. Trying to be nice and match your emotions, but why is this never-ending? There was no sign of panic or confusion on Lin He's face. Instead, her slight smile was full of mockery towards Jiang Muhua. Jiang Muhua, do you really think my mom cared for you because of that thin blood relation? She was just too soft-hearted and ended up caring for a wolf in sheep's clothing. When Lin He's mother was alive, Jiang Muhua acted sweet and charming, trying to win her over. But after Lin's mother passed away, and Jiang Muhua realized she gained nothing, her true colors showed. She couldn't believe that her cousin left her nothing, and was sure Lin He had taken it all. Jiang Muhua demanded to see the will. When she saw it only stated that the money was left to Lin He, she became extremely agitated, believing her cousin had many properties. She thought it was all meant for her. But the harsh reality hit her hard. Years ago, Lin's mother had already transferred all her fixed assets to her daughter. It wasn't exactly a will. The financial documents were organized by Lin's mother mainly for record-keeping and were kept in a safe, which became the will. Jiang Muhua was fixated on the will because only by being mentioned in it could she claim her share. Otherwise, as a cousin, she had no right to fight for the inheritance. The two, who had seemed to get along, began to show their true colors. Jiang Muhua covered her bruised face, sitting on the sofa in shock, unable to believe she had been slapped twice. When she heard Lin He's words, she suddenly looked up, her eyes fierce, and said, "What? Are you going to kill me?" Even though she had always feared that Jiang Qiao wanted her dead, at that moment, Jiang Muhua felt indifferent. If she was going to die, she would take Lin He down with her. "Kill you? What are you thinking?" Lin He replied, astonished. In a society governed by law, How could Jiang Muhua suddenly bring up such a topic? Lin He felt dirty just being involved with someone like Jiang Muhua. The disgust on Lin He's face was clear, and Jiang Muhua couldn't ignore it. Her stinging cheeks hurt more and more. You know how many wrongs you've done over the years. I will repay you slowly. You once said I am someone who keeps track of everything. In the past, Jiang Muhua had bad intentions and would purposely ruin Lin He's handmade specimens. When Lin He found out, she immediately tore apart the celebrity CDs and signed posters that Jiang Muhua had collected. The rule was simple: if you ruin something I like, I'll ruin 2 things you like. Jiang Muhua became cautious, no longer daring to annoy Lin He, only secretly criticizing her for being petty. Did you really think I would give you a quick end? That would be too easy for you. Lin He stood up, looking down at Jiang Muhua, and said, Do you know? Years ago, my mother left you something, and you missed it yourself. Seeing Lin He's intention to leave, Jiang Muhua tried to tackle her, but Lin He kicked her back onto the sofa. From the moment she rang the doorbell, Lin He had been on guard against Jiang Muhua, who occasionally showed a look of wanting to take her down with her.
It was all too obvious.
Lin He wasn't afraid of Jiang Muhua going crazy. She touched the small stun gun in her pocket, ready to use technology to assist her if necessary. In the end, it was no match. With a disdainful glance at Jiang Muhua, Lin He didn't want to talk to her anymore and walked away. 2 bodyguards were waiting by the elevator and quickly pressed the button for Lin He. She was a cautious person. If the stun gun didn't work, she had the bodyguards for backup. Inside, Jiang Muhua replayed Lin He's last words in her mind. It's a lie. It must be a lie. She was sure that her aunt hadn't left her anything. Lin He said that to make her overthink, so she wouldn't fall for it. Jiang Muhua slid off the sofa and sat on the floor, smiling foolishly for a long time. The empty room echoed with sound. Once outside, Lin He instantly dropped her calm smile. Every word she heard from Jiang Muhua stirred up a storm in her heart. She just didn't show it on purpose to hit back at Jiang Muhua. After walking for about 5 minutes, Lin He parked the car by the roadside, her hands trembling on the steering wheel, her face pale. And Jiang Qiao both told her that it was okay to come back and that nothing else mattered. How could it not matter? After hearing Jiang Muhua's words today, Lin He realized how much she had taken her past for granted. It was like a wound. Just because it looked fine with a bandage doesn't mean it was healed. An untreated wound could fester and get worse. The situation at home was like that wound. It seemed properly bandaged, but the rot inside was still there. Lin He wanted to see Jiang, but that child was stubborn and never mentioned their childhood. Maybe it wasn't stubbornness. Maybe she was just too sensible, afraid to say things that would make her sad, so she preferred to endure it alone. Lin He thought that her disappearance and the lack of maternal love was just one issue, but in reality, the absence of her as a mother led to many problems. Not just for the children, but also for Jiang Qiao. Now, Jiang Muhua's attitude towards Jiang Qiao was like turning from a fan to a hater. All the fantasies before were now doubled with hatred. When Jiang Muhua talked about Jiang Qiao, she called him a madman, clearly showing fear in her eyes. What had Jiang Qiao done? Except for the initial harshness that made her feel strange, the Jiang Qiao after their reunion was just like the Jiang Qiao she remembered. Lin He thought it was because Jiang Qiao's feelings for her had always been the same, but the more she thought about it, the more something felt off. 15 years. Looking back a year ago, her views and attitudes towards the same things or people had slightly changed, let alone after 15 years of various experiences. So he was playing the Jiang Qiao from 15 years ago, and he was doing it perfectly. At that moment, Lin He felt a chill. Madam has been parked by the roadside for half an hour. The bodyguard following Lin He sent a message to Jiang Qiao from the car. As long as Jiang Qiao was not with Lin He, the bodyguard would report Lin He's whereabouts after she left home. In the office in the harbor city, Jiang Qiao, wearing a black shirt, loosened his tie and walked to the desk to light a cigar. He didn't touch it with his hands. Instead, he took a stick from the drawer and held it. He had a keen sense of smell, and any scent on his hands would be noticed. The dim room, with the curtain drawn, quickly filled with smoke, and only the red glow of the cigar flickered. Jiang Qiao leaned back on the sofa, his face expressionless, staring blankly at his phone beside him. No one knew what he was thinking. At that moment, someone walked in from outside and immediately started coughing from the smoke. Mr. Jiang? It was a woman. Her long, straight black hair fell over her shoulders, and her curvy figure made the knee-length suit dress even more appealing. She had unique cat-like eyes, deep and wild, but her finely shaped eyebrows softened her fierce look, adding a touch of gentleness. Her gaze towards Jiang Qiao was focused and determined, with a hidden warmth in her eyes. Manager Gu, please inform everyone that the meeting is postponed until this afternoon. Yes, this woman was Gu Lily. The secretary, who once made Jifin Fong feel threatened, was now the manager of the Hong Kong branch. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Gu Lily replied promptly, but as she reached the door, she turned back and asked, "Shall I open the window for some fresh air?" Her tone was inquiring, but she was already at the window. Having been by Jiang Qiao's side for many years, she understood him well. Mr. Jiang did not refuse, which meant he allowed her to open it. As she opened the window and drew back the curtain, the room brightened instantly. Gu Lily then said nothing more and left the office to inform everyone about the postponed meeting. This was also why Gu Lily could stay by Jiang Qiao's side for so long. She knew when to speak and when to remain silent. During the morning meeting, everything was normal, but after glancing at his phone a couple of times, it was clear that Mr. Jiang's mood had soured. He eventually announced a pause in the meeting and left the room with his phone. Gu Lily wanted to follow him to see what was wrong, but she was no longer just a secretary. She was the branch manager now, and she had to wait for Mr. Jiang to return for further instructions. After waiting for a long time without seeing him return, she heard other managers suggest she check on Mr. Jiang, which is when she finally went to find him. Even in this matter, Gu Lily did not miss any details, showing her meticulous nature. On her way to the meeting room, Gu Lily kept wondering what news could have upset Mr. Jiang. Could it be about his new girlfriend? When she heard that Jiang Qiao had a new girlfriend and even took her to a banquet, Gu Lily was almost frantic. She wanted to rush back to City B to see what was really going on. After arriving in the port city, she worked tirelessly day and night to improve herself and become a woman worthy of standing beside Mr.
Jiang.
Just when she was about to achieve success, another woman suddenly appeared and took away what she had been eyeing. Gu Lily couldn't sleep at night. They say seeing is believing, and since there was a major project at the company, Mr. Jiang had to come over. She wanted to see who this girlfriend was. At the airport, Gu Lily was delighted to see that there was no woman by Mr. Jiang's side. On the way, she introduced him to the exciting changes in the port city over the past few years. That doll brand has been especially popular these past 2 years. Every girl loves them. Mr. Jiang, would you like to buy a few to take back? Gu Lily said this to test Mr. Jiang's feelings for his girlfriend. If he really liked her, he would definitely want to arrange for some purchases. She had heard that the girlfriend was very young, looking like a recent college graduate. No need, he replied. The doll's cartoon character had thin arms and legs and wore a dark gray outfit. It looked cute, but it wasn't something he would like. What Mr. Jiang wanted to buy for he were items filled with memories from their past visits. He wasn't interested in the new ones. This attitude made Gu Lily feel that Mr. Jiang didn't care about his new girlfriend, and she smiled widely, tilting her head to the side. That's fine. She had already prepared herself for the fact that Mr. Jiang would have women around him over the years. As long as there were no feelings involved, it was okay to have some fun. When she returned, she would naturally get rid of those women. Realizing Mr. Jiang's attitude, Gu Lily suddenly became indifferent to the girlfriend who had been keeping her awake at night. The only thing that puzzled her was that Mr. Jiang used to smoke cigars without a holder, but this time he had a toothpick. Years apart had indeed brought some changes. She needed to observe carefully this time. When she returned, she would quickly re-establish a sense of familiarity with Mr.
Jiang.
Little did Gu Lily know that Mr. Jiang used to smoke casually because he wasn't around. Now that she was back, he wouldn't dare let himself smell like smoke. This was why he took a cigar to calm his troubled mind after arriving in the port city. If he were at home, he wouldn't touch it at all, no matter how stressed he was, especially since the smell wouldn't wash off after a shower. Madam drove to Zhang's group. The bodyguard sent another message, and soon after, a video arrived. It showed Lin, he and Zhang and walking out of the Zhang group building, chatting and laughing together. Mr. Zhang's gaze fell on Lin He's smiling face, and he watched the video over and over again. He went to find Jiang Manhwa, and when she left his house, her expression was cold, clearly indicating she was unhappy. Did she talk about the past with Jiang Manhwa, or did she hear something about him that upset her? Realizing that Jiang Manhwa would know more about her family because of the new year, Jiang Qiao's face darkened. That day, Jiang Manhwa should have disappeared with her car. Since leaving the Jiang residence, Jiang Qiao had become extremely restless. To be precise, it started after he talked to Lin He about F during the full moon. No matter how much he tried to hide what had happened, it would eventually come to light. Taking the letters away and destroying them didn't mean they never happened. He was very perceptive. She must have sensed something was off. Jiang Qiao told himself to wait a bit longer. Things might not be as bad as they seemed. If possible, he hoped the past would never resurface. He then lit another cigar. Jiang was not busy at work today. When he received a message from his mom inviting him to dinner, he happily agreed. He wanted to ask where they would meet, but Lin He said she was already at the company, in the president's office. His father usually tried to please his mother, and during his absence, no one was allowed in the office, but now there was an exception. As soon as Jiang saw Lin He sensed something was wrong. He casually asked, "Mom, did you go shopping this morning?" Lin He didn't respond directly, but asked Jiang if there was anything he wanted to eat. "Shall we go for Cantonese food?"
Sure.
Seeing her son excited about food made Lin He very happy. Once in the car, Lin He asked Jiang if work was going well and if he had any difficulties. Jiang answered obediently, even though he had already answered those questions just a few days ago. Soft background music played in the car, and suddenly, Jiang said, "Mom, you're not happy." Lin He paused and smiled at him. "No, I'm fine." Jiang pursed his lips and glanced out the window, saying slowly, "When we first met, you cried. Your expression was exactly the same as today." Lin He's breath caught. She hadn't expected her son to say that. She relaxed her straight posture and leaned back, like a balloon that had suddenly deflated. And then, I just saw Jiang Manhwa. In the restaurant's private room, the table was set with dishes. Lin He served Jiang a bowl of soup, telling him to fill his stomach first before discussing anything. Jiang took a spoon and served a bowl of soup in front of Lin He. The mother and son exchanged a smile, easing the slightly heavy atmosphere. Jiang then brought up another topic. "Mom, do you remember Junko?" Lin He certainly remembered him. He was the one who bullied Anan at the auction. It seems his family has gone bankrupt. Recently, I saw in the group that Junko borrowed a lot of money from classmates and is now unreachable. The ones who suffered the most were his friends. Junko told them that his family had found a more powerful connection and that he would return to school to get back at everyone. Li Shiyang was the most excited. Jiang had embarrassed him greatly, and he wished he could get revenge. Their group was having a tough time now, as the school kept bringing up past incidents. They had to submit documents, write reflections, and earn credits. All sorts of chaotic tasks kept them busy even during the break. The school's attitude was very strict. If they didn't follow the rules, they would face expulsion. In the past, Zheng Ke's uncle, who was the academic director, could help them, but now he was suspended for reflection, and it was said that he might face further consequences. With their own situation at risk, they couldn't even think about helping others. Li Shiyang and his friends thought they only had to worry about Jiang's revenge, but before the Jiang family could act, the school had already made their lives chaotic, making everything a mess. They missed the days when someone had their backs. When Junko claimed he had connections and was just tight on cash, no one doubted him and lent him money. It was only when they couldn't find him that they realized they had been tricked. After reporting to the police, they discovered that not only their classmates were victims, but also businesses that had worked with Junko. The police had already opened a case and confirmed that Jung-ko was a wanted fugitive. However, it would take a long time to get their money back. Even if they caught him, the legal process would take a while. Lee Shuryong is taking a break next semester. His family has a small project in Africa, and he says he's going there for work experience to learn some patience. As for how Jeong heard this news, it was likely that the Lee family intended to spread it. The Jeong family hadn't acted yet, but they were preparing to educate their own. Once the Jeong family took action, it wouldn't be gentle. Not just the Lee family, but others also learned about the situation and gave their children a good talking to, urging them to focus on their studies instead of bullying classmates. If they could handle things themselves, it would be fine, but now it had escalated and affected their families too. These parents had similar thoughts, trying to show off to the Jeong family. Jeong looked at Lin Hee after speaking, thinking his mother would soften and show mercy. Some classmates on the forum, who had a savior complex, were already saying these people were pitiful. Jeong brought up this topic to distract his mother, hoping it wouldn't affect her appetite. If it was because of Jeong Manhwa, that person didn't deserve it. It turned out his goal was achieved. His mother indeed used this story to enjoy her meal. However, Jeong was mistaken about one thing. Lin Hee didn't have that much sympathy. Serves them right. Who told them to bully my son? Jeong was taken aback. He didn't expect his mother to say that. Seeing his surprise, Lin Hee thought her son was feeling guilty. Don't feel sorry for them. Their current situation is a result of being protected by their families. Who protected you back then? I worry about my son. People must take responsibility for their actions. No one is born to be bullied. If an didn't have a background, those people could have really pushed a good person too far, and the consequences might have been worse. In the face of life and death, there is only one life. If they truly believe they were wrong in the past, they should stay away from Jung-ko and not get scammed. In the end, they still haven't changed their bad ways. Lin Hee sighed as she watched Jeong quietly sipping his soup, thinking her son was just too kind. Mom, thank you. Jeong had never understood why most classmates would go home to seek help when facing a little trouble instead of trying to solve it themselves, always getting stuck in the same situation. At that moment, he suddenly understood. It was because there were people at home who unconditionally stood by him, loved him, and protected him. So he could afford to be weak. I'm your mom. Why are you thanking me? Lin Hee suddenly remembered a funny story. You've always been soft-hearted. There was a time when you broke a toy gun and insisted on bowing to apologize. She even doubted if her child was a bit silly. Later, she learned that children aged 2 to 7 believe everything has life and feelings, which is a natural part of their cognitive development. When I first became a mom, I didn't know anything. I couldn't sleep at night, worrying more and more. I searched online for everything. Back then, I hadn't arranged for a family doctor, and I woke your dad crying, saying we needed to go to the hospital. Little Anin, when woken, wouldn't cry, but would yawn like a little cat in her arms. Lin Hee's words were all lost on Jeong-eun. He had no memory of those moments and couldn't even imagine the scene. He never doubted his mother's love for him, but the 15 years of absence felt vast, making that love seem distant and causing him to gradually forget it. Jeong-eun thought his heart had hardened like stone, but hearing his mother speak made it feel soft and his eyes warm with tears. As she spoke, Lin Hee's tone became more and more sad, and she looked at her son with tears glistening in her eyes. You must have had a tough time while I was missing, right? By this time, mother and son had nearly finished their meal. Lin Hee took a deep breath to keep her emotions in check and said, I heard from Jeong Manhwa that when you were 7, you almost became a child with autism. Holding back her tears, Lin Hee couldn't help but cry. What had her and gone through that he changed from a cheerful little boy to a child with autism after she disappeared for a year? If it weren't for Jiang Qiao being away on a business trip and not being able to ask in person, and if her son hadn't sensed her hesitation, Lin Hee wouldn't have brought up this topic. She thought that keeping things bottled up only made them worse, so she decided to talk openly with her son. Seeing his mother cry, Jeong-eun became anxious and handed her a tissue, saying, Mom, Jeong Manhwa talks nonsense. You shouldn't listen to her. Lin Hee paused, looking at her son with tear-filled eyes, and asked, "Nonsense?" Jong-un replied, "Mom, I was already a big kid at 7. As far as I know, autism is usually a developmental condition, and the chances of it developing later are very low. I never had autism." Jong-un never imagined that after living for 21 years, he would have to explain to his mother that he didn't have autism. "Son, don't comfort me. Just because the chances are low doesn't mean it's impossible. Did you recover and not want me to worry, so you said you didn't have it?" Lin He understood Jong Manhwa well. In that situation, her words were likely said without thinking, with no time to make up lies. Jong-un continued to explain, "At that time, I was on the boat with Dad looking for you. I couldn't handle life on the boat, and came back because I missed you so much. So I was unhappy every day. I knew you didn't like Jong Manhwa, so I ignored her when she came. She insisted on telling Dad that I had autism." Jong Manhwa's intentions were quite clear. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and use him as an excuse to contact his father. Jiang Qiao, who was looking for Lin He, completely ignored Jong Manhwa. Jong Manhwa felt embarrassed, but later saw Jong-un talking normally and thought that Jiang Qiao had helped him. Lin He. A misunderstanding? Seeing her son's sincere eyes, Lin He trusted her eldest son more than Jong Manhwa. "And in every time I think about you being so small and having autism, living in your own world alone, it makes me really sad." Hearing his mother say this, Jong-un also felt bad. He quickly reassured her, "Mom, I'm not lying. I never had autism. Mom knows that even if it's not like Jong Manhwa said, mine still has a tough time." A very simple statement made Jong-un's eyes turn red. He was really trying hard not to cry. Lin He spoke gently, coaxing him, "And what was your life like after I went missing?"
Can you tell me?
Lin He's eyes lit up, thinking her son was finally going to share his childhood experiences. Hearing it from him was what she believed the most. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to talk, but I promised someone not to share about the past." "Someone?" Lin He narrowed her eyes, immediately suspecting someone. "Your dad?" Jong-un lowered his gaze. He had promised his father not to talk about the past, but he hadn't said that this promise couldn't be shared. It was too hard to get his father to reveal his true self. After seeing his mother cry for him today, he felt even more restrained. Jong-un didn't want to make his mother sad. Just hearing Jong Manhwa talk about autism made her cry. Jong-un sighed. He wasn't autistic at that time, he was depressed. His mother went missing, possibly dead, and his father was never home. It felt like his mother's departure took everything from his father, who became a shadow of himself, his personality dark and frightening. During that time, Jong-un liked to lock himself in a dim room, which allowed him to imagine that his mother was still with him, turning the dark world into a colorful one. Jong Manhwa mistook this state for autism. This lasted for about a year, and when his father noticed his issues, he got him medical help, and he got better. For Jong-un, he didn't even think that year of depression was painful. Instead, being lost in the illusion that his mother was still there made him feel relaxed. Accepting reality was when the sadness truly began. There was no need to share these things with his mother. He pushed these questions onto his father, who, wanting to hide the past, had to make up lies. He then thought of ways to expose the truth, so his mother could see his father's true nature. Jong-un was calculating this in his mind. "Mom, please don't ask anymore, okay?" Jong-un put on a pleading expression, and sure enough, his mother stopped asking. He felt his mother's loving acceptance, but at the same time, he felt some pain inside. He was not the kind-hearted good child. He was not the NN in his mother's eyes. Seeing the weakness and self-loathing in her son's eyes, Lin He felt heartbroken. Okay, Mom won't ask anymore." Lin He couldn't help but blame herself. Her child had previously said he didn't want to talk about it, so why did she keep pressing? If Anna didn't want to say anything, then that was fine. What mattered most was that her son was happy. She could find out what happened in those 15 years from other sources. She shouldn't make it hard for her child. Of course, Lin He made a mental note to confront Jiang Qiao later. Why did that guy agree with her son not to talk about the past? When he returned from his business trip, he needed to explain. Far away in the port city, Zhang Qiao suddenly felt very cold, as if a chill was running from his heels to the top of his head. His throat felt itchy, and he began to cough repeatedly. Gu Lily, who was also working late, came to the office to deliver a report. She approached him with a worried expression. "Zhang Qiao, what's wrong? You look so pale." As she spoke, she walked around the desk to Zhang Qiao's side, reaching out to check his forehead. Before she could touch him, Zhang Qiao grabbed her hand. Frowning tightly, he looked at her with a cold glare. "What are you doing?" With that, Zhang Qiao shook her hand away and, with a stern face, grabbed a disinfecting wipe from the table to clean his hands. Gu Lily was not hurt. Others might not know, but she understood very well that Zhang Qiao disliked physical contact. Every time he returned from a meeting, he would wash his hands after shaking hands with someone. She believed that once their relationship was no longer that of superior and subordinate, he would change. "I'm sorry, Zhang Qiao. I crossed the line in my haste." Gu Lily quickly stepped back to her desk and sincerely apologized. Zhang Qiao wasn't the type to hold a grudge over such a small matter. He said, "Go get a thermometer." Without needing Gu Lily to check, Zhang Qiao sensed he might have a fever. When the thermometer showed 39 degrees 2, Gu Lily's face turned pale with worry, and she wanted to take Zhang Qiao to the hospital. Zhang Qiao was unwilling to go. He thought going to the hospital would take too much time. He had skipped his lunch break to review contracts just to get home earlier. If the meeting is postponed to the afternoon at the hospital, it will delay his return home. He would have to stay in the port city for a few more days, which is not acceptable. However, Zhang Qiao wouldn't joke about his health. In the past, he didn't care, but now that he is back, he wants to be with her for a long time. "Bring me the medicine. I'll rest for an hour. Call me when it's time." After taking the fever-reducing medicine, Zhang Qiao planned to lie down in the break room. When he stood up, he felt dizzy, and Gu Lily quickly came over to help him. "No need, just put the documents on the left side of the table into the folder." After saying this, Zhang Qiao walked unsteadily into the break room.
He just needed to take a nap.
Gu Lily watched Zhang Qiao's back, filled with deep affection for him. He was the one she admired. On the left side of the table were the documents Zhang Qiao had organized, ready to be taken to the meeting tomorrow. The right side still had some unfinished work. Gu Lily sighed at Zhang Qiao's hard work and thought about how she needed to work harder so she could stand by his side and share his burdens. After finishing the last document, Gu Lily rubbed her sore back and noticed a phone behind the screen. It was Zhang Qiao's. He had forgotten it. Just then, the phone vibrated loudly on the table. Afraid of waking the sleeping Zhang Qiao, Gu Lily instinctively picked up the phone to muffle the sound. Then she noticed the caller ID.
"Baby."
Gu Lily's gaze sharpened, and complex emotions surged within her. She remembered that Zhang Qiao had saved his daughter's contact as Chi. So, this baby. Without thinking, she slid to answer the call and saw the call duration was 003, realizing what she had done. The surprise was brief. Gu Lily quickly composed herself, her eyes flickering as she raised the receiver to her ear. After dropping her son off at the company, Lin He sat quietly in the car for a while, looking at her chat with Zhang Qiao on her phone. From the moment she left home for the port city, Zhang Qiao kept her updated. I'm on the plane." Arrived at the port city. Started working without resting, hoping to finish early and come home. "I miss you." The last message was a funny meme about making money for his wife, sent an hour ago. Zhang Qiao had many memes, but he always spoke concisely with others. These memes were exclusive to Lin He. He had never sent them to anyone else. After looking at the meme for a few seconds, Lin He called Zhang Qiao. The call connected quickly with just 2 beeps, and the silence on the other end immediately told Lin He that it wasn't Zhang Qiao answering. Every time she called him, he would speak first. He would use terms of endearment like honey or darling, never remaining silent.
"Who are you?"
A clear female voice asked with curiosity. Without even meeting or having a conversation, those 3 short words made Gu Lily feel the authority of Zhang Qiao's real girlfriend. "May I ask who you are?" Gu Lily had a naturally soft voice. When she spoke, she would intentionally raise her pitch to sound gentler. As she asked her tone became even softer. Hearing a woman's voice made raise an eyebrow. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, and sunlight streamed through the car window onto her face. She leaned back slightly and replied lazily, "Is this your phone? And you're asking me who I am?" Before answering the call, Gu Lily had a dismissive attitude. She had heard that Jiang Qiao's girlfriend was the type to be sweet and charming. In Gu Lily's eyes, only someone who stood beside Jiang Qiao truly deserved him, so she had been working hard to improve herself.
Oh,
"I'm sorry, I took the wrong phone." Gu Lily wasn't foolish. She wouldn't just answer Jiang Qiao's phone and then confront someone. Acting tough on the call and then deleting the call log to create misunderstandings only happened in dramas. Her earlier question was just a test. If the other person got upset, it would be an opportunity for her. But the person on the other end was too calm, and the teasing tone made her feel like her act had been seen through. Gu Lily backed down. Now wasn't the time to clash. Some people are like that. If they see you as easy to bully, they will push further. But once you show that you're not to be messed with, they naturally back off.
so who are you?
He had already guessed that the caller was likely Secretary Gu. "I'm Gu Lily, the manager of the Port City branch. Jiang Qiao is resting, and I accidentally took the wrong phone while organizing some files. I apologize for the mistake." Her words were sincere, presenting herself as a dedicated employee. He's eyes showed understanding. Just as Jifan Fong had said, Gu Lily was indeed clever. Her seemingly measured words hit a sharp edge. If Jiang Qiao was resting, why was she there, and how did she get his phone? It was an explanation that raised uncomfortable questions. If she and Jiang Qiao were just a newly acquainted couple, she might think too much about it. But they were an old married couple with 3 kids. "Manager Gu, my Qiao works so hard. I thought about calling to remind him to take a break. You know how men are about their careers." Could she be anxious? Not at all. He spoke slowly, each word showing her confidence. He knew that with Gu Lily's feelings for Jiang Qiao, she would eventually return to B City. The other party might have even answered the call on purpose. So what? She didn't think much of the other person, and even hoped Gu Lily would return to B City soon, so she could have someone else to learn about the past 15 years. He wanted to connect with those who had spent more time with her husband and children over the past 15 years. They were her sources of information. Gu Lily's expression stiffened as she listened to the woman on the phone flaunting her relationship. The bossy tone made her grip on the phone tighten. "Miss Lin, I'm sorry, but I have work to do." Finally, Gu Lily couldn't help but interrupt. If she listened any longer, she would go crazy. "Oh, I see. Then you go ahead and work. No need to tell my dear that I called him. Work is more important." He seemed a bit reluctant to end the call and added, "Manager Gu, thank you for taking care of Qiao. When you return to B City, come find me. I'll treat you to a meal." Gu Lily responded with a cold her expression icy. After hanging up, she stood rooted to the spot, her mind echoing He's repeated mention of my Qiao. Suddenly, Gu Lily scoffed. Who dared to call Jiang Qiao? She found the flaw. No wonder the other party could rise to such a position. Their scheming was indeed deep. They almost tricked her with their flawless performance. After hearing her answer the phone, the other party wasn't as calm as they seemed. They were actually quite anxious. So they kept using sweet nicknames, seemingly declaring their claim, but in reality, they lacked confidence. Gu Lily smirked, glancing at the time. An hour had passed. She poured herself a glass of warm water, then walked to the break room door and knocked 3 times, softly saying, Mr. Jiang, it's time to get up." Hearing movement inside, she continued, "How are you feeling? Have some water and check your temperature. If you're still running a fever, we really need to go to the hospital." Gu Lily thoroughly enjoyed this moment, feeling like a wife calling her husband to wake up. The lounge door opened, and Jiang Qiao took the water, without looking up. After finishing it in one go, he sat down at his desk and took his temperature. The medicine worked well. Although he still had a slight fever, it had decreased significantly. The Besides feeling a bit weak, his mind was much clearer, and Jiang Qiao knew he didn't need to go to the hospital anymore. Seeing his improved condition, Gu Lily realized he was okay. Noticing Jiang Qiao's gaze on his phone, she quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I made a mistake." Gu Lily briefly explained the mix-up with the phone call, without emphasizing her innocence, simply describing it from an objective point of view. Too much explanation would seem forced. Mr. Jiang was a generous person, and he usually wouldn't get too angry over such coincidences. Of course, Gu Lily wouldn't follow the other person's advice and not tell Mr. Jiang. What if that person brought it up later and tarnished her reputation? Moreover, she had another reason for sharing this. "Mr. Jiang, the lady on the phone called you Baby Chow Chow and said you didn't need to know she called. I felt that since I accidentally answered the call, I should inform you. I wasn't sure if I should mention your illness to her, so I didn't." She wanted to expose that woman's false pretenses. Mr. Jiang was a person of great importance. He would surely dislike his woman being talked about behind his back. Since the other party was being reckless, she would help reveal the truth. After reporting the situation, Gu Lily looked up at Jiang Qiao, ready to face his angry expression. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Mr. Jiang still wore a neutral expression. In fact, he seemed even brighter than before. As always, Jiang Qiao only showed his cheerful side in front of Lin He, while maintaining a calm facade with others. Even Gu Lily, who had been by his side for years, couldn't see through it. Otherwise, she would know that he was actually very happy inside. Jiang Qiao picked up his phone and called Lin He back. The ringing tone lasted a long time, and he quietly listened without hanging up. Just before the system prompted that the number was unavailable, Lin He answered. "Hey, he." Jiang Qiao's voice was a bit hoarse from just waking up, and the first syllable of he came out softly before he spoke normally. This made him sound less warm and intimate. Realizing this, Jiang Qiao was about to clear his throat to sound more affectionate when he heard Lin He snort coldly, and the word roll came through the receiver. The loud sound made Jiang Qiao's eardrum buzz, and it was so strong that Gu Lily, 3 steps away from the desk, could hear it. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Jiang Qiao's innocent heart broke. Didn't she call him Baby Chow Chow? Gu Lily was also stunned. How could she be so bold? Soon, Jiang Qiao realized that he was angry because another woman answered the phone. He coldly looked at Gu Lily and said, "There won't be a next time for answering the wrong phone.
Leave."
Answering the wrong call wasn't a big deal. It was unintentional. Punishing an employee for this would be foolish and would not look good if it got out. But he couldn't hold back his anger and kicked Gu Lily out, not wanting to see her. He could have been He's Baby Chow Chow, but now he only got to get out. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Gu Lily sensed Mr. Jiang's anger and quickly left the office. This anger confirmed her earlier suspicions. When they returned to B City, Mr. Jiang would definitely have a fight with the other person. How dare they be so bold as to tell Mr. Jiang to get lost? They would pay for it. Thinking this, Gu Lily couldn't smile. Remembering that strong get lost, she felt a bit uneasy. Lin He was very different from what she had imagined. No, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to return to B City quickly, Gu Lily resolved. In the office, after being told to get lost, Jiang Qiao stubbornly called Lin He several times. He needed to explain. Actually, there was another important reason for Gu Lily being blamed. She answered the phone, but why didn't she mention that he was sick? If he knew he was ill, she would definitely feel sorry for him. He was very soft-hearted, and she wouldn't have said get lost so loudly. After 3 calls, each time the ringtone played once before being disconnected, he was about to call again when Lin He's message arrived. "Call again, and I'll block you." Jiang Qiao's face darkened. No problem. He could explain through text. Just as he typed out a heartfelt message, another new message came in. "And don't message me." Frustrated, Jiang Qiao pressed the X and deleted the message he had just typed. In college, Jiang Qiao had ignored the threat of being blocked and continued to send messages and call, only to face cold treatment for half a month. Later, he realized that He's threats only lasted a day. If he contacted her again the next day, it would be fine. Usually, when he said this, it wasn't that she didn't want to communicate, but that she needed time to cool down to avoid saying hurtful things. No problem. He could wait a day. Jiang Qiao put away his phone and opened the document on the right to continue working, hoping to finish early and go home. He wasn't being unreasonable. She simply didn't want to deal with Jiang Qiao. She was already upset about the kids, and when she called, another woman answered. She wasn't the type to insist that only she could sit in the passenger seat next to her husband, but she felt that a phone was a very personal item. If her call could be answered by another woman, he deserved to be scolded. After venting her frustration, she felt a bit better. Driving the steering wheel, he headed in the opposite direction of Zhang's house, going to her comic studio. After hiring 2 assistants, she also recruited an assistant to handle daily communications with publishers and some business tasks. Other positions in the studio were still being filled. She was taking it step by step, first establishing the studio and later planning to recruit comic artists and start a company. He's white sports car entered an alley, and about 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped by the roadside and 2 girls got out. This is the address for Imu's studio. Are you sure it's correct? Absolutely. I found the Weibo of the 2 employees who passed the interview. One of them posted about takeout, and the address on the order is right here. Isn't this a bit intrusive? Of course not. Intrusive fans disturb their idols' lives. I'm just here to take a look. I won't record anything. I'm being very rational. Seeing Zhao Qing's face turning red, Chu-yi rolled her eyes. It didn't seem very rational. Yes, the 2 girls who had just gotten out of the car were Zhao Qing and Chu-yi. Zhao Qing had discovered the address of Imu's studio and had been begging Chu-yi for days to come with her. It wasn't that she was afraid. She just worried that if she saw her idol, she might get so excited that she would faint without anyone to help her. Chu-yi didn't know he was Imu. Previously, Jiang Qiao's cactus plan had failed. He overestimated his daughter's work ethic, who said that delivering a cactus to the study meant it had to be placed on the desk. Chu-yi pushed open the study door with the cactus, bent down to place it on the floor, and as she turned to leave, she suddenly thought it might get stepped on, so she kindly moved it to the wall. She fiddled with it at the door, without stepping inside the study at all. There was indeed a manuscript from Imu on the desk, but since Chu-yi never entered, she naturally didn't see it. All right, control your emotions. Let's go. In the past, no matter how much Zhao Qing begged, if Chu-yi didn't want to go, she wouldn't have come out. This time, she followed because she was feeling restless at home. He has done her best regarding her father, but she still feels like she should do more, though she doesn't know what that is. The situation with Han Sun didn't make her feel this conflicted. She decided to go out with Zhao Qing to find something to do, to avoid feeling restless. I found it. I really found it. Zhao Qing was so excited she almost screamed, jumping up a little. The sign for Imu's studio was right there. Chu-yi was surprised. The studio was really here? She thought Zhao Qing was just wandering aimlessly. This Imu must be quite wealthy, Chu-yi said, scratching her cheek, feeling impressed. This area is one of the best locations, just behind the business district. Looking at the 2-story house of Imu with a yard, the rent must be in the millions. Chu-yi knew this well because her elementary school was nearby, and she used to live at the end of another street. As her gaze swept over the studio entrance, she paused. That white car looked a bit familiar. Stalker. Zhao Qing took a step forward and then quickly stepped back, pulling Chu-yi to hide behind a delivery box. At the entrance of Imu's studio, next to a utility pole, stood a strange woman. Dressed in a tracksuit, wearing a sun hat and a black mask that covered her face, only her eyes were visible as they darted around. In the middle of summer, she was even wearing gloves, which made her look very odd. The key point was, Chu-yi tilted her head. Why did she feel like this woman's figure looked familiar? Just as Chu-yi was about to observe more closely, Zhao Qing had already found a stick from the wall and charged out with it on her shoulder. Protect Imu. Chu-yi hurried to catch up. If a fight broke out, their chances would be better together. What are you sneaking around for? Leave here quickly, or I'll call the police. The stick brushed past the woman's head as Zhao Qing stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Oh my! The woman was startled by Zhao Qing's sudden appearance and sat down on the ground, her legs weak. Seeing the woman's lack of fighting spirit, Zhao Qing felt even bolder. As Chui approached, she heard the woman's voice and felt it was increasingly familiar.
Chehui?
The woman pulled down her mask. Chu Yi's eyes widened. Aunt Hudy? Zhao Qing recognized her too. This was definitely not a stalker. She quickly tossed the stick aside, looked up at the sky, and pretended nothing had happened. What's going on with you lately? You haven't replied to my messages. I was so worried about you, Aunt Hudy. Aunt Hudy quickly got up and grabbed Chu Yi's hand tightly, afraid she would run away. Aunt Butterfly, what are you doing here? Why are you dressed like this? Chui tried to pull her hand back, but found she couldn't. Since the incident with Jiang Muhua, Chui had figured things out. Aunt Butterfly seemed to have a strong purpose. She often asked about Chui's family. Looking at things from a different angle, Chui realized there were many details worth considering. She wanted to keep her distance. These people had too many tricks. She didn't want to be manipulated. I'm just taking a walk. It's hot, so I dressed warmly. As she spoke, Aunt Butterfly pulled Chui closer, her tone gentle but her actions firm. Chui, we haven't seen each other in a long time. How about I take you out for a meal? After being dismissed by Lin He, Aunt Butterfly couldn't sit still and decided to check things out herself. After finding the address of Imu's studio, she disguised herself so no one would recognize her and secretly observed from the entrance. She thought Lin He had been gone for 15 years, and the chance of her returning was slim, but nothing is ever certain. This question lingered in her mind. Meeting Chui, here was a pleasant surprise for Aunt Butterfly. No, Aunt Butterfly, I have plans today. Chui refused firmly and shook her hand. You're hurting me. Aunt Butterfly's expression stiffened. She had forgotten that Chui was a rebellious child who never conformed to others. Most would feel awkward refusing, but Chui did not care at all. She really lacked any charming qualities. What do you have planned? Aunt Butterfly wouldn't let the opportunity slip away and continued to ask. Knowing Chui was hard to talk to, she looked at Zhao Qing while asking. Zhao Qing, who played with Chui, was also not the obedient type. She said, Aunt, can you let go of Chui? Her hand is turning red. I just want to say what I want. Aunt Butterfly awkwardly released her grip and asked, Chui, your mom is home, right? Chui was confused about why her mom was suddenly mentioned. Looking into Aunt Butterfly's curious eyes reminded her of past times when she inquired about her family, and her dislike grew. Once Aunt Butterfly let go, she quickly stepped back and said to Zhao Qing, let's go. Chui didn't want to talk to Aunt Butterfly anymore and didn't plan to maintain any kind of relationship. She just wanted to stay away from this strange person. Hearing Chui was leaving, Aunt Butterfly stepped forward and grabbed her hand again. Chui, what's wrong? Do you have a misunderstanding with Aunt Hudy? Over the years, Aunt Hudy has treated you like her own daughter. Chui didn't want to hear this and struggled. Let go of me. Your grip hurts. Let go of Chui, or I will call the police. Zhao Qing tried to push Hudy away, but couldn't. She looked around, wondering where she had thrown the stick earlier. The quiet alley suddenly became noisy. Lin He, holding a bag of coffee, saw the three of them tangled up and quickly walked over, saying, What are you doing? Lin He, help me. Chui looked at Lin He with a wronged expression. She's gone crazy. She won't let me go. Seeing Lin He, Hudy quickly released her grip. Once free, Chui immediately hid behind Lin He, giving Hudy a look that said, Now that I have someone to support me, you can't grab me anymore. Zhao Qing looked at Chui in surprise. If she heard correctly, Chui had just spoken to Aunt Lin in a playful tone. When did Chui become so close to Aunt Lin? Chui is still a child. Why can't you talk nicely? You've scared them both. While speaking, Lin He reached out to hold her daughter, pulling her closer. Chui held Lin He's hand back, calming her anxious feelings. Hudy's mouth twitched slightly. A child? A child taller than you? Miss Lin, you misunderstood. I haven't seen Chui in a long time, and I got a bit emotional. Chui, Aunt Hudy apologizes to you. Chui huffed and turned away, refusing to look at Hyuri. Hyuri, if you have things to do, go ahead. If you're free tomorrow at noon, let's have lunch? Understanding that he wanted to discuss something important, Hyuri quickly agreed and said some polite words, apologizing to Chui and making up an excuse about a misunderstanding. Just as he was about to show impatience, Hyuri finally suggested leaving. After sending Hyuri away, he turned to Chui and asked, "Did you come here to shop?" Zhao Qing replied, "Yes, Aunt Lin. Chui came with me to see Imu, and then we ran into." Zhao Qing quickly recounted what had happened. Making a scene at the studio entrance like this, I wonder if Imu saw it and will think poorly of us. Zhao Qing pouted, feeling quite upset. "Do you want to see Imu's studio?" he asked. Seeing that Zhao Qing was still feeling down, Chui nodded for her friend. "Then let's go in and take a look." He brought coffee to the door, pressed her fingerprint, and heard a beep as the door opened. Seeing the two still standing there, she waved and said, "Come on in." Once they left the alley, Hu Dai's expression immediately turned cold, repeating two words in her mind. It. Thinking of He's scolding tone, Hu Dai had no expectations for their meeting tomorrow. Her attitude was too arrogant. She pretended to be busy, but in reality, she was just shopping. She really gave the other person too much face. If it weren't for her fear of Jiang Qiao, she would have confronted He right then. She had planned to have a good talk with Chu Yi, as the young girl was easy to handle, but He had interrupted. No, she couldn't rely on He. Hu Dai took out her phone and dialed a number. "Zhou Bai, it's me." Zhao Qing and Chu Yi were a bit dazed. They came in. He first distributed coffee to the staff and then poured drinks for Chu Yi and Zhao Qing. Before heading to the office, she told them, "You wanted to see, right? Feel free to explore. After you're done, come find me in the office." With that, he went upstairs. The office was filled with various merchandise from Wanli Jigua. Not only was there this comic, but he had also illustrated short story picture books and had many original character dolls. There were large trophies, honors won by Imu, and framed original works, along with the studio's logo. Zhao Qing was dazzled. This was a paradise for fans. So many limited editions that her friends in the group wanted to buy, but couldn't find were all displayed here. The office area played soothing music, and the relatively lively environment allowed the two to relax a bit as they looked around and whispered to each other. "Chu Yi, who is Aunt Lin? She seems so mysterious. I wonder if we will meet Imu. Will Imu come to the studio today?" When they entered, they happened to see a staff member returning to their desk with coffee, so they didn't hear how the others referred to Aunt Lin. Is Aunt Lin a colleague who helps with coffee, or is she a leader? Only leaders have separate offices, right? Zhao Qing mumbled, and Chu Yi listened, thinking of another possibility. "Zhao Qing, what does Imu combine mean?" Zhao Qing thought for a moment and confidently replied, "The character for ability." "It's he, as in he." Chu Yi shared her guess, and ever since she learned that the VIE International Hotel belonged to he, she had broken her preconceived notions and felt that anything was possible. Zhao Qing was taken aback and quickly denied it, saying, "Come on. How old is Aunt Lin?" 15 years ago, she was only 7, 8, or 9 years old. After a pause, she added, "Unless Aunt Lin is a genius." The two assistants in the studio were quietly observing the display area. After passing the interview, they received their work address via email and were stunned. Was this prime location really where they would be working? They thought it might be a mistake. The narrow alley was valuable, but it wasn't the same as the bustling center. There was only a slight difference in the names, one in the central area and the other outside the fifth ring. The studio should be in the latter. They both emailed to confirm, and after verifying the address, they hardly slept that night. The opportunity felt too good to be true. Having completed many tasks recently, they finally felt it today. They had found an amazing job. The biggest surprise was discovering the true identity of Imu. Imu was actually a young woman, wealthy and beautiful. It felt like all of heaven's favor was on her. If they hadn't seen her correct their subpar drawings, they would have found it hard to believe. Our boss is a genius, one assistant said while pouring himself a drink. Hearing Zhao Qing's comment about Aunt Lin being a genius, he instinctively replied. Both were startled by the unexpected exchange. When did you get here? How did I say that out loud? Zhao Qing patted her chest. Aunt Lin is your boss? If you mean the one who just went upstairs, then yes, the assistant said hurriedly, grabbing his cup and leaving. In the workplace, it's best not to ask too many questions or chat aimlessly. He couldn't afford to lose this great job. Zhao Qing and Chu Yi exchanged glances and then walked upstairs in agreement. Did you finish looking? In the office, Lin He sent the final draft to the editor, having completed the updates for the next 2 weeks. Aunt Lin Zhao Qing stuttered, thinking the person in front of her might be Yimu. At that crucial moment, Chu Yi stepped in. Are you Yimu? Yes, Lin He replied calmly, not intending to hide her identity. At home, she often worked on her digital sketches, but Chu Yi hadn't noticed at all.
Ah!
Zhao Qing exclaimed. Yimu was actually Aunt Lin. Oh my. Indeed, Yimu is a stunning beauty. Remembering past debates in the group about whether Yimu was male or female, Zhao Qing felt a sense of pride for being right. She said that someone who can create such delicate and touching stories must be a beautiful sister. Aunt Lin, can you give me an autograph later? Zhao Qing said as she took out a comic book from her bag, which she had brought along just in case she might meet her. I'm so excited. Aunt Lin's signature in the comic book looked exactly like the one shared online. It was from Yimu. I'm going to the restroom. Zhao Qing wanted to splash some water on her face to calm down. After she left, Lin He looked at the quiet Chu Yi and asked, Is it hard for you to accept this? Chu Yi shook her head, feeling very complicated and hesitant to speak. Finally, encouraged by Lin He's smile, Chu Yi shared her thoughts. So you truly love your father. With wealth, looks, and a successful career, Lin He must have chosen her father because she liked him. She had been mistaken all along. Lin He immediately understood what her daughter was thinking and smiled. Yes, I like Xiao Xiao. Chu Yi should have smiled back, but she couldn't. But her father. Just as she started to speak, Zhao Qing returned, and Chu Yi swallowed her words. There are many rare collectibles downstairs. You can choose what you like and take it with you. Lin He opened her computer to fill out some interview scripts.
Yay.
Thank you, Aunt Lin. No. Thank you, Yimu. Zhao Qing, filled with excitement, almost lifted Chu Yi up and took her downstairs. In the display area, Zhao Qing was like a little mouse in a rice bin, touching this collectible and that limited edition figure. She was about to drool. Chu Yi, on the other hand, seemed a bit distracted. At that moment, Lin He came out with an iPad, first chatting with her assistant, then going to speak with another staff member. Chu Yi's eyes darted around and finally, as if she made a decision, she picked up her phone and started taking selfies. Seemingly casual, she adjusted angles to include Lin He in the shots. She posted a photo on her social media that only her father could see. This place is so much fun. /image/image/image looking through her photos, under her chosen angles. Every man in the pictures looked very close to Lin He, with affectionate gazes, admiration, and, with good looks, photos of men and women together create a strong couple vibe. Moreover, Chu Yi had added filters manually. She hoped her dad would see it soon. As Chu Yi expected, Zhang Qiao quickly saw it, just 5 minutes after she posted. How can I describe that state? Someone exploded. In the meeting room, Zhang Qiao suddenly stood up, and the employees present turned to look, feeling anxious. What happened? Realizing he was in a meeting, Zhang Qiao met the gazes of everyone. How much influence does Lin He have on Zhang Qiao? Just a few photos were enough to make him lose his composure instantly. Zhang Qiao felt no burden from this influence. At this moment, he confidently returned the looks of his subordinates. His dark eyes were filled with coldness, and a hint of hostility made everyone lower their heads and look away. The room fell silent. The meeting was nearing its end, and Gu Lily, as the manager, was giving a report on the performance of the Hong Kong branch for the first half of the year. This was not important. It was just a summary of the meeting. The formal reports would be given at the end of the year when branch managers met at headquarters. Could it be that Mr. Jiang was unhappy with their branch's performance? This thought made everyone even more anxious. I'm leaving. Suddenly, Jiang Qiao spoke up. His gaze swept across the room, signaling that no one could stop him. It was an announcement, not a discussion. No one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Gu Lily, the highest-ranking manager present besides Mr. Jiang. Gu Lily remained calm. Although she was giving a report, her attention was focused on the main seat. Mr. Jiang's reaction came after checking his phone, suggesting something had happened at headquarters that didn't concern her. Okay, Mr. Jiang, are you leaving now? What about your meeting with W Group tomorrow? Vice President Jiang will take over my work. You will fully cooperate with him. Jiang Qiao outlined the next steps. The essential partnership agreement had already been completed in the morning, and he had nearly finished the remaining documents before the meeting. Vice President Jiang could handle everything else. After speaking, he left the meeting room, and Gu Lily quickly followed. Having been his secretary for so many years, she knew that Mr. Jiang's decisions were rarely changed, but she had other matters to discuss. Mr. Jiang, I have completed all the tasks I was assigned at the Hong Kong branch. When can I return to headquarters to continue my work, or is there anything new I should focus on here? Gu Lily carefully organized her words. She wanted to return to headquarters, but didn't want Mr. Jiang to think she was seeking praise. Jiang Qiao was feeling restless, his mind occupied with matters from the first day of the month. Hearing Gu Lily chatter beside him only added to his irritation. He impatiently said, "Go talk to HR and apply yourself." Once inside the office, Jiang Qiao waved his hand, telling Gu Lily to leave and not to bother him with such small matters. Gu Lily carefully closed the office door, her eyes filled with joy. She could go back to B City. There must have been some mistake at the headquarters. Once she returned to B City, she would definitely be Jiang's most capable assistant, helping him with his troubles. Gu Lily was full of ambition. She would show Jiang who was the best fit for him. Zhao Qing was overwhelmed with choices, wanting this and that, but feeling shy about taking too much. She looked longingly at the items. When Lin He finished the interview notes and came down, Zhao Qing was fiddling with 2 figurines, unsure which one to choose. Chui was looking down at her phone, her expression oddly. Mischievous? Take them both if you like. We have more in stock, Lin He said to Zhao Qing.
Great.
Thank you, Aunt Lin. Zhao Qing's eyes squinted with happiness as she declared that today was her happiest day of the month. Where are you going to play later? I can drive you. Zhao Qing looked at Chui as they had no plans and just wanted to visit the studio. Chui shook her head, saying, I'm going straight home. In the end, Lin He first took Zhao Qing home and then drove Chui back to Zhang's house. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chui glanced at her phone and noticed her father hadn't replied yet. He was probably busy with work. At the studio, Chui had smiled oddly at her phone because she received a message from her father. Where are you going to play? Do you have enough money? Chui realized her father had seen her social media posts and understood what she wanted to express. In the past, he never cared about where she went. Most importantly, ever since her allowance was limited, he hadn't mentioned money. Now he was asking if she had enough to spend. At Imu's studio, I don't have enough money. Chui replied briefly and honestly. What are the employees like there? After this question, she received a red envelope transfer of 50,000 yuan. Chui accepted it quickly. I don't know how many there are. I only saw 3 today, and they were all very handsome. They all admire Lin He and listen to her every word, their eyes sparkling like stars when they talk to her. One assistant named Ah Hing has a really nice voice, like a voice actor. In reality, Chui hadn't closely observed the employees. She was just speaking without thinking. After that message, my father never replied again. My dad really loves my mom. Inside the car, Chui suddenly spoke up. It wasn't a bragging tone. Lin He sensed it was more of a reminder. Do you remember what I said before? Seeing Lin He lost in thought, Chui sighed in frustration. You and my mom have the same name, and you even look alike. Chui thought she had made herself clear. You love your father, but He doesn't think only of you. His affection for you today might just be because of my mom. Chui shrugged and said, "It's hurtful, but it's the truth." Having been in love before, Chui didn't want to see anyone else get lost in love. Looking back at the days she spent caring for Han's mother in the hospital, she wished she could slap herself. Her mind was completely muddled. Chui decided that if Lin He argued with her, she would wake her up, reminding her that a woman who relies on love for everything is bound to starve. "Do you dislike me a little less now?" Ding. Chui's brain momentarily froze. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Lin He added, "Or, do you like me a bit?"
You.
"I'm talking about serious stuff." Chui's gaze became chaotic, and her face turned hot. "I know you're saying this for my own good, that you don't want me to get hurt. That's why you talked to me about F with 15 and reminded me today." "Chui, I'm really happy that you care about me." Faced with Lin He's straightforwardness, Chui suddenly didn't know what to say. She had prepared to argue with Lin He. She thought exposing the other's romantic illusions would lead to an unpleasant conversation. But why was Lin He's reaction so different from what she expected? What liking? "It's more like I don't dislike you as much," Chui muttered quietly. Lin He heard her. The car drove into the villa. "Think carefully about what I said." Before getting out, Chui threw down a line and quickly walked into the house. It seemed their roles had reversed. Chui, the one lost in love, thought Lin He was too caught up in it. Snowflakes were drifting outside, and the small wooden house was drafty. Sitting on the wooden bed in thin clothes, Lin He should have been shivering, but she felt as if she were surrounded by a fireball, sweating in the cold winter. The stronger the wind and snow outside, the hotter she felt, until she seemed to be trapped in a tight space, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, Lin He opened her eyes wide and saw the familiar ceiling. Her confused expression gradually became clear. She was dreaming. She tried to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but realized she couldn't move. Lin He then noticed something unusual. Turning her head, she saw the person lying next to her and understood why she had that dream. Someone was holding her tightly in their arms. Jiang Qiao was lying under the blanket, holding her close, which meant Lin He was trapped by him and the blanket. It was hard to even lift her hand, let alone turn around. When she went asleep, Lin He had turned off the night light and opened the curtains to let the moonlight in, falling asleep under its glow. She liked this atmosphere. The moonlight was bright enough for Lin He to see Jiang Qiao's tired face, with dark circles under his eyes. Lin He shook her body a bit, waking Jiang Qiao, who slowly opened his eyes. "Let me go," Lin He said unhappily, seriously suspecting that Jiang Qiao had done this on purpose. She felt like a wrapped gift, completely in his arms. Didn't he say he would be back the day after tomorrow? Now he was back, meaning he had only been away for one day? "Didn't I tell you not to bother me?" Jiang Qiao sat up and pulled the blanket off Lin He. Hearing her question, he looked a bit wronged and pointed to the clock on the bedside table, saying, He, it's past midnight." It was the next day. Lin He looked at the clock, which showed 12:44. I got sick and went to the lounge to rest. I left my phone on my desk, and an employee at the company answered a call by mistake. Jiang Qiao quickly explained about the phone call, taking Lin He's hand and placing it on his forehead, saying, Feel it, I really am sick." The employee who answered the call is the manager of the branch office. There are no cameras in the temporary office I was in, but the door was open and the hallway camera can capture a corner where you can see the manager answering the wrong call. Jiang Qiao insisted he was innocent. When the incident happened during the day, he wasn't too anxious because he could explain everything clearly. But after seeing the photo from the first day of the new year, he couldn't sit still. He needed to hurry back. It was no longer just about explaining, but if he returned late, it would be too late to win Lin He back, no matter how clear his explanation was. Jiang Qiao took the fastest flight back. I am innocent." In the end, Jiang Qiao said pitifully, his eyes glistening in the moonlight. In middle age, Mr. Jiang exuded the charm of a mature man. Just like the popular boy band that recently went viral online, there is a calm and steady charm about them. Their presence and confidence radiate a masculine allure that is not at all greasy. This is something that young, fresh faces cannot display. Our Mr. Jung effortlessly embodies both styles. By day, he is the decisive and strategic Mr. Jung, but now he is also the gentle Jung Qiao, unique to Lin He. His hair, not styled, softly falls on his forehead. His sharp features now appear tender, and his fair face looks even softer under the moonlight. The silk pajamas cling to his skin, revealing the outline of his abs. Lin He feels a bit dazed. This is clearly her young husband from 15 years ago. Is she imagining things? No, it must be the gentle moonlight. I only love you. In this world, I only love you. Zhang Qiao says as he leans down to softly kiss Lin He's lips, his hand resting on her waist. As the kiss deepens, Zhang Qiao's expression becomes more dreamy. When he tries to take it further, Lin He flips him over and pins him to the bed. Their positions have switched. Zhang Qiao breathes heavily, while Lin He holds his shoulder with one hand and lightly traces her fingers along his neck, chest, and abs. Lin He's wandering touch makes Zhang Qiao shiver, and his breathing quickens with her every movement.
Zhang
Qiao's voice carries a hint of pleading.
Give me.
Lin He smiles, her lips curving beautifully. With a sudden sharp gaze, she tugs at the blanket, causing Zhang Qiao to roll off the bed due to the momentum. Thud. Caught off guard, Zhang Qiao lands the floor. Zhang Qiao, you've gotten clever. Pretending to be pitiful and feigning illness. Huh? When Lin He feels his forehead, which is burning hot, her expression changes. Zhang Qiao thinks he has successfully seduced her, unaware that Lin He is just waiting for the right moment to deal with him. Sitting up from the floor, Zhang Qiao looks disheveled, his cheeks flushed, and his pajamas half unbuttoned, as if he had been through a rough time. Indeed, Lin He's earlier actions were not much different from that. Facing this poor sight, Lin He does not feel sorry for him. You had already recovered from your fever before getting on the plane. Why is your forehead still so hot? Did you deliberately wet your hair and sit under the air conditioning on the plane? Lin He is not asking. She is stating a fact. She knows Zhang Qiao's body well. If he has a fever, he usually recovers quickly afterward, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless. Clearly, this dog is deliberately keeping his explanation unconvincing by not getting better. Zhang Qiao avoided Lin He's gaze, looking guilty, as if he had been caught. Your manager sent me a message before you boarded the plane, explaining that you were sick and told me not to worry because your fever had gone down. During her call with Gu Lily, Lin He left her phone number, indicating that Gu Lily could contact her when she returned to B City. Remembering the number, Gu Lily texted Lin He again to clarify the wrong number situation. The message was clear and would not raise any doubts, and it even praised Gu Lily for being sensible. Lin He knew the other party was intentionally trying to make her uncomfortable. Little did Gu Lily know that Zhang Qiao would rather make himself suffer than let Lin He worry. This led to a problem. Because of this message, Mr. Zhang was kicked out. No, he was thrown out of bed. Not only that, but he was also sent to sleep in the study that night. Feeling his warm forehead, Zhang Qiao knew that if he still had a fever tomorrow, he would be even angrier. So he quickly called the family doctor to come and give him a fever-reducing shot. Dr. Zhang, although curious about why Mr. Zhang was sleeping in the study, wisely refrained from asking after seeing his dark complexion. After giving the shot, he hurriedly left. Zhang Qiao couldn't sleep. He originally wanted to discuss the employee issue while Lin He was distracted, but instead, he found himself distracted. At that moment, his phone lit up on the table, and upon checking it, he found it even harder to sleep. The investigation revealed that all the employees in Hehe's studio were single. Tonight, Mr. Zhang's mind was focused on one thing: how to assert his claim without upsetting Hehe. Not just regarding these employees, but to make everyone know that Hehe was truly his wife. The next day, Zhang Qiao did not go to work. When he came downstairs, he thought he was seeing things. He came back last night. At the stairway, 15 whispered to Chu-yi. Father was kicked out, holding a pillow and blanket. They must have had a fight. 15, who was playing games until midnight and went downstairs for a snack, happened to witness this scene and cleverly hid so his father wouldn't notice him. Thinking about last night, 15 sighed again. It was father who got hurt. The doctor came. Why didn't he suspect Lin He? Because the doctor didn't enter the bedroom, indicating that only his father was injured. 15 had noticeable dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well last night. He never expected his father would face domestic violence. Chui looked at 15 and found this hard to believe, filled with doubt. Would I lie about something like this? 15 felt a bit hurt by Chui's distrustful gaze. I really saw it with my own eyes. If not, let's go to the study. The pillows and blankets must still be there. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiao, sitting on the couch looking at documents, glanced at the two siblings murmuring at the staircase. You two, come down for breakfast. 15 fell silent, and the siblings went downstairs. Chui carefully observed their father. He had no bruises or marks. If there had been a fight, there would surely be some signs, right? In the end, Chui concluded that 15 was mistaken. 15 was also watching their father, and seeing no signs of injury made him feel uncertain. It shouldn't be this way. Why was there no damage? Zhang Qiao put down his documents. What are you two looking at? Chui and 15 quickly shook their heads, saying in unison, nothing, nothing. At that moment, footsteps were heard as Lin He came downstairs. She ignored the three of them standing in the living room and went straight to the dining room to sit down. The chef came out from the kitchen with 2 plates of buns, smiling. The young master brought these back from his morning run. He said you loved them and specifically told me not to use the microwave but to use the oven. Hearing this, Lin He's expression brightened and she took a photo of the buns, then messaged, and it is so nice. Thank you for the buns. The 3 men frowned. Zhang Qiao, Chui, 15. What a brown noser. At the dining table, Zhang Qiao sat next to Lin He, while Chui and 15 sat across from them. There were 5 buns in total. Lin He served one to Chui and 15, saying, try these. I found this great little shop with and during our morning run, they taste good. Chui and 15 weren't particularly fond of buns, but seeing their father's eager gaze made them suddenly find the buns quite appealing, and they began to eat. Zhang Qiao waited and waited, but by the time the 2 kids had eaten half their buns, he still hadn't gotten any. Watching Chui enjoy her bun, Zhang Qiao thought of a way to break the ice. Yesterday I transferred 50,000 to Chui. Next month, I'll deduct that from her allowance. Chui? Lin He shot a glance at Zhang Qiao, who immediately put on a flattering smile and added, I won't break the rules you set. Chui was at a loss for words. Could she say that money was a finder's fee from her father?
No.
If she said that, she would be exposing herself too. All right, I see how it is. Chui stood up from her seat, feeling quite indignant, and said, fine, just deduct it next month. After saying that, she turned to go upstairs but paused after a couple of steps, remembered something, and came back to take the half-eaten bun with her. This wasn't just any bun. It was the one her father had desperately wanted. Shiwu watched Chui's angry figure disappear at the staircase. He quickly finished the remaining bun and stood up, saying, I'm done eating. Simple-minded Shiwu didn't realize that his actions might cause trouble. He just wanted to ask Chui how she managed to get their father to transfer 50,000 yuan. If it's going to be deducted next month, then so be it. He had already spent it this month. After the kids left, Zhang Qiao realized he had made a mistake. With the 2 children around, he could still keep the peace for their sake. Now that the kids were gone, he was in trouble. Stay away from me. And just like that, he was immediately dismissed. Zhang Qiao got up and sat across from Lin He. I promise to keep my phone safe from now on. In Zhang Qiao's mind, he never thought Gu Lily could be someone Lin He would misunderstand. He continued to explain how someone else had answered his phone. Lin He was impatient to discuss this topic. First, she didn't misunderstand Gu Lily, and second, this matter wasn't the main point. I met Zhang Manhwa yesterday. She said Anan has had autism. What happened with Chui and Shiwu being bullied by the nanny? Why have you never told me about this? Lin He didn't mention that their son had clarified things. She was using this to confront Jiang Qiao. Autism? Jiang Qiao was taken aback by this unfamiliar term and instinctively replied, Anan has never had autism. He only had depression when he was 7. Did he know about this? Jiang Qiao observed Lin He's expression, wondering if he should explain. So, what about Qi and Shua being bullied? Hearing Lin He not press further, Jiang Qiao understood that she probably didn't believe Jiang Muhua's words and didn't know about the depression. He explained, at that time, I was often at sea looking for you, and the nanny team we hired started to take advantage of the situation. They began to embezzle money under the guise of caring for the children. They might not have been very attentive, but they definitely wouldn't dare to mistreat the kids. From their perspective, the 2 children had to be well taken care of to get more money. Jiang Qiao carefully explained, realizing why Lin He was so angry. It was because of the children. To be fair, Jiang Qiao's explanation eased Lin He's mind a little. Jiang Muhua tends to exaggerate problems to elevate herself, and over time, she truly believes her own claims. Perhaps she sees it as the truth, but that's not the reality. Understanding this, Lin He felt a bit relieved. Jiang Qiao was about to ask if he could move back from the study, but was interrupted by the ringing of the phone. When he heard a man's voice on the line, Jiang Qiao squinted.
It was Zhou Bai.
After Lin He finished the call and left, Jiang Qiao wanted to go with her, but was naturally turned down. As usual, he couldn't argue with Lin He and watched her leave from the door. Half an hour after Lin He left the Jiang residence, Jiang Qiao's car drove out. At the same time, Lin He's phone lit up with a new message. License plate 080 spotted, driving on Yongjing Road. Lin He's gaze deepened. Where would her Qiao Qiao go? From the attitudes of the children at home and the reactions of Jiang Muhua and Hu Dai, Lin He couldn't help but notice something was off with Jiang Qiao. The good husband she saw seemed to be a completely different person to others, including their children. At this point, Lin He couldn't ignore it. She brought up Jiang Muhua's words to seek answers and test the waters. She knew the bodyguards accompanying her were completely loyal to Jiang Qiao, making it easy for him to track her whereabouts. Because of this, Jiang Qiao might let his guard down. Lin He decided to turn the tables. Her reason for leaving was genuine. Zhou Bai had called to discuss something, so she went to meet him. Lin He thought that if Jiang Qiao was hiding something, he would definitely do something after she pushed Jiang Muhua out of the way. Sure enough, he left. When Lin He arrived at the cafe, Zhou Bai was already waiting. On the phone, Zhou Bai had hesitated to speak, and in person, he seemed equally reluctant. After Lin He pressed him several times, he finally spoke up.
Who die contactet me?
She asked me to you. Lin He was puzzled and gently asked, Why does she think you could me? Zhou Bai was well off and handsome, making him a hot commodity in the matchmaking market. However, no matter how good he was, he paled in comparison to Jiang Qiao. Hu Dai wasn't foolish. She wouldn't ask Zhou Bai to do something impossible. She said you would meet this afternoon. She plans to create trouble so I can come to the rescue, using that as a chance to get closer to you. Zhou Bai felt embarrassed and flushed. In reality, many men who seek affairs often find partners who don't match their original ones in looks or charm, yet they still cheat. Similarly, even if Zhou Bai is not as good as Jiang Qiao, Hu Dai believes she can make Lin He fall for her. Lin He squinted and asked pointedly, Why does she think you will cooperate? Zhou Bai lowered his head and didn't respond. Lin He didn't press further. The relationship between ex-spouses made it difficult to discuss personal matters. Thank you for telling me this. Even if a rescue scenario were to happen, she wouldn't fall for it, but she still wanted to express her gratitude for Zhou Bai's kindness. At that moment, Lin He's phone chimed, and her expression changed after reading the message. Senior, I have something to take care of, so I need to leave. Let's meet again next time. Before leaving, Lin He thanked him again. Zhou Bai's warm smile froze as she walked away. Sir, the tea is ready. I apologize for the wait. The cafe didn't have good tea, so Zhou Bai brought his own and paid the staff to brew it. The server scanned the tea's packaging QR code and was shocked by the price, carefully following the instructions while brewing, which took longer than expected. This tea was more expensive than gold. No need. With Lin He gone, there was no one to drink the tea. After saying that, Zhou Bai stood up to leave. If Lin He had asked one more question, he would have explained everything.
She didn't ask.
License plate 080 entered Jiaoyang community, which is fully managed and cannot be followed. Waiting at the main entrance. This was the message that made Lin He leave in a hurry. Jiang Qiao went to find Jiang Muhua. Jiaoyang community is where Jiang Muhua lives. What does Qiao Qiao want to do? She needed to check it out. With this in mind, Lin He hurried away, forgetting about Zhou Bai. For Jiang Muhua, Lin He was always the person who could stimulate her the most. Feeling lost at home, she started to feel energized after seeing Lin He. After Lin He left, she cleaned the entire house, washed her dirty clothes, lit some incense to freshen the air, and prepared a lavish meal for herself. She told herself that after the accident, it was like being reborn. There was nothing to fear, and she was ready to fight back. Seeing the nice weather outside, Jiang Muhua went out to the market to buy groceries. She planned to take a couple of days to calm down and clear her mind before deciding what to do next. Carrying a big bag of vegetables, Jiang Muhua opened the door and headed straight to the open kitchen, putting the groceries into the fridge one by one. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable strange sensation and slowly turned around, letting out a sharp scream. Jiang Qiao was sitting in the middle of the living room sofa, flanked by two bodyguards in black suits. Seeing their dark skin made Jiang Muhua's face turn pale. She had seen these two standing guard at the Jiang residence. They were hired mercenaries. They had blood on their hands from abroad. Why did Jiang Qiao bring these two men to her home? Various scenes of violent crimes flashed through her mind, and she began to tremble. You're trespassing. That's against the law. Jiang Muhua's shaky words lacked any real threat, and Jiang Qiao didn't look at her, focusing instead on his phone. Despite this, she felt an overwhelming pressure. The more indifferent he was, the less valuable her life seemed to him. This is my wife's house. I have every right to be here.
You are the one trespassing.
Jiang Qiao had already investigated the situation before coming. He put away his phone, crossed his arms in front of him, and leaned slightly forward. A cold look filled his eyes as he spoke, each word icy. Jiang Muhua, it seems you haven't taken my words seriously. Jiang Muhua's face was not only pale, but her lips were also white. Clear images flashed in her mind. The ultimatum from Jiang Group and the words from the man at the accident scene, all revealing Jiang Qiao's cold and ruthless nature. What do you want? Her voice was hoarse, and as she sat on the ground, her hands and legs felt weak. I am Lin He's cousin. Her teeth chattered as she desperately tried to use her connection as leverage. She was terrified because she had witnessed Jiang Qiao's methods. They were too ruthless. If he wanted to, he could punish her in countless ways that wouldn't cross legal lines, making her life miserable. Before the accident, there had been room for negotiation, and she had confidence that things could turn in her favor. Jiang Muhua had always felt this way. But now she realized Jiang Qiao had murderous intent. She had intended to take a few days to think of a strategy, but now Jiang Qiao had come personally, filling her with endless fear. If you were gone from this world, it would be much quieter. Jiang Qiao spoke calmly, saying something that could frighten Jiang Muhua. She was terrified and crawled towards the door, looking like a helpless lamb waiting for slaughter. Jiang Qiao watched her with cold eyes. He waved his hand, and two bodyguards stepped forward. Jiang Muhua screamed in fear and struggled hard. In her moment of despair, when she couldn't make a sound, she heard a click, and the door opened. It was Lin He.
Help me! Help me!
As soon as Jiang Muhua saw Lin He, tears streamed down her face. She had thought about facing death bravely, but now that it was real, she realized she wanted to live. Lin He had said she would make her suffer little by little. If she died, how could she get her revenge?
Please save me.
The two bodyguards froze. They knew Lin He. She was the apple of Jiang Qiao's eye. Her every move was important to him. They didn't dare stop Lin He as she walked through the entrance to the living room. Jiang Qiao heard the door open and thought it was just Jiang Muhua struggling. He didn't pay much attention, lost in thoughts about Zhou Bai, whom he considered a very cunning person. As he leaned back, trying to get comfortable, he looked up and was startled. Lin He, what are you doing here? After asking, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Why hadn't the bodyguards reported her arrival? That's what I want to ask you. Why are you here? Jiang Qiao avoided Lin He's gaze, looking guilty. Lin He said firmly, stand up. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Qiao quickly stood up straight, looking as if he was in military training. The pressure he had on Jiang Manhwa was terrifying, but now he seemed calm and obedient, like a loyal follower. Go home. She shot him a glare and turned to leave. Jiang Qiao hurriedly followed her, without a word. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards were still holding Jiang Manhwa, covering her mouth to keep her quiet. They exchanged glances, unsure if they should continue. Jiang Qiao, we. Seeing him heading for the door, the bodyguard on the left spoke up, but Jiang Qiao waved his hand without looking back. The bodyguard understood and let Jiang Manhwa go, then followed behind as they left. Jiang Manhwa, feeling like she had been given a second chance, quickly locked the door several times and then scrambled to the balcony. With trembling hands, she leaned against the wall to stand up, watching as Jiang Qiao and his group gradually disappeared from view. She sighed in relief and slumped back down to the floor. She had survived. Lin He was driving her sports car, speeding at the maximum allowed limit. Jiang Qiao had wanted to get in Lin He's car, but as soon as his hand touched the door, the car shot forward, and Lin He wouldn't let him in. Hey, slow down and be careful. Jiang Qiao followed behind, feeling anxious. His phone had died, so after plugging it into charge, he quickly sent a message to Lin He. Lin He's phone connected to the car system, and the voice automatically played the message. Otherwise, seeing how fast Lin He was driving, Jiang Qiao wouldn't dare distract her by texting. Although Lin He didn't reply, she did slow down. However, it wasn't out of consideration for Jiang Qiao, it was due to traffic lights and congestion. The only time she could speed up was during that earlier stretch of road. After turning to Jiang's villa, Jiang Qiao followed Lin He into the study. Before Lin He could ask anything, Jiang Qiao spoke up. He was all about being honest. Lin He, I didn't mean to do anything to her today, I just wanted to scare her. Jiang Manhwa is greedy and ungrateful. We didn't hold her accountable for her previous schemes, which made her bolder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to say those things in front of you. Jiang Qiao explained his intentions, wanting to teach Jiang Manhwa a lesson. That said, if Lin He hadn't come, no one knew what would have happened to Jiang Manhwa. Jiang Manhwa wasn't someone who cried easily, but when she saw Lin He, she shed tears, likely feeling the threat from Jiang Qiao, which scared her. Of course, these assumptions didn't matter since Lin He arrived, and nothing further happened. Listening patiently to Jiang Qiao's explanation, Lin He didn't interrupt. At the end, Jiang Qiao leaned closer and said, Lin He, please don't be mad. I promise I'll tell you first next time. Lin He cupped Jiang Qiao's face in her hands, looking at him with a knowing expression and said firmly, you did it on purpose. Going to find Jiang Manhwa, as Jiang Qiao said, was to retaliate against her previous schemes. Teaching her a lesson was true, and the intent was real. Seeing Jiang Manhwa in tears showed she was genuinely frightened. Most importantly, Lin He received the message and rushed over quickly. Jiang Qiao is always meticulous in his work. He has complete control over Lin He's interactions with Nodi and is well aware of her bringing people from Nodi. Ultimately, the domestic scene is not Nodi's territory. It belongs to Jiang Qiao. He knows Lin He has sent someone to follow him, so he has a plan to deal with Jiang Manhwa and to disrupt Lin He's meeting with Zhou Bai. If Lin He arrives on time, it means Zhou Bai is not important to her. If she is late, it only shows that Jiang Manhwa is having bad luck and is destined to face this challenge. Naturally, the next person facing trouble will be Zhou Bai. As for Jiang Manhwa's fate, Jiang Qiao has 100 ways to justify it. After all, Jiang Manhwa miscalculated. Jiang Qiao never intended to take her life, just to make her wish she hadn't been born. Jiang Qiao has placed himself in this situation, and who can see through his true intentions? Only Lin he can. Zhou Bai had a crush on you in college, Zhang Qiao said, feeling wronged after being exposed. No more pretending. He is jealous. That was so many years ago. He is meeting me this time for a serious matter. Hudy is meeting me this afternoon, and she doesn't know my identity.
Zhou Bai.
Lin he shared the details of her conversation with Zhou Bai. To reassure Jiang Qiao, she added, Zhou Bai was with Hudy before. There's no chance for anything between us. If you're worried, I'll make sure to bring you along next time we meet, okay? He is easily appeased. Okay. After nodding earnestly, Jiang Qiao cautiously asked, you're not angry anymore, right? What's there to be angry about? Just remember this. If you have one bad relationship, I can have 3. Lin he threatened, tugging at Jiang Qiao's ear. Jiang Qiao quickly agreed, but what bad relationships could he have? It seems he needs to make his unapproachable aura even stronger. And so, their argument quietly passed. As for Jiang Manhwa, she isn't worth Lin he getting upset over. If the other side plotted against her, and if she hadn't returned, she could have fallen into a trap like Han's family, ruining her life. With these circumstances, it's not an exaggeration to say Jiang Manhwa's fate will be tragic. With this matter settled, everything seems calm on the surface, but Lin he knows it's not over yet. There are hidden currents beneath. After this incident, she is certain that Jiang Qiao is not as calm as he appears daily. He is hiding secrets. Jiang Qiao's schemes were clever, but Lin he was just as sharp. No matter what plan Jiang Qiao had, Lin he had only one goal, testing him. In the past, if Jiang Qiao faced today's situation, he would have gone straight to Zhou Bai. His change in behavior was one reason, but more importantly, he had hidden matters in his heart. So, he couldn't act carelessly anymore. The old question returned. What happened in the past 15 years? Lin he slightly closed her eyes and asked, Qiao, when do you think I should reveal my true identity? Jiang Qiao wanted to answer immediately. If Lin he announced her identity sooner, it would help him keep other men at bay. But when the words were on his lips, he chose to be gentle instead. I'll follow your lead. You can announce it whenever you want. Lin he leaned on Jiang Qiao's shoulder, playing with his long fingers, and said calmly, feelings can be nurtured slowly. Although it's awkward at first, I can sense that she has already accepted me in her heart. As for the child, there were many reasons for not revealing it back then. Now most concerns are resolved, but one important issue remains. The conflict among the children hasn't been clarified. If I reveal my identity as their mother, given their personalities, they will only become more secretive. As Lin he expressed her worries, she shifted the conversation. Qiao, let's find the reason together, okay? I've said before, I'll support whatever you want to do. Jiang Qiao held her close, as if making a vow, with a hint of deeper meaning. When it came to revealing identities, Jiang Qiao was eager to tell everyone that he was his wife. Thinking of the photo Chu Yi posted on social media, Jiang Qiao still felt annoyed. Once their relationship was public, he would visit Hihi's studio to make sure everyone understood that he was the one by her side for life. And that person who always thought he had a chance, Nodi. He would make sure everyone knew he was Hihi's true partner. I'm meeting Hudy this afternoon. Lin he straightened up and glanced at Jiang Qiao. He knew she didn't mean to include him, so he said, Fu Ding is returning to the country. I'll see him off this afternoon. Seeing him off wasn't the main point. Jiang Qiao wanted to borrow his family's ancient book. He needed to see if it contained any information about Lin He's situation. Fu Ding's book was 10 centimeters thick, filled with handwritten notes. Over the years, he had only gone through half of it. Most of the soul-calling methods that emerged periodically were learned from this book. Hearing that Jiang Qiao wanted to borrow a book, Fu Ding happily rushed over by plane, thinking that with the book in Jiang Qiao's hands, he wouldn't have to try various study methods anymore. It felt like a relief. Fu Ding arrived joyfully and, in his excitement, called out honey, only to be kicked away in an instant. After a few days, Fu Ding had not rested well at the hotel and was too afraid to leave. When he heard Jiang Qiao mention borrowing the book again, he worried that Jiang Qiao might change his mind. He quickly stuffed the book and bag into Jiang Qiao's hands, saying he could use it for as long as needed and to call him anytime if there were any issues. Then, he took the next available flight home, his face smiling so much that it felt stiff. Finally, he wouldn't have to flip through books and conduct experiments every day. Jiang Qiao took the book home and wasn't worried at all about Lin He going out. This was because he was meeting Hu Dai, and she had also brought Chu Yi and Shiwu along. Although Jiang Qiao didn't understand why she brought those two kids, he believed Lin He must have her reasons. Jiang Qiao was a fan of He, always blindly supporting her every move. To be fair, Lin He didn't have any deep intentions. When she came out of the study and saw the two kids sneaking around, she called them over. This story actually starts half an hour earlier. After playing games for a long time, Shiwu's eyes were tired. While gazing into the distance on the balcony, he saw Lin He coming back with a fierce look. She was walking ahead, while their father was in a car behind, jogging to catch up with her. This scene clearly showed that their father was trying hard to keep up. Shiwu quickly went to Chu Yi's room to share what he saw, fearing that Lin He might argue with their father again. To prove that he wasn't imagining things yesterday, he wanted Chu Yi to join him in keeping watch, so they could see what was really happening. They waited and waited, and just as Chu Yi was about to get impatient and go back to read comics, Lin He came out. She was holding hands with Jiang Qiao, showing no signs of an argument. You two seem to have a lot of free time? Yes, we don't have anything to do, just taking a stroll. Just taking a stroll. Shiwu quickly tried to cover up, saying that he had been very sneaky yesterday, but today with Chu Yi, they couldn't hide as well. They didn't expect to be caught right away when Lin He came out. Since you have nothing to do, I'm going out this afternoon. Do you two want to join? After thinking for a moment, Lin He added, it's a nice restaurant, the recently popular Suoyuge. Suoyuge was a new restaurant that Shiwu had always wanted to try. According to online reviews, it was delicious, but quite expensive. In the past, Shiwu wouldn't have worried about the price, but now that his allowance was limited, everything felt different. 15 thought skipping a bite wasn't a big deal. The money saved could go towards game credits, which would last longer. Some foods lose their appeal after eating, but if you can't have them, their deliciousness seems to grow in your mind, making you crave them. When Lin He mentioned it, 15 was about to agree, but then Chu Yi asked, what are you going to do? Is it okay for us to come along? It's no wonder daughters are like a warm coat. At the same age, 15 only thought about food, while Chu Yi considered more important issues. After Lin He said it was fine, the siblings followed her. On the way, Lin He mentioned they were going to see Hu Dai. Chu Yi suddenly remembered that yesterday, at the studio entrance, Lin He had indeed said she would meet her this afternoon. She thought it was just an excuse to get rid of someone, but Lin He really wanted to meet. Chu Yi didn't understand why Lin He brought her and 15 along until she noticed Hu Dai's suddenly unpleasant expression upon seeing them. She began to understand. Although she didn't know why, they must have some purpose. Hu Dai didn't expect Lin He to bring Chu Yi and 15. With these two kids around, how could she carry out her plan to save the day? Things turned out to be more difficult than Hu Dai thought. The plan was doomed as soon as Zhou Bai appeared. He sat at the neighboring table as Hu Dai suggested, but just as he leaned back, someone exclaimed, Zhou Bai? Lin He looked at Chu Yi, surprised that she recognized Zhou Bai. 15 looked up, confused. Who? Although Hu Dai didn't have high hopes for this meeting, she couldn't help but feel irritated upon seeing Chu Yi and 15 in the restaurant. She met with Lin He to inquire about their mother, but with Chu Yi and 15 present, some things were hard to say. Lin He dared to play her like this repeatedly. Hu Dai was extremely angry. She approached, mentally preparing herself before putting on a smile again. After sitting down, she pretended to care for a moment, but Chu Yi and 15 were too busy eating to pay her any attention. They hadn't been like this before. Even if the kids were cold, they would still greet her when they saw her. Everything changed after Lin He showed up. Lin He must have said something bad about her to the kids. While wearing a smile, Hu Dai felt frustrated inside. With these two kids around, her plan to save the day couldn't be executed. Just as she was about to message Zhou Bai to leave, she suddenly heard Chu Yi call his name. That familiar tone gave Hu Dai a bad feeling. Huchuan and Zhou Bai's marriage lasted only 3 years. At that time, Chuyi and Shiwu were still young. They had never met Zhou Bai and didn't know who Huchuan's husband was. It seemed they shouldn't know him at all. However, not only did Chuyi recognize him, but Shiwu also looked up in surprise when she heard the name and exclaimed, "Zhou Bai." Lin He echoed, "Zhou Bai." Seeing this Zhou Bai trio, Huchuan was puzzled. Did they all know him? Chuyi turned to Lin He, surprised. "Do you know him too?" Lin He nodded and glanced at Huchuan, saying, "He's your Aunt Huchuan's ex-husband." Huchuan's marriage had been very low-key, with no information online and no wedding photos, which is why she felt safe letting Zhou Bai appear to tempt her. She intended to thwart Huchuan's plan without directly confronting her. Just showing that she knew Zhou Bai's identity would be enough. Really? Shiwu and Chuyi were shocked and looked at Huchuan together. Huchuan forced a smile and nodded, surprised that Jiang Qiao had even mentioned such a small detail to Lin He. "How do you know him?" Lin He was curious. The way the two kids spoke had a hint of admiration. They hadn't spoken like that about Jiang Qiao. "He's a big name in esports. He once led the Baizhu team to win the World Championship. That was the first time a Chinese esports team won the World Championship. This year, the Chinese team was eliminated in the top 8, and fans are asking for Zhou Shun to come back." Listening to Shiwu, Huchuan scoffed internally, thinking it was just a trivial game that didn't really matter. If only she had focused on expanding her business instead of playing that silly game, things would be better now. Chuyi added, "It's a pity Zhou Shun has retired. No one knows where he went. Some say he went home to take over the family business, while others say he got a job at a big company." Shiwu and Chuyi knew so much because they had seen it on trending news a few months ago. Otherwise, Chuyi wouldn't have recognized him so quickly. Zhou Bai looked the same as he did in college. He seemed a bit more mature compared to his peers, but after 15 years, he still looked like this, making him easy to recognize. China is not particularly prominent in the esports field, but during Zhou Bai's 3 years with the club, the Baizhu team was the best in Asia, and he was a shining star in many esports fans' eyes. Even Chuyi, who didn't play games much, was a bit fascinated, let alone Shiwu. That's why they were so surprised. Zhou Bai coughed a couple of times. He was nearby, listening to the kids' admiration for him, feeling a bit shy. What about inheriting the family business and working at a big company? He was afraid that if he didn't speak up, it would be awkward with all the various rumors circulating online. Although she was at the next table, the distance wasn't close. This restaurant doesn't have private rooms, and there are gaps between each table. There are bamboo screens, vines, and bead curtains as dividers, creating a semi-private atmosphere. The restaurant's popularity is not just due to the delicious food. The decor also plays a part. Zhou Bai walked over after taking a small staircase. He coughed a couple of times before he could speak, but then Shiwu quickly approached him, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Zhou Bai, I really like you. Can we take a photo together?" Seeing Lin He smiling happily, Zhou Bai nodded and said, "Sure." Chuyi helped Shiwu take the photo, but she didn't want a group picture. She just asked for an autograph. After getting the autograph, Chuyi showed it off to her friends who love gaming, while Shiwu proudly displayed their photo. They both ignored their previous relationships and enjoyed their happiness. Zhou Bai then sat down and chatted with Hu Dai. "Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Hu Dai acted as if they hadn't seen each other in a while. "This is Mr. Zhang's girlfriend, Lin He," Hu Dai introduced, watching Zhou Bai's expression closely. She couldn't believe he wasn't surprised to see someone so similar. Zhou Bai calmly greeted Lin He and then turned to Hu Dai, saying, "We've met at the company, Miss Lin." Hu Dai looked at Lin He with a complicated expression. Wasn't Jiang Qiao someone who kept work and personal life separate? Shiwu and Chuyi exchanged glances, and Lin He said, "Mr. Zhou works in software development at your father's group." What was said online wasn't wrong. Zhang's group is indeed a big company. "Really? Zhou Shun, can we add each other on WeChat? Let's play games together sometime. A few of my classmates really admire you." Both Shiwu and Chuyi added Zhou Bai's contact information. "Zhou Shun, are you free today? Come over to my house. I just set up a new computer, and gaming is so much fun. Hearing Sherwoo's invitation, Lin, he thought of the jealous person at home and raised her eyebrows. No, I have something to do. Maybe another time. Fortunately, Zhou Bai declined. At that moment, Hu Dai's phone rang, and her expression quickly changed after she answered. I'm sorry, I have to leave for something urgent at my company. Zhou Bai, could you give me a ride? There was indeed something to handle at Beijing Company, and Hu Dai wanted Zhou Bai to accompany her to discuss something. And so, the meal came to an end. Lin, he didn't plan to talk to Hu Dai today. Rather than meeting her, he was taking the kids out to eat. On the way back, Lin, he was driving in front, while Sherwoo and Chewy sat in the back seat. Seeing Sherwoo's expression, which looked worse than being constipated, Chewy asked, "What's wrong?" Sherwoo turned his phone towards Chewy, his eyes full of disbelief.
Look.
My dad actually liked my post. It's not an exaggeration to say that in all his life, Sherwoo had never received a like from his dad on social media. I posted a photo with Zhou Bai. Does that mean dad likes Zhou Bai too? Sherwoo speculated. Probably, Zhou Bai works for the Jiang Group, so dad must appreciate his skills.
Chehyu'yi confidently replied.
Listening to the siblings' conversation, Lin, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Zhang Qiao thought that one day he would be driven crazy by the posts of his 3 kids. Hu Dai wasn't foolish. Knowing that he was bringing Chu Yi and Sherwoo over, she wouldn't let Zhou Bai show up again, so Zhang Qiao felt relieved. However, he was surprised to find that Zhou Bai not only appeared but did so quite openly. In the past, Zhang Qiao never checked social media. He wasn't interested in others' lives until Lin he returned, and then he started looking occasionally. Every time he looked, it just made him feel frustrated. Sherwoo's caption was even more annoying. Ding ding ding, new friend. Looking forward to having them over next time. Having them over? Zhang Qiao sneered and liked the post. Likes on social media come in 2 types. One is genuine appreciation, and the other is a reminder that you've seen the post. Chu Yi and Sherwoo thought their dad's like was the former, but in reality, it was the latter. When the 3 of them got home, Sherwoo, with his long legs, bounced happily into the house. Upon seeing his dad sitting in the living room and remembering the like, he immediately felt the urge to share his encounter with his idol Zhou Bai. Before he could speak, Zhang Qiao spoke first. School is starting soon. Have you finished your summer homework? Sherwoo stopped in his tracks. He never did his holiday homework. As long as his grades were stable, the teachers turned a blind eye, and his dad never cared before. Why was he asking today? Housekeeper, check Sherwoo's homework. If it's not finished, he can't go out or play on the computer. Sherwoo. How could this be? By the time he finished those assignments, school would have already started. Sherwoo wanted to protest, but it was useless. With a sad face, he went upstairs to his room, and all his excitement about meeting his idol was gone. Lin, he didn't want to speak up for Sherwoo. Each stage of growth has different roles and tasks, and as a high school student, Sherwoo's main task during the break is to finish his homework. There's nothing to argue about. Chu Yi shook his head, mourning for his brother. It turns out that getting likes on social media isn't approval, but a sign of discipline. Noticing his father's gaze on him, Chu Yi quickly said, I exchanged back this year, so I have no homework. I'm going back to my room. With that, he left without looking back. Lin, he understood why Zhang Qiao was upset. Leaning beside him, she recounted what happened in the cafeteria and then gently touched Zhang Qiao's earlobe, saying, I thought Zhou Bai wouldn't show up. If he had, we could have gone together. Sometimes, a simple conversation can resolve conflicts between them. Hearing Lin he say this, Zhang Qiao felt his anger fade. So what if he showed up? He knew Lin he didn't like him. Zhang Qiao had planned to discuss Zhou Bai with Lin he when she returned, especially since Zhou Bai had been involved in several matters after her disappearance. But now he decided not to mention it. There was no need to give an unimportant person too much attention, especially since they wouldn't have much interaction in the future. He had already issued a transfer order for Zhou Bai to go to High City. It was a city that required a 12-hour flight from B City, and even if the other party had ill intentions, distance would be a barrier. How efficient was Jiang Qiao's direct order? After he saw the social media post and gave the command, Zhou Bai, who was in the car with Hu Dai, received the transfer email after the personnel adjustments were made. Chu Yi and Sure will admire you a lot. You can use these two kids to get closer to Lin He, which will raise fewer suspicions. Make sure to find out what's going on with that Emu studio. Hu Dai said excitedly. If Lin He lost Jiang Qiao's favor, she would be nothing. Coming here today is already fulfilling your request. I can't follow the plan from now on. The reason isn't on me. I've done what I promised you regarding the divorce, so we can be completely clear from now on. Zhou Bai's expression was indifferent, and his tone was cold. The car suddenly braked hard, and Hu Dai stared at Zhou Bai, hearing the honking behind them. She restarted the car. Clear?
Ha.
Zhou Bai, aren't you afraid I'll expose your dirty secrets? Then your little fairy will be ruined because of you, and everyone will know. Shut up. Zhou Bai looked at Hu Dai with disgust. Let me say this again. I have no improper relationship with Lin Shimi. I'm helping you because it was part of my promise during the divorce, not because of your threats. You should just say it and see if Jiang Qiao will spare you. Hutie, take care of yourself. While waiting at the red light, the car pulled over and Zhou Bai finished speaking, then opened the door and got out. Inside the car, Hutie screamed loudly, furious and almost going crazy. Walking down the street, Zhou Bai opened his phone again to check the email that had just arrived. A mocking look crossed his eyes. Were they transferring him? Zhou Bai planned to submit his resignation. He didn't have to stay at Zhang's group. He turned off his phone, unlocked it with a different pattern, and entered another system. Unlike the previous business-like interface, this one had a screensaver photo of a person. A photo of Lin He from her university days as a host, wearing a white evening gown. Staring at Lin He's smiling face in the photo, Zhou Bai's gloomy expression faded, and his eyes grew warm. Lin, I've been waiting for you. Jiang Manhwa, who felt like she had survived a disaster, valued her life greatly. She frequently contacted the maid at the Jiang residence to get updates on Jiang Qiao. Whenever Jiang Qiao didn't come to work as usual, her heart raced, fearing he might be coming to get her. Jiang Manhwa didn't dare to go abroad because she realized something. If she died there, no one would notice her absence. If something happened to her in the country, it would definitely make the news. Given her level of fame, such news couldn't be suppressed. This was actually safer for her. She couldn't leave. Jiang Manhwa was looking for a job. She had given Lin He a chance for revenge, hiding at home all day. How could Lin He get back at her? She needed to work. Now, Jiang Manhwa actually hoped for Lin He to take revenge, as it meant Jiang Qiao wouldn't take her life. The butler noticed Jiang Manhwa's frequent contact with the maid and reported it to Lin He. Since discovering the maid had issues, the butler kept a close watch. The maid's most frequent contacts were with Hutie and Jiang Manhwa. He hadn't seen anything else unusual for now. Clearly, the accomplice of the corporate spy was in a one-way communication. The maid couldn't reach out and could only wait for them to contact her. Recently, Jiang Manhwa had been in particularly close contact with her. The butler also found out the content of their messages. The maid was connected to the villa's Wi-Fi, and all her chats were under surveillance. Lin He instructed the butler to continue observing. She could roughly guess Jiang Manhwa's mindset. Just as she was about to say a few more words, they heard a scream from upstairs. Chuyi burst through the door. Crazy! That Han Sun can turn things around? This is outrageous. Speaking of which, Chuyi placed the tablet in front of Lin He, letting her see the content on it. The only pure white Jasmine boy, high school version. This is a trending search term on a short video platform. Clicking on it reveals many young handsome guys, with the top videos getting over 1 million likes, including one from Han Sun. Despite only having created his account 3 days ago, he already has 500,000 followers, and the number keeps rising. He actually became popular. Chuyi naturally disliked Han Sun, not because of love, but because she felt betrayed. Thinking back to when she was a freshman, Han Sun and Jiang Manhwa had teamed up against her, making her feel foolish and manipulated. Chuyi was furious. With Jiang Manhwa's parents involved, Chuyi felt she had to take matters into her own hands with Han Sun. Once school started, he would learn the consequences of crossing her. But before school even began, she found out he was thriving. Chuyi was very frustrated. He's my senior, a second-year student at St. Anne's, really handsome, and an excellent student, always at the top of his class. He read the comments, and Chuyi grew even angrier. She said, "What do you mean top? It was because I let him. I purposely got one exam question wrong so he could take first place and win scholarships. I was so foolish." Looking back, Chuyi realized how naive she had been. He watched her daughter, knowing that being infatuated could affect her in many ways, even her studies. He's just a pretty face with no substance. How can he be popular? Seeing all those compliments about him makes me want to explain that Han Sun is just a... Chuyi vented her frustrations, feeling worse after seeing Han Sun's video and all the praise he received. "I have to expose that little schemer. I'll reveal all the bad things he's done and make him a pariah." Seeing her daughter pacing in anger made He smile. The fact that Chuyi came to her first when upset showed that she trusted her. He shook her head at her daughter's words, saying, "That's not a good idea. It could backfire. It's not wise to take Han Sun's situation online." The reason he stopped Jiang Muhua from discussing Chuyi's issues online was that the internet is too complicated, filled with all kinds of people. When Chuyi talked about Han Sun's despicable behavior, most netizens condemned him, but some supported him and attacked Chuyi instead. Looking at various online incidents, it's clear that even murderers have supporters, let alone someone like Han Sun, who is good-looking and articulate. In the end, your exposure might actually give Han Sun more attention, making you a stepping stone for him. People will speculate about you with dark thoughts and tarnish your reputation. As He spoke about these scenarios, Chuyi's expression grew more and more tense. As someone who often browses the internet, Chuyi knew that what He said would definitely happen. Not just possibly. She had acted impulsively. Just moments ago, Chuyi had been full of energy like a little lion, but after hearing He's analysis, she felt like a drenched little kitten, with her eyes drooping sadly. Suddenly, Chuyi looked at He, her eyes filled with hope. What should I do? He was smart and must have a solution. In fact, Chuyi had already surprised He. At 15, Chuyi was impulsive, and she wasn't much better. The fact that she came to her right away, listened to her advice, and didn't act recklessly showed how much Chuyi had changed since they first met. This was the right approach. When faced with confusion, seek help from an adult instead of relying solely on impulse and bravado. This situation with Han Sun isn't just a coincidence. He still has connections with Jiang Muhua. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Creating a viral video like today isn't hard for Jiang Muhua. Chuyi listened carefully, realizing that the two conspirators were still working together. The internet is a double-edged sword. Once you're involved, there are both good and bad sides. To keep things under control, the best method is to stay out of it. Have you been following the online feud between Hyuri and Jiang Muhua? Chuyi remembered and said, before, they were just mocking each other, but yesterday it escalated into insults, and then they were both muted. Actually, this all started with me, he admitted calmly. Chuyi looked surprised. Many netizens had dug into Jiang Muhua and Hyuri's past, but no one mentioned He. She suddenly realized this was what it meant to stay out of it. He briefly explained the situation, skipping over Hyuri's interest in Imu's studio, only mentioning that the other party needed her help and that Hyuri had her own grievances against Jiang Muhua. What do you think Han Sun will do next? He asked. As a bystander, Chuyi often browsed the internet and saw a lot of news about popular stars. The events were always new, but the patterns were the same. If someone is backing Han Sun, they will gradually reveal his background. For example, he was an excellent student who was recruited by St. High School, comes from a poor family with a father who gambles and a hardworking mother. This creates a tragic yet strong image that attracts fans. Encouraged by He, Chuyi spoke more confidently and laid out the whole process. Clearly, Han Sun wanted to make a name for himself online, and she was determined to expose him. I will reveal everything he tries to create. He's not as smart as he pretends. He may have done well in middle school, but in high school, he struggles with his courses and has to review and take online classes every night. Thinking about it made her angry. She had gone out of her way to get him a good iPad for his classes, but it seemed he was just waiting to take advantage of her. At that time, she had no idea he needed online classes. He had mentioned it himself. It was clear he wanted it. He pretended to be reserved just to seem like he had no choice but to accept help. Also, about his poor family situation, given his parents' behavior, finding issues is too easy. His father talks too freely and says anything, while his mother is the typical submissive wife, believing in outdated ideas that women should serve their husbands. Such a mother cannot raise a successful child. She can only raise a spoiled one, but unfortunately, they have no throne. With such upbringing, what good could Han Sun possibly be? Chui was becoming more aware of these issues. Lin He's words had awakened her. Dealing with Han Sun didn't require her to do much. He was full of problems himself. I know what to do now. To thank Lin He for the insight, Chui decided to repay her in some way. She glanced at the door, took a step forward, and said, I need to tell you something. She ran away. Just 4 simple words, but Lin He didn't react right away. His room connects to the attic, and there's a slide that leads directly to the backyard. I saw him slip away. Chui guessed that she wouldn't obediently do his homework. The housekeeper hadn't expected she to run away, so they hadn't instructed the bodyguards to keep an eye on him. Of course, the family would eventually find out about she sneaking away, so it wasn't really a report. Chui added, it seems he might be in a relationship. You can talk to your father about this later. Since Lin He likes her father so much, she should help Lin He earn some points with him. Being a good stepmother will definitely impress him. Dating? When did that happen? Lin He was surprised. She couldn't tell it all from her younger brother's behavior. Previously, he asked me for a new skincare set and 2 unopened bottles of perfume, even taking the packaging with him. It must be for dating. It's also because his allowance is limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to ask for things from me. I heard him on the phone, but I couldn't catch everything. However, I'm sure there was at the other end. The siblings attend different high schools, so they don't communicate much, but she knows him well enough. Besides sports and games, he doesn't usually hang out with girls. If he's calling someone and giving gifts like skincare and perfume, he must be dating. Chui isn't one to meddle in others' affairs, and her brother's dating life doesn't concern her. But since the situation has come up, she had to say something. I suspect he's trying to impress someone with gifts. Chui concluded. There's a saying that if you've been through the rain, you want to hold an umbrella for others. But Chui felt differently. She decided to tear her brother's umbrella apart. What's the point of dating at such a young age, especially with someone like Han Sun? Having learned from past experiences, Chui thought it would be better for the family to keep an eye on things. Her feelings changed quickly. At first, she thought she was helping Lin He win their father's favor. But it quickly turned into her feeling like a good sister, convincing herself that she was doing this for her brother's sake. She really is great. Chui gave herself a mental pat on the back. Meanwhile, 15 was in a restaurant, sneezing 3 times in a row. He thought summer was almost over and it was getting a bit chilly. A girl with a low ponytail came over and sat across from him. She spoke softly. Have you been waiting long, 15? Sorry I'm late. I had to work overtime because a customer came in right before closing. The girl had fair skin, no makeup, and her clear, innocent eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, revealing a hint of dimples. She was the kind of girl who easily stirred protective instincts in others. It's fine. I haven't been here long. This is a gift for you. I hope you like it. 15 pushed 2 boxes across the table to her. These were the skincare products and perfume he had asked for from Chui. On the first day of school, she could choose whatever she wanted, and it would definitely be a good choice. The girl opened the bag and gasped when she saw the logo. She quickly waved her hands, saying, This is too expensive. I can't accept it, brother 15. Didn't your coworkers tease you? With this, they won't be able to laugh at you anymore. This belongs to my sister. I didn't spend any money on it. Just use it without feeling burdened. The girl sniffled, feeling touched, and said, Brother 15, thank you so much. Don't mention it. Helping others is what I enjoy. Xiao Zhu, just think of me as your brother. It's nothing for a brother to take care of his sister. The girl smiled and nodded, looking innocent and lovely. Actually, she misunderstood. 15 wasn't in a relationship. He had just helped someone in need. A few days ago, while riding his bike home after playing basketball, he decided to take a shortcut and stumbled upon some troublemakers bullying a young girl in an alley. The girl's brother owed them money, and they were there to collect. It wasn't just about the debt. The men were being rough with her and suggested she work at their karaoke bar to pay it off. 15 didn't want to act recklessly, knowing he couldn't take on multiple people alone, so he chose to call the police. That's how he met the girl. Her name was Anju. Her parents had passed away when she was 10, and since then, she and her brother had relied on each other. But her brother had fallen into bad habits and spent all his time gambling, so she began to support herself. Thanks to her father adding 2 years to her age when registering her household, it became easier for her to find a job. Otherwise, she would have been too young, and no one would hire her. Anju was actually a year younger than 15. 15 felt sorry for Anju. Her determination to live a better life was admirable, and he appreciated her spirit. This time, he had sneaked out to meet friends, planning to avoid homework during the long break and return to school afterward. He also brought some skincare products and perfume he had borrowed from his sister for Anju. Watching 15 eat with such focus made Anju's heart race. Those 2 bottles of perfume were from the brand she sold. They were part of the high-end collection, each worth at least 5 figures. And the skincare set? Just by looking at the brand, she knew it was expensive. The moment she saw 15, she felt a spark. The feeling of falling in love at first sight was hard to describe. She thought he was a knight, but the way he casually gave away such valuable items made him seem like a prince. Anju's feelings were complicated. Would a guy from a wealthy family look down on her? While she worried, she also felt a secret joy. She admitted to herself that she liked rich people. 15 was enjoying his meal, completely unaware that someone was thinking about him. He needs to eat quickly, then go to his friend's place because they plan to play games. That evening, Mr. Jiang, who returned from working late, learned about his son and daughter's relationship issues from Lin He. Jiang Manhwa is pushing Han-sun? Limit it as much as possible. Mr. Jiang said this with confidence. As a major shareholder of that video platform, it was entirely within his power. Without attention, things naturally won't heat up. Don't worry about it, Lin He said, patting Jiang Qiao's arm. Let our daughter handle it herself. We just need to keep an eye on things. Thinking about how the first day of school said she would make a detailed plan, Lin He found it very cute. Han-sun's situation can be resolved by the first day of school, so let her try and make mistakes. If things go beyond control and the kids can't handle it, they can step in later. Jiang Qiao naturally listened to Lin He and brought up their son. What about that troublesome kid dating early? Given Jiang Qiao's personality, he would usually ignore the kid's words and just make him focus on his homework. As long as dating doesn't affect his grades, it might not need much attention. Lin He could tell what Jiang Qiao was thinking just by looking at his expression, crossing her arms and interrogating him. Do you support our son dating? Jiang Qiao's gaze wandered, finally landing on the ceiling, suddenly showing a hint of embarrassment as he quietly said, I liked you when I was 15. As someone who experienced early dating, Jiang Qiao felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Lin He, we're talking about the kids. But since this topic came up, Lin He felt she needed to clarify. You had early dating, I did not. Lin He is 3 years older than Jiang Qiao. When Jiang Qiao was 15, he met Lin He, who was in her senior year. Jiang Qiao didn't believe in love at first sight happening to him, but on the day he first saw Lin He felt struck by Cupid's arrow. As a freshman, it was very difficult to connect with a senior preparing for exams, as most activities at school were not attended by seniors. Jiang Qiao went to great lengths to approach Lin He without disturbing her studies. Actually, we shouldn't really count as dating early. By the time we officially got together, you were already 18. Jiang Qiao confessed at 15 and was rejected, again at 16 and 17, until finally, at 18, he managed to win Lin He's heart. Jiang Qiao took Lin He's hand, kissed her fingertips, and smiled. I was the one who fell for you early. Facing Jiang Qiao's passionate gaze, Lin He felt a shiver. She knew exactly what that look meant. The man's thoughts are wandering again. Where could the child be? Lin He quickly changed the subject. Discussing inappropriate things during the day is not good. Mainly, this guy has much more energy during the day than at night, which is exhausting. His phone has a location tracker. As he spoke, Jiang Qiao opened his laptop and typed a few keys, quickly locating where the child was. I've already sent a bodyguard over. Should we bring him back or what? It's up to you. While speaking, Jiang Qiao moved closer to Lin He, now wrapping her in his arms. The servants had already left the room, understanding the situation. The butler had informed everyone that when the couple was home, they should give them some space. No need, let him be for now. Lin He thought that sneaking away to avoid problems was not a good habit. If he runs away, it's not a big deal to bring him back right away. Let him enjoy a few days of freedom first, then deal with him properly. Fatten the pig before slaughtering it. As for the girlfriend he is seeing, Lin He decided not to interfere for now. Children have the right to make friends, and whether or not she is his girlfriend, it's not right for them to investigate based on hearsay. Breaking them up or scolding them is not a good approach either. It's better to wait, first address the issue of him sneaking out, then talk about his girlfriend. If he is really in a relationship, he needs to take responsibility for his feelings, at least to the point of being able to discuss it openly. Until the families meet, it's okay to mention it to the family. School romances rarely last. Just like Lin He and Jiang Qiao, it was only because Jiang Qiao was persistent that they ended up together and married. Looking at the child's personality, he is not like Jiang Qiao. So there's no need to rush in, as that could make the child rebellious. Okay, whatever he says goes. Jiang Qiao wholeheartedly supported Lin He's approach to educating the children. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin He gasped as Jiang Qiao picked her up. I saw you yawning just now. Are you tired?
Let's go upstairs to rest.
Jiang Qiao spoke gently, his steps steady and quick, taking 3 stairs at a time. Jiang Qiao, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Lin He started to say, but her words were cut off. Jiang Qiao playfully bounced her up, causing Lin He to instinctively wrap her arms tightly around his neck. Jiang Qiao, Lin He exclaimed in surprise, and before she could scold him further, the door closed, and her lips were kissed. Until midnight, Lin He couldn't say a complete sentence. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. Han's mother looked at the numbers on the computer screen, her eyes growing brighter. When she saw the total at the bottom, she took several deep breaths before speaking. 37,000.
So,
you earned 37,000 in one night. Han's mother's voice trembled. She earned 5,000 a month, and it took her 6 months to make that much. But her son earned it in one night. Just after finishing his live stream, Han Sun casually twirled a lighter in his hand, a cigarette hanging from his lips. This is nothing. Some big influencers earn millions in one live stream. This is just the beginning. It will only get better. Good. My son is successful. Even if I die, it would be worth it. Han's mother said this while wiping her tears. Han Sun frowned, disliking his mother's gloomy words about death. Don't tell Dad about my earnings. Once I make more money, we can move away. Han's father was often away gambling. After paying off some old debts, new ones quickly piled up. The money to pay off the debts came partly from Han Sun's earnings and the rest from selling their old house and land. Han Sun decided to stop caring about his father. He would never change. Gamblers don't turn back. Let him be on his own. He shouldn't drag the family down. Han's mother looked down, silent. That was the father of her child, her husband. How could she just ignore him? Family ties are important. Lost in these thoughts, she heard her son call her mom, and she snapped back to reality, replying, I understand. Mom, we've suffered enough because of Dad. Please don't have any more hopes for him. Han Sun tried to comfort her. His mother was too soft-hearted. He didn't talk for long before going to rest. After streaming from 5 in the evening to 12:30 at night, he was exhausted. He had to stream again at 10 in the morning. He needed to take advantage of this popularity to strengthen his fan base. Once he became well-known, no one would dare to look down on him. The success of his first live stream made Han Sun feel proud, and it also made Chu-yi very happy behind the scenes. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Help. In the past 2 years, if I ever saw Han Sun live, I would immediately turn away. I feel sick. Chu-yi sent messages to Zhao Qing, venting her frustrations. Han Sun's appeal relied entirely on his cool demeanor. This is also a confusing aspect for Chu-yi. During the live stream, Han Sun had a purple background light, occasionally stepping out of the camera to smoke, then blowing smoke rings in front of the lens. But that's not all. When he answered viewers' questions, his low voice and greasy demeanor made Chu-yi feel embarrassed for having liked him in the past. Zhao Qing made a sharp comment. What a low-class guy. He unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a lot of collarbone, sometimes running his fingers over his throat. The smoky environment, combined with the purple background, really felt off. Of course, this is just Chu-yi and Zhao Qing's opinion. There are still people who like him. At least when Chu-yi watched the live stream, many were calling Han Sun hubby. When he goes live for the second time, we'll take action. Chu-yi realized that whether Han Sun became an internet celebrity or not, it would make it easier for her to get back at him. His success in this live stream would surely make him feel proud, and tomorrow he would confidently go live again, only to find that he had been banned. Having just streamed, Han Sun might not be careful enough and could easily break rules, like smoking or saying something inappropriate. Chu-yi wasn't entirely sure about the specifics, but she found a professional who would help report him during his next live stream. Once banned, his account earnings would also be temporarily frozen. Chu-yi had a plan. She would keep the pressure on him. Whenever he started to gain some traction, she would push him down, and when he finally managed to rise, she would cause a major downfall. Wasn't he and Manhwa just slowly boiling her like a frog? She would make sure to repay them fully. Since finding out she had been deceived by Han Sun and Manhwa, Chu-yi had been feeling frustrated. Now that she had an outlet, she felt much better. Speaking of which, she really had to thank Lin He. Looking at the empty seat across from her, Chu-yi noticed she was the only one at the dining table and asked the butler, "Where's Lin He?" She hadn't seen her at breakfast. "Madam hasn't woken up yet." The butler added that the master had instructed them not to disturb her rest. Being adults, they could tell from the master's cheerful demeanor what was going on. The servants were tiptoeing around while cleaning the hallway in the morning.
Is she sick?
Chu-yi asked with concern. The butler paused and decided to tell a little white lie, saying, "Madam might have stayed up late working." Chu-yi nodded in understanding. Yes, Lin He was a comic artist, and many artists only found inspiration late at night. Just now, I wanted to go upstairs to see Chu-yi, but since she isn't sick, I decided not to disturb her and let her rest well. The housekeeper smiled as she watched Chu-yi eat seriously, feeling proud that the young lady is becoming more understanding. This is all thanks to the new lady. Early in the morning, Zhang Qiao arrived at the company and received the news of Zhou Bai's resignation. Normally, Zhou Bai's position in Zhang's group isn't high, so his resignation letter wouldn't reach Zhang Qiao directly. However, since Zhou Bai's transfer order came from the president's secretary office, the HR department decided to report it to Zhang Qiao, and Assistant Zhang brought it to him. Resigning? Zhang Qiao snorted coldly and told Assistant Zhang, "Inform HR to approve it." This isn't a resignation letter, it's a provocation. With this action, Zhang Qiao understood that Zhou Bai hasn't given up on He. The transfer order he gave Zhou Bai wasn't a demotion, it was a promotion, allowing him to manage independently in Haicheng, which is much better than being a small supervisor at headquarters. Anyone else would know what to choose. Zhou Bai's refusal isn't because he doesn't want to leave B City, but because he still has lingering feelings. He couldn't win against Zhang Qiao back then, and 15 years later, he still can't. Zhang Qiao's eyes were cold, filled with a chilling light. Lin He doesn't know what Zhang Qiao did to be with her back then. While he seemed like a cute puppy, he was actually a fierce wolf behind the scenes, tearing apart his rivals one by one. Find out where the funds from the company Zhou Bai sold came from and how many times they have changed hands over the years. Jiang Qiao instructed, feeling that Zhou Bai is up to something. If his intuition is wrong, it doesn't matter. As long as the other party wants to compete with him for he, that's the biggest problem. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. This saying is absolutely true. A few days ago, Hu Dai and Jiang Muhua were fiercely arguing online, but today they could calmly meet in a cafe. The viewers who witnessed their heated exchange would be shocked. The ice between them was broken by Hu Dai's initiative. She called Jiang Muhua to apologize, saying her recent behavior wasn't intentional and shifted the blame to Lin He. Some things can't be explained over the phone. How about we meet to talk? Jiang Muhua agreed, realizing that Hu Dai seems unaware of Lin He's true identity. Chui has completely been influenced by Lin He. Is she not close to you anymore? I criticized you online, and it was entirely Lin He's suggestion. Don't be fooled by her young age. She's quite clever. I was misled by her into misunderstanding you. And you. Hudy believed that Lin He had prompted her to attack Jiang Muhua, indicating a significant conflict between them. She thought Jiang Muhua would be eager to listen to her bad words about Lin He. Previously, Jiang Muhua was much closer to her than to Hudy. Jiang Muhua used to come and go from the Jiang family as if it were her own home, but now look at the outcome. Hudy didn't believe that Lin He had nothing to do with this. Jiang Muhua had lost her editor position. She couldn't possibly not resent Lin He. Hudy thought Jiang Muhua would definitely be her strong ally. Jiang Muhua listened to Hudy without showing any reaction. What kind of person is Hudy? She only cares about benefits. The fact that the other party came to her today surely meant they had a conflict with Lin He, so they turned to ally with her instead. If she had been persuaded to join forces with the other party when Lin He first appeared, she might have fallen for it, but now she wasn't foolish. Lin He's status ensured her invincibility. Neither she nor Hudy could change anything. Jiang Qiao's feelings for Lin He were unshakable. A substitute could be toppled, but the reality was that Lin He herself had returned. I believe what you say. Jiang Muhua expressed goodwill towards Hudy. She had a brilliant plan in mind. As long as she pushed Hudy out to attract more attention, she wouldn't have to worry about Lin He and Jiang Qiao targeting her. They could deal with Hudy, and perhaps their anger would lessen. What are your thoughts? I'll do my best to cooperate since we have a common enemy, Jiang Muhua said earnestly, pretending to have heeded Hudy's advice. Hudy smiled, thinking she had succeeded. Although it seemed like they had formed an alliance, each was secretly calculating their own interests. During this meeting between Hudy and Jiang Muhua, they felt it was flawless, unaware that within 3 minutes of their encounter, Jiang Qiao received news. How is the line with Moxing Company progressing? Last time, when Hudy met Lin He, she left in a hurry due to a real issue at her company. Moxing, a competitor of Beixing, had launched a new product that directly targeted Beixing's new release. The promotional momentum from the rival company was strong, and their slogans about patent research were loud, significantly impacting the sales of Beixing's new product line. The overall functionality was similar, but their price was $10 cheaper than Beixing's new product. Ordinary people might think that 10 yuan is nothing and won't make a difference, but market feedback shows that a 10 yuan difference can lead to 10 times the sales. This precise business competition is managed by Jiang Qiao. Hu Dai is causing trouble for He, so how can he let her sleep peacefully? Since she has the time to stir things up, he might as well keep her busy. Increase the promotion so that Beixing's new products make a big splash. Jiang Qiao has the ability to bring Beixing down directly, but he is being cautious because of Lin He. He always wants to fight back herself, but he can't keep an eye on her, so she has to act secretly. Mr. Jiang, Manager Gu Lily from the Hongqing branch, has requested to be transferred back. She wants to come to the president's office, and HR is asking for your input. Gu Lily works hard and is quick-witted. If she performs well after being transferred to Hongqing, she could be groomed for a deputy position upon her return. That was Jiang Qiao's previous plan. Now, however, he hesitates. Receiving a phone call and a text message about Gu Lily made Hee unhappy. There are many places to cultivate capable subordinates. They don't have to be kept close by. Send her to the marketing department and have HR contact Vice President Zhang to arrange it. In the end, Zhang Qiao changed his previous decision. The other party's unintentional mistakes always affect him, so it's better to keep some distance. Better safe than sorry. He can work in the study at home, but he can skip sleeping there. Inside Rose Manor, elegantly dressed ladies are laughing and enjoying fine food and wine. Lin He, in a little black dress and wearing a pearl necklace, sits at a round table while Mrs. Zhao introduces her to friends around her. This is a gathering of wealthy women. 2 days ago, Lin He received an invitation from Mrs. Zhao, saying that the eldest daughter-in-law of Chairman Feng from Manhwa Group is hosting a gathering and asked Lin He to come if she has time, since they know each other. Usually, these ladies meet occasionally for afternoon tea, shopping, or exhibitions. It's clear to everyone that Lin He is very stable by Jiang Qiao's side. No matter what happens in the future, she can currently speak to him. Even Jiang Muhua cannot compete with Miss Lin, showing how secure her position is in the Jiang family. Recently, Manhwa Group has a major collaboration with the Jiang Group, and Mrs. Feng's invitation to Lin He is also a way to build a good relationship. Lin He attending this gathering isn't just for Mrs. Feng's sake. She mainly wants to connect with Mrs. Zhao. Let's see if we can hear from Mrs. Zhao about what the first day of the Lunar New Year was like 15 years ago. Without any hesitation, Lin He directly asked about the first day of the new year. Mrs. Zhao thought it was just a stepmother trying to please the child and shared what she knew. Lin He met with Mrs. Zhao first, and then they went to the Rose Manor together. Mrs. Zhao had a very good impression of Lin He and did not underestimate her because of her age. Recently, her daughter had been calling her Aunt Lin in a very affectionate way, which made Mrs. Zhao a bit jealous. Lin He was a secret for Yimu, and Zhao Qing hadn't told her parents because she felt it was a secret between her and Yimu. The first day of the new year also told her not to share it with others to avoid unnecessary speculation or paparazzi. The two girls kept the secret voluntarily, without Lin He asking them to. That child, the first day of the new year, is very good at studying and smart. She can understand a problem after hearing it once, while Zhao Qing needs to listen repeatedly and still struggles with different types of questions. Mrs. Zhao was not trying to belittle her own child, but was genuinely impressed by the first day of the new year's intelligence. While saying this, Mrs. Zhao observed Lin He's expression and noticed her smile was sincere, as if she was proud of the first day of the new year like a biological daughter. Not all stepmothers have bad intentions. Many treat their stepchildren as their own. Lin He might be one of those. Despite her young age, she has a kind heart. However, Mrs. Zhao's thoughts changed halfway through the gathering. Seeing Lin He get upset reminded her of the time when she had made the first day of the new year cry. The situation started with Mrs. Feng. When Lin He arrived, Mrs. Feng attached great importance to her, personally coming over to hold her hand, smiling warmly and welcoming her. Mrs. Feng was in her early 40s and could have acted superior due to her age and status, waiting for the younger girl to flatter her. But she couldn't do that with Lin He because Lin He's partner was Jiang Qiao, a person on equal footing with her in the business world. Her own husband was less accomplished. As the host of the gathering, Mrs. Feng treated Lin He this way, and the other ladies, who relied on the Feng family, treated Lin He even more warmly. To be precise, the only ones with high status present were Mrs. Feng and Lin He. Mrs. Zhao didn't count. They sat on the living room sofa chatting, and, at first, it seemed they were trying to accommodate Lin He. But as the conversation continued, they realized Lin He understood every topic and even had some interesting insights. The conversation gradually became lively, and everyone's impression of Lin He improved. They initially thought she was a spoiled young girl, but her perspective and depth were much greater than those of the current youth. After all, how else could she have won Mr. Zhang's favor? While they were chatting, the estate's butler suddenly whispered something in Mrs. Feng's ear. From her expression, it was hard to tell if she was happy or upset, but Lin He noticed that her smile briefly stiffened. Mrs. Feng stood up and said she needed to handle something. They continued talking, and someone suggested moving to the gazebo outside, as the rose garden was particularly beautiful and the gentle breeze would make it more pleasant. Everyone agreed, and they went outside. The gazebo was positioned perfectly to see the entrance of the estate. As Lin He sat down and looked up, she saw Mrs. Feng and the butler standing at the entrance, looking serious as they waited for someone. A car slowly approached and stopped, and two people got out. A young girl helping an elderly lady. Lin He didn't recognize them, but Mrs. Zhao immediately identified them, saying, "Oh, why is the old lady from the Feng family here?" The others present looked at each other with expressions that were hard to describe. The lady in the yellow dress to Lin He's left said, "That young girl must be Mrs. Feng's distant niece." Someone added, "Even though she's a distant niece, she grew up with the old lady and is very favored." Lin He clearly felt that whenever they mentioned this distant niece, their gazes would often drift toward her. At that moment, Mrs. Zhao leaned closer to Lin He and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Previously, the old lady Feng tried to matchmake Mr. Jiang with that Miss Feng." Lin He raised her eyebrows and looked again at Miss Feng. She had healthy, sun-kissed skin, long hair in braids, and big earrings that reflected golden light in the sun. Her arms showed that she exercised regularly. She seemed like a very energetic girl. Lin He had a good impression of her. She liked people who loved sports. However, when the girl shot her a glare, Lin He withdrew her fondness. If it weren't for the fact that they were meeting for the first time, an outsider might have thought they had some past grievances. Mrs. Feng noticed her niece's actions and saw that everyone inside had come outside. After observing the situation, she felt a bit annoyed. With her mother-in-law's constant chatter, Mrs. Feng rolled her eyes and said, "How could we not welcome you? Let's go inside and talk." Madame Feng entered the estate with a clear purpose, leading Feng Xinlian straight towards Lin He. Madame Feng walked briskly, showing no signs of her age. When she arrived, everyone stood up. "Hello, Madame Feng. It's been a while. You still look so strong." "Welcome, madam. Please sit here, it's cooler." Lin He also greeted her politely, joining the others. Just moments ago, at the entrance, Madame Feng had a cold expression, but now, in front of everyone, she smiled warmly and looked very kind. Lin He thought to herself that she was good at changing her demeanor. Madame Feng followed her mother-in-law, first stepping back to make a phone call before sitting down. She smiled apologetically at Lin He. Lin He assumed this was because Madame Feng felt the atmosphere of the gathering was disrupted by her mother-in-law's arrival. Everyone had been chatting comfortably, but once Madame Feng started talking about past events, it became quite boring. Lin He attributed Madame Feng's expression to this until her mother-in-law turned the topic to her, revealing the real reason behind Madame Feng's demeanor. "Is this your first time meeting Miss Lin? How old are you this year, and what do your family members do?" Madame Feng asked. "My family doesn't do much. I'm 28. Oh no. A woman is always 18 at heart," Lin He replied with a light smile, dropping a surprising comment. Everyone was a bit shocked, thinking Lin He's earlier statement of being 28 was her true age. They all assumed she was only around 21 or 22. Didn't they say that Mr. Zhang's girlfriend was a recent graduate? Madame Feng was not pleased with Lin He's answer, thinking it was quite slick. She continued, "What do your parents do?" Lin He replied calmly, her expression turning serious. "They have passed away." Her response was clear, and anyone with a bit of understanding would have realized that further questioning was inappropriate. At her age, she certainly understood this. Madame Feng, however, looked down on Lin He and showed little respect in her attitude. "Your parents are gone? That's quite unfortunate," Madame Feng muttered softly, but loud enough for everyone to hear, deliberately trying to embarrass Lin He. "How old are you this year, Madame Feng?" Feng Xinlian interjected, "My grandmother is 74. Why do you ask?" The tone of the conversation was light, but it was clear there was a lack of respect. Feng Xiaolian, like the old lady Feng, looked down on Lin He. "I know a centenarian who taught me the secret to longevity. Never meddle in others' affairs. I hope this secret helps you live a long life, Mrs. Feng." Feng Xiaolian frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin He raised her eyes and smiled provocatively. Don't you understand? Miss Lin seems to lack proper upbringing. Mrs. Feng's expression darkened as she slammed her teacup onto the table, her fierce demeanor revealing a hint of bitterness. The two ladies sitting next to Mrs. Feng, usually the most timid, held their breath, thinking Lin He might cry from fear. If everyone in the world were like Mrs. Feng, the term upbringing would probably disappear from the dictionary. No one expected Lin He to fight back so boldly, clearly stating that Mrs. Feng was the one lacking in manners. Manhwa Group was established in the early days of reform and opening up, built by Mrs. Feng and her husband, who later returned to family life after having children. Unlike typical elderly women, she had the commanding presence of a strong leader. While others feared the Feng matriarch, Lin He did not. As long as she was in the right, she was unafraid of anyone. In terms of etiquette, Lin He had nothing to be criticized for. Faced with the old lady Feng's hostility, her character ensured she would not back down. Why should she give respect when none was given to her? The cooperation between the Feng and Jiang families would not advance due to her tolerance, nor would it collapse because of her retaliation. Mrs. Feng, I respect you as my elder because of your age. If you don't want this respect, then don't act superior in front of me. My mother always told me that no one has the right to educate me except her. Lin He said the last sentence boldly, and it was clear that Mrs. Feng was breathing heavily in response. At that moment, Mrs. Feng tried to mediate, but her mother-in-law waved her hand dismissively. She fell silent. In such situations, Mrs. Feng should have intervened when the old lady Feng first started to pick a fight, but she did not. Her mother-in-law often troubled her at home, having never approved of her as a daughter-in-law and had given her a cold shoulder for many years. Mrs. Feng disapproved of her mother-in-law's behavior, but felt she could not speak up as a younger member of the family. After getting to know Lin He, she found her to be a girl who was neither servile nor arrogant. Indeed, Lin He performed very well, leaving her mother-in-law speechless. If it were someone else, the family might not take it seriously, and the mother-in-law would become even more arrogant. But Miss Lin is Mr. Zhang's partner, so her husband and father-in-law will definitely pay attention to this matter. The mother-in-law is making a big mistake by treating Miss Lin like someone she used to bully. This time, she has kicked a hard board. Mr. Jiang is not someone the Feng family can easily dismiss. What a sharp-tongued woman. I've seen many like you, vain and greedy. Mrs. Feng, be careful not to trip over your own words. Lin He would not follow the other person's lead. Explaining that her love for Jiang Qiao is genuine and not materialistic would only put her at a disadvantage. With just a casual remark, Mrs. Feng's eyes widened in shock, leaving her speechless. No one dared to say she stumbled over her words. Is Mrs. Feng trying to blame me because she wants to marry her granddaughter to Jiang Qiao? That's really unreasonable. Lin He directly exposed the other person's intentions, leaving no room for pretense. Feng Xinlian's face turned red, and she angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Grandma doesn't like hypocritical people like you." Feng Xinlian is 26 years old. After graduating from university, she has not found a job and spends her days idly. Last year, when her grandmother mentioned introducing her to Mr. Jiang from Jiang Group, she was thrilled. Mr. Jiang is wealthy and powerful, and he is handsome. As a father of 3, he doesn't look old at all. He has a refined and mature charm that makes people think he could be a celebrity. Mrs. Feng arranged for Feng Xinlian to work in the family company, hoping that through business interactions with Jiang Group, they could develop a relationship. Naturally, this plan failed. Mr. Jiang treated everything as a business matter and later told Mr. Feng that he would change the contact person, as Feng Xinlian's efficiency was too low. Feng Xinlian was so upset that she ran home in tears. Later, she still didn't give up and wanted her uncle to arrange a blind date with Mr. Jiang. However, out of respect for Mrs. Feng, Mr. Feng followed his mother's wishes and mentioned it to Mr. Jiang, who firmly refused. When Mr. Feng's father, Chairman Feng, learned about this, he scolded his wife for causing trouble, and the matter was dropped. However, Feng Xinlian was still not discouraged. After learning that Mr. Jiang had a girlfriend, She inquired and found out that the girlfriend was only slightly more attractive and came from a less impressive background than herself. She immediately told Mrs. Fong that if such a woman could win Mr. Zhang's heart, why couldn't she? It must be that her uncle hadn't explained things clearly at the time. In the eyes of Mrs. Fong, her granddaughter Fong Xinlian was well-behaved, sensible, and excellent. It must have been her son's fault for not handling things well. When she learned that her daughter-in-law was hosting a gathering and invited Mr. Zhang's younger girlfriend, Mrs. Fong brought Fong Xinlian along. This created quite a scene. Mrs. Fong watched Lin He alone, feeling angry at the two of them, secretly giving a thumbs up in her mind, and her gaze drifted back to the door. Why hadn't anyone arrived yet? The phone call Mrs. Fong just made was to her husband. The gathering today, which invited Miss Lin, was actually suggested by her father-in-law. He meant for her to get to know Miss Lin better, as it would be beneficial for the cooperation between their families. Mrs. Fong mentioned that she would invite Miss Lin to a gathering next week, and that the Rose Manor belonged to Chairman Fong, specifically arranged for her daughter-in-law to use as the venue. In the past, Chairman Fong never cared about his daughter-in-law's friendships or gatherings with other ladies. His attention this time showed how important Miss Lin was. Mrs. Feng's good attitude towards Lin He also stemmed from her father-in-law's stance. When her mother-in-law suddenly arrived with a hostile demeanor, Mrs. Fong, as a younger member of the family, couldn't control the situation and quickly sought help. The timing of the call was perfect. Her husband was discussing matters with Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Mr. Fong intended to tell his father to call their mother and persuade her to leave. His mother had become increasingly temperamental in recent years and wouldn't listen to him at all. While Mr. Fong was in the hallway, he didn't wait to call his father when Mr. Jiang walked out of the meeting room. The discussions are almost done. Let's wrap it up for today. All right, Mr. Jiang. I will quickly finalize the additional terms. Mr. Jiang nodded and casually mentioned, "It seems my wife is attending Mrs. Feng's gathering today." "Yes, it's at my father-in-law's Rose Manor." After Mr. Feng spoke, Mr. Jiang expressed interest, saying, "I've heard the scenery there is beautiful, and there's a golf course. Mr. Jiang, would you like to take a look? Maybe play a round?" As soon as he asked, Mr. Feng regretted it. Wasn't the situation chaotic enough already? He was just being polite, and Mr. Jiang was likely just complimenting. Just as Mr. Feng's heart began to settle, he heard Mr. Jiang happily respond, "Sure, I'd be delighted." And so, the two of them got into the car heading to the Rose Manor. Inside the car, Mr. Feng wished he could punch himself in the mouth. There was no way around it. After spending so much time with Mr. Jiang, it was the first time he showed interest, and Mr. Feng instinctively responded in agreement. During this time, Mr. Feng sent a message to his father, saying that his mother was causing trouble for Miss Lin at the Rose Manor, and he mentioned inviting Mr. Jiang over. He then messaged his wife, informing her that he and Mr. Jiang were on their way to the Rose Manor. Mr. Feng hoped his wife would quickly calm the situation, as it would be embarrassing for Mr. Jiang to witness Miss Lin being bullied. After receiving a reply from his wife saying, "I can't control it," they started arguing. He felt a wave of panic. He remembered that his father had just returned from City S and was likely still on the plane, which made him even more anxious. Mr. Feng thought he was keeping a calm expression, but his hidden panic was easy to see. Mr. Jiang gazed out the window, his indifferent eyes hiding a brewing chill. The trip to the Rose Manor wasn't a last-minute decision. While Mr. Feng was on the phone, Mr. Jiang received a message from Mrs. Zhao. After learning that he was going to a gathering with Mrs. Zhao, he contacted her, asking her to keep an eye on things and inform him immediately if anything happened. Seeing Mrs. Feng approach aggressively, Mrs. Zhao secretly texted Mr. Jiang, "Mrs. Feng is causing trouble for Miss Lin." She thought she was providing real-time updates, but ended up forgetting about it. He passionately defended herself, leaving Mrs. Feng and her granddaughters speechless. Mrs. Zhao felt relieved watching he gain the upper hand, and her own tension disappeared, making her forget to seek help from Mr. Jiang. Mrs. Feng was not good at arguing. Years of being pampered meant she had never faced opposition. Her attacks on he were based on her background and trying to assert her seniority. However, Lin He was unfazed. While other girls might feel hurt and run away in tears, Lin He stood her ground, smiling defiantly while the two of them grew increasingly frustrated. You need to leave. The Feng family does not welcome you. In the end, unable to argue any further, Mrs. Feng resorted to throwing insults, trying to assert her authority. The other ladies' expressions changed. Mrs. Feng had lost her composure. Such remarks about driving someone away were beneath her. Mom, please stop. Miss Lin is my invited guest. Mrs. Feng was amused to see her mother-in-law in a difficult position, but she knew she had to step in. This situation affected the entire Feng family. Her mother-in-law is really confused. To create trouble for the family over a distant relative, she is causing chaos. Be quiet. The old lady slapped her daughter-in-law in anger. She took out her frustration on her. If it weren't for the distance between Lin He and the other ladies, she would have slapped Lin He instead. The other ladies gasped. The old lady was truly confused. A respectable person wouldn't hit their daughter-in-law in front of so many outsiders. Just then, Mr. Feng and Jiang Qiao arrived. What happened? Hearing her husband's voice, Mrs. Feng covered her face and quickly left without saying a word. To be fair, her reaction was quite dignified. Mr. Feng wanted to chase after his wife, but seeing his mother shaking with anger and everyone looking shocked, he couldn't leave. Someone had to take charge. Old Mrs. Feng said this is her home, and she doesn't welcome me. Mrs. Feng said I am her guest and asked old Mrs. Feng to stop causing a scene. Then old Mrs. Feng slapped her. In the tense atmosphere, no one dared to speak. Only Lin He, unafraid of making things worse, summarized what had just happened for Mr.
Feng.
Jiang Qiao noticed Lin He's lively expression and smiled inwardly, glad that she wasn't bullied. Mr. Feng looked at his mother in disbelief. Mom, what are you doing? In fact, old Mrs. Feng regretted the slap immediately. She acted impulsively out of anger. Uncle, please don't blame Grandma. Feng Xinlian tried to explain but was harshly scolded by Mr. Feng. Be quiet. You have no right to speak here. He didn't like this cousin, who was skilled at talking nonsense in front of his mother and encouraging her to act. This incident was clearly caused by her.
Itzai.
Old Mrs. Feng called out her son's name loudly, feeling that his reprimand of her granddaughter was aimed at her. Mr. Feng was about to lose it. His mother only responded to softness, and if he pushed, she would only make things worse. But if he said nothing, he would offend Mr. Jiang. Mom, please stop. Hearing her son say the same thing as her daughter-in-law, old Mrs. Feng lost her temper completely. She was being criticized. Not only did her son and daughter-in-law not defend her, but they also acted like she was in the wrong. Ignoring her son, old Mrs. Feng glared at Lin He and angrily reiterated, "Get out of my house. Can't you see you're not welcome here?" Unexpectedly, the mother suddenly confronted Lin He, and Mr. Feng turned pale, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, he didn't even dare to look back at Mr. Jiang's expression. Mrs. Feng is quite impressive, Mr. Jiang suddenly spoke up, and only then did Mrs. Feng notice that there was someone standing behind the butler. Feng Xinlian, supporting Mrs. Feng, also didn't notice Mr. Jiang, as their line of sight was blocked by a pillar. Upon seeing him, she felt a moment of joy, but quickly realized the situation, and her smile froze. She had encouraged her grandmother to come over to use her influence to teach Lin He a lesson, making her realize that this circle was not one she could easily enter. Excluding someone in private and bullying them in front of Mr. Jiang were two different things. Thinking of her grandmother's last words, her heart raced, feeling that things were getting out of hand. Mr. Jiang spoke mockingly, his anger clearly visible on his face. He walked over to Lin He and placed his hand on her shoulder, his attitude unmistakable. Mr. Jiang's presence calmed Mrs. Feng a bit, and she said stiffly, "Mr. Jiang, your girlfriend was rude first. At my age, being scolded by a younger person and asking them to leave is already quite polite." Lin He remained silent, turning to look at Mr. Jiang, wanting to hear his response. "If he scolded you, it must be because you have a problem. With just that one light remark, Mr. Jiang made his stance clear. Seeing Mrs. Feng nearly faint with anger, everyone thought to themselves that no wonder they were together. They both had a knack for putting others in their place. Inside, they couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Lin He. Their husbands could not support them unconditionally like that. Especially when facing someone of Mrs. Feng's stature, they might pretend not to know the situation and step back for the sake of their own interests, even if they were in the right. Not knowing the full story, but still standing firmly behind Miss Lin, at that moment, the other ladies thought Mr. Jiang was incredibly impressive. It wasn't just surface-level charm, it was his character that shone through. Mr. Jiang, don't be fooled. Miss Lin is truly unpleasant. It's not just me. Everyone dislikes her. At that moment, Feng Xinlian spoke up again, thinking that these ladies were all dependent on the Feng family and would surely side with her grandmother. If one person dislikes me, that's their problem. If a group dislikes me, Lin He tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the other ladies, then that means they know each other. After all, she was in the right. Yes, Lin He would always be the one to reject internal conflict. The key was the expressions of the ladies. They did not seem to agree with Feng Xinlian's words. The ladies were stunned. What was wrong with that granddaughter? Why was she pointing out their actions? Lady Zhao was the first to react, waving her hand and saying, "Don't say that, I really like Miss Lin." Yes, Miss Lin is very outstanding. That's right, I also like Miss Lin. Everyone present quickly defended her. They had to give face to the old lady Feng, who cared about a distant relative living in the Feng family. Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin, I'm sorry, my mother is a bit confused. I'll take her back to her room right now. Mr. Feng realized that if he didn't take a firm stand, this farce would never end. Just then, he saw his wife coming back from outside and felt relieved. She was still considering the bigger picture. He quickly pulled his mother away. After Mr. Feng forcefully took his mother upstairs, Mrs. Feng approached. Her cheeks had been touched up with powder, which covered the handprint, but there was still slight redness and swelling. Old Lady Feng was quite strong. Everyone, I apologize. Today, my Feng family has been rude. Miss Lin, I am truly sorry. You have been wronged. Lin He was about to speak when Jiang Qiao interrupted. With Old Lady Feng harboring such hostility towards my partner, I seriously doubt whether our cooperation will go smoothly. Luckily, the contract hasn't been signed yet, so there is still room for reconsideration. After saying this, Jiang Qiao wrapped his arm around Lin He's waist and took her away, not giving her a chance to speak. He was worried that he might soften, and all the grievances of today would be in vain. If the other ladies could hear Jiang Qiao's thoughts, they would be puzzled.
Wronged?
Who was wronged? Miss Lin was simply amazing. Regarding Mr. Jiang's statement, Mrs. Feng looked surprised. What did this mean? Allowing her mother-in-law to bully Lin He, she thought it would end with an apology. A dispute among women wouldn't affect the cooperation. But Mr. Jiang's attitude was clearly not like that. Mrs. Feng felt anxious, realizing that today's events had caused a bigger problem than she had imagined. The other ladies also looked surprised. No one expected Mr. Jiang to make such a statement. The Jiang group and Finghua group had been in contact and evaluating each other for nearly a year before deciding to cooperate deeply. The fields involved in their cooperation were bound to bring significant changes, and there were various speculations about how their partnership would impact the industry. Was it all going to fall apart? And they were witnessing it? Everyone tends to think that Mr. Jiang was just speaking out of anger, but upon reflection, that may not be the case. With his status, he would never make careless statements, especially when his decisions affect so many people's livelihoods. His bold words indicate he truly believes in what he said. Otherwise, Mrs. Feng wouldn't look so pale, clearly shocked. Oh my! Mr. Jiang really cherishes Miss Lin like a precious gem. After Jiang Qiao and Lin He left, the party ended on a sour note. Lin He wasn't very upset about Mrs. Feng, but Jiang Qiao was quite angry. Lin He held Jiang Qiao's hand, feeling his coldness. He was really upset. I have the upper hand here. Even Mrs. Feng and Feng Xinlian together can't out-talk me. Lin He shook Jiang Qiao's hand, playfully comforting him. I'm upset because they look down on you. Jiang Qiao felt those people were blind. Wasn't his attitude clear enough? They had no right to underestimate Lin He. It wasn't just Mrs. Feng. There were others before her too. How about I announce that you are my wife? Jiang Qiao knew what those people were thinking. They doubted his seriousness toward Lin He. No matter how he acted, they would still speculate. At this moment, a legal marriage would be the strongest proof, effectively silencing their gossip and dirty thoughts. That sounds great. There's a charity gala next week. Shall we attend as a couple? Jiang Qiao's eyes lit up. He thought Lin He would say it wasn't the right time, but she agreed. Yes. After responding loudly, Jiang Qiao paused and asked, a bit confused, next week? Which charity gala? The one that will be live-streamed online, featuring celebrities, and has been trending on several hot topics, the Plum Blossom Charity Gala. Thanks to Mrs. Feng's outburst, she remembered something important. Mrs. Feng wore a silk scarf draped over her shoulders, with red plum blossoms embroidered at the hem, surrounded by white snow. Others might see it as just a regular pattern, but Lin He recognized it as the emblem of the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation. The scarf was likely a gift from the foundation, indicating that Mrs. Feng had supported it with over 10 million. The Plum Blossom Charity Foundation was initially proposed by wealthy women from Hong Kong who collaborated with several prominent businesswomen from the mainland to establish it, and it has been around for 20 years now. One of the current board members, Tu Li, is the older sister of Hu Dai. Recently, Lin He saw trending news online about the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation, which included an interview with the event's organizer, Tu Li. The distinctive fox-like eyes and the mole at the corner of the mouth made Lin He recognize the person immediately. Later, as other events unfolded, Lin He set this person aside, but when she saw the long scarf of old Lady Feng, she remembered again. Years ago, Hu Dai introduced Lin He to Tu Li and shared her tragic story. Her family faced a disaster. Her only father died in a car accident, and the compensation meant for starting a business was stolen, leaving her broke and still needing to pay the mortgage. She had to stretch one meal over 3 days and couldn't even afford to take the bus to visit Hu Dai, walking for an hour instead.
It was truly heartbreaking.
At that time, Lin He had more money than she knew what to do with. Thinking that Tu Li was Hu Dai's close friend, she felt a sense of kinship and, with Hu Dai's guarantee, lent her 2 million. 15 years later, looking back, Lin He realized that the scammer they talked about back then is now Tu Li's husband. The interview revealed they were childhood sweethearts, supporting each other through thick and thin, with many touching stories. Lin He felt calm about the late revelation of the truth, having been deceived. After discovering Hu Dai's true nature, Lin He was prepared to see that she was not a good person at all. There's a saying that debts are settled when someone dies, and it seems to apply to both those who owe money and those who are owed. Lin He thought it was time to settle the score. Not only with Tu Li, but also to expose Hu Dai's true character and see how much she had exploited their friendship for her own gain. So, when Jiang Qiao wanted to announce their marriage, the charity gala was a perfect opportunity. Lin He also wanted to confront Tu Li and resolve things between the two sisters. Now, with the incident at Rose Manor, the Feng family was worried. News that the cooperation between Jiang Group and Fenghua Group might fall through spread quickly throughout the afternoon. These ladies weren't gossiping, but they did share the news with their husbands. The husbands then discussed the potential impacts of a fallout between Jiang Group and Fenghua Group with their friends, and the rumors spread from there. By the time Chairman Feng landed and turned on his phone, he received a flood of messages. What's going on, old Feng? Did you have a falling out with Jiang Group? Uncle Feng, there's talk that Fenghua Group and Jiang Group are no longer cooperating. Should I continue production at my factory? Old Feng, are you confused? Jiang Group has several projects lined up with the government this year. Everyone is eager to benefit. Why are you causing trouble? One message after another pushed the news about his eldest son, Feng Yitzai, to the bottom. Chairman Feng didn't wait to hear from his son, and was confused by the messages from his friends. By the time he left City B, he had almost finished discussions with General Zhang. He left some final issues for his son to handle, believing that a simple conversation would finalize everything without any mistakes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt comfortable leaving City B. What is happening now? Chairman Feng quickly called his son, and as soon as the call connected, he spotted his eldest son at the arrival area. After hanging up, he walked over quickly, frowning, and said, "What is going on?" Inside Rose Manor, Mrs. Feng had deliberately removed her makeup, making the handprint on her face more noticeable. She wanted to show her father-in-law that it wasn't for lack of trying to stop her mother-in-law. She had tried but couldn't hold her back. She had even been slapped in public. It took a while for the old lady to calm down. After being forcibly taken back to her room by her eldest son, she cried continuously, saying her son was unfilial and that at her age, being bullied was unbearable. After 2 hours of crying, she seemed to tire out and fell asleep in bed. "Aunt, is Uncle going to pick up Grandpa? Will Grandpa be angry?" Feng Xinlian nervously tugged at her clothes, feeling uneasy. This time seemed different. Grandma was crying so much. In the past, Uncle would have apologized right away, but this time he didn't even look at her. "Isn't this what you wanted? To make the whole family restless?" Mrs. Feng said sarcastically, completely losing her temper. In the past, she would ignore Feng Xinlian, never saying anything harsh. But now, she couldn't hold back. If the old lady listened less to Feng Xinlian's whispers, there would be much less trouble at home. "Aunt, how can you say that? I never." Feng Xinlian covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. This tactic worked on the old lady, but Mrs. Feng only felt annoyed. Just then, Chairman Feng returned. Feng Xinlian, feeling more confident, quickly approached him and said, "Grandpa, Grandma has been crying in her room, which is not good for her health. We couldn't persuade her. You should go check on her." This made it seem like she was the one showing filial piety. Mrs. Feng rolled her eyes and walked over to greet him, saying, "Father, you're back." Seeing the clear handprint on her face, Chairman Feng didn't confront his son's cold demeanor in front of his daughter-in-law. He ignored Feng Xilian's words and nodded in response to Mrs. Feng. "How old are you this year?" Chairman Feng asked Feng Xilian. Feng Xilian was taken aback, unsure why he suddenly asked her age. She replied softly, 26. "You came to the Feng family at 3 years old. Over the years, we have treated you well and have never let you lack for anything. The Feng family does not expect anything in return. When we took you in, we promised your parents we would raise you until you were an adult. You are now 26, so you need to move out before tomorrow." The Feng family is wealthy, and they thought having another person around to entertain the elderly lady was no big deal. But now they couldn't keep her. Feng Xinlian was stunned. She knew very well that in this family, Chairman Feng's word was final. Was she really being kicked out? If she left the Feng family, she would be nothing. Wasn't she supposed to help strengthen the family's connections through marriage? At the very least, she could have become a wealthy wife. Being kicked out meant she had no ties to the Feng family, who would see her as important then. How could this happen? After Chairman Feng finished speaking, he went upstairs to see his wife. Mrs. Feng looked at Feng Xinlian, who was frozen like a statue, and scoffed, "You brought this upon yourself." Mrs. Feng was actually surprised that her father-in-law handled it this way, showing no regard for her feelings. This indicated the seriousness of the situation. She glanced upstairs. Her mother-in-law had truly met her match this time. That evening, Chairman Feng personally visited the Jiang residence with his son and daughter-in-law. Lin He was quite surprised. She thought that after indulging the old lady, Chairman Feng wouldn't be very pleasant. However, upon meeting him, she found him to be very understanding. He seemed like a different person compared to the old lady. First, Chairman Feng expressed his apologies for his wife's rudeness. He then spoke about the past, explaining how he and his wife had gone through tough times together. His wife was originally a well-educated lady, but due to circumstances, she had to adapt to rural life, and being too gentle would lead to being bullied. By sharing these stories, he appeared more sincere. Feng Xinlian has gone astray. Letting her go out to gain experience will help her grow. Mr. Feng meant that they had sent Feng Xinlian away from the family, and she would no longer bother Jiang Qiao or Lin He. Without the Feng family, she wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. My mother-in-law's health has not been good in recent years, and the weather in B City is too dry. With the temperature dropping again, the climate in Country X is more suitable for her health. It's hard to leave one's homeland, especially for someone like the old lady who cherished her roots. She didn't like being abroad. Although it was said to be for health reasons, it felt more like exile. This was also the Feng family's explanation to Jiang Qiao. One was kicked out of the Feng family, and the other was sent abroad. According to Mrs. Feng, her mother-in-law would not return for at least 3 years. The Feng family had already shown considerable grace in this matter. If Lin He continued to hold on to it, the two families might really end up in a serious conflict. This is unnecessary. Lin He felt that the Feng family's attitude was quite sincere, and she hadn't really been wronged. That said, Lin He wouldn't plead for the two of them. Her lack of suffering was due to her own strength, and the hostility from the grandmother and grandson during the day was real. Moreover, this was a family matter for the Fengs, and how they handled it was their choice. She didn't need to get involved. After sending the Feng family off, Lin He remarked to Jiang Qiao, "How did someone like Grandma Feng come from their family?" Jiang Qiao pinched Lin He's cheek and said, "Don't think of them as good people." Chairman Feng pushed Grandma Feng out of her position to return to the city, and 5 years later, Grandma Feng got back in through the college entrance exam. Lin He raised her eyebrows, signaling Jiang Qiao to continue. Grandma Feng is domineering, and while Chairman Feng cleaned up the mess, he also got many things he wanted. Just like this time, if I hadn't made my position clear, Grandma Feng would have tested my attitude toward you. At that point, the Feng family would fully support Feng Xinlian, supporting Feng Xinlian's intention to get close to Jiang Qiao. Every time Grandma Feng throws a tantrum, the Feng family secretly benefits. If Feng Yizai were truly foolishly filial, how could he have forcefully locked Grandma Feng in her room this time? Mrs. Feng can't have children, which is why Grandma Feng constantly criticizes her. This time, that grandmother and grandson came, and she likely played a role in it. With Grandma Feng gone, the properties she controlled will be handed over to her. A family is not truly a home, it's filled with schemes and interests. The Feng family is not unique. Jiang Qiao has seen too many such families in the business world. The larger the family, the more secrets it has. Lin He clicked her tongue. Chairman Feng is indeed a cunning businessman. She didn't even notice his sincere demeanor and thought they were a close couple. But then again, if he truly loved his wife, how could he decide to send her away? I almost let them deceive me. Jiang Qiao pinched Lin He's cheek again and laughed. It's normal not to notice since it's your first time meeting them. Plus, Lin He hadn't paid much attention to this family. With the friendly atmosphere during their conversation, she observed less. If they interacted more, she would naturally have seen through them. Are you done yet? Lin He swatted Jiang Qiao's hand away. This guy had recently taken to pinching her face, and if she wasn't careful, his hands would be all over her. Fortunately, she didn't wear much makeup at home. Otherwise, her foundation would have been smudged. Jiang Qiao sometimes acts a bit mischievous around Lin He. When his left hand is pushed away, his right hand comes up. One is chasing, and the other is blocking. When Chu Yi returns, she sees the two of them happily playing around together. Chu Yi has completely gotten used to her father's lively personality. Ahem. She clears her throat and is pleased to see her father being pushed aside by Lin He. She walks over, sits on the sofa, and seriously says, "I want to apply for activity funds." This is directed at Lin He. In terms of pocket money, her father, as the head of the family, has no say. Thinking about the 50,000 yuan that was previously deducted, Chui can't help but roll her eyes. Fortunately, Lin He is very understanding. The usual pocket money is one part, and if there are other necessary expenses, one can apply for special funds that do not count against the pocket money. For example, expenses related to dealing with Han Sun. To successfully apply for the money, Chu Yi first gives Lin He a summary of her recent achievements. She talks about how she brought attention to Han Sun through trending topics. The popularity of that topic has faded, and recently, videos of handsome men in disguise have become popular. Han Sun wanted to ride this wave of attention, so he made a similar video, but not many people watched it. This is mainly thanks to Chu-yi, as Han Sun's video was reported multiple times for various reasons. With so many reports, it naturally lost its popularity. Here, Chu-yi cut off Han Sun's new source of attention. Next was his live stream, which also faced a barrage of reports. If anything appeared that looked like a cigarette, report it. If the words were ambiguous, report it. As long as it was related to violations, it was reported. Without new attention, those who came just to watch would leave, and after a few days, Han Sun's popularity was halved. The ones who left were just casual viewers, while those who remained, calling him hubby, were the loyal fans he might be able to win over. Then he implemented the second phase of the plan, revealing some of Han's mother's strange comments. This was not easy. Putting recorded conversations online could lead to doubts about the content. Before they could think of how to improve it, Han Sun's mother came forward herself. After seeing how quickly money could be made online, she became interested, and Han Sun wanted to create a family effect, so he helped her register an account. During a live stream, his fans joked that he couldn't speak carelessly because his mother would be watching, and then he inadvertently revealed Han's mother's account. Fans spontaneously started to follow her and called her grandma. Han's mother also began to create content, following her son's advice to present herself as an open-minded elder, and she gradually discovered the fun of short video platforms. She started watching live streams and scrolling through videos. Han's mother quit her job and now spends her days cleaning and cooking for her son, who is a live streamer. With more free time, she became obsessed with short videos online. She would comment her thoughts under motivational videos, thinking that if she didn't post them on her own account, it would be fine. At first, no one paid much attention, but then someone named Chu-yi started watching closely, reposting and taking screenshots. It was like receiving a pillow while dozing off. Well said. If a woman can't cook, what kind of woman is she? I like grandsons. Only boys can carry on the family name. Who doesn't work hard? Supporting a husband and raising children is a woman's natural duty. That's just how it is. Every statement from Han's mother was shocking. The kind and understanding facade was fake. Beneath it was an old woman with outdated and harmful beliefs. Han Sun's audience was mostly girls, and they couldn't accept Han's mother's views, which also affected their opinion of Han Sun negatively. To address the online backlash, Han Sun tried to claim that his mother's account was hacked, but there were screenshots from various times proving otherwise. Some even recorded videos. The comments were made during the time Han's mother was using the account, so there was no hacking involved. In the end, Han's mother apologized, saying she misunderstood and naively agreed with what she heard in those videos. She stated that she wouldn't use the internet anymore. Then, Han's mother's account was deleted, and Han Sun issued an apology as well. This incident was significant to his popularity. He hasn't streamed for 3 days now, but this won't be remembered for long. It will over, and when he returns, I'll make sure he knows. As she said this, Chu-yi looked cheerful and proud. From start to finish, she was the one leading the plan against Han Sun, and the satisfaction of getting revenge felt great. Of course, dealing with Han Sun was just one part of her focus. Chu-yi wouldn't spend all her time just watching him. So, she needed to spend some money to hire people to help, including reporting channels, screenshotting accounts, and so on. That's why she applied for funds. Linhee listened to Chu-yi's reasons for needing money and her general plan, which all seemed reasonable. Without hesitation, he approved it and instructed the butler to transfer the money to Chu-yi's card. Seeing Chu-yi happily bouncing up the stairs, Linhee sighed and asked Jiang Qiao, "Are you worried?" "Just a little. Han Sun is very clever. At a young age, he can team up with Jiang Manhwa for money, showing he has low moral standards and is quite sharp." Linhee worries that the future won't go as smoothly as Chu-yi hopes. But this is something Chu-yi must face. No one's life is without challenges. Experiencing setbacks helps build resilience. Linhee sighs because she wishes her daughter could always be happy and content. Since becoming a mother, her only thought has been that her children deserve a good life, and she wants to give them the best she can. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable, and 15 years is a long time. Now, She can only guide her children in this way, hoping they can accept her. How about Lin? He interrupts Jiang Qiao, saying no need. I'm a bit worried, but I still believe in Chu-yi. By the way, how is Jiang Manhwa doing? Jiang Manhwa has found a new job as a deputy editor at an online media company. In the past, she wouldn't have even considered a deputy position. However, this is the best job she could find. The incident at the event was too typical, and with other rumors, the industry wouldn't hire her. Jiang Manhwa couldn't thrive in the fashion industry, but non-mainstream online media welcomed her. She knows a lot about various celebrities and has valuable connections, making her a good fit for the deputy editor role. They both need each other, so Jiang Manhwa got the job. Her work is not going well. She's seen as an outsider, and people don't respect her. The connections she built aren't helping her now, and those who could assist her are avoiding her. Lin He wants to cut down Jiang Manhwa's sense of superiority. It's not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Manhwa has always relied on her mother since school. Even after graduating from university, she used her mother's connections to find a job, and later, she leveraged the Jiang family's influence to become the editor-in-chief at Yum. Lin He wants Jiang Manhwa to experience life as an ordinary person, relying on her own efforts after graduating. She wants her to understand what it's like to be pushed out by those with connections, working hard for a fixed salary that doesn't keep up with expenses. In reality, Jiang Manhwa's starting point is still higher than many fresh graduates. If someone is unlucky, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. Jiang Manhwa is also having a tough time. Her stocks are stuck, her funds are falling, and her savings are tight. The villa she owns is already up for sale. In fact, Jiang Manhwa's worries are unnecessary. She fears being captured and silenced. Violence is the last resort. Watching Jiang Manhwa struggle with everyday issues is the real revenge that wears her down. Jiang Qiao sarcastically remarked, "She's been getting close to Hudi lately." Jiang Manhwa and Hudi have been rivals for over 10 years. The idea of them teaming up is laughable. Lin He raised an eyebrow. These two would use each other but would never truly join forces. It's not just her confidence, it's reality. As Lin He suspected, Hudi and Jiang Manhwa were not on the same page. They talked about forming an alliance against Lin He, but their plans were not accepted by either side. The idea of teaming up was stuck. Jiang Manhwa realized that Hudi wanted to use her as a strategizing from behind while she charged ahead. Naturally, she refused. Then Hudi suggested that since Lin He and Jiang Qiao were difficult to deal with, they should target the two children, Chi and Shi. Hudi was unaware of the situation with Han Sun and thought Jiang Manhwa still had some influence with Chi. Jiang Manhwa's expression changed as she said, "The Jiang family is very wary of me. I can't even see Chi. Can you help me arrange a meeting?" Seeing Jiang Manhwa finally willing to cooperate, Hudi quickly replied, "I can find a way for you to meet her. Chui has dance lessons," and Hudi found out that she would be there on Friday afternoon. No matter what, you need to find a way to win Chui over. She trusts Lin He right now. Talk to her about her mother. You're her cousin, and that makes a difference. Most importantly, ask about that Imu studio. Hudi was sure that the real person hadn't returned. Otherwise, that girl wouldn't be so secure in the Jiang family. But she needed to find out who had taken on that identity, knowing even the most private habits, with the ultimate goal of teaming up with Jiang Manhwa to bring down Lin He. Clearly, Lin He was the biggest obstacle to her relationship with the Jiang family. Jiang Manhwa agreed to Hudi's plan, but she had her own thoughts. She wanted to see Chi, and reflecting on Chi's recent behavior, Jiang Manhwa sensed something was off. She believed Chi might be unaware of the truth, just like Hudi. Jiang Manhwa had a thought. What if she told Chi that Lin He was her real mother? School was about to start, and this was Chi's last dance class. After it ended, as she stepped outside, her relaxed expression quickly turned sour when she saw someone she disliked. No, two people. Even though it was just a departing figure, Chi recognized it was Hudi. Seeing Jiang Manhwa standing at the door, she narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Those two had teamed up. Tears sparkled in Jiang Manhwa's eyes, and she wore a pitiful expression that made Chui feel sick. After everything that had happened, why was she putting on a sad act? Did she think that by showing this expression and sharing some so-called troubles, Chui would forgive her? Chui rolled her eyes and walked past Jiang Muhua, deciding not to acknowledge her. Even if Jiang Muhua called out to her, she wouldn't respond. If she dared to hold on to her like Hutie did at the studio door, Chui would shout for security. "Chui, your real mom is back," Jiang Muhua said. Chui stopped in her tracks, looking at Jiang Muhua as if she were crazy. Jiang Muhua wiped her tears and said, "It's true. How about we go to the cafe downstairs?" The cafe was on the first floor of the building, where many security guards patrolled, and her father's bodyguards were also on that floor, so she wasn't worried about Jiang Muhua pulling any tricks. Thinking this, Chui agreed. She was curious to see what crazy things Jiang Muhua would say next.
Plus.
She missed her mother a little. Although Chui had never thought much about not having a mom, lately, she found herself thinking about her more often. Jiang Muhua was the person, besides her father, who could provide the most information about her mother. Inside the cafe, Jiang Muhua ordered 2 cups of coffee and said gently, "This flat white is really good. I remember you liked it." "Wait, change it to oolong tea," Chui told the waiter, then turned to Jiang Muhua and said, "I don't like coffee anymore." That was the truth. Influenced by Lin He, Chui suddenly lost interest in coffee and enjoyed drinking Lin He's tea at home, which had a unique flavor. Jiang Muhua shook her head and smiled, thinking Chui was deliberately opposing her. The expression on her face was like that of someone indulging a spoiled child, which only succeeded in making Chui feel even more disgusted. Chui's attitude towards Jiang Muhua had completely changed. If she could, she wished they weren't cousins. "What did you mean in the dance studio?" Chui asked directly. Knowing Chui's patience was running thin, Jiang Muhua got straight to the point. "Do you know that the original author of The Vast World is your mother?" Chui looked at Jiang Muhua as if she were crazy. She already knew the author was Lin He. "That person in your house is your real mother, Lin He." After saying this, Chui's expression showed her disbelief. She thought Jiang Muhua was out of her mind. Lin He admitted it herself. "I'm her cousin. I've known for a while. Otherwise, why would your father accept her so quickly? Because she is your real mother. I don't know why she hasn't told you, but I think you have the right to know." Jiang Muhua's honesty came from a place of weakness, but given the chance, she would definitely make her move, just like now. No matter how capable Lin He was, if her child felt distant from her, it would hurt. Jiang Muhua thought Chui was listening to her words, but in reality, Chui was lost in thought. Chui recalled her conversation with Zhao Qing, who said if The Vast World was written by Lin He, then she was a genius. Whether Lin He was a genius or not, Chui didn't know, but after spending time with her, Chui felt Lin He was the smartest person she knew, apart from her father. So it wasn't surprising that she was the author of The Vast World. The oolong tea arrived, and Chui took a small sip. It wasn't as good as Lin He's tea at home. She regretted wasting time here. "That's enough." Chui interrupted Jiang Muhua's endless chatter. Jiang Muhua paused, finally realizing that Chui didn't believe her at all. "I'll call Lin He and have her confirm it." Saying this, Jiang Muhua took out her phone and called Lin He with a new SIM card. After ringing 7 or 8 times, it connected. "Lin He, it's me. Jiang Muhua?" Jiang Muhua put the call on speaker. "What will it take for you to let me go? I admit I've made many mistakes over the past 15 years, but I'm your cousin. We have a blood connection. Can you forgive me?" "What are you talking about? You're crazy. I'm blocking you." Lin He on the other end hung up sharply. She must know we're together, so she doesn't dare to admit it. Seeing Chui's distrustful expression, Jiang Muhua felt a bit deflated. She had been too impulsive. Only thinking about exposing Lin He's identity to make the other person suffer, they forgot that Chui wouldn't believe them. Chui took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "This is crazy. Jiang Muhua is really losing it." "Is that Jiang Muhua's call?" Jiang picked up a piece of meat and looked at Lin He. He had been so busy lately that he barely had time to breathe. Today, he took a break to have dinner with his mom before heading to S City for a business trip and then to the port city. Once he returned from the port city, he could finally relax. Trying to get information from me? Lin He truly didn't know that Jiang Muhua had gone to find Chu Yi. Jiang Qiao had been keeping track of Jiang Muhua's movements. After so many days, Jiang Muhua suddenly remembered to call for help, and the tone was off, deliberately using long descriptions to hint at other information. Lin He quickly realized there was something fishy about it, so she refused to engage. Jiang En raised an eyebrow, thinking that Jiang Muhua was no match for his mom. They were not even in the same league. When they were kids, Jiang Muhua's methods were foolish, only working on Chu Yi and Shi Wu, two naive fools. But speaking of Jiang Muhua, Jiang En remembered something else. Gu Lily is coming to the headquarters next Monday. She was Dad's secretary, and he valued her a lot. He arranged for her to gain experience in the port city, and then she went to a core department when she returned. Jiang En was still the same, trying to undermine his father. Lin He took a sip of soup. Next Monday? That was quick. I want to meet this Miss Gu when she arrives. Lin He mentioned her previous interactions with Gu Lily, but didn't bring up the awkwardness between Gu Lily and Jiang Qiao. It wouldn't be appropriate to share that with her child. However, Jiang En noticed something and thought that when he returned from the port city, he might dig deeper into Gu Lily. By the way, Mom, what were you saying about the Plum Blossom Charity Gala? Just as he started to speak, Jiang Muhua's call interrupted them. Lin He smiled mysteriously and said, I plan to make our marriage public, and there will be a little surprise. If you have time, you can watch the live stream. Seeing his mom's reluctance to say more, Jiang En bit into another piece of meat, feeling anger rising within him. A surprise for Dad?
Ugh.
Mom marrying into the Jiang family really benefits Dad. Jiang Muhua and Hu Dai's plan failed. Chu Yi wasn't falling for it at all. Hu Dai didn't hear their conversation, but sensed something was off from the atmosphere. She watched as Chu Yi pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her bag and casually tossed it in front of Jiang Muhua before walking away. After about 10 minutes of waiting and confirming that Chu Yi would not return, Hu Dai quickly sat down in front of Jiang Muhua and asked, What's going on with this money? Jiang Muhua looked very upset, tightly pursing her lips and glaring at the $100 bill with fiery eyes. Lin He was one thing, but even Chu Yi came to humiliate her. After Jiang Muhua said those words, Chu Yi simply replied, If you're sick, go see a doctor. I can lend you some money. Saying this, she took out a bill from her bag. Yes, Chu Yi only lent 100. The humiliation doubled. What did you say that she didn't like? Didn't I tell you to go along with Chu Yi? You know her temperament. It's really confusing. I warned you several times. Shut up. If you're so capable, why don't you go talk to her? Jiang Muhua, already irritated, lost her patience and coldly said to Hu Dai, I'm confused? You should reflect on yourself. Jiang Muhua had never respected Hu Dai and couldn't stand being criticized by her. Who would want to deal with her? Seeing Jiang Muhua leave, Hu Dai slammed the table in frustration, thinking that none of them could get things done. They were all useless. Just as Hu Dai was about to chase after her, she received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller's name, her angry expression quickly changed. She answered the phone in a sweet and affectionate tone. Sister, are you done with your work? Hey, I know you've been busy with the charity gala lately. How about we go for a massage tonight to relax? Sure, let's not miss each other. The person on the other end was Tu Li. Through her relationship with her older sister, Hu Dai managed to get her product's spokesperson involved, who would perform at the event, get trending on social media, and then announce the spokesperson's identity to capitalize on the attention for advertising. Due to her conflicts with Jiang Muhua, Hu Dai's reputation online was getting worse. She planned to attend the charity gala and donate a sum to restore her image. Forget it, I won't bother with her anymore. Jiang Muhua can continue being the deputy editor at that small workshop. They are no longer on the same level. The Plum Blossom Charity Gala is held every year, featuring stars performing, entrepreneurs donating, and items being auctioned. Stars invited to the Plum Blossom Charity Gala are either A-list or trending celebrities, those who naturally attract attention. Why do these stars want to come? First, The Plum Blossom Charity Gala is a public welfare event, providing an opportunity to enhance their reputation. Second, it offers benefits, connecting them with fashion and investment resources. The gala attracts many business elites, creating a win-win situation. Before the gala starts, there will be a red carpet event, and the entire gala will be broadcast live from there. Each year, the number of fans watching reaches tens of millions, making it very popular. The invitation to the Plum Blossom charity is famously hard to get, but for Lin Hee, it was easy, just a matter of a single sentence. Her mother had previously donated large sums to the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation, and 2 of her invested companies are sponsors of this event. She easily obtained an invitation with her name on it, and Zhang Qiao was her accompanying partner. Initially, Lin Hee didn't plan to walk the red carpet, but Zhang Qiao suggested that they would look great together, so why not? Lin Hee knew this was just an excuse. He wanted to show their relationship to everyone online. After discussing with the staff, Lin Hee decided to walk the red carpet as the honorary dean of a sponsoring company. The staff wanted her to walk with a popular young star, but Lin Hee refused, sensing Zhang Qiao's displeasure. After further discussion, they agreed she would walk 10th in line. Traditionally, the more prominent figures walk last, but Lin Hee isn't a celebrity and didn't care about that. Zhang Qiao didn't mind either. He was just happy to walk the red carpet with her. Even the staff's introduction of him didn't include his full name, just Mr. Zhang, which was fine with him. But it wasn't the staff's fault. They asked Zhang Qiao about his title, knowing the host would introduce them on the red carpet. "I have no title. I'm Miss Lin's partner and her other half. You can just call me Mr. Zhang," he replied. The host introduced them accordingly. Next on the red carpet are the honorary dean of the education training institution, Jilin Online, Dean Lin Hee, and the host paused, squinting at the card to ensure accuracy, then continued, Dean Lin's husband, Mr.
Zhang.
While Lin Hee and Zhang Qiao posed for photos, the host talked about Jilin Online and praised their deep affection for each other. From the moment they appeared on camera, Zhang Qiao had a smile on his face, and Lin Hee linked her arm with his, exchanging gentle smiles, radiating love. What a beautiful picture of a talented couple. The host couldn't help but exclaim, as they looked so perfect together. Every year, many people react to the Charity Gala livestream, watching the event while showing their own reactions in a small window beside the broadcast. Some people are commenting on the stage, some on the charity segment, and others on the star's fashion. One fashion blogger screamed when Lin Hee and Zhang Qiao appeared. Seeing the blogger's shocked expression, viewers focused even more on the red carpet live stream. There were indeed handsome men and beautiful women, but the entertainment industry is full of beauty. The blogger had seen many things. Why was she so excited? That female guest is wearing a jade necklace called the Vermilion Bird's Eye. It hasn't been seen since it was privately collected abroad 20 years ago. Viewers looked closely at the green necklace, which was more transparent than ordinary jade, almost like it had flowing water inside. Everyone wanted to see more, but the broadcast switched angles. Who are these two? The female guest's gown is from a high-end international brand. No domestic star has worn this collection. It's not that they don't want to wear it, they can't borrow it. I won't even mention that the male guest's watch costs tens of millions. Did you see the cuff of his suit? It matches the female guest's jewelry, and those tiny buttons must be worth billions. The blogger wiped away the saliva from her excitement and glanced at the comments, feeling anxious. I'm not exaggerating. I've studied this. There's no way to replicate it. It's definitely genuine. This blogger had a keen eye, and she was right. These ideas were all Zhang Qiao's. He had to make a perfect appearance together. Their outfits couldn't be lacking. The blogger wasn't the most anxious. The higher-ups of the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation were even more concerned. They couldn't be mistaken. Mr. Zhang? That's Chairman Zhang. As the head of the Zhang Group, Zhang Qiao usually kept a low profile. After he spoke up for his son last time, the internet couldn't dig up much information about him. Even the all-knowing netizens had their limits. This time, when Zhang Qiao walked the red carpet, no one connected him to the Zhang Group. Ordinary internet users didn't know, but the executives of the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation recognized him. They had interacted with the Jiang group and even shook hands at a summit. The vice president immediately contacted the chairman, who then reached out to Tuli. What was going on with Mr. Jiang? Why wasn't such an important guest reported? Chairman Jiang's status could easily have made him the star of the show.
What kind of order was this?
The chairman urged Tuli to ensure that Mr. Jiang didn't feel neglected. No matter what, Mr. Jiang must be seated in the front row center. Tuli looked at the guest list in her hand, which indicated the honorary president of the online event and her husband. Mr. Jiang's name was added later. It previously only mentioned her husband. Due to her connection with Hu Dai, Tuli had some understanding of the Jiang group. Wasn't Mr. Jiang unmarried? Looking at the list, Tuli instinctively spoke out loud. Why do you care if he's married? Make sure to treat Mr. Jiang well. I understand, Chairperson, replied the assistant. Tuli sighed and quickly called the main director to arrange for the staff to change the name tags on the seats. She also found 2 people to handle any requests at the front desk. They were to assist immediately if needed. After giving her instructions, Tuli messaged Hu Dai, who was waiting to walk the red carpet, to ask about the situation with the Jiang group. Having been abroad for most of the year and just returning, Tuli was unaware of Hu Dai's connection with the Jiang family. The two had previously chatted during a massage about endorsements, but their personal conversation was cut short when Tuli received a call and had to leave. In this setting, Hu Dai couldn't keep her phone in her clutch while wearing her formal dress, so she left it with her assistant and missed the message. Tuli wasn't worried. She thought she had followed the chairperson's instructions correctly, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. She then went on to handle other tasks. Guided by the staff, Lin He and Jiang Qiao were supposed to sit in the left side of the second row. When Lin He went to the restroom, Jiang Qiao accompanied her. Upon returning, they found that the name tag for their seats was missing. 2 staff members led them forward to the middle of the first row. Since they walked the red carpet early, the big names were still at the back, leaving only the 2 of them seated in that entire row. Seeing the sudden change in their seating, Lin He thought the organizers must have recognized Jiang Qiao as a mysterious guest. She had only received a second-row seat due to her sponsorship, so moving them forward must be because of Mr. Jiang's status. You wait? Lin He wanted to discuss this with Jiang Qiao but suddenly paused as her gaze shifted to the side. Qiao, is that our son in the suit with the bow tie? Jiang Qiao followed Lin He's pointing and immediately frowned. Lin He had been polite in her description, but that was clearly a waiter's outfit. Is the person talking to him his rumored girlfriend? Jiang Qiao nodded. It seems so. Lin He also thought so. That girl's gaze was too intense. The feelings she had were too obvious. Sherwu looked up at the stage, unsure of what to say, and it was hard to tell how he felt about the girl. Then, Sherwu turned to look down at the audience. Lin He waved, but Sherwu didn't see her. His gaze was on the audience, and he marveled at the various colorful fan signs. Next, it was the staff's moment to shine. A staff member quickly approached Sherwu and said, "What are you daydreaming about? The VIP is calling for you, come with me." After taking a couple of steps, he stopped and told Anju, "What are you doing wandering around? Go help out backstage." The female server was responsible for backstage, while the male server was in the front. These 2 were slacking off. Their pay would be docked. Anju hurried away, and Sherwu followed the staff member, wondering which VIP wanted to see him. When he reached the front row and saw Lin He and Jiang Qiao's faces clearly, he jumped back in shock. Oh my gosh! How could he run into them here? Faced with Lin He's smiling eyes and his father's stern face, Sherwu felt cold sweat on his back. He wanted to escape but couldn't. The staff member gave Sherwu a push, making him step forward in front of Lin He. The staff member said, "Miss Lin, Mr. Jiang, if you need anything, just let me know." Then, he wisely stepped back to his original position. The scene was quite noisy, with fans cheering continuously, and the speakers on stage were doing the final sound check. Experiencing life? Lin He asked. It was true that the child's allowance was limited, but his daily life was definitely sufficient. He didn't need to work. Mainly, the pay from part-time jobs was too low. Even if he earned some, it wasn't enough to spend. Sherwu came here to work as a part-time server, and compared to possibly being in love, Lin He preferred that her younger son was just here out of boredom to experience life. I'm just helping out for a shift. If I don't come, he might quit last minute, and it would be hard to find part-time work in the future. Since I had nothing to do, I came. Sherwoo spoke honestly. And Ju said his friend was in a tough situation and had to leave for family reasons. If he quit, it would leave a bad impression on the boss, and he wouldn't get good part-time jobs in the future. The only way to save the situation was to cover for him. The friends he knew who were free either didn't meet the height requirement or didn't look good. This part-time job had high pay, but also high demands. After Inju's series of flattery and pleas, Sherwoo thought he had nothing better to do, and since the game was shutting down for a day tomorrow, he decided to work as a server. Little did Sherwoo know, there was no issue with the part-time job, and Ju had intentionally asked him to come to create more opportunities for them to spend time together. Plans often change quickly, and who would have thought that the male and female attendants were in different areas? It was hard for them to come over and chat, only to be sent back. Lin He glanced at Jiang Qiao, who understood, and asked, "Who is the girl you were just talking to?" "A friend." Lin He looked up, wondering if she was mistaken. Was that the younger son's crush, not his girlfriend? "Let's go home together after the party," Jiang Qiao said. Seeing her son's unhappy expression, Lin He smiled and said, "You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. 15th. With the two of them going back and forth, he didn't dare to say anything else. "I'll go work now." In the end, 15th neither agreed nor disagreed, using work as an excuse to slip away. His father had said that one should see things through, so he wouldn't leave halfway. There was still a chance. What he had just said was to go home after the party ended, and until then, he was a free waiter. "That young man, yes you, bring me a bottle of water," a man in a suit ordered as he passed by. 15th quietly walked to the bar to get the water. He wasn't really that free though. Just as he left, Tu Li, dressed in a sharp blue suit and holding a walkie-talkie, appeared in Lin He's line of sight. After giving instructions to the director wearing headphones, she straightened her outfit and walked over to Lin He. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Miss Lin. I'm Tu Li, the person in charge of this event. If you need anything, feel free to contact the two staff members in black vests over there." Tu Li smiled as she spoke, her gaze occasionally landing on Lin He, making it seem like she respected her as well. It was clear that she was someone who was very thorough in her work. This attitude made Lin He smirk. It seemed Tu Li had completely forgotten her, or she wouldn't be acting so at ease. After all, perpetrators often easily forget their mistakes. Tu Li's address also indicated that she recognized Jiang Qiao. Lin He's obvious expression made it hard for Tu Li to ignore her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, thinking Lin He was jealous. Men like Mr. Jiang often attract a lot of envy from women around them. Feeling a bit smug, Tu Li thought that Lin He must see her as a threat, simply because she was beautiful. "After the party, there will be a celebration banquet. You are both welcome." Tu Li extended the invitation, not expecting them to accept, but she said it to show her importance. Seeing that Jiang Qiao did not respond, she continued, "I won't disturb you two any longer." Tu Li walked away gracefully, having learned how to walk beautifully. Lin He remembered that this person used to walk with her feet turned out a bit. "What are you looking at?" And Ju suddenly jumped behind 15, playfully tapping his shoulder to scare him. Following 15's gaze, and Ju saw Jiang Qiao and Lin He sitting in the front row. What a classy woman. If she's in the front row, is she a top celebrity? Does 15 like girls like that? And Ju, who rarely pays attention to the entertainment industry, decided to look it up later. "I wasn't looking at anything." 15 glanced at Tu Li before looking away. Lin He clearly did not like this woman. "Why are you back again?" The assistant director arranged it. They said the female celebrities are starting to arrive, so a few female attendants were sent to take care of the front area. While replying to 15, and Ju took out her phone to check the time and ended up receiving news related to the event. Normally, she would have ignored it, but the photo in the notification was of the woman 15 was looking at. She clicked on it.
Oh.
So they are a couple. No wonder they look so good together. And Ju showed 15 the news on her phone, which was a straightforward AI report introducing the guests who had walked the red carpet, along with their photos. Among them was a photo of Lin He and Jiang Qiao, labeled as Lin He, the honorary dean, and her husband. A couple? 15 took Inju's phone and stared at it for several seconds. It made sense. His father was attending such a public event with Lin He, so anything was possible. He recalled what he had heard in middle school, suggesting that Lin He was foolish for not wanting a title, but now it seemed they were the foolish ones. They had already gotten their marriage certificate. 15 felt a mix of emotions. Considering their closeness, it made sense they were married, but he also wondered if his father had some hidden agenda, planning to use Lin He for something. Then he thought about whether Lin He had any ulterior motives for marrying his father, just as he had previously speculated. For a moment, 15's mind was racing, feeling overwhelmed. Hey, you two, can you work or not? If you can't, get out of here. You can't slack off in plain sight. The manager in charge of the male and female attendants approached, scolding them, interrupting 15's thoughts. Sorry, Hongo, we're going to work now. Anju quickly pushed 15 away, and he went to serve drinks, while Anju took her position at the entrance. 15 didn't want to work anymore and planned to go back to discuss things with Chui. On the other side, Tuli received a message from Hudi, Mr. Zhang's new partner, and I don't get along. She is trying to create trouble between me and Chui. My relationship with the Zhang family isn't as close as before. Tuli's expression turned cold. It seemed that Miss Lin was not a good person. Lin He. As she silently repeated the name, Tuli's expression stiffened as she thought of someone and then messaged Hudi. Is Mr. Zhang's original wife also named Lin He? She only remembered calling the other person Miss Lin and forgot if her name was Lin He or Lin Miao. Before she could wait for Hudi's reply, Tuli got busy again. When she checked her phone, she saw Hudi's reply confirming it, but she didn't think much of it. Organizing the evening event was the priority, and everything else could wait. Hudi wasn't in the mood to send messages. Her heart felt like a stormy sea. That little girl really made her way in? Seeing the news about Lin He's husband, Hudi felt a cloud of gloom overhead.
How could this be?
If they really got married, it would mean something entirely different. The weight of being Mrs. Zhang was immense. In the past years, having some connections with the Zhang family helped Beixing thrive, and now Lin He, as Mrs. Zhang, would have so much Hudi could hardly imagine. Because of this, Hudi was a bit distracted while walking the red carpet. As the last star finished walking the red carpet, the live broadcast of that part ended, and the scene shifted to the main stage, which was filled with people. Hudi was seated in the third row on the left, which was only because of her connection with Tuli. Otherwise, she would have been seated further back. The people in the front row were mostly well-known stars, along with some executives in suits. To others, it was puzzling why Lin He and Jiang Qiao, who were neither stars nor high-ranking leaders, were sitting there. Everyone knew Lin He was the honorary dean, but it was still confusing, especially since a BMN sports manager, who had more sponsorship than Ling Education, was seated in the third row. It wasn't unusual to walk the red carpet, but now it seemed like people were starting to take seats too. The others in the front row were also curious. Next to Lin He sat a very high-ranking actor. As he saw the director approaching, he thought it was for him. However, the director stopped beside him, crouched down, and humbly asked, "Would you like to be the presenter for the final and most important award? We can arrange that." Jiang Qiao looked at Lin He, who thought she had already arranged her part on stage, and that the award presentation was not important. She shook her head. Jiang Qiao then said, "Not necessary. All right, if you change your mind, just have the staff call me." By this point, the director's attitude was no longer humble, but rather overly eager. The best actor's gaze towards Lin He and Jiang Qiao changed. If she remembered correctly, the prestigious award would be presented by the vice president of a charity organization, right? Could they really allow that? Moreover, it seemed like this person wanted to present the award and could do so anytime. The best actor adjusted his suit. This person was definitely a big deal. The lights in the venue dimmed, and a single spotlight shone on the stage as the Plum Blossom Charity Gala officially began. The opening act featured a well-known boy band performing a group dance. The rhythmic music and energetic performance successfully warmed up the audience. Linhee followed the music, tapping her feet, and accidentally bumped into the best actor next to her.
Sorry.
She shifted a bit. It's fine. Are you the principal of Jilin Education? My nephew is taking an interest class there and is doing really well. The best actor tried to strike up a conversation, aware that the principal of Jilin Online didn't quite belong in the front row center. Linhee nodded and smiled in response. It wasn't that she was aloof. It was just that the person on her left was giving off a chilly vibe, and she wanted to avoid any jealousy. It was better not to chat too much. Of course, that was just one reason. The main reason was that he didn't want to interact with the best actor. In such an open setting, with fans all around taking photos, even the smallest movement could be captured clearly. If she could avoid talking, it would be best not to make eye contact either to avoid unnecessary gossip. Hey, should we switch seats? The woman in a white suit next to Jiang Qiao, who was a vice president from a social media platform, suggested. Jiang Qiao, the cool breeze, had already noticed the best actor's sneaky glances at Linhee. So, what if he was a best actor? In Jiang Qiao's eyes, even a god couldn't compare to Linhee. The best actor had worked hard in the entertainment industry over the years. He understood that Linhee didn't want to chat much, so he fell silent. With his status, he wasn't one to push for conversation. He thought this way, but when he saw Jiang Qiao and Linhee switch seats, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was he being too watchful? The best actor was at the top of the entertainment industry, and his current status was built on talent, but connections and social skills were also essential. His personality is quite proud. When Jiang Qiao changed seats, it made him look like a rogue. The serious actor adjusted his suit and huffed internally, sitting up straight. So what if he's a big shot? It doesn't concern him. But this was just the actor's solo performance. After Jiang Qiao sat down, he didn't pay attention to the left anymore. The stage show continued, and Linhee saw Shiwu walking by with a tray of drinks. She waved her hand. Shiwu wanted to pretend he didn't see her, but Brother Hong was watching him from a distance, and the staff member in a black vest who had called him over was also looking. Dragging his heavy feet, Shiwu walked over and bent down, saying, "Ma'am, do you want a drink?" Linhee smiled and took a cup from the tray, then leaned in to whisper something that Jiang Qiao couldn't hear. Shiwu frowned, glanced at Brother Hong behind him, and then proudly said, "I won't do it." "Next month, your allowance will double," Linhee replied. Shiwu widened his eyes. Was he the kind of person to bow for a small sum? Under Linhee's calm gaze, Shiwu seemed to think for a long time, but it was only a few moments. "Then I'll just do what you say, nothing extra."
He was.
Linhee made an okay gesture. He wanted to do more, but she wouldn't allow it. She took out a small black pouch from her bag and placed it on the tray, waving her hand to signal Shiwu he could leave. Just as Shiwu reached the other side of the stage, Brother Hong approached. "What's going on?" "That lady asked me to help her charge the headphones." Shiwu pointed to the small black pouch with embroidery, which seemed just the right size for headphones. "Go ahead, just don't lose it. The front row has important guests. We can't be careless." Shiwu nodded and hurried off. At this point, the stage had entered the auction segment, featuring a total of 10 items. People in the audience could raise their paddles, and the money raised would go to charity. Anyone in the audience could bid, but usually, it was the business executives who participated. The items being auctioned were donated by others, starting at their inherent value, with any extra amount representing charitable spirit. The first 9 items were normal, including an ink painting by a new artist, a piano donated by a famous pianist, and a jade inkstone donated by a calligraphy collector, among others. But the last item was quite a new era. It was a comic book. The director would bring up the comic, mainly listening to Linhee's words. Before the auction, Jiang Qiao approached the main director and said he wanted to donate something, which they would buy back at a high price, mainly to show their support. The main director asked Tu Li, who immediately agreed, saying it was not a big deal since the purpose of this segment was to show love and the auction was secondary. So, even though it was a comic, the main director reluctantly included it. Then the host announced, The next item for auction is a comic donated by Ms. Lin, starting at 100 million.
Wow.
100 million? The Plum Blossom Charity Gala had been held 12 times so far, and the auction was not as formal as those in auction houses. The items were not rare collectibles. In the 12 events, the highest bid had been 30 million, while the rest were in the millions, since these were personal donations, with other higher amounts coming from corporate groups. When the host mentioned 100 million, his voice trembled a bit. With a last-minute card in hand, he even doubted if it was printed wrong, but years of hosting experience told him that even if it was wrong, he had to read it. Better to be safe than sorry. If it was wrong, he could report a lower amount, but if it was right and he reported low, that would be a disaster. After finishing, the host quickly looked at the director's expression and noticed nothing seemed off, feeling relieved that he hadn't made a mistake. When the film star heard the host mention Ms. Lin, he instinctively looked past Jiang Qiao to Lin He, feeling that this was the Ms. Lin. Did his gaze linger for a second? He even doubted it was only half a second before someone next to him reacted, leaning back to block his view. A commanding gaze swept over, and the film star was momentarily stunned. This person had quite a presence. The 100 million auction item ignited the crowd, but the real surprise came when someone in the audience raised a sign. 200 million. Everyone. Even the main director widened his eyes, directly bidding 200 million? No gradual increase? Then he realized that no one would bid at 100 million for the comic. If it weren't for Tu Li's nod, he wouldn't have dared to set it at that amount. It turned out he didn't understand the world of the wealthy. For them, 100 million might just be a number. Tu Li wasn't as shocked. Given Jiang Qiao's strength, he could easily offer 200 million or more. What surprised her more was that Jiang Qiao was willing to spend 200 million for this segment, and the person raising the sign was Ms. Lin. According to past rules, the person who won the item would receive a trophy and go on stage to accept it, with the highest bidder getting to speak. Would Ms. Lin be going on stage? Congratulations to number 86 for winning the 10th item at 200 million RMB. A comic book. When the host mentioned 200 million, he shivered a bit, and again when he said comic book. Exciting! The audience erupted with excitement over the 200 million. As Lin He raised her paddle, the live camera captured the audience, and those who saw her on the red carpet knew that Lin He was the honorary director of Jilin Online. However, this segment was a private auction. The charity funds were donated in a personal capacity, meaning that this 200 million came straight from Miss Lin's pocket. What a generous contribution. Truly remarkable. After the auction ended, performances by artists began, with singers taking the stage. Staff came to invite the winners to the backstage to wait for their turn to receive trophies after the performances. The process for going on stage was simple. After 10 people received their trophies, Lin He, as the highest bidder, would give a speech before leaving the stage. Tu Li approached Lin He with a host's demeanor and said, "Miss Lin, thank you for supporting charitable causes. 15 years can change many people and things," but Tu Li's smile remained the same. Lin He recalled how grateful Tu Li had seemed when she received the loan. At that time, Lin He thought the smile was sincere, but it was just as insincere as now. Lin He's expression suddenly brightened into a radiant smile, and she asked humbly, "Miss Tu, I would like to say a bit more during my speech on stage. Is that okay?" "Of course, that's no problem. Your contribution to charity deserves more words," Tu Li replied, fully understanding. Mr. Jiang likely offered 200 million for Miss Lin to save face for his wife. It seemed that Miss Lin came from humble beginnings. Thinking about the cold shoulder she received earlier and what Hu Dai said about their rivalry, Tu Li labeled Lin He as small-minded. On screen, the two smiled at each other, appearing very friendly. "Everyone, please get ready as the host calls your names to come on stage." Staff reminded them that the performances were over. As the announcement was made, the host's voice rang out. "Let's welcome Mr. Zhang Songsheng, manager of Qilon Pharmaceuticals, and Ms. Zhao Hong, head of the Fulon Scenic Area." As the host introduced them, people began to come out from backstage, with Lin He being the last. Before stepping on stage, she glanced back at Tu Li. With a smile and bright eyes, Tuli felt her heart skip a beat and sensed a hint of unease. Next, let's welcome Ms. Lin He to give a speech. Let's give her a round of applause. As the trophy was handed to her and others left the stage, Lin He stayed to share her thoughts before stepping down. The host looked at the young woman who spent 200 million on a comic and thought she looked even younger up close. She probably didn't have much experience. If she got too nervous to speak, he would have to find a way to help her out. Maybe he could even trend on social media for his professionalism and emotional intelligence. However, Lin He's performance surprised the host. She was very confident and spoke with a clear and pleasant tone, even more so than the female host. Hello everyone, I am Lin He. I am very honored to use my strength to contribute to charity. She paused, allowing time for applause. In the audience, Hudai clapped along but was fuming inside, thinking how arrogant it was to say my strength. Did she earn that 200 million? Jiang Qiao really wanted to give this girl a chance. Everyone must be curious why this comic can be valued at 100 million. It was donated by me. The audience buzzed with curiosity about Lin He's revelation. Lin He smiled and continued, Actually, there's a story behind this. Love is priceless. The crowd quieted down, eager to hear the story. The male host, ready to step in if needed, was speechless. He realized he had underestimated her. She was better at handling the situation than he was. The comic tells the story of a little boy, Anen, and his childhood adventures, filled with innocent words and thoughts. At his computer, Zhang paused his meal. He had been working late and only had time to eat now. As he started watching the live stream, he was just in time for Lin He's appearance. The live stream was on, but the volume was low. Now that he was eating, he turned it up to full screen, catching Lin He on stage. An is a very cute little boy, warming his mother's heart like an angel. As Lin He simply described the comic, Zhang forgot to chew, staring at the screen. He knew that it was his mother who drew it. Only she knew about his childhood. His mother told him to watch the live stream for a surprise, and he thought it was for his father, but it was for him. The sound of chewing in the quiet office was particularly clear as Jiang took a big bite of his food. Today's meal was a bit salty. At the same time, three people felt a bit sour inside. Jiang Qiao in the audience curled his lips. When he got back, he would definitely ask He to draw a book for him too. It would tell their love story. On the other hand, Chu Yi, watching the live stream at home, turned her face slightly towards Zhao Qing and said, Zhang really knows how to flatter. You know that, right? Zhao Qing. She didn't know. Everyone said Zhang's eldest son was cold and quiet. Zhao Qing had seen him a few times, and his indifferent demeanor was just like an iceberg. Someone like him flattering? No way. Glancing down, Zhao Qing noticed the crumpled tissue in Chu Yi's hand. She looked back at the TV screen and decided not to mention it. Her friend had clearly turned into a sour lemon. In the audience, Sherwu made a face just like her father and rolled her eyes. It was obvious who An was. She was the first one to welcome her, so why the need for a comic book? Her own attitude towards her wasn't bad, right? Sherwu thought back and realized it wasn't that great either. Whatever, if they wanted to make a comic, let them. It wasn't a big deal to her. Sherwu crossed her arms and leaned down to the director in front of the computer, saying, This one? Really? The director hesitated as he looked at the images on the USB drive. If you don't believe me, you can ask the executive director. I'm just following orders, Sherwu shrugged. The director opened the intercom and switched to the executive director's channel. Director, should we display the photos from MS Lin's USB on the big screen? The executive director was puzzled. He looked at Tu Li beside him, who nodded after hearing the question. What photos could Lin He have? Probably just flattering herself. Having donated 200 million, she deserved this recognition. Upon hearing the affirmative response from the executive director, Sherwu raised an eyebrow. Mother and son had some similarities, like this small gesture and expression, just like Lin He. Sherwu was a bit surprised that they were actually following Lin He's suggestion without checking the photo content. On stage, Lin He didn't take long to introduce the comic, then suddenly changed the topic. This year, the theme of the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation is the power of role models, showing girls in difficult situations more possibilities. I think it's wonderful. Everyone knows that the initiator of this theme is Ms. Tu Lee. I have a few photos here. Let's take a look together. With that, he turned to the big screen, and the director's room coordinated to display the photos on the LED screen. There were 3 photos in total. The first photo shows Tu Lee squatting by the street with a lunchbox, happily eating a big piece of steamed bun, looking very simple and honest. The second photo shows Tu Lee at a market, running a stall with socks, underwear, and tank tops on display. She is holding a stack of 1 yuan bills, giving change to customers. The third photo is of Tu Lee at a school entrance, holding her diploma and giving a thumbs up, with tears of joy in her eyes. Behind her, there is a sign advertising enrollment for a degree program. I want to participate in this charity gala because these 3 photos moved me. Ms. Tu Lee had a very tough past, but she achieved success through her hard work. I admire her, and I believe that with opportunities, any girl with dreams can become the next Tu Lee or the third Tu Lee. He passionately spoke on stage, and the audience was deeply touched, creating a strong inspirational atmosphere. Standing backstage, Tu Lee was trembling, her face even paler than her makeup. She wanted to rush on stage and shout at He, angry about her photos being shown. She wanted to stop the event and prevent her past from being revealed. But she could do nothing. Her body felt stiff like stone, and her heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Those who didn't know Tu Lee would find He's speech very moving and fitting for the charity theme, while those who had read Tu Lee's interviews would be shocked. Tu Lee had lied. In her interview, she said her family was ordinary, but her parents never let her suffer. She claimed to have strict upbringing, with her parents not allowing any unrefined behavior. This led to her seemingly elegant demeanor, which was just a habit. She also claimed to have a master's degree from a university abroad and to have started her charity work after returning home, with her husband supporting her efforts. To everyone, Tu Lee appeared to be a winner in life, with a beautiful life and a happy marriage. But what about those 3 photos on stage? Squatting by the road eating a lunchbox has nothing to do with elegance. That kind of struggling street vendor life is hard. Her so-called master's degree turned out to be from a low-quality school. Those in the know were stunned. This charity gala was organized by Tu Lee, so He's words and the photos shown should have been reviewed by the production team, even if not rehearsed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been shown. Did Tu Lee really not know that once those photos were out, her previous statements would contradict her? What was going on? Huja called Tu Lee from the audience, but when the call didn't go through, she started sending messages, asking what was going on and how they could let someone share those photos. Huja was involved in creating Tu Lee's identity, and she knew very well the impact these photos could have. Sister, you need to come out and explain. We can't let these 3 photos be accepted as true. Huja was almost losing her mind. Where did these 3 photos come from? Staring at the photos on stage, her pupils suddenly narrowed as she remembered. After graduation, she and her sister tricked He out of 2 million. At that time, she sent those 3 photos to He via email, pretending to have sent them to the wrong person, and took the chance to introduce Tu Lee, saying she was a very unfortunate person but still faced life with optimism. After saying a lot, she finally moved He and managed to get 2 million from her. Though it was called a loan, there was no interest and no fixed deadline for repayment. Huja thought she could just delay it until the end and not pay. But before that could happen, the plane he was on had an accident. Looking at the person on stage who shared He's name and looked similar, Huja felt a chill run through her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. From a small design in a comic to now having photos that only he possessed. It was clear he couldn't appear, yet the presence of the other person was slowly emerging. Huja felt very cold, a chilling sensation. Her back teeth were chattering, and goosebumps rose on her arms. Watching He on stage, she couldn't shake off the fear in her heart. I suggest we let Ms. Tu Lee come on stage to say a few words. How about that? As soon as He finished speaking, the audience immediately responded. Sure.
Tu Lee, Dooley. Dooley.
In the end, the audience shouted Tilly's name like an encore. The male host couldn't help but marvel at how popular Miss Lin was. At the beginning, he tried to interact with the audience but didn't achieve this level of response. Yet after Lin he spoke a few words, the audience was so cooperative. The volume of the crowd made him wonder if everyone was shouting. In the backstage, Tilly had just listened to the voice message from Hooja. She calmed down, thinking she absolutely could not admit it. But she couldn't go on stage to clarify as Hooja suggested. That would embarrass Mr. Jiang and disrespect Lin He. She decided to post on Weibo after the event, denying that she was in the photos. Afterward, she would communicate with the other party, saying the images were edited by netizens, and then work with Lin He to clarify online. She would also provide other reasons for Lin He's charity work, making everything look good for both of them, resolving the issue without losing face. Tilly thought it all out well, but the reality was that she had to go on stage. At this point, Tilly realized she had to go on stage. She organized her thoughts, trying to figure out how to speak in a way that wouldn't deny Lin He while also dismissing those 3 photos. "Give me the microphone," she said firmly. She had a plan to speak vaguely, first getting Miss Lin off the stage before addressing the issue. She regretted not asking more questions earlier to avoid this tricky situation. Tilly thought Lin He was trying to build her own image by using her. As she took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in applause. The stage lights were brighter than those backstage, and after a few steps to adjust, she met Lin He's smiling eyes. In that moment, Tilly felt a strange familiarity with Lin He's smile, a feeling she couldn't quite place. The earlier sensation of her heart racing returned, pounding loudly in her ears. She took a deep breath, reminding herself that she had faced bigger challenges before, and this was nothing. With just a few steps to the center of the stage, Lin He opened her arms to welcome her, and they shared a brief hug. Tilly faced the audience, managing her expressions to appear graceful. She needed the audience to believe that the crude woman in the photos could not possibly be her. During the hug, their microphones slipped to their waists, making it hard for their words to be heard. Lin He smirked and leaned in close, whispering clearly, "Tilly, are you happy with the 2 million?" In an instant, Tilly's smile froze. After saying that, Lin He patted Tilly's back and stepped aside for her to approach the microphone. "Hello everyone, I'm Tilly." Applause filled the room. Tilly, now a spokesperson for the Plum Blossom Foundation, often represented the organization in interviews. Most of the online followers of the Plum Blossom Foundation's gala were familiar with her. On camera, Tilly smiled confidently, appearing calm and graceful, but inside, after Lin He mentioned the 2 million, she felt as if the ground was shaking beneath her. No, Lin He knew. Standing behind Tilly, Lin He clearly saw her left hand clenched into a fist at her waist, the veins on her hand bulging and trembling. Tilly was desperately trying to control her emotions. This indicated she remembered the wrong things she had done in the past. "Last summer, I went to a beautiful place with clear mountains and waters, where the scenery was stunning, like paradise. However, I noticed that the girls there had a hard life, as the belief in valuing boys over girls was very strong." Tilly did not mention the photos. She had originally planned to refuse, but when Lin He mentioned 2 million, she quickly changed her mind. Since the other party could produce these 3 photos, they likely knew more and could provide more evidence. Tilly decided to go along with Lin He's attitude, neither admitting nor denying anything and avoiding provoking her. The Plum Blossom Charity Foundation held a meeting and decided on this theme. "I want to thank everyone who is caring and has contributed to charity.
Thank you all."
Tilly concluded her speech with a bow and then looked at the host. The host understood and quickly took over, while Tilly and Lin He stepped off the stage. Lin He walked straight back to the front row, while Tilly wanted to talk to her but had no chance. She took a deep breath and walked towards the director's room, wondering who had released her photos. As she glanced at Tilly disappearing backstage, Lin He smiled slightly. It was just the beginning. Meanwhile, after Lin He finished introducing the comic on stage, the studio linked it for sale online, announcing that all proceeds would go to charity.
What?
Anand's world was actually drawn by Emu. Fans of Emu were just online discussing which comic was worth 200 million, and everyone was curious but couldn't find anything online. Suddenly, it was released? Buy it. Just looking at the first few preview images made me fall in love. It felt so healing. It was definitely Emu style. Some parents write parenting diaries, while Lin he turned her fun moments with her son into a comic, intending to keep drawing until he turned 18 as a gift for his coming-of-age ceremony. However, there were too many surprises.
Thank you, Mom.
When Lin he sat back down and opened her phone, she saw a message from Jong-un. After thanking her mom, 5 minutes later, Jong-un sent a red heart emoji. Mom loves you. Lin he replied directly, and Jong-un sent another heart emoji. Her grown-up son had changed a lot, becoming more reserved with his feelings. She could imagine that even just sending a heart emoji made him feel a bit shy. Recalling the first time she saw her son and comparing it to the changes now, Anand still feels deep down like that little bundle of joy. Lin he has a warm smile. It's good that she has returned, very good. In the background, the director and Tuli had a disagreement, which wasn't really a fight, more like a few sharp words exchanged. The director asked you when you were right there, so you agreed. It was my photo. Why didn't you say anything? Just saying it's a photo doesn't explain anything. You didn't ask for details either. These last-minute changes have happened before. The director was genuinely upset. Otherwise, he wouldn't have argued with Tuli. The main issue was that Tuli's words were quite harsh, calling people brainless fools and other insults that were too much. The director's nephew is the broadcast director. Tuli usually isn't the type to make things difficult for others, but this time she was really pushed to her limit. After parting on bad terms with the director, Tuli went to the fire escape where Hu-dai was waiting. Sister, we have been set up. Hu-dai recounted what happened years ago, and Tuli remembered that she had indeed sent those 3 photos to Hu-dai, who then shared them with her roommate. Miss Lin asked me on stage if I was happy about spending 2 million. Hu-dai's face turned pale at this. She trembled and said, Is Linny back? Only Lin he knew about the 2 million. Hu-dai had never intended to pay it back and had made up an excuse to ensure Lin he wouldn't tell anyone. Only Lin he received the photos, only she knew about the 2 million, and only Lin he had that little habit when drawing comics. Hu-dai leaned weakly against the wall, feeling unsteady. We can't panic. 15 years is not like 15 days. That person is long gone. Now we live in the age of big data. Emails can be accessed by others, transfer records can be checked, and even deleted chat records can be recovered. Tuli remained calm, her eyes dark as she said, We underestimated Mr. Zhang's new wife. Tuli had forgotten the appearance of the Miss Lin who borrowed 2 million, but hearing Hu-dai say that this one looked very similar to the previous one, she realized someone was scheming. She must have someone backing her, trying to climb the Jiang family ladder and take everything from the previous one. At this point, Tuli felt a bit puzzled. If that were the case, why would the other person act so boldly? Why provoke them? Before this, she had even had a falling out with Hu-dai. You should go back now. I need to think this through. Before leaving, Tuli advised Hu-dai not to act impulsively. Seeing Butterfly's reaction, Tuli felt her worries were unnecessary. Butterfly looked clearly frightened and couldn't do much. She seemed distracted and, when she went on stage as a charity representative for the company, she only managed to say a few simple words from her prepared speech. Her mind was too chaotic to remember anything. At the charity gala, what impressed the audience was not the dazzling red carpet, but the shock of a comic book priced at 200 million. When Lin he explained the comic, some viewers accused her of showing off and using capital for marketing. However, some sharp-eyed viewers countered that no marketing would cost 200 million. In the current film and television industry slump, a production costing over 100 million is already considered a big project. So how could someone spend 200 million on a comic? Of course, there were still those who disagreed, but when the studio announced that all income from the comic would go to charity, it silenced most critics. People became more curious about Lin he's identity. Then, one viewer discovered something intriguing. Everyone, I have a huge theory. Have you been following the recent trending topic about the cherry blossom queen and her son's school bullying incident? I found something that everyone missed. Please see the images. The little boy has been certified by the president of the Jeong group as his son. There was a lady who referred to Jeong's son as our child. Look at that blurred screenshot of her and compare it with Miss Lin from today's red carpet. Wow, blogger, you found the key point. I think they are the same person. Honestly, the woman in that video never revealed her identity, but since she said our child, I believe she is the mother. This also involves the editor of Yum, who is now out of a job. Let's think about that. Wait, if you're guessing like this, then the Mr. Jeong who walked the red carpet with his wife must be the president of the Jeong group, right? Oh my, they both have the surname Jeong. Hey, I thought the blogger was being too imaginative, but now it seems like everything connects. Jeong's wealth makes a 200 million donation seem reasonable. The heated discussion among netizens quickly trended, then disappeared just as fast, making them feel even more convinced they were right, joking that the Jeong Group's PR team would be working overtime. In today's society, everyone keeps their phones close, and unless it's a very formal occasion, like a celebration banquet, checking phones occasionally is quite normal. Many celebrities also go online to see if there are any trending topics about the charity gala they attended, whether they are positive or negative. While looking, they noticed a post about Mr. Jeong. Everyone quietly glanced at the table in front, thinking that if it weren't for Mr. Jeong, those high-ranking leaders wouldn't be so attentive. They also wanted to show their faces, but they simply couldn't squeeze in. This squeeze isn't a verb, it's a noun. Mr. Jeong was surrounded by influential figures from a different circle, and approaching them could lead to trouble. If they accidentally offended someone, they might face serious consequences. So, even though everyone knew there was something valuable at that table, they could only stretch their necks to take a few glances, and no one dared to step forward. The higher-ups from the Plum Blossom charity were surprised that Mr. Jeong was willing to attend the celebration. Leaders who initially planned to leave all rushed over just to toast Mr. Jeong and boost their presence. These people were very perceptive, saying things that Mr. Jeong liked to hear. Compliments about him and Lin, he being a perfect match. He could probably listen to that for a lifetime. Lin He, standing nearby, thought it was a pity these people weren't attending a poetry conference, as they were so eloquent. Not wanting to socialize, Lin He found an excuse to go to the restroom, leaving Mr. Jeong alone. Mr. Jeong wanted to accompany her, but Lin He declined, knowing that if she came out, there would be a crowd waiting, making it no different from now. With just a glance, Mr. Jeong understood Lin He's intentions. He patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to forget to come back for him. After watching her figure disappear, Mr. Jeong turned back to continue chatting with the others. In the past, he would have shown impatience, but today he was quite patient. It was simply because he enjoyed what these people were saying. He were the perfect match in the world. In the restroom, Lin He sighed. If she didn't step away, how could she create opportunities for others? Just as she took out her lipstick to touch up, she heard the sound of high heels approaching. Lin He couldn't help but smile and lightly hum a song.
Tuli Wolktin.
She didn't hide her intentions, standing next to Lin He and taking out some powder from her bag. With a casual tone, she asked, what did Miss Lin mean by the 2 million on stage? If Miss Tu thinks it means something, then that's what it means, Lin He replied, pressing her lips together to make her lipstick even, smiling at her reflection in the mirror. Her attitude was even more relaxed than Tu Li's. Trying to intimidate her? Who would pay attention? Tu Li suddenly smiled and turned to face Lin He. This isn't the right place to talk, and we don't have much time today. Let's meet another day, and I'll treat Miss Lin to dinner. I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. The ever-present misunderstanding had returned. Whenever there was something unsaid, it was labeled as a misunderstanding. Tu Li took a business card from her bag and placed it on the sink in front of Lin He. I'm always waiting for your call, Miss Lin. After saying that, she smiled kindly at Lin He and left. Lin He focused on touching up her makeup, not glancing at Tu Li at all. Once the woman left, She looked down at the business card with Tu Lee's name on it. With a flick of her finger, the card fell to the floor. Lin He clicked her tongue. It was off target and almost landed in the trash can. She intended to bend down to pick it up, but just then, the cleaning lady came in with a broom and quickly said, "Miss, you can leave it. I'll take care of it."
Thank you.
Before leaving, Lin He glanced at the card. Contact? She would drive Tu Lee crazy. She then thought to herself, no wonder she and Hu Dai are sisters. They both have such a cheesy way of leaving business cards. What Lin He didn't know was that after she left, and Zhu came out from the restroom stall. She had heard their conversation but didn't understand much about the 200,000 or the misunderstanding. Before leaving the restroom, and Zhu noticed the cleaning lady standing next to a dustpan, with a blue business card standing out. It was the business card of Tu Lee, a director of the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation. Many people wanted her contact information but couldn't get it. After hesitating for a few seconds, Anju stepped forward, picked up the card, blew off the dust, and quickly tucked it into her pocket while the cleaner wasn't looking, leaving the restroom casually. Then, she shared this with Sherwoo. Yes, Sherwoo's part-time job was a full package, including a charity gala and a celebration banquet. He was working as a waiter there. During a break while changing drinks, Sherwoo could rest on the side, and Anju joined him. This time, Honggo wasn't watching her because she had given him 200 yuan, and he allowed her to take a break. Sherwoo, I used to think the entertainment industry was dark just from what I read online, but after experiencing it myself just now, I realize it's really scary. When they were on stage, Miss Lin and Miss Tu seemed like good friends, but in the restroom, their conversation was quite sharp. Wasn't Zhu trying to share gossip? No, she wanted to highlight her own purity. She sensed that Sherwoo was very interested in Miss Lin, but she and Lin He were completely different types, so Anju subtly tried to make Sherwoo think that Lin He was not what she seemed. After Anju's retelling, Lin He's interactions with Tu Lee were no different from those with the concubines and empresses in the palace. After saying this, she looked at 15 with anticipation, hoping for agreement. 15 pursed his lips and replied quietly, "They." Anju's eyes lit up, thinking, agree with me, they are really bad, right? They aren't really part of the entertainment industry. Anju's expression froze for a moment, then she forced a smile and said, hee, yes, they aren't part of the entertainment industry. 15 was not concerned about Anju's thoughts. He was wondering if his father knew about this. How could Tu Lee, who seemed unrelated to Lin He, have a grudge? As the photo executor, 15 could tell that Lin He's actions were intentionally causing trouble for Tu Lee. He had just checked social media and had to admit that netizens were quite impressive, uncovering identities with precision. What if? He added more fuel to the fire? The online buzz is quite lively now. The public's discussion about the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation Gala has shifted focus. The matter of a comic book costing 200 million was quickly understood, but compared to that, Tu Lee's story was much more interesting. Where did those 3 photos come from? Are they real or fake? Ms. Lin donated 200 million and is the honorary dean of Jilin Online. Clearly, she is not someone who speaks carelessly. A successful woman has crafted a glamorous past, but it might all be false. Netizens love the drama of uncovering the truth. They started investigating the information Tu Lee had previously revealed, such as the university she claimed to attend. If Tu Lee wasn't telling the truth, then her ambitious husband was probably just a facade too. Truth can't hide, and lies can't last. Netizens were surprised to find that the school Tu Lee mentioned was not the world-class institution they thought, but a lesser-known college with the same name in a neighboring state. Those investigating found that the school they believed didn't even have a student named Tu Lee. To be thorough and avoid mistakes with her age, they checked several graduating classes. Nothing. Finally, they found the name Lee Tu at the similarly named university in the neighboring state, a place where anyone could obtain a degree with enough money. Tu Lee even entered through a special social program. They couldn't find her domestic qualifications, but the timeline matched that photo. After upgrading her degree, she paid to get a degree abroad. One photo subtly confirmed some truth, making the authenticity of the other photos even more significant. At the same time, Netizens uncovered some very male chauvinistic comments made by Tu Lee's husband on a forum, along with the way his parents speak, which sharply contrasts with Tu Lee's description of her husband's character in interviews. How should I put it? The more we dig, the more we find. When Tu Lee came out of the bathroom and saw the situation online, her face turned pale. Where are the online influencers? Why haven't they shifted the public opinion? Why is the heat only increasing? Once the news broke, it quickly received responses. We can't suppress it. We push down, but others are buying their way up. Several faces flashed through Tu Lee's mind. She had attracted too much attention at the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation, and even though she was usually kind, it didn't matter when it came to others' interests. There were too many people who might take advantage of this opportunity. Push it down. If we can't suppress it, bring up other news. This was a common public relations tactic. 20 minutes later, a celebrity's dating news was trending, and the heat around the photos began to drop. Tu Lee looked at Lin Hee, who was talking to the waiter in the center of the room, and slowly exhaled. As long as the other party's requests weren't excessive, she would comply. But if they were greedy, she wouldn't hold back. Lin Hee sneezed twice, feeling as if someone was criticizing her from behind. "Are you catching a cold?" asked Shiwoo. Lin Hee gently touched her nose and didn't respond. Instead, she said, "Can you repeat what you want to do?" "I want to enter the entertainment industry." Upon hearing her son's words, Lin Hee suddenly felt a strong urge to discipline him. "Why don't you talk to your father about it? Father said you make the decisions at home." Shiwoo was quite adaptable to this. "No way." Lin Hee refused, saying, "Can you create music or act? Can you sing well or dance beautifully? What would you do in the entertainment industry? Just stand there." Shiwoo. "The truth hurts. It's fine if I don't enter the entertainment industry. I just want a Weibo account." This was Shiwoo's ultimate goal. He didn't actually like the entertainment industry. He made this request because he had recently read some military strategy. To increase the chances of getting a yes, he thought he could make an outrageous request first, then revert to his original request after being denied. The strategy was right, but he wasn't subtle enough. Lin Hee could see through his blunt reaction immediately. Seeing how quickly her son accepted not entering the entertainment industry, she knew that the second request was what he truly wanted. "Don't you have a Weibo account?" 15 cleared his throat and said, "I want an account with identity verification, like the son of the chairman of the Jiang Group, with a yellow V." Lin Hee. "I told my father, but he definitely won't listen to me. If you say it, it will work." The younger son was simple-minded, but sometimes the more innocent a person is, the harder it is to understand their thoughts. At this moment, Lin Hee did not understand why he wanted a verified Weibo account. He had been happily surfing the internet without needing verification before. "I just want verification." 15 pouted. Faced with Lin Hee's questioning gaze, he couldn't explain why and could only repeat his request. 15 didn't realize that while saying this, he unconsciously shifted his feet and swayed his shoulders slightly, which was a sign of him being a bit spoiled. If Chui were there, she would definitely be surprised. She had never seen her brother act like this with anyone. "Okay." Lin Hee agreed, and 15's eyes lit up, only to hear her say, "But you have to promise me one thing." 15, in a good mood, replied, "What is it?" "You tell me." He had the attitude that Lin Hee could do anything, even reach for the moon. "You must not run away after the dinner. Come home honestly." The smile on 15's face vanished instantly. How did she know he wanted to run away? His father clearly intended to scold him when they got home. He wanted the verified Weibo account to join the online fun and use it as an excuse to operate the account, film study vlogs with classmates, and promote school activities, not to go home. 15 was confident that he had a valid reason, so his father wouldn't force him to return. But Lin Hee said that if he wanted verification, he had to come home. As 15 hesitated, and Zhu approached, looking nervous, she said to Lin Hee, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Did we do something wrong to upset you? I apologize, he is inexperienced and I didn't guide him well. Please don't make it difficult for him." Lin Hee raised an eyebrow. Did this girl think she was making things hard for 15? Moreover, Her words made it seem like she was bullying him. Think about it carefully. Without further explanation, Lin He left after throwing a parting remark to 15 and smiled at Inju before turning away. Lin He had no ill intentions. After all, the other party was favoring her son, so she didn't say much. That smile was her response. But Inju didn't think so. She watched Lin He leave and then asked stiffly, "What does she want to do?" Having learned from Feng Shou's experience, 15 no longer casually talked about family matters. He simply said it was nothing and turned to leave. And Zhu tightly gripped the tray, her hands turning pale as she wondered about her suspicions. The wealthy enjoy extravagant things. Does Miss Lin have her eyes on Brother 15 to support him? Brother 15's serious expression clearly shows he is hiding something. He may be rich, but if he encounters someone even wealthier and more powerful, there's nothing he can do. As expected, just like she thought in the bathroom, Miss Lin is extremely hypocritical. If she had known, she wouldn't have invited Brother 15 to this party. And Zhu regretted it deeply. Not far away, Lin He sneezed twice. Who is constantly complaining? At the same time, Zhang Qiao was anxiously searching for Lin He. When he found her, he pulled her into his arms. He, you scared me to death. Lin He was taken aback. What happened? Qiao, what's wrong? Seeing the panic in his eyes, Lin He held Zhang Qiao's hand and gently patted it. Lin He, who had taken a small cake intending to eat it before looking for Zhang Qiao, found a small table in a corner that was hard to disturb, with a pillar and a large curtain. It was quite hidden. When Zhang Qiao was looking for Lin He, his expression was cold and anxious. Only when he saw her did he show his vulnerability. Otherwise, if everyone saw the CEO like this, it would cause chaos. Pulling Zhang Qiao behind the pillar to completely block outside views, Lin He stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Zhang Qiao's mouth, reassuring him, "I'm fine." Did something happen? Zhang Qiao buried his head in her shoulder and said, "Fu Ding said you are in danger." Lin He. Were these two just here to leave her speechless at the dinner? When it comes to your safety, it's better to believe it than not. Zhang Qiao looked serious, as if it were a huge matter. After receiving the message from Fu Ding, Zhang Qiao felt a chill when he called Lin He, and no one answered. Fu Ding said he calculated that Lin He would face danger this month, and there are only 5 days left. She could be in danger at any moment, especially now when there are many people around. Over the years, Fu Ding's mysticism has been Zhang Qiao's spiritual support in searching for Lin He, but Zhang Qiao's spirit is not that easy to support. Fu Ding, using an ancient book from his family along with his own talent, has some real skills. He started as a novice but later became quite capable. For the next 5 days, stay at home. If you find it boring, come to my company. If nothing happens by the end of the month, it will be over. Zhang Qiao started to ramble, reminding Lin He of their early romance. Lin He loves to eat mangoes, but Zhang Qiao gets itchy after eating them, which causes allergy symptoms similar to hives. After discovering this, whenever there are mango-related dishes, Lin He goes to eat with her classmates. Zhang Qiao is anxious. He wants to be with Lin He. He believes it's not a real allergy, just a couple of itchy bumps. So, he insists on having mangoes with everything he eats, and somehow, his itchiness changed to no allergic reaction after eating. This made Lin He think it was a medical miracle, and she even took Zhang Qiao to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor explained that allergens can change over time. From then on, a story spread among Lin He's classmates that Zhang Qiao loved her so much that he managed to eat mangoes without being allergic anymore. Zhang Qiao's expression when he said he could eat mangoes was just as stubborn as when he talked about bad luck. Lin He sighed. If she pushed too hard, he might really cry. Anyway, it was only for 5 days. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Qiao tightened his hold on Lin He's hand and quietly agreed. He was very worried about the bad luck and decided he wouldn't let Lin He out of his sight. Zhang Qiao's deep sadness made the atmosphere heavy, and Lin He didn't want to see him like that. She teased, "Your son wants to enter the entertainment industry." But later he changed his mind. As Sherwu said, if he told Zhang Qiao about the Weibo verification, He would definitely get scolded, but it was different when Lin He said it.
Okay.
Lin He agreed with Shi Wu for her own reasons. Let the butler help. He has all the information. Jiang Qiao nuzzled Lin He's cheek and said, let's go home. He. Staying any longer was risky. Shi Wu thought he could hesitate a bit longer, but when he saw his father and Lin He leaving at the door, he decided to follow them. Better to go home first. In the car, Shi Wu was restless. His father held Lin He in silence, eyes closed, which meant he was angry, right? Was he doomed when he got home? Shi Wu tried to catch Lin He's eye, but she was focused on her phone and didn't notice him. He felt like he was in trouble. Lin He was truly unaware of Shi Wu. She was checking the situation online. As she expected, Tu Li managed to bring the heat down. She had no plans to reveal the 2 million at the banquet. First, this matter is quite old. If she brings it up again, she will have to reveal her own past before she can criticize Tu Li. However, Tu Li is not the same as before. 2 million is easy for her to come by. If the other party admits to this matter, she can easily make up a reason to cover up the lie from back then and just pay back the 2 million to make it go away. This is not what Lin He wants. The 2 million from back then definitely benefited Tu Li greatly, such as furthering her education and paving the way for her career. The 2 million from 15 years ago could do much more than the 2 million today. Lin He is not someone who will be at a loss. She wants Tu Li to return all the benefits she gained from that money. Today, she is just here to meet Tu Li. A happy life? No, that won't be the case once I return. Lin He believes in repaying grudges, and she is someone who will get back at those who wronged her. Send me a summary of Tu Li's resume over the years. After sending the message, Lin He thought of Hu Dai. She didn't see her at the banquet, but she spotted her in the audience. Hu Dai looked gloomy, as if someone owed her money. The 2 million still concerns her. Mo Xing has been rising strongly lately. Lin He originally wanted to get involved in Hu Dai's career, but she found out that someone else was already targeting it. Mo Xing is an established company, older than Beixing, and is a national brand from the Republic era. The brand is good, but it is too traditional. In the ever-changing cosmetics market, being traditional means being eliminated. However, the company has managed to survive for so many years with just a few products, which is quite an achievement. Mo Xing has thought about changing over the years, but unfortunately, every new product launched has failed. This time is different. They launched strongly and directly overshadowed Beixing, quickly building a reputation for the decades-old national brand. Jiang Qiao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Lin He's phone screen, which displayed news related to Mo Xing. Mo Xing has struggled for years due to Beixing's influence, which has intentionally suppressed Mo Xing's new products. This time, they couldn't hold it back. Of course, it mainly relied on Jiang Qiao's intervention. Otherwise, Beixing's public relations would have suppressed Mo Xing again. Making a bold move once is a clever tactic, but if you keep doing it, you must be prepared to be knocked down. Jiang Qiao spoke calmly. Beixing is currently struggling with cash flow, and any small mistake could lead to trouble. In this situation, Hu Dai's marketing at the banquet, creating a false sense of prosperity, could quickly accelerate the industry's bubble. Lin He understood the meaning behind Jiang Qiao's words. Hu Dai is on a path of self-destruction with no way back. Some people narrow their own paths and will find it hard to bounce back in the future. North Star's current situation makes it easier for her to deal with Butterfly. The two people talking didn't notice that the one in the passenger seat, Shi Wu, was trembling and on the verge of tears. Is this conversation about me? Are they talking about him? I haven't done anything wrong, so why does my father want to bring him down? Lin He is even worse, suggesting he wants to break his legs? He won't even be able to jump up? I'm sorry. I realize I was wrong. Shi Wu's sudden loud apology made Jiang Qiao and Lin He look ahead. What is wrong with this kid? Wise people know when to back down. Shi Wu chose to kneel. Forget about arguing or standing firm. When his father gets angry, it doesn't matter if you're his own son. He was willing to come back because he thought Lin He would be there to help him, but after hearing Lin He's words, Shi Wu didn't dare to hope anymore. Usually, he might argue back with his father over small matters, but if he really did something wrong and his father got angry, he wouldn't dare to breathe. Running away from home had never happened before because he didn't live at Zhang's house for long. So he didn't know how tolerant his father would be about it. Hearing this now, the tolerance level is 0. He immediately apologized. As it turned out, kneeling worked. Sherwoo thought he would face a storm, but when he got home, his father ignored him. Lin he only said meaningfully to see how he would behave in the future. Is that it? Sherwoo was lucky. Jiang Qiao was too focused on Lin He's troubles to punish his son. After feeling relieved, he became alert. Something's not right. That smile from Lin He definitely means there's more trouble waiting for him. He can't let his guard down. Thinking this, Sherwoo hurried to find the housekeeper. He wanted to get verified on Weibo. Kids can be carefree. Tilly was very anxious. First, Lin He showed no signs of looking for her, and second, the rumors online were increasing. Her situation didn't trend on social media, but people discussed it daily, digging up a little bit today and a little bit tomorrow. Though some were true and some were false, Tilly couldn't help but feel anxious after reading them. The event was very successful, and her superiors praised her, but at the end, they mentioned she should pay attention to the online sentiment. They probably noticed the online issues and wanted Tully to resolve them to avoid affecting the charity foundation. But Tully couldn't solve it. If she steps forward, it will only excite the online community more. She can only spend money every day to cool things down, waiting for the audience's interest to fade while hoping they don't uncover any other solid evidence. Feeling frustrated, she discovered that In Anne's World was selling extremely well, which made her even more upset. As soon as the comic In Anne's World was released, it topped the monthly sales chart. Many book bloggers were recommending it, and it was suitable not only for adults but also for parents to read with their children. The family atmosphere is one aspect, and the questions In Anne asks and the answers from her mom are very interesting, making it great for parenting. Chi, you're also reading this comic? It's so popular. Under the hot sun, Shawufin filmed a vlog, sweating as he entered the house, grabbed a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge, and sat on the living room sofa, taking a big sip. The refreshing soda made him sigh with satisfaction as he continued, I suspect Lin, he just wants to please Jiang'an. Otherwise, why wouldn't she let Imu draw Zhao Zhao's world or Wang Wang's world? Shawufin sounded a bit jealous. Chui kept the secret about Imu very well. Shawufin still didn't know that Lin, he was actually Imu. Chui just looked at the comic silently, frowning seriously. Shawufin scratched his head, wondering what was wrong. He leaned over to see the comic, which showed An In building a secret base. As he looked, he realized the scene looked familiar, and clicked his tongue. How deceptive. Jiang and said only the three of us knew about it. Isn't this drawn out? If she hadn't been there, how could she draw it so realistically? That place is now a park, and even if I think back, I can't remember so many details. Shawufin muttered beside him, feeling a bit resentful. He was tricked. Years ago, Jiang took her younger siblings to his secret base, claiming no one else knew about it. The location was taken by the government years ago to build a park, and Imu's drawing was identical, proving she had definitely seen it. So Jiang had started lying to them back then. What a big liar. Look at this. Chui flipped back 2 pages. Shawufin was stunned. It depicted An preparing gifts for her siblings, and there was indeed a small flower in his room's box that was handmade. He didn't know who gave it to him, but it was kept in his childhood treasure box. Was it made by Jiang herself? Chui flipped through a few more pages. Behind the Jiang residence, there were horses, but one got sick and died. In the attic, there was a broken kite that Jiang made when he was a child, which was trampled by the horse. The piano in the house was just for decoration, used by his mother.
Wow.
This painting really shows Jiang's childhood? Sherwoo was surprised. Many scenes in the painting matched what was still in the house today. Sherwoo thought this comic was based on Lin, he giving the artist a rough idea of the story, and the artist painted it. Lin he probably knew a few things and added some flair to it. It was like how some celebrities have autobiographies that are often not written by them, but dictated to someone else who writes it down. Naturally, some details are filtered, and good things can become bad. Shou felt more frustrated and said with a frown, "She really puts in a lot of effort." Humph. Chui remained silent, staring intently at the comic, her mind flashing back to the scene in the cafe where Jiang Muhua was speaking. Jiang, and was the first to accept Lin He. He even called her mom at the banquet. Chui didn't think it was strange that Jiang and could talk about childhood memories with Lin He. But can someone describe their surroundings perfectly while telling a story? Those two carved little flowers in her, and Sherwoo's hands were locked in a box, and she was sure Lin He had never seen them. The little flowers in the comic were identical to the ones in her hand. Even the curve of the petals was the same. No matter how detailed the description, there should be slight differences. Chui had no idea that Lin He's comic wasn't drawn from memory. It was created on the same day, right after the events happened, so it could look exactly the same. With all these doubts swirling in her mind, she remembered Lin He saying she had known her father for a long time. Too many questions filled Chui's head, and she felt like her mind was going to explode. Some flashes of insight crossed her mind, but she couldn't grasp them. Inside the Jiang group, Lin He accompanied Jiang Qiao to the company today. There's a saying, frenemies cross paths. Today was also the first day Gu Lily returned from the port city to report to the headquarters. Lin He didn't want to come to the company. She wanted to stay at home. But Jiang Qiao, that stubborn man, changed his mind and insisted he wouldn't feel at ease unless she was under his watch, never leaving his side. The farthest Jiang Zong would allow Lin He to be away from him was the restroom in the office lounge. Unless she went to the restroom, she couldn't be away for a moment. Even during meetings, Jiang Qiao wanted Lin He to follow him closely. In the meeting room, the assistant had already prepared a chair next to the main seat. It was designed for comfort, with an ergonomic backrest and a blanket draped over it. Notably, the blanket had pink edges. The employees were surprised to see this chair and wondered who would be attending the meeting. Just then, footsteps were heard outside, and when everyone saw Mr. Jiang enter, they all stood up to greet him. Then they noticed the female secretary following him. She sat in the chair. How bold! Everyone was curious to see which secretary had made such a leap, only to realize it was not a secretary but Mr. Jiang's wife. As Lin He sat down, her gaze met that of Gu Lily, who was sitting at the far left end of the conference table. Gu Lily, the marketing director, was qualified to attend this high-level meeting and was eager to perform well, waiting excitedly for Mr. Jiang to arrive. However, upon seeing Lin He, her heart sank. Gu Lily never expected that the two would publicly announce their marriage. How could they be married? It was baffling that Mr. Jiang was deceived by such a scheming woman. She had true feelings for him. How could Lin He deserve him? Even now, Lin He appeared as a doting wife, sitting there during the meeting. It was absurd. Lin He thought of giving Gu Lily a nod as a greeting since they had battled online a couple of times and were somewhat familiar, right? But before Lin He could even smile, Gu Lily expressionlessly turned her gaze away, focusing on the documents in front of her and ignoring Lin He. Once Mr. Jiang sat down, the meeting began. He didn't need to explain why he brought Lin He, and no one had the right to question him. As expected, when Mr. Jiang signaled to start the meeting, everyone reported on their work as if they didn't see Lin He at all. In fact, most of them had smiled and nodded at her when they first glanced her way, showing a respectful attitude. This clearly demonstrated Mr. Jiang's strong authority in the company. Otherwise, someone would have asked why Lin He was there, suggesting that outsiders shouldn't be present for internal matters. From everyone's reactions, Lin He could tell that Mr. Jiang was very firm in his management style. Bringing her to the meeting meant he was decisive. 15 years ago, he had complained about older employees taking advantage of their age, but now the upper management was all younger. Lin He didn't even notice anyone with a bald head. Lost in her thoughts, Lin He didn't notice Mr. Jiang occasionally glancing her way, but the others certainly did. Especially Gu Lily. The jealousy in her heart was almost overwhelming her reason. She finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "a beautiful woman brings disaster." If Lin He were a good woman, she would think of President Jiang, instead of coming to the meeting room to show off her status. Yes, Gu Lily thought Lin He insisted on coming, and President Jiang agreed, because he spoiled her. While she looked down on Lin He's actions, deep down, Gu Lily was actually envious. She wished she could be the one who made President Jiang break the rules. Little did she know that it was President Jiang who was the one insisting. Why was Lin He willing to tolerate President Jiang's behavior? It was love. Last night, President Jiang woke up several times in a sweat, dreaming that something happened to her. To help him calm down, she came to the company with him. Because of their past relationship, President Jiang spoiled Lin He, and Lin He also cared for him. Otherwise, if she didn't want to come, no one could change her mind. After meeting, Gu Lily's face had turned even paler than before. She thought President Jiang would at least mention her, even if it was just to say she should work hard. Before she went to Hong Kong, didn't President Jiang say she should seize the opportunity? Back then, Gu Lily felt like President Jiang treated her like one of his own, but now he seemed indifferent, like she was just an ordinary employee. It wasn't that Gu Lily thought too much. She just didn't think enough. Not only did President Jiang not speak to her, but he didn't even glance to the left, afraid Lin He would feel jealous. It was already a struggle for her to come to the company with him. If she felt uncomfortable, she could just leave. And then what would happen? When they were dating, President Jiang feared two things. First, Lin He getting angry, and second, her ignoring him. No one knew that whenever they had a disagreement, when Lin He said to calm down, he felt like he was eating tasteless food. Seeing Gu Lily in the meeting reminded President Jiang that she had returned from Hong Kong. Noticing that Lin He didn't seem angry, he finally relaxed. Gu Lily just returned from Hong Kong. As her boss, shouldn't you say a few encouraging words? As soon as he sat down in the office, President Jiang wanted to stand up again. I and Gu Lily didn't. Yes, I know.
Just call her in.
Seeing the seriousness in Lin He's tone, President Jiang asked his secretary to notify Gu Lily to come in. Returning to the office, Gu Lily felt disheartened and distracted. When she was in the port city, she was full of energy because she had a goal. She believed that working hard would lead to a promotion at headquarters and bring her closer to the person she loved. But now, she felt as if the distance between them was insurmountable. Director Gu, Mr. Jiang is calling for you. Gu Lily suddenly stood up, feeling energized. She thought Mr. Jiang still cared about her. But her excitement faded when she opened the door and saw Lin He smiling at her, dousing her enthusiasm like cold water. The market in B City is very different from the port city. Work hard. The company has high hopes for you. Jiang Qiao's words were dry and did not match Gu Lily's expectations. Hello, Director Gu, I'm Lin He. We spoke on the phone before. Lin He greeted her. Hello, Miss Lin, Gu Lily replied. Just as she finished speaking, Lin He raised her phone and said, I mentioned treating you to dinner when you came to B City. Let's add each other on WeChat and plan a meal sometime. Gu Lily glanced at Jiang Qiao, who remained calm, showing no reaction to Lin He's invitation, as if he had already accepted it. In that moment, Gu Lily felt a sharp pang in her heart. So, Mr. Jiang had called her over just to have Lin He add her on WeChat and ease her feelings? Gu Lily realized she was mistaken. Jiang Qiao appeared composed, but inside, he was actually shocked. Why did he want to add Gu Lily on WeChat and have dinner together? Considering the 2 times Gu Lily had contacted Lin He had upset her, he thought this connection was unnecessary. But he didn't dare to stop Lin He from doing what she wanted. For some reason, watching the two add each other as friends gave Jiang Qiao a bad feeling. He thought he would need to remind Gu Lily to be careful with her words later. Gu Lily didn't want to add Lin He, but since Lin He asked in front of Jiang Qiao, she felt she had to. So, after visiting the office, instead of catching up with the person she cared about, she ended up adding Lin He on WeChat. Once outside the office, she looked at her phone and saw that the friend request was successful, leaving her a bit dazed. She felt that things shouldn't have developed this way. Chui was feeling confused. In the morning, she had a brainstorming session about Imu's big project, and in the afternoon, she received some bad news. That Han Sun had found another way out. She had thought she had blocked his live streaming path, but he was still managing to get around it, getting banned for 3 days each time he tried to stream. To please his fans, he occasionally says some playful things during his live streams. The fans enjoy this kind of interaction. However, every time he says something, he gets reported. He gets reported for suggestive dance moves, for showing a little bit while vaping, and for not being careful with his words, which is said to harm minors. In short, the reasons for his bans are varied. If it weren't for Han Sun, those fans would know there are so many reasons for bans on the platform. This has become a running joke, saying Han Sun is the leader of the banned group, and they even list other streamers who also get banned frequently. The joke has spread a bit, but Han Sun can't laugh. Not streaming means no income, and no income means no money for living. After finally earning some money, he rented a new house, but just as he was starting to feel happy, he fell back into the cycle of getting banned. His deposit and income were frozen. Now, he had to pay the property management fee for the villa he rented. He managed to pay 3 months' rent, but he couldn't afford the property fee. When he received the bill, he was stunned. He thought renting a house didn't require a property fee. His mother was unhappy and said, "How can there be a property fee? We never paid one before." The rundown basement they lived in before didn't require one because the community was so poor that it didn't even have property management. When the property staff came to his door, they didn't say much, but Han Sun still felt embarrassed. "Be quiet," he scolded his mother. He didn't realize that his expression and the anger in his eyes were very similar to how his father acted when drunk. Han Sun returned the house, and his mother moved back to the basement. When his father saw his wife return, he took advantage of his drunken state to hit her. His mother told others that she couldn't let go of her husband, but everyone could see her disheveled appearance. Initially, looking at the information he had paid to investigate, he wasn't surprised by Han Sun's situation. His mother went back by herself? What about Han Sun? He went to participate in a recent talent show launched by a video platform where some talent agencies and handsome internet celebrities also signed up. The show has a training camp where they eat and live together. Initially thought, Han Sun still hasn't figured out being an internet celebrity, and now he wants to be a star? It is said that the assistant director of the show has high hopes for Han Sun, believing he has a great chance of debuting. Han Sun truly is a resilient person. Initially thought about how he used to feel sorry for him, thinking that Han Sun's stubborn nature would get hurt and that he would try to protect himself everywhere, and realized he must have been blinded by something. This person is quite adaptable. Realizing that things were not going as she had hoped, Chu-yi quickly calmed down. She came up with a brilliant idea. If Han Sun wanted to debut, then let him debut and become the star who falls from grace the fastest after his debut. Chu-yi didn't reply to the message. Instead, she directly transferred a sum of money as a reward. The investigator happily accepted the payment, feeling pleased with the straightforwardness of the arrangement. He thought that since Han Sun was just participating in a talent show, with her watching, he wouldn't make much of a splash. Little did Chu-yi know, she had become a mysterious and capable person in the eyes of others. The results of her one-on-one teaching were quite impressive. Han Sun's situation did not occupy much of Lin Chu-yi's thoughts. After the transfer, she fell back into her previous contemplation. Some things were incredibly strange and coincidentally frightening. Imu had disappeared for 15 years, which was also the same amount of time since her mother's plane accident. In the second year after her mother's accident, Imu's comic was published in a special edition, which included additional content. Now she learned that this content had been submitted to the publisher a year earlier, and the publisher only received the book number the following year before printing and releasing it. The timeline of Imu's disappearance matched up with her mother's. However, while many things aligned, many questions did not. There is no such thing as a youth elixir. How could someone not age at all over 15 years? If there were survivors from the accident, it would surely be big news. Perhaps they could use the survivors to search for others. It couldn't have happened so quietly. There were too many questions. After thinking it over, Chu-yi sent a message to Hu-dai. "Why did you go to Imu's studio that day?" She had no intention of contacting Jiang Muhua again. The person never spoke a word of truth. Moreover, she was clearly not giving up. Han Sun had gotten onto the show through her connections, as that assistant director was part of her network. In the past, Chu-yi might not have understood why Jiang Muhua would still help Han Sun. After all, she was the one who connected the two, and she had already severed ties with them. Now it was easy for Chu-yi to see the reason. Jiang Muhua, holding onto a glimmer of hope, believed Han Sun still had value and thought the white moonlight was powerful. She had to admit that no matter how hypocritical Han Sun was, he was still the white moonlight in Chu-yi's heart. Of course, Jiang Muhua was unaware of Chu-yi's growth during this time. She thought Han Sun could attract Chu-yi once, so he could do it again. Little did she know, the white moonlight had turned into something undesirable, and Chu-yi had no desire to take another bite. The level of disgust is overwhelming. When she received a message from Chu-yi, Hyudi felt blank and didn't understand why Chu-yi suddenly contacted her with such a question. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Shall we meet to talk?" If possible, Hyudi really wanted to restore her relationship with Chu-yi. Right now, Beijing Company was struggling, and they had suffered a major defeat against Mohang. She had hoped to use the Manhwa charity gala to turn things around. However, that night, all the attention was on Lin He, and Hyudi couldn't ride the wave of news about Tu Li. In the end, the announcement of the spokesperson's popularity was like a drop of water in the ocean, causing no ripples at all. Chu-yi's message felt like a lifeline to Hyudi. It was thanks to Chu-yi that she had received help from the Jiang group. If only! Hyudi imagined a turning point, but unfortunately, Chu-yi didn't reply. When she sent another message, it was rejected, and she was blocked. Yes, because Chu-yi felt that Hyudi was no longer valuable. If there were other options, she didn't want to deal with either Jiang Muhua or Hyudi anymore. Now she had other choices. "Chu-yi, let's go. It's all set." Shawishi rode his bike, signaling for Chu-yi to sit on the back seat, looking happy and excited. "Is that information accurate? Does Zhou Bai know Mom?" Chu-yi asked about something she cared about as she sat on the back of her brother's bike. She quickly pushed Hyudi out of her mind because she learned from Shawishi that Zhou Bai and her mom were alumni and good friends. Chu-yi had seen through Hyudi. She wasn't any better than Jiang Muhua. It was just that she hadn't had the chance to scheme against her. If she asked about her mom, it would give Hyudi an opportunity. Hyudi might be playing tricks, and the truth of her words was uncertain. She could even lie for her own benefit. Instead of engaging in a battle of wits with her, it was better to ask others. "It's accurate. Uncle Bai said it himself." During these days away from home, Shawishi had been playing games with friends, one of whom was Zhou Bai. Being carried along by a gaming pro felt amazing, and Shawishi was particularly thrilled. Zhou Bai had gone from being a favorite esports player to a good buddy in his eyes. "Then why do you call him Uncle Bai instead of Brother Bai?" Seeing Shawishi's smug expression, Chu-yi couldn't help but tease him. "I would like to, but Uncle Bai insists that he and Mom are of the same generation, so I have to call him Uncle." Shawishi didn't mind the title. As long as the other person played games with him, that was all that mattered. While playing games, everyone uses voice chat to discuss strategies anytime. Sometimes, when the game isn't too intense, they chat about other things. When it comes to college and the student council, Zhou Bai shares his stories and mentions things about his mom to Sherwoo. It seems casual, but it gives the impression that they are quite familiar and have a good friendship. Sherwoo and his gaming friends think that Zhou Bai plays with him mainly because of his mom. After sending a message to Hu Dai from the sofa in the living room, Chu-yi lay back with her phone on her forehead, feeling a bit down. She closed her eyes and muttered, "I don't want to deal with her, but only Hu Dai knows more about my mom. So annoying." Sherwoo, munching on a snack, overheard her and chimed in, "Zhou Bai is also a friend who understands moms well." Chu-yi sat up quickly, surprised. "Zhou Bai?" When she learned that Sherwoo was going out to play games offline with Zhou Bai and his friends, she hopped onto the back of Sherwoo's bike. Sherwoo didn't have a driver's license and mostly rode his bike, which he loved for its sporty feel. On the wide road, the bike wheels rolled smoothly, and as they went down Chu-yi's cheeks bounced. After a few bumps, she squinted and grabbed Sherwoo's hair, saying, "If you keep riding like this, I'll pull all your hair out. Just wait." The teenage boy was playful, and Chu-yi wasn't wrong. Sherwoo was doing it on purpose. Okay. I'll ride carefully. He quickly replied, not wanting to go bald at such a young age. Chewie huffed and let go. She never held back when teasing her brother. Their playful banter caught the attention of Anju, who was waiting at the entrance of the esports hotel. The twin siblings looked different, but shared a strong resemblance. Anju recognized Chewie as Sherwoo's sister, remembering the skincare products and perfume she had given Sherwoo. Nice to meet you, sister. I'm Anju, she said sweetly. Chewie sniffed subtly and noticed the familiar scent of the perfume she had given Sherwoo. She nodded casually and replied, hello, then turned to tease Sherwoo. Is she your little girlfriend? Hearing this, Anju's face turned red. Sherwoo's family knew about her. Of course not.
What are you talking about?
The strong denial from Sherwoo froze the joy in Anju's heart, and the following words made it impossible for her to smile. Her household registration is 2 years older than it should be, but she's actually 1 year younger than me. Not that much younger. In Sherwoo's view, at least a 5-year difference is needed to call someone a little girlfriend. Besides, he has no relationship with Anju. Chewie saw Anju's forced smile because of Sherwoo's words and silently shook her head. Her brother is such a fool. Dating? She overestimates him. In the room, Sherwoo's other classmates who were supposed to play games together had not arrived yet, leaving only Zhou Bai. Chewie approached to greet him and sat down on the sofa, thinking about how to bring up her mother when Zhou Bai spoke first. I didn't notice last time, but you're much taller than your mom. Chewy's eyes lit up, and she followed Sherwoo's lead, saying, I heard from Sherwoo that Uncle Bai and my mom are friends? Yes, your mom and I were friends in college. Zhou Bai naturally began to talk about Lin He, sharing some fun stories from their university days. And Zhu listened carefully. This is her future mother-in-law. The more she knows, the easier it will be to please her. Moreover, she wanted to find out more about Sherwoo's family background. This was her second time playing games with Sherwoo. She had worked as a game booster before, so she played quite well, and Sherwoo's classmates had a good impression of her. And Zhu tried to extract information from Zhou Bai, but he was quite reserved, which made her both curious and excited. Sherwoo's family background must be extraordinary. She looked it up and found that the bike he rides costs over 400,000. That's more expensive than an ordinary car. If it weren't for a coincidence, Sherwoo would be from a social class she could never reach. Thinking about this, Anju couldn't help but feel a bit flustered when she looked at Sherwoo. Chewie noticed, as a girl, she could see the hidden thoughts beneath Anju's shy and introverted exterior. In this regard, Chewie's intuition was always spot on. Her brother was probably being seen as a fool. Yes, a poor fool who spends his entire monthly allowance and borrows money from her to get by. Here, I must mention that if it weren't for Lin He confirming that Sherwoo's allowance would double next month, ensuring he could pay her back, Chewie wouldn't have lent him any money. She also told Lin He that she could help with anything. Who wouldn't want to double their allowance? Lin He indeed had something for her to help with, but not right now. Chewie was happy to hear this. She wasn't in a hurry. Thus, the potential future issue of her mother being seen as biased was smoothed over by Lin He. The child is easy to please, just like his dad. Back to the present, Chi-E asked Zhou Bai questions about his mother, such as whether she is good at drawing, if she likes sweets, and if she has any allergies. When they left, Chi-E gathered a lot of useful information. Sherwoo didn't notice Chi-E's doubts. He focused on another point. Did you notice? Chi-E asked him, thinking he understood her thoughts. Since leaving the hotel, he had been quiet and said he felt a bit unwell and wanted to go back to rest, even skipping the game. Zhou Bai treated them like a kind elder, not complaining about the trip and, seeing Sherwoo's poor condition, drove them back. After taking the bike out of the trunk, he gave them a few reminders and left. Sherwoo unusually didn't invite Zhou Bai inside. It was surprising because he had wanted to invite Zhou Bai over from the start. In the yard, Sherwoo pushed his bike, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. So, you noticed too. Sherwoo sighed. Chi nodded, about to say something, but Sherwoo's next words caught her off guard. She realized they were not on the same wavelength. Zhou Bai actually likes mom. At that moment, Sherwoo stopped calling him Uncle Bai. He frowned tightly, looking up at the sky with a slightly gloomy expression. What? Chi-E, who was about to suggest they could act together, almost bit her tongue. Shi-Wu didn't notice her reaction. His gaze was fixed on a cloud as he said, "A boy paying so much attention to a girl, and he can answer all your questions. What else could it be but liking her? Every time I ask him to play games, he says he's busy. An adult isn't like us during summer vacation. How could he have so much free time? I didn't think much of it before, but now it seems he's fond of her." Shi-Wu shook his head and sighed deeply.
Key.
That actually makes some sense. Mom is an amazing person. It's normal for someone to like her. Why are you sighing? Chi-E didn't understand why her brother looked so down. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she had a clearer image of their mom in her mind. Mom is great. She's really great. So, Dad is A. Chi-E always thought she was much smarter than Shi-Wu, but today she found it hard to keep up with his leaps in thinking.
Oh.
Is there any need to question that? Father is A, he, I'm not. The siblings exchanged glances, and then turned to look back. Jiang Qiao was standing there. Chu Yi's chin trembled. How could 15 not tell the difference between a male and female voice? He always claimed to have excellent hearing, yet he didn't even notice their father was coming. But it seemed she hadn't said anything bad about their father, so she was in the clear. She gave 15 a sympathetic look. At that moment, Chu Yi was unaware of an ancient Chinese saying about a crime called guilt by association. Looking at 15, the child looked like he might faint. Inside, 15 was panicking. Where was Lin He? Why wasn't she here? Help! He was doomed. If Jiang Qiao found out where Lin He was and why the two of them hadn't returned together, he would be even more upset. After adding Gu Lily's WeChat, Lin He quickly took action. Are you free tonight? Want to grab dinner? Gu Lily, just sitting down in the office, found Lin He's enthusiasm a bit excessive. Was she trying to confront her? Remembering what happened in the office, she angrily poked her phone screen. I'll be working until 7. I'm free after that.
Okay.
They set a time for dinner, which was interestingly at the cafeteria of Jiang Group. The cafeteria offered more than just meals. It had separate food stalls and private rooms. Jiang Qiao rarely ate in the cafeteria, but there was always a room reserved for him on the private floor. They agreed to meet in that private room for dinner. Lin He wanted to go out to eat with Gu Lily, but Jiang Qiao disagreed. He was very concerned about Lin He's safety. He wouldn't feel at ease until the month was over. Either Lin He could wait until next month to go out with Gu Lily, or she could go out, but he would have to accompany her. Lin He didn't accept either option. She didn't want to postpone her conversation with Gu Lily until next month, and if Jiang Qiao came along, they wouldn't be able to talk freely. It would just be about the meal. In the end, both made compromises. Lin He wouldn't go out to eat, and Jiang Qiao wouldn't accompany her. However, Lin He could not leave Jiang Group. After eating in the company cafeteria, she had to be escorted by a bodyguard directly to the underground parking lot and then back to Jiang Mansion. Jiang Group was very safe, with security levels surpassing that of banks. Can you believe the cafeteria windows are bulletproof? It was designed that way, with safe spots throughout the company. This was also one of the reasons Jiang Qiao felt comfortable leaving Lin He at the company. Lin He sent Gu Lily the box number. As the personal secretary to General Manager Jiang, she knew this was his exclusive room, and she felt that Lin He was trying to intimidate her. When she arrived and saw 4 bodyguards standing at the door, her expression darkened further, thinking this was another attempt to assert dominance. Miss Lin, why did you call me here? Gu Lily wanted to maintain her composure, but after 2 intimidating moments, it was hard to stay calm. Her tone was stiff, and her posture looked very tense. At that moment, Lin He placed her iPad in front of Gu Lily. Gu Lily knew there must be information related to her on the tablet, or perhaps Lin He thought she could exploit her weaknesses.
Ha!
She was no longer the weak person she was when she first joined Zhang's company. Order food.
Lin He said.
Why did this person look so serious about ordering from an iPad? Gu Lily was taken aback. Order food? Seeing Lin He's puzzled reaction, Gu Lily realized maybe this was a misunderstanding. She thought it wouldn't be so awkward over the phone. I just ordered some drinks. Let's have a toast, and you can choose what you want to eat, Lin He said, lighting up the screen to show a selection of exquisite dishes. Gu Lily knew the box was reserved for General Manager Jiang, but since he had never been there, she didn't know that the room had privileges, allowing them to order without waiting in line like other employees. After ordering on the iPad, someone would bring the food. Gu Lily casually selected 2 dishes, handed the iPad back, and then poured herself a glass of water from the jug on the table, drinking it all in one go. She thought she could face Lin He calmly, but after the iPad incident, she realized she had been on edge the whole time. After finishing her water, she placed the glass on the table, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and suddenly looked up at Lin He, saying, "Yes, I do like General Manager Jiang." There were only the 2 of them in the room, and Gu Lily didn't want to be subtle anymore. In the past, she had planned to push him aside, but now they were married. She told herself that marriage wasn't a big deal, but in reality, it had caused her a lot of pain. Otherwise, she would never admit it so openly. Lin He was using General Manager Jiang's bodyguards and casually occupying his box, spending the whole day in the office with him. Gu Lily was actually quite shaken. Lin He was silent. She hadn't even gotten Gu Lily drunk yet, and here she was, spilling her heart out. Looking at the water jug on the table, Lin He wondered if it was really water or something stronger. Before Lin He could respond to Gu Lily's words, there was a knock at the door, and the wine they ordered was delivered. Lin He poured herself a glass, and then filled one for Gu Lily. Gu Lily quickly drank from her glass, and the strong alcohol made her cough. She then filled her glass again, looking as if she was preparing for something serious. Drinking too fast can lead to getting drunk, and Gu Lily's cheeks turned red. The Jiang Group provides scholarships for underprivileged students every year. I received financial aid, so I could attend school without issues. But my mother was seriously ill and needed care. If it weren't for the money from the Jiang Group that allowed me to hire a caregiver, I might have had to give up on college. Gu Lily's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glazed with intoxication. I wanted to repay the Jiang Group, so I studied hard and got the best grades to secure an internship there. I worked tirelessly, and among my group of interns, I was the only one who stayed. As Gu Lily shared her journey, the food they ordered arrived. Lin He ate while occasionally taking small sips of her drink. She would raise her glass to toast Gu Lily during pauses in her speech, while Gu Lily downed her drink almost entirely. So, what if I have a girlfriend? I still have a chance. But why did Mr. Jiang get married? Even if he gets divorced, I should think of it that way, but I know it's different. The legal protection of marriage doesn't matter. What matters is Mr. Jiang's attitude. The fact that he is willing to marry means something, Gu Lily said, laughing softly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin He let Gu Lily speak without interrupting or showing sympathy. It would be foolish to feel pity for a rival in love. Gu Lily's unrequited feelings were normal. "Congratulations, you won," Gu Lily said, raising her glass for the first time since entering the room to toast Lin He. Lin He clinked her glass but didn't drink, leaning back lazily and saying, "When did I ever compete with you? Gu Lily, in the race for Jiang Qiao's heart, you don't even qualify to compete." Gu Lily's expression froze, unable to believe that Lin He could remain so calm while saying this. Anyone else in her position would feel victorious and show more genuine feelings towards her. But Lin He did not. "From the moment you walked in, you were just acting." Lily's expression showed no change, but she tightened her grip on the wine glass, feeling very uneasy inside. The other person was too sharp. She was indeed acting. With Lin He marrying Mr. Jiang, the change in her status put a lot of pressure on Lily. Back in Hong Kong, she knew she had left a bad impression. She could clearly distinguish between her husband and her subordinates, and she feared that Lin He might create trouble for her. As Mr. Jiang's wife, it would be easy for her to make things difficult. So, she pretended to be weak. Had she given up on Jiang Qiao?
No.
She needed to first mislead Lin He into thinking she was no longer a threat. Speaking honestly after a few drinks was the best way to reveal everything. But it failed. Lin He was too calm, cooperating with her act, occasionally raising a toast that made Lily feel smug. thinking she had fooled her. At that moment, she felt like a clown. You, as a woman, have a hard time establishing yourself in Hong Kong. Social gatherings are unavoidable, and you got too eager to show off and ended up drunk. Lin He pointed out her deliberate actions. To reach the position of general manager of the Hong Kong branch, I won't underestimate you, whether it's your work ability or other qualities. Lily was different from Jiang Muhua. She truly had the capability, or else Mr. Jiang wouldn't have valued her and transferred her to Hong Kong for promotion. You are smart, but others are not foolish. Lily paused her breath. She had been arrogant and underestimated Lin He. Without her own career, what was there to respect about a woman who depended on a man? Her current display of weakness was due to Lin He having feelings for Mr. Jiang, worrying about her whispering in his ear. She wasn't truly showing weakness to Lin He. Deep down, she still looked down on her. Lin He's clear-headed attitude hit her hard, shattering her self-assuredness. Seeing Lily unconsciously drink another glass of wine to calm herself, Lin He thought that the real heart-to-heart talk was about to begin. After graduating from university, Lin He made various investments and co-founded Beijing company with Hu Dai, where she handled finances while Hu Dai managed operations, and then she took on the role of a comic artist. Lin He hadn't experienced the workplace, but she understood human nature well. Her intuition was sharper than experience. You like Jiang Qiao, but you love yourself more. Being with Jiang Qiao will bring you the greatest benefits in life. The situation has worsened. He got married, and even worse, his wife sees through your feelings. You regret making a wrong move in the city and don't want to affect everything in your life right now. So you think about pretending to be drunk to show that you can let go. Gu Lily felt stiff as Lin He's deep analysis reminded her that she had been seen through. How could a woman who married Jiang be simple? She had warned herself to be cautious while in the city. But Gu Lily suddenly looked up. Her disguise had failed, while the other side succeeded brilliantly. She had underestimated Lin He because the latter had deliberately acted that way. In the meeting room, everyone thought Lin He was just a delicate wife, lacking independence and relying on her husband. You win, Gu Lily said hoarsely. This time it was not an act. She spoke from the heart. Jiang cared for her so much, and with so many talented people in the Jiang group, her transfer from headquarters would soon be filled. Leaving now would completely cut off her chances of advancement. Gu Lily thought of all the bad possibilities, feeling dizzy as she looked at her empty glass. She realized she was truly drunk. Lin He did not show a victorious attitude. She calmly replied, I told you, there's no competition between us. Because you are not in a position to compare. Gu Lily caught the underlying meaning in those words, forced a smile, and poured herself another drink. She thought Jiang was momentarily blinded, but in reality, she was the one who had been deceived. How frustrating. Lin He noticed Gu Lily's expression, a shadow of darkness flashing in her eyes. Now, the real heart-to-heart conversation was just beginning. This talk with Gu Lily started off smoothly. The other woman's ambitions and desires were the key to opening the conversation. At this moment, Lin He held the initiative and could continue to guide the discussion. Unbeknownst to her, trouble was brewing at home. A storm is brewing, and dark clouds loom over the city. Shiwushi secretly glanced at his father, who was brewing tea across from him. His mood was like the poem. Pressure. Immense pressure. His father's silence was more frightening than 100 scoldings. He secretly glanced at Chui, hoping he would go inform Lin He. Throughout his life, Shiwushi had only seen Lin He as the one person who could stand up to his father. The key was that his father listened to her and was even willing to change, like the sudden reduction in his allowance. The first-year student, feeling helpless, understood the meaning behind the 15 glances. She wanted to send a warning but was too scared to do so. She had planned to sneak back upstairs but failed. Her father's clear look told her to stay. After sitting on the sofa, she tried to secretly take out her phone, but her father's warning glance made her freeze. Not wanting to provoke her father further, especially if his anger was directed at her younger brother, she decided to keep quiet. She gave a concerned look to the 15. Sorry, if my friend is in trouble, I won't abandon them. It felt like a century had passed before Jiang Qiao finally finished brewing the tea. The tea was set aside, and both the first-year student and the 15 knew it was meant for Lin He. It was a calming tea to drink before bed. "Go ahead," Jiang Qiao said, like flipping a switch. The 15 finally had a chance to speak. He had wanted to say something when his father caught him, but his father had told him to be quiet. Now he could finally talk. "I think you owe Mom an apology." The 15 was brave. He said this to stand up for his mother. Even though he had no memories of her, in a child's heart, a mother is an unforgettable presence. "Mom had me when she was 22, and you were just a freshman in college. Getting a newly graduated mom pregnant isn't right. You weren't even of legal marriage age." He thought to himself how his father only used his lower half to think, leaving his mother to suffer. He didn't dare voice these thoughts. The 15 didn't act carefree. He seemed indifferent to Zhou Bai's casual talk, but he was actually keeping all the mother-related thoughts in his heart. From Zhou Bai's words, he learned more about what kind of person his mother was. She was excellent, getting into a top university through her own efforts, receiving countless awards during her studies. She loved life and was sincere with her friends. Such a wonderful mother, and yet she had to have a child right after graduating. The 15 felt it was unfair for his mother. Why did someone like his father deserve her affection? She had to become a mother at such a young age. He rarely heard Zhou Bai mention his father. Did that mean his father wasn't really present during their school years? If he didn't take care of her, what kind of boyfriend was he? Then came the 15th's own conflict. He didn't dislike Lin He. In fact, after spending time together, he thought Lin He was quite nice. Regardless of his father's feelings, he showed great affection for Lin He. But what about his own mother? 15 doesn't care if his father finds someone else. After all, it's been 15 years. From the moment he learned about Lin He accepted it. But when Zhou Bai brings up things about his mother, he can't help but compare. Did his father treat his mother as well as he treats Lin He? If he treated Lin He better, does that mean his father is just looking for a replacement? That's not love, and it shows a lack of respect for his mother. If he treats his mother worse than Lin He, then why is that acceptable? His mother gave birth to 3 children and passed away unexpectedly before they could grow up and show her respect. If his father didn't treat her well before that, 15 knows he's getting caught up in useless thoughts about the past. He didn't used to think about these things, but maybe because Lin He came into their lives, he feels more connected to family and thinks about his mother. 15 doesn't blame Lin He. She hasn't done anything wrong. The real issue lies with his father. That's why 15 calls his father a. He truly believes that.
Cheheui gasped in shock.
Has 15 lost his mind? His mother is like a taboo in this family, something they couldn't even mention for years. 15 might have forgotten that when he was little, he tore a photo of his mother and got beaten badly by his father for saying he hated her. The reason his father was so harsh was that 15 shouted those words. Later, when he had a fever in the middle of the night, he seemed to forget about it and never mentioned it again. After that, everything related to his mother was put away by his father. Chui remembers how their father looked back then, like a cold, emotionless shell, filled with rage, making her fear that 15 might be harmed. Clenching her clothes, Chui looks at her father, holding her breath, wondering if it will be like that day again. Yet, 15 seems unaware of the danger and adds, "The one who had to bear the pressure of being pregnant before marriage was my mother, while you act so carefree." 15 is very conflicted lately. His father treats Lin He well, and he thinks she deserves it, but he feels his mother doesn't. Jiang Qiao remains silent. He isn't angered by 15's words, and there's no trace of anger in his eyes. "Steward, go get the items from the safe," he instructs. The safe has 3 layers. The first layer holds some documents, and the steward knows the code. Sometimes, when Jiang Qiao forgets something, he asks the steward to retrieve it. The second and third layers are more secretive. Only Jiang Qiao and Lin He can open them. The items Jiang Qiao wants are in the first layer because he often takes them out to look at. 15 stands firm, believing he is right. No matter what the steward brings back, he insists that everything he says is based on what his father has done, and there's nothing to argue about. Young master, take a look. The butler placed a small box on the coffee table in front of Shawishi. Fine, I'll look. Shawishi bravely sat down, but his trembling fingers showed that he was actually quite scared. He was just pretending to be strong. Inside the box were many small notebooks and several papers with red stamps. Shawishi didn't understand what his father wanted him to see, so he casually picked one up to look at it. Beside him, Chui saw the content on the paper and widened her eyes in surprise. Shawishi was equally shocked. What is this? After finishing the first notebook, he quickly grabbed the next one. All the papers were of the same kind. Shawishi's expression became complicated as he looked at Jiang Qiao. His lips moved, but he couldn't find the words to say. Do you understand now? Shawishi lowered his head and replied in a low voice, I see. The butler caught Jiang Qiao's glance and stepped forward to organize the contents, carefully closing the box. Although it was on the first shelf, it was very precious. Every time he took something from the first shelf of the safe, he was extremely cautious, not daring to touch this box. The previous butler had advised not to think that items on the first shelf of the safe were free to handle. There was a black box inside that required utmost care, especially important. It wasn't until today that the butler discovered what was in the black box. A marriage certificate. When Lin He was pregnant, Jiang Qiao was under the legal marriage age. In novels, the powerful can do as they please, but in reality, laws must be followed. When Lin He became pregnant, Jiang Qiao's first reaction was joy, quickly followed by fear. Lin He's attitude was very subtle. She wasn't in a hurry to get married and even suggested that if two people loved each other, a marriage certificate wasn't important to her. Everyone has different thoughts, and she was the type who could do without a marriage certificate. But Jiang Qiao couldn't accept that. He was scared. Lin He was too carefree, and he worried she might leave him. No one understood Lin He's character better than Jiang Qiao. She was someone who would let go if she didn't love. Having a marriage certificate would add a moral obligation for Lin He. If a reckless man tried to come between them, he would have to think twice. A married woman with a child would certainly deter some people's wandering hearts more than a single mother. It didn't matter that they couldn't get a certificate in the country. They could abroad. There are so many countries in the world, and each has different laws. There are plenty of places with no age or nationality restrictions for marriage certificates. He can wait in our country, but in other countries, he must be married. Lin He felt it was unnecessary, mainly because it was too much hassle. The person most affected by the pregnancy said they wouldn't go, and no amount of persuasion worked. Several times, Jiang Qiao's eyes turned red from anger. This deepened his worries. Not to mention other men. Based on He's affection for the baby in her belly, it was very likely that once the baby was born, she would become distant from him. Jiang Qiao felt conflicted inside, but didn't dare show it in front of Lin He. Things were going poorly at the company, and the low mood of President Jiang was quite intimidating. A turning point came in the 7th week of Lin He's pregnancy, when she began to experience morning sickness. That's right, it was Jiang Qiao who had the reaction. Lin He could eat and sleep well every day, while Jiang Qiao felt nauseous from everything he ate. He felt weak and dizzy, and after a few days, his face noticeably thinned out. Not only was it the morning sickness, but the emotional ups and downs of pregnancy also affected Jiang Qiao significantly. He became more downcast. Every day, when he opened his eyes, he felt a sense of brokenness. Lin He, who was pregnant, felt a bit guilty. At first, she thought that as the baby's father, he could endure some discomfort. If it weren't for Jiang Qiao, she would be the one suffering. Someone had to bear the burden, right? But seeing Jiang Qiao like this made Lin He feel sorry for him. She had been acting as if everything was fine during her nearly 2 months of pregnancy, but now she was being gentle and caring toward Jiang Qiao. The attention she had focused on the baby finally shifted back to him. This made Jiang Qiao feel even more wronged. This time, it wasn't just a physical reaction. He also lost his appetite mentally. Seeing Jiang Qiao refuse even rice porridge, she became anxious. Why are you unhappy? What do you really want? After saying this, Lin He felt like a bad person who wouldn't take responsibility. She quickly moved closer and linked her arm with Jiang Qiao's, saying, "You need to eat something, baby. I'm worried about your health." Jiang Qiao's eyes turned red again. After becoming pregnant, he hadn't called him baby anymore. That term had become exclusive to the child in her belly. Jiang Qiao felt jealous, but he couldn't bring himself to mention it. "I want to get married." Jiang Qiao expressed his thoughts. He truly wanted to get married. Having a formal relationship was completely different from not having one. In today's data-driven age, Jiang Qiao just had to search for the downsides of not getting a marriage certificate. The news articles that popped up all discussed how couples without a marriage certificate faced various problems, and every outcome was negative. This made Jiang Qiao feel even more downcast. Seeing Jiang Qiao's thin, pale cheeks and bloodshot eyes, Lin He bent down and kissed his forehead.
Okay.
Jiang Qiao knew that Lin He would keep her promise, and her simple good felt like magic, making him suddenly hungry. As the months went by, Jiang Qiao's morning sickness gradually eased. If Lin He hadn't witnessed the whole process and seen Jiang Qiao struggling to hold back bile, she might have thought he was pretending. By the second trimester, everything with the baby stabilized, and the two of them traveled abroad. Lin He thought they only needed to get their marriage certificate in one country, but Jiang Qiao wanted to visit every country where they could get certified, like a stamp collector. Remembering how Jiang Qiao suffered from morning sickness and that they had just gotten their certificate, Lin He considered it a honeymoon. She agreed and began to enjoy the journey. The baby was very calm in her belly. If it weren't for the occasional movement, Lin He would almost forget she was pregnant. Unlike other pregnant women who experienced various symptoms, she had almost none, and the doctor said the baby was taking care of her. This made Lin He even happier during their honeymoon. When they returned home, they had a box full of marriage certificates and documents, which sat in a small black box on the coffee table. During Lin He's absence, Jiang Qiao often took the box out to look at it. Each marriage certificate reminded him of the wonderful times he had with Lin He in those countries. Although they were married, their age meant they couldn't get certified in their home country, but they had proof from abroad. This was why he felt his father was irresponsible. Having a child without a marriage certificate must have put a lot of pressure on his mother. In reality, he was overthinking it. Marriage certificates from different countries were protected by their laws, ensuring his mother's and wife's rights. He also saw the marriage certificate from China, assuming they would get it once they reached the right age. He tried to find other reasons to prove his father was unfair to his mother, but he didn't understand their marriage well enough to argue. He learned about his mother's past from Uncle Bai during school, but he couldn't use that to criticize his father. He found no grounds for his feelings. He felt guilty for speaking so loudly against them. With his head down, he couldn't look at his father, feeling an endless sense of guilt. His eyelids trembled before he completely closed them, mourning for himself. After the butler returned the box to the safe, he discreetly led the other servants away. The servants' quarters were on the left, designed like a small room connected to the living room by a long corridor. Once the door was closed, they had two separate spaces. When the family needed privacy, the servants would not disturb them. Just like now, in the large villa, only Jiang Qiao, Shi Wu, and Xu Yi were present.